Chapter 1. The System of Reward and Punishment. Lin, wake up quickly. Lin, you rascal, get up. Lin Yi's consciousness gradually emerged from the darkness, and the scenes before him became clearer. He felt a sharp pain radiating from his chest, yet compared to the excruciating agony he had previously experienced, it was but a minor discomfort. Lin Yi furrowed his brow slightly, striving to adjust to the surrounding light. Lin Yi, you're awake. A familiar voice pierced through the air, laced with excitement and concern. The stern visage of Captain Zhao came into view, his brow furrowed and his eyes reflecting profound worry. Upon seeing Captain Zhao, a flood of strange yet familiar memories surged through Lin Yi's mind. It dawned on him that he had traversed into another realm. Once a criminal investigator, he had perished in an accident while attempting to save someone, only to find himself inhabiting the body of a constable. As Lin Yi sifted through the memories within his mind, he realized he had entered a world of martial prowess, where he was now a mere constable in Shuangyang County of Yuzhou, Daqian Kingdom. Not long ago, a grand banquet at the Sihai Merchant Guild had been marred by a robbery. Lin Yi had been patrolling near the merchant's premises when he encountered a band of thieves, only to be stabbed by one of them and left unconscious. Little did he know that this misfortune would inadvertently grant him passage into this martial world. A lifelong admirer of martial arts, Lin Yi had always yearned to experience the legendary skills and mythical weapons depicted in novels. Now, fate had bestowed upon him the opportunity to immerse himself in it all. Uncle Zhao, Lin Yi rasped, forcing a faint smile. Captain Zhao patted his shoulder, his tone tinged with reproach. You scared us half to death, you rascal. Fat Wang joined the conversation, his face adorned with a broad grin. Lin Yi, you finally woke up. We thought you wouldn't make it this time. As Lin Yi gazed at his two colleagues, a wave of warmth surged within him. He understood that his survival was inextricably linked to their care and concern. I'm fine now. Thank you both, Lin Yi murmured. Captain Zhao nodded, the tension on his face easing. You've sustained serious injuries this time. Take good care of yourself and don't push yourself. Lin Yi gave a slight nod. At that moment, a cacophony erupted from outside the door. How's that Lin Yi fellow doing? A voice inquired. What a disgrace. Can't even catch a petty thief and gets himself stabbed. An unimpressed constable entered, arms crossed and shaking his head with disdain. Really, Lin Yi is a disgrace to the precinct. If it weren't for Captain Zhao shielding him, such a useless fellow sigh. A burly constable sighed heavily, casting a contemptuous glance at Lin Yi. A tall, scornful young man approached Lin Yi, mocking. Lin Yi, you're utterly useless. Can't even handle a petty thief, and ended up getting stabbed. What a shame for the precinct. If I were you, I wouldn't dare show my face here. Lin Yi regarded the individual before him, memories flickering in his mind. This man was Su Liang, a constable known for his commendable skills, who harbored discontent towards Lin Yi, whom he perceived as a mere burden reliant on Captain Zhao's protection. Having lived two lives, Lin Yi remained unfazed by the ridicule, his heart calm and undisturbed. Su Liang and the others, noticing Lin Yi's lack of reaction, felt as though their words fell flat, their faces contorted in discomfort. Captain Zhao interjected. Su Liang, Lin Yi was injured in the line of duty. As a colleague, it would suffice if you showed concern. Yet here you are, mocking him. Do you wish for the same treatment when you are injured in the future? Su Liang's face flushed with embarrassment, unable to muster a retort. Captain Zhao is right. Lin Yi, rest well. We'll take our leave. Without waiting for a response, Su Liang hurriedly exited. As Lin Yi watched Su Liang's retreating figure, his eyes narrowed. Suddenly, a cold, mechanical voice echoed within his mind. The system of reward and punishment has been activated. Host successfully bound. Startled, Lin Yi quickly realized he was interfacing with the system. His heart raced uncontrollably. Could this be the golden opportunity that accompanied his transition into this world? The system's voice continued. Completing tasks will yield rewards, which may include martial arts manuals, weapons, and elixirs. A surge of excitement coursed through Lin Yi. This was nothing short of monumental news. He struggled to contain his exhilaration, maintaining a facade of calmness. Captain Zhao and Fat Wang remained oblivious to Lin Yi's unusual demeanor, continuing to inquire about his condition. As Lin Yi responded, He contemplated how to leverage this system to enhance his prowess. Lenny, how are you feeling now? Captain Zhao asked with genuine concern. Much better, Uncle Zhao, Lenny replied with a smile. He'll recover swiftly. Fat Wang clapped Lin Yi on the shoulder, laughing heartily. You're a lucky one. But be more cautious in the future, don't make us worry again. Lin Yi nodded, resolving that with the system at his disposal, he would undoubtedly grow stronger. After all, being wounded by a mere thief was a disgrace for any traveler. System, how can I obtain tasks? Lin Yi silently pondered. The system's voice responded once more. The host need only perform good deeds or punish wrongdoers. The system will automatically record and issue rewards. A thrill of joy washed over Lin Yi as a constable. Punishing evil and upholding justice was his duty. This meant he could continuously elevate his strength. He vowed to make the most of this system and become a formidable presence in this world. Just then, Dr. Guo from the Huichun Hall entered, carrying a bowl of medicinal soup. Upon seeing Lin Yi awake, a smile of relief graced his face. Lin Yi, you're awake. That's wonderful news. Gratefully, Lin Yi accepted the soup, replying, Thank you, Dr. Guo. Dr. Guo waved his hand dismissively, smiling. I did little. Your survival is sheer luck. That blade was a mere half-inch from your heart. This is fate. I merely did what I was meant to do. Rest well and recover swiftly. Lin Yi nodded, his heart brimming with gratitude. System, I will utilize you to become stronger, Lin Yi silently vowed. Chapter 2. The Hu Family Blade Technique. After Captain Zhao and Fat Wang departed, Lin Yi sat alone by the bedside, his emotions tumultuous like the undulating sea, filled with anticipation and anxiety for the future. The room exuded a tranquil atmosphere as his gaze wandered through the modest space, yet his thoughts drifted into the vast unknown. He slowly closed his eyes, attempting to calm his restless heart, and reached out to the enigmatic system once more. System, is there a novice gift pack? His voice echoed in his mind, tinged with urgency and curiosity. A novice gift pack has been prepared for the host. This special gift contains a foundational martial art to assist the host in establishing themselves in this world. The system's unperturbed voice resonated within Lin Yi's mind. A surge of joy filled Lin Yi's heart, and a glimmer of excitement shone in his eyes. He understood well that in this perilous world of martial arts, strength was paramount for survival and the key to ensuring his safety. Eagerly, he inquired, Can I open the novice gift pack now? His voice trembled slightly with anticipation. Certainly. The host should focus their mind. The gift pack is about to open, the system replied. Lin Yi took a deep breath, gently closing his eyes, striving to eliminate distractions and concentrate all his mental energy. As he focused intently, he suddenly felt a warm, powerful force surge from deep within his mind, like a stream of clear water flowing through him. Soon, a radiant orb of light materialized before him, glowing softly and mysteriously, emanating an irresistible allure. The orb gradually unfurled, akin to a blossoming flower, revealing the hidden mysteries within. Congratulations, host! You have acquired the Hu Family Blade Technique. The system's voice reverberated within Lin Yi's mind. Lin Yi's eyes flew open, and he beheld an ancient, weighty tome hovering in the air, its cover adorned with bold, vigorous characters spelling out Hu Family Blade Technique. The calligraphy seemed to embody boundless power and secrets, captivating Lin Yi. Trembling, he reached out to touch the cover of the book, as if caressing a priceless treasure. The moment his fingertips made contact, the book transformed into a dazzling beam of light, instantly merging with his being. The Hu Family Blade Technique is a renowned martial art from the works of Jin Yong, characterized by its ferocity, directness, and swiftness, making it suitable for close combat. The system explained in a calm tone. Lin Yi's heart raced, though his understanding of Jin Yong's martial world was limited. He had heard of the profound martial arts crafted by Jin Yong. Now, possessing the Hu Family Blade Technique endowed him with a significant advantage in this unfamiliar and perilous new world. His heartbeat quickened, and adrenaline surged through his veins as he envisioned himself making a name in the martial realm using this technique. After a moment, Lin Yi regained his composure. He was in a high martial arts world where formidable warriors who could sever rivers with a punch were commonplace. The Hu family blade technique could only be considered a foundational skill that he rose to his feet and walked resolutely to the corner of the room, where he retrieved the standard wooden knife of the county office. Though the blade appeared unrefined, its surface somewhat coarse, and its edge not a weapon capable of splitting a hair, the heft of the blade and its sharpness sufficed for his practice. Lin gripped the wooden knife firmly with both hands, his gaze sharpening with focus and determination. He began to practice the techniques of the Hu family's knife art that had recently surfaced in his mind. At first, his movements were somewhat clumsy, his steps a bit unsteady, and the wooden knife seemed to resist his commands, each swing appearing awkward. Yet he did not succumb to discouragement. Gritting his teeth, he repeated those techniques again and again. As time elapsed, Lin gradually found his rhythm. His movements began to flow smoothly, and his steps grew steadier. Each action within the knife technique brimmed with power, and every slice resonated with a sharp, piercing sound. The wooden knife in his hand seemed to come alive, transforming into streaks of cold light that flickered in the air. The Hu family's knife art truly lives up to its reputation, Lin silently marveled. Sweat trickled down his forehead, splattering onto the ground, yet his eyes burned with increasing fervor. He understood that this knife art required relentless practice and comprehension to truly unleash its formidable power. Unbeknownst to him, nightfall descended quietly. Moonlight streamed through the window, illuminating Lin's weary yet resolute figure. He finally ceased his training, his body drained of all strength, collapsing onto the floor. Breathing heavily, sweat soaked his garments, but his spirit remained exceptionally invigorated. He recognized that today's endeavors were for tomorrow's survival, to carve out his own niche in this unfamiliar world. After dining, Lin reclined on his bed, his fatigued body sinking into the mattress, while his mind replayed the day's events like a film reel. From the confusion and fear of traversing into this world, to the surprise and anticipation of encountering the system and acquiring the Hu family's knife art, and finally to the toil and perseverance of diligently practicing the techniques. He knew he had a long journey ahead, one that might be fraught with countless challenges, but at least now, he was no longer the powerless modern individual feeling helpless about the future. He was an enforcer of justice, imbued with strength and dreams. He closed his eyes, gradually drifting into the realm of dreams. The following morning, the first rays of sunlight filtered through the window, gracing Lin's face. He awoke early, feeling invigorated, his body brimming with vitality. After a night of rest, the fatigue of the previous day had vanished entirely. He swiftly rose, donning the uniform of a constable that symbolized responsibility and duty, meticulously adjusting his appearance. Once more, he grasped the wooden knife, feeling its weight as a surge of inexplicable confidence welled up within him. With resolute steps, Lin exited the room. Sunlight bathed him, warm and bright, as if adorning him with a golden armor. He inhaled deeply, the fresh air invigorating his spirit, and set forth towards the county office. Each step was firm and powerful, as if declaring to the world that Lin was ready to embrace any challenge that lay ahead. Chapter 3. Portrait Sketch with Measured Strides. Lin entered the county office punctually, ready to partake in today's roll call. The morning sunlight streamed in at an angle, casting a golden hue across the grand hall of the county office. Once the roll call concluded, the attendees gathered in a circle under the leadership of Captain Zhao, engaging in fervent discussions about the troublesome case of the merchant shop robbery. Lin inhaled deeply, his gaze resolute as he contemplated. In order to grow stronger, he must continuously solve cases and apprehend criminals, thereby earning rewards from the system. The current merchant shop robbery case presented an exquisite opportunity. To establish his footing in this tumultuous world of martial arts, he needed to demonstrate irreplaceable value, that he recalled the sketching techniques he had learned in his previous life, although not of professional caliber. This unique skill might prove unexpectedly beneficial in this relatively closed and technologically backward ancient world. Regaining his composure, Lin navigated through the crowd and approached Captain Zhao, sincerely proposing his idea. Uncle Zhao, I have some knowledge of painting techniques. Perhaps I could attempt to sketch a portrait of the criminal to provide some clues for the investigation. Upon hearing this, Captain Zhao's furrowed brow relaxed slightly, his eyes gleaming with a glimmer of hope, akin to seeing a faint light in the darkness. However, that glimmer was fleeting, quickly replaced by profound skepticism. Xiao, can you truly render a portrait of the criminal? This is not a trivial matter. Lin Yi nodded earnestly, responding with confidence. Uncle Zhao, I am willing to do my utmost. The others in the county office, having overheard Lin Yi's suggestion, gathered curiously around him. And a wave of discussions ensued to is this kid out of his mind. He thinks he can draw a criminal's portrait after seeing them just once. Does he believe he is a reincarnation of a master painter? Scoffed a middle-aged constable with a scruffy beard. Indeed, this is a serious case, not a child's game. Another lean constable chimed in, his eyes brimming with skepticism. Lin Yi, are you just trying to show off? Did you even see the criminal's face clearly that night? Su Liang taunted sarcastically. Faced with the tide of doubts, Lin Yi straightened his back, his gaze unwavering, showing no signs of retreat, but he understood that at this juncture, any explanation or argument would be futile. Only tangible results could win over the hearts of these individuals. That it was only by showcasing his true abilities that he could earn their respect. Captain Zhao, observing Lin Yi's determined expression, felt a flicker of doubt within himself. Yet he was also moved by the young man's courage and resolve. After much deliberation, he decided to grant Lin Yi a chance. All right. Xiao Lin, I will trust you this once. What tools do you require? Speak freely. Lin Yi pondered for a moment before swiftly listing his necessities. Uncle Zhao, I need fine wooden sticks, charcoal powder, and paper. The county office personnel worked efficiently, and soon had everything Lin Yi requested prepared. He approached a clean table, sitting down slowly. Taking a deep breath, he attempted to calm his slightly anxious heart. Then he gently closed his eyes, striving to recall the features of the criminal he had seen that fateful night. Vague faces flickered in his mind, overlapping and intertwining, making it momentarily difficult for him to discern them. Yet, rather than succumbing to impatience, he steadied himself, meticulously sorting through every detailed at last. One face began to emerge clearly, the person's eyebrows, eyes, mouth, and even a dark mole on their face vividly materializing in his mind. Lin Yi opened his eyes, reached for a fine wooden stick, dipped it gently into the charcoal powder, and then carefully placed the stained stick on the pristine paper, beginning to sketch. His hand was steady and strong, each stroke exuding focus and confidence. Although he had never become a renowned artist in his previous life, his pure passion for painting had driven him to hone his skills during his leisure time. Thus, his artistic talent far surpassed that of the average person. Time slipped by quietly under Lin Yi's skilled hand, and after an hour, he finally set down the wooden stick that he let out a gentle sigh. Beads of sweat now dotting his forehead. Before the assembled crowd lay a lifelike portrait of the criminal. The eyes were deep and piercing, seemingly capable of penetrating the paper and reaching into one's soul. The slight curl of the lips suggested a chilling smirk, evoking a palpable sense of the criminal's malevolence and cunning. The personnel in the county office quickly gathered around, their earlier skepticism instantaneously replaced by astonishment. This is astonishingly accurate, Captain Zhao exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief, his mouth agape as if it could accommodate an egg. Brother Lin, how did you achieve this? A constable leaned closer to Lin Yi. Curiosity etched on his face, unable to restrain his inquiry. This is so lifelike. It feels as if the criminal is standing right before us, another constable added, his eyes filled with admiration. Lin Yi, I truly underestimated you. You possess considerable talent. Su Liang, for once, refrained from mocking Lin Yi, recognizing the immense assistance such artistic skill could provide in solving cases. Lin Yi smiled faintly, a hint of fatigue evident, yet overshadowed by pride and confidence. He realized that his sketching abilities might indeed serve as a trump card in this world rife with uncertainties and challenges. This portrait can serve as a crucial clue in apprehending the criminal. Captain Zhao declared excitedly, gripping the portrait tightly, as if holding the key to solving the case. Xiao Lin, you are truly our lucky star. Lin Yi humbly smiled, responding, Uncle Zhao, you flatter me. This is merely the beginning. To fully resolve this theft case, we will require more clues and evidence. The crowd nodded in agreement, their eyes rekindled with the flames of hope. Guided by Lin Yi's portrait, they felt as though they could glimpse the dawn of resolution to the case. Subsequently, Captain Zhao instructed Lin Yi to create another portrait for the constables to take to the streets for further inquiries. After leading the group away, Captain Zhao turned to Lin Yi, saying, Xiao Lin, I have watched you grow up. When did you learn to paint? Lin Yi's heart stirred. Having already prepared his response, he effortlessly replied, Uncle Zhao, I learned it from my parents. After their passing, I often practiced on my own. And this is merely a skill for painting portraits. Captain Zhao nodded slightly. What a pity. Your father and mother were such wonderful people. Come, join me on patrol. Lin Yi complied, following Captain Zhao into the streets. His thoughts lingering on his parents. That in the original narrative, Lin Yi's parents had been constables in the county office. During an escort mission, they had fallen victim to a robbery by the Qinlang bandits, losing their lives at their hands. Captain Zhao had shared a close bond with Lin Yi's parents, a friendship forged through life and death, which resulted in his care for Lin Yi. Chapter 4. Four Seas Trading Company on the streets of Shuangyang County. The warm sunlight filtered through the dense foliage, casting dappled shadows on the ground like shards of golden sand. Amidst this play of light and shadow, a group of constables hurriedly advanced, Lin Yi gripping a portrait tightly in his hand. That portrait bore the weight of hope for solving the case. His gaze was sharp as an eagle's, each glance seemingly capable of piercing through the fog. His brow furrowed slightly, his expression particularly focused, as if the world around him had faded away, leaving only the portrait in his hand and the truth he was about to pursue. Lin Yi, accompany me to the Four Seas Trading Company. Captain Zhao stood nearby, his posture erect as a pine tree, his piercing gaze scrutinizing the portrait in an attempt to glean further clues from its intricate details. Understood, Captain Zhao, Lin Yi replied promptly. Captain Zhao continued, we will consult Manager Qian Tong at the Four Seas Trading Company. There may be new developments. Without further ado, the two hastened their steps towards the Four Seas Trading Company. As they made their way, their figures wove through the bustling crowd, attracting the attention of passers-by with their constable uniforms. Before long, they arrived at the entrance of the Four Seas Trading Company. Qian Tong was seen engaged in serious discussions with several staff members, their expressions grave. Upon noticing Captain Zhao and Lin Yi approaching, a smile instantly spread across Qian Tong's face, one tinged with a hint of flattery and shrewdness. Ah, Captain Zhao, Constable Lin, what brings you here? Captain Zhao offered a cold smile, his gaze fixed intently on Qian Tong, bypassing any pleasantries. Manager Qian, we are investigating a theft case. The DOU recognized the person in this portrait. He handed over the image. Qian Tong and the others from the trading company took the portrait, and the previously affable smile on Qian Tong's face instantly froze, a flicker of panic flashing through his eyes like lightning. Yet, being seasoned in the ways of the world, he quickly regained his composure, feigning calmness as he replied, Captain Zhao, this person seems somewhat unfamiliar. I can't quite recall at the moment that moment, Wei Chong. The head of security for the trading company leaned in to examine the portrait and exclaimed in surprise, This is our guard, Li Ming. How could he? Lin Yi kept a keen eye on Qian Tong's expression, not missing any subtle changes that a sudden realization struck him, and he coldly inquired, Manager Qian, where is Li Ming now? Qian Tong wiped the perspiration that had appeared on his forehead without his notice, forcing a smile that trembled slightly in his voice. He should be resting in the backyard. Let Wei Chong take you to find him, that I have urgent matters to attend to and must step out. Zhao and Lin Yi exchanged a glance, and in the depths of their eyes, they both understood that Qian Tong must be harboring some ulterior motive. Zhao spoke with grave seriousness. Qian Guanshi, this matter pertains to a theft case of great significance. You are in charge of the Sea Trading Company. Thus, you should accompany us. Instantly, Qian Tong's complexion shifted to one of anxiety, beads of sweat forming more densely on his forehead. However, aware of the martial prowess of Zhao and Lin, he realized he could not evade their scrutiny and could only acquiesce with resignation. Thus, the three followed Wei Chong through the bustling hall of the trading company, navigating several corridors until they arrived at the courtyard. An air of tension hung heavily in the courtyard, as if even the gentle breeze had grown somber. Lin Yi's hand had quietly settled upon the hilt of his dagger, fingers slightly curled, ever prepared to meet any unforeseen circumstances. Wei Chong approached the door, raised his hand, and knocked with a resounding call. Li Ming, open the door. It's Lao Wei. The door slowly creaked open, revealing a burly man at the threshold. He had a powerful build, yet his gaze flickered uneasily. This man was indeed the Li Ming from the wanted poster. Upon seeing Zhao, the muscles in Li Ming's face involuntarily twitched. When his eyes met Lin Yi's, a fleeting look of surprise crossed his features. That Li Ming, you are suspected of involvement in a theft case. Please come with us, Zhao declared coldly, his voice imbued with undeniable authority. Echoing like thunder in that confined space, that Li Ming's face paled in an instant, beads of sweat breaking forth on his brow. He anxiously shouted, Zhao Tu, this is unjust. I am innocent. Zhao's expression remained as unyielding as stone. Unperturbed, he produced the wanted poster and waved it before Li Ming, stating icily, this is the likeness of one of the culprits from that night's theft. But do you dare to claim it is not you? Lin Yi's gaze pierced through Li Ming's defenses like a blade, declaring, Li Ming, it was you who attacked me with a knife that night. I remember your face all too well. At these words, Li Ming's body trembled violently, and he suddenly turned to flee. Yet Zhao was prepared, swiftly intervening as his figure blurred. A deft hand seized Li Ming's arm with lightning speed. Let me go. I did nothing wrong. I am innocent. Li Ming struggled desperately, his voice tinged with fear and despair, akin to a wild beast caught in a trap, making its final attempts to escape. Lin Yi smirked coldly, his eyes radiating confidence and certainty. Li Ming, your crimes have been laid bare. It is time to confess. That Li Ming's complexion turned ashen. Realizing he had nowhere left to run, he finally bowed his head, murmuring, I am willing to confess. It was all Qian Guanshi's doing. I was merely following orders. Preposterous. You are slandering me, Qian Tong exclaimed, panic etched across his face, as if he wished to devour Li Ming whole. Zhao Du Zhao's piercing gaze swept over both Qian Tong and Li Ming, his voice low and commanding. Right and wrong will be revealed in the county court. The truth shall come to light. With that, he led Li Ming, along with Qian Tong and Lin Yi, towards the county court. Zhao Du Zhao summoned the other constables, bringing the entire staff of the Sihai Trading Company along to the court. His countenance bore clouds of foreboding, eyes gleaming with cold intensity. His strides were steady and forceful, each step imbued with an unspoken pressure. Lin Yi followed closely, pondering the complexity of the situation at hand. Inside the county court, the county magistrate, Ma Tong, sat with an imposing demeanor. His expression stern and authoritative, his eyes sharp as a hawk, emanating an aura that commanded respect. His hands lightly tapped against the table, producing crisp sounds that reverberated rhythmically, serving as a silent warning that tightened the hearts of all present. Li Ming, Qian Tong, are you aware of your crimes? Ma Tong's voice thundered like a storm, resonating throughout the hall and sending a shiver down the spine of those in attendance. His gaze bore down on the two kneeling figures. Filled with fury and authority, that Li Ming's face turned ghostly pale, cold sweat streaming down his forehead, his body trembling slightly as despair flickered in his eyes. That he understood that he might not survive this ordeal. Swallowing hard, he rasped, My lord, I plead guilty. Chapter 5. The 8 trigram step. Qian Tong, are you aware of your crimes? Ma Xinwei's voice was as unyielding as ice. Qian Tong's countenance was one of sheer terror, akin to a bird startled by an arrow. His gaze flitted about, frantically searching the confined space for a glimmer of hope. His fists were clenched tightly, turning white from the pressure, his voice trembling like a leaf in the wind. My lord, I was coerced. The desperation and pleading in his voice were palpable. A Tong snorted coldly, a glimmer of frost in his eyes, his gaze seeming to pierce straight through Qian Tong. Coerced? Humphed Li Ming, elucidate how the two of you conspired to embezzle from the company. Ma Tong's voice echoed in the hall, imposing and frigid. Li Ming's body shuddered slightly, as though struck at the core by Ma Tong's words. Taking a deep breath, he seemed to have made up his mind. Slowly beginning, My lord, it was Qian Guanshi who approached me first, claiming that if I helped him steal the goods from the trading company, he would reward me handsomely. First, I was hesitant. I knew it was a crime, but he threatened me, saying that if I refused, my family would be ruined. Reluctantly, I had no choice but to comply. As he spoke, his voice dwindled, and he lowered his head, unable to meet the gazes of those present. Qian Tong's complexion grew even more ashen, devoid of color, sweat cascading down his forehead. That a flicker of fear crossed his eyes, and his voice trembled more violently. Li Ming, you are speaking nonsense. It was your own greed that led you to covet the company's riches, thus committing such heinous acts, and now you wish to frame me. Qian Tong's voice was sharp and shrill. Desperately attempting to defend himself, silence, Ma Tong interrupted Qian Tong coldly, his eyes flashing with cold light, akin to winter frost. Qian Tong, do you think you can escape responsibility? The evidence of your and Li Meng's crimes is irrefutable. Do not think to wriggle out of this. Ma Tong's voice crashed down like thunder, instilling fear in all present. The constables in attendance immediately began to murmur among themselves, voices rising in a cacophony. Truly lawless to conspire against one's own company. One constable with a dark complexion exclaimed, his face filled with anger. Qian Tong has always been a nefarious character. He is undoubtedly greedy and cunning, another constable chimed in. His eyes brimming with disdain. Li Meng is a fool. To be threatened by Qian Tong and comply so readily shows a lack of backbone. A young constable shook his head, his expression one of disappointment. Master Ma is indeed astute, seeing through their ruse at a glance. Someone praised Ma Tong's keen insight, but it was all thanks to Brother Lin's portrait, wasn't it? An untimely voice interjected. Hush, the credit for solving this case undoubtedly belongs to Master Ma. Another voice hurriedly cautioned. Let us hope the trading company strengthens its management henceforth, so that such individuals do not infiltrate their ranks again. An elder constable expressed his concerns. Lin observed the unfolding scene with deep contemplation. His gaze flitted between Qian Tong and Li Meng, then landed on the murmuring constables. He understood that this was but a minor case in Shuangyang County, yet the darkness lurking behind it could not be overlooked. In a world rife with desire and schemes, a momentary lapse could lead one to an irrevocable downfall. That a satisfied smile emerged on Zhao's face as he approached Lin Yi, patting him on the shoulder and softly saying, Lin Yi, you performed admirably this time. Keep up the good work. His tone was filled with encouragement and anticipation. Lin Yi nodded, replying, Uncle Zhao, I will. His voice, though soft, resonated with strength. A Tong's voice rang out once more, imbued with undeniable authority. Take Qian Tong and Li Meng away, and keep them under strict surveillance, awaiting their fate. The assembly responded in unison. Their voices resonating clearly. Li Meng and Qian Tong were escorted away, their steps faltering, faces etched with despair and fear. That moment, the voice of the system suddenly echoed. Host has uncovered the truth behind the theft case and successfully apprehended the mastermind. Reward, Martial Arts Manual. 8 Trigram Step. Luoshu Plum Blossom. The 2 instruments born, Yin and Yang, within the 9 palaces stand. The 8 Trigram Step, wondrously transforming. The swan soaring through the forest, light and agile. Heaven and earth, the beginning and end, avoiding the truth. The void flashes like the wind. The 4 symbols twist and reveal the heavens, traversing the 9 palaces without cease. The startled bow's rhythm is profoundly mysterious, breaking through all directions with the force of a prison. The shallow dragon traverses the waves, rapidly advancing with myriad forms. The springtime is indeed the path of winter's arrival. Taiji transforms the suffering of all beings. Unaware of the tribulations of the world, one must remain steadfast and courageous. The 8 Trigram Step. Also known as the 9 Palaces 8 Trigram Step, it is an essential technique for practicing the 8 Trigram Palm. The 8 Trigram Step is the foundational footwork of the 8 Trigram Palm, as each circle traverses the 8 directions of the trigrams, hence its name. The founder of the 8 Trigram Palm, Dong Haichuan, often emphasized to his disciples that 100 practices do not compare to a single walk. Walking is the ancestor of all practices, advocating the importance of practicing footwork diligently. That a glimmer of excitement flashed in Lin Yi's eyes. A yearning and anticipation for newfound power. The 8 Trigram Step is a technique that can significantly enhance one's ability to evade danger. Mastering the 8 Trigram Step will greatly improve one's agility and accuracy in small-scale maneuvers. In the early stages of martial arts training, mastering such a technique as footwork is undoubtedly of paramount importance. Zhao Butu patted Lin Yi's shoulder and said, You have endured much hardship during this period. Take a few days to rest well. Lin Yi inhaled deeply, a flicker of gratitude crossing his face. Thank you, Uncle Zhao. I will take care. Zhao Butu waved his hand and turned to leave. Lin Yi watched the departing figure of Zhao Butu, a warm current surging within his heart. But he understood that Zhao Butu had always shown him great care, like a benevolent elder. Lin Yi turned and walked out of the county office, feeling a sense of relief amidst the bustling crowd of the street. He gazed up at the sky, sunlight cascading onto his face. warm and bright. His spirits lifted accordingly. Vendors lining the streets enthusiastically called out to customers as Lin Yi strolled along, his eyes sweeping over the array of goods. A smile tugged at the corners of his mouth, as if he had been transported back to the modern streets that a vendor selling candied hawthorn berries waved at him. "Hey there, young man. Come and try some candied hawthorn. They're quite sweet." Lin Yi chuckled and shook his head, continuing onward. After walking for a while, he arrived at a bookstore. He paused, scanning the shelves filled with various books, and inwardly marveled. Indeed, the literature of the martial world differs vastly from that of the modern era. The content is rich and diverse that he casually picked up a book titled Secrets of the Martial World, flipped through a few pages, and discovered it contained numerous intriguing tales from the Jianghu. A glimmer of curiosity flashed in his eyes as he thought, "This information may prove useful to me." Thus, Lin Yi purchased several books from the stall, eager to bring them home. Chapter 6. Martial World News. Clutching the carefully selected books tightly against his chest, Lin Yi hurried home. His heart surged with excitement and urgency. He could hardly wait to return home and delve into the mysteries contained within the pages. Upon finally reaching home, he swiftly closed the door behind him. His movements practiced and efficient, as if fearing the external clamor might intrude upon his impending training, that he adeptly shed his somewhat constricting outer garments and donned a comfortable training suit. The attire clung to his form, providing him with an unparalleled sense of ease and comfort. He stepped steadily into the center of the courtyard, his feet slightly apart, shoulder-width apart, his posture erect, resembling a proud pine standing tall. That he took a deep breath, calming his mind, and then slowly assumed the initial stance of the Bagua footwork. That a look of intense focus flickered in his eyes, akin to the twinkling of cold stars in the night sky. Bright and resolute, silently, he recited the essence of the footwork. The Bagua footwork emphasizes agility and adaptability, flowing like a continuous stream. Lin Yi's feet began to move slowly. Initially, his movements appeared somewhat awkward. But as he concentrated fully, his body gradually adapted to the changing footwork. His movements flowed like clouds in water, showing no signs of stagnation. Every turn, every step felt so natural and fluid. His gaze was intensely focused. Beads of sweat gradually forming on his forehead, shimmering under the sunlight. Turning left, right, advancing, retreating, Lin Yi softly recited the footwork's mantra. Though his voice was gentle, it carried a resolute rhythm. His body moved in harmony with the cadence of the mantra, as if they had become one. Each step was firm and powerful, as though rooted to the ground, inseparable from the earth, impossible for anyone to dislodge him. His body darted through the courtyard with astonishing speed. His footfalls as elusive as a phantom. That a glimmer of excitement appeared on Lin Yi's face, a reflection of his joy and progress and anticipation for what lay ahead. That he could distinctly feel his footwork becoming increasingly proficient, his body's agility continuously enhancing. With each step, with each turn, he moved more swiftly and accurately than before. Taking a moment to pause, Lin Yi inhaled deeply, attempting to steady his rapid breath. Beads of sweat trickled down his cheeks, falling to the ground and vanishing in an instant. That a fleeting sense of satisfaction gleamed in his eyes as he inwardly praised, "Indeed, the Bagua footwork is remarkable. If I can master it, I will surely gain an advantage in battle." After a brief rest, Lin Yi prepared to practice the Hu family knife techniques. At that moment, he once again stood in the center of the courtyard, grasping a long knife, which glinted with a cold brilliance under the sun. He swung the long knife, the blade slicing through the air with a hissing sound, sharp and fierce, as if it sought to rend the very atmosphere. Each strike carried a fierce wind, seeming to cleave through all obstacles before him. Lin Yi's motions were swift and precise, every technique executed with clarity and decisiveness, showing no signs of hesitation. The sweat beads on his forehead sparkled in the sunlight, yet did not detract from his unwavering focus and determination. The knife flew forth like the wind, as fast as lightning. Lin Yi let out a low shout, the long knife cleaving forward with ferocity, its light akin to a flash of lightning, instantaneously slicing through the air. Suddenly, his movements halted, the long knife held horizontally across his chest, his gaze piercing as he stared ahead, as if faced with a mortal enemy. A cold smirk played upon Lin Yi's lips as he murmured, "Qinglang Zhai, one day, I shall make you pay." Lin Yi had not forgotten that his parents had fallen victim to Qinglang Zhai, The enmity of his parents was one that could not coexist. Moreover, Qinlang Zhai had wreaked havoc for years, burning, killing, plundering, and committing unspeakable atrocities, a true embodiment of evil that he understood that eradicating Qinlang Zhai would not only avenge his parents but also rid the common folk of their plight. And surely, he would be rewarded handsomely, propelling him further along the path of martial arts. Having completed his knife training, Lin Yi was now breathless. His clothes soaked with sweat, he wiped his brow and trudged back indoors. Fatigue settling upon him, that he picked up the books he had bought and sat at the table, excitement bubbling within him as he opened the first page. The content within the book immediately captivated his attention. Immersing him in an entirely new world, it turned out that the martial practitioners in this world are categorized into realms: postnatal, innate in spirit, yang spirit, and celestial being. Lin Yi recited softly, a flicker of curiosity igniting in his eyes. He continued to read, the book detailing the attributes and cultivation methods associated with each realm. The postnatal realm is attained by ordinary individuals through physical training and enhancing their internal energy. The innate realm, however, involves breaking through the barriers of life and death, connecting with the heavens and earth, transforming internal energy into true qi. Lin Yi's brow furrowed slightly as he pondered. It seems my current strength is still far from sufficient. I must hasten my elevation to a higher realm. But he continued flipping through the pages, his gaze intent and eager, as if searching for the secrets to strength. Those of the Yin spirit realm can project their spirit, traversing hundreds of miles with a mere thought, even planting their consciousness to ensnare souls from afar. The Yang spirit practitioners can traverse vast distances in an instant, and there are the celestial beings, whose every action aligns with the heavenly path, possessing the might to move mountains and fill seas. Such realms filled Lin Yi with longing. He envisioned a day when he too would reach such heights, becoming a revered strong man admired by all. The book also chronicled many extraordinary tales from the martial world. Lin Yi's gaze lingered over a passage recounting the history of the Dacian kingdom, and he silently marveled at its rich heritage, where martial practitioners were abundant and masters emerged in droves. 300 years prior, an invasion by foreign tribes plunged the Central Plains into despair, war raging for over a decade, causing untold suffering among the populace. A young Han named Qian Wu, gifted beyond measure, entered the innate realm at 12, the Yin spirit at 16, and rose to lead the resistance against the foreign invasion. Achieving victory time and again, by the age of 24, he ascended to the Yang spirit realm, even confronting the celestial beings, slaying the right virtuous king of the Xiongnu and Jiyuan city, at 36. He broke through to the celestial being realm, taking the initiative to launch a northern expedition. He defeated the 3 celestial beings of the northern tribes on the grasslands, instilling fear across the land. He was revered as the sovereign of the world, founding the Dacian kingdom, which endures to this day. As night quietly descended, Lin Yi closed the book and slowly walked into the courtyard. He gazed up at the starry sky, the twinkling stars resembling jewels embedded in a black canvas that a determined light flickered in his eyes. Such realms, I too shall one day attain, to witness the splendor of the celestial beings, and discover what lies beyond them. His heart brimmed with fervor, knowing his journey would be long, yet he would never waver, that he firmly believed that with relentless effort and continuous cultivation, he would one day stand atop the pinnacle of martial arts. Gazing down upon all beings. Chapter 7. The trail of the Qinglang. The next day, the morning sun filtered through the window, gently bathing Lin Yi's face. He slowly opened his eyes, the tales of martial world news he had read the previous night swirling in his mind like a revolving lantern, stirring a tide of emotions within him. Lin Yi sat up from his bed, his posture poised and agile, swiftly donning his attire with crisp efficiency, devoid of any semblance of hesitation, as though filled with an invisible zeal. After casually having breakfast at home, Lin Yi hastened towards the county office. Along the way, he relished the legendary stories of martial experts, his heart brimming with anticipation for the future. Clad in the uniform of a constable, Lin Yi arrived at the county office, invigorated. The morning sun illuminated the vermilion door of the office, reflecting a dazzling brilliance. He stepped into the courtyard, where Zhao Buta stood, a ledger in hand, his expression grave. Lin Yi, today you and several brothers will patrol the streets. Ensure to maintain order. Zhao Buta raised his head, looking at Lin Yi and spoke slowly. Lin Yi clasped his hands in respect, replying, "Rest assured, Zhao Budu. I will give it my all." With that, Lin Yi set off with his fellow constables, embarking on a day of patrol duty. They proceeded slowly along the bustling street, flanked by shops displaying an array of wares. The sounds of haggling and lively banter filling the air. Lin Yi walked attentively, keenly observing his surroundings as his sharp gaze swept over the passers-by. The enticing aroma wafting from the street vendor stalls compelled him to pause momentarily. He watched the vendors skillfully flipping pancakes, a satisfied smile gracing his face. Nearby, children laughed and played, chasing a vividly colored kite. Lin Yi savored the bustling atmosphere of this vibrant marketplace, feeling a profound sense of contentment. Before he realized it, they had arrived at Anqing Alley in the western part of the city, known as the most prosperous area of the county. The architecture in the alley was uniquely exquisite. Adorned with intricate carvings and paintings, though it appeared somewhat desolate, the passers-by were all clad in fine silks, undeniably wealthy or noble. However, as he passed by the entrance of the fireworks building, Lin Yi inadvertently caught sight of a man hastily exiting. The man was disheveled, his steps unsteady. Initially, Lin Yi paid little mind, dismissing him as merely a drunken rogue, but when the man adjusted his clothing, a tattoo on his chest was inadvertently revealed. Lin Yi's heart raced. The tattoo depicted a blue wolf. Instantly, the three characters Qinglang Zhai flashed in his mind. Only those from Qinglang Zhai bore such a tattoo, meaning this man was likely affiliated with them. A surge of alertness washed over Lin Yi. He informed his fellow constables that he was feeling unwell and urged them to continue their patrols while he discreetly followed the man. Unaware he was being pursued, the man staggered along. Lin Yi carefully trailed behind, maintaining a safe distance to avoid detection. After navigating through several narrow alleys, the man finally approached an imposing residence. Lin Yi glanced up and saw the plaque above the entrance reading Li Mansion. His heart sank. The owner of this mansion was none other than Li Tianze, one of the three chief constables of Shuangyang County. The man quietly approached the back door of Li Mansion. After knocking in a specific pattern, the door cracked open, and with a swift motion, he slipped inside, the door closing silently behind him. Lin Yi was filled with confusion and shock. How could Li Tianze, as a chief constable, be connected to someone with a blue wolf tattoo? Did Chief Li have ties with Qinglang Zhai? He concealed himself in a corner, carefully observing the movements within the estate. Approximately a quarter of an hour later, the man exited Li Mansion and, after taking a few winding turns, headed back towards the fireworks building. Lin Yi followed him to the building and, upon confirming he had entered a young woman's room, quietly departed. Lin Yi's heart raced. He knew he had uncovered a momentous secret. He prepared to return and report this significant discovery to Chief Zhao on his way back. Lin Yi's emotions remained tumultuous. He could scarcely fathom that the highly esteemed Chief Li Tianze might be entangled with the infamous Qinglang Zhai, but he silently vowed to uncover the truth and restore clarity to Shuangyang County. Upon returning to the county office, Lin Yi rushed to Chief Zhao's office. "Uncle Zhao, I have made a significant discovery," he exclaimed, panting heavily. Chief Zhao set down the documents he was reviewing and looked up at Lin Yi, his eyes reflecting curiosity. Lin Yi recounted his observations in Anqing Alley in detail. After hearing his account, Chief Zhao's expression grew grave as he paced the room, contemplating their course of action. "Lin Yi, this matter is of utmost importance. We must proceed with caution to avoid alarming the enemy," Chief Zhao stated firmly, fixing his gaze on Lin Yi. Lin Yi nodded in understanding. "Uncle Zhao, I comprehend. However, we must swiftly gather evidence to clarify the relationship between Li Tianze and Qinglang Zhai." Chief Zhao replied, "Time is of the essence. We must head to the fireworks building." Lin Yi nodded in agreement. Quickly changing into plain clothes, they stealthily made their way to the fireworks building, which was bustling with merriment, filled with laughter and the sounds of music. They skillfully navigated through the throngs of people and soon located the room of the man they were tracking. Lin Yi cautiously approached the window, peering through the gap to observe inside. The flickering candlelight revealed the man engaged in unspeakable acts with a woman in bed. Lin Yi felt his face flush, while Chief Zhao coughed discreetly, signaling him to remain composed. They waited patiently at the window, the passage of time seeming to stretch infinitely. Finally, after the man finished, he stretched contentedly, dressed hastily, and made his way out of the city. Seeing this, Chief Zhao and Lin Yi swiftly followed, maintaining a distance to avoid detection. The man entered a serene wooded area outside the city, where silence reigned, interrupted only by the occasional chirping of birds. Exchanging a glance with Chief Zhao, they recognized the moment had come. They emerged simultaneously, surrounding the man from both sides. Chief Zhao stood with his arms crossed, a look of disdain on his face. He turned to Lin Yi and said, "Lin Yi, this is a valuable opportunity for you to demonstrate your skills. Apprehend him." Understanding the unspoken command, Lin Yi stepped forward. The man, realizing he was cornered, initially appeared startled. But then his expression hardened as he assumed a combative stance. Remaining unperturbed, Lin Yi executed the Bagua footwork, his form becoming elusive, akin to a specter. The man, enraged, lunged at Lin Yi, but his strikes met only air as Lin Yi deftly evaded each attack with ease. As the man's frustration mounted, his attacks grew increasingly erratic. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Yi lunged forward, sidestepping the man's punch while grasping his arm and twisting it forcefully. The man yelped in pain, and Lin Yi swiftly delivered a kick to his knee, causing him to collapse to the ground. In a fluid motion, Lin Yi secured the man's hands behind his back, effectively subduing him without hesitation. Chief Zhao observed from the side, a satisfied smile spreading across his face as he nodded approvingly. "Well done, Lin Yi. You have made significant progress." Chapter 8. Turning the tables, Chief Zhao and Lin Yi took the man to a secluded location to begin the interrogation. Chief Zhao's gaze was piercing as he fixed his eyes on the man, coldly demanding, "Speak. What is your relationship with Li Tianzi? Why do you bear a blue wolf tattoo?" The man defiantly retorted, "I don't know what you're talking about. Let me go." Lin Yi tightened his grip on the man's shoulder, eliciting another pained scream from him. "Confess, or you will regret it," Lin Yi asserted sternly. The man's complexion turned pale, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead, yet he remained silent. Chief Zhao scoffed, "It seems you will not shed tears until you see the coffin." "Lin Yi, show him what he has to look forward to." Upon hearing this, Lin Yi increased his pressure, but the man continued to hold his tongue. Lin Yi regarded the captured man with a cold smile. Slowly speaking, "Do you know of a punishment known as impunishment?" The man's expression shifted to one of confusion, fear flickering in his eyes as he stammered. Lin Yi elaborated, "First, you will be bound to a large tree and coated in honey. Then, a jar filled with starving ants will be placed nearby. Once the jar is opened, the ants will be irresistibly drawn to the sweetness of the honey, swarming over your body. Imagine the agony of thousands of ants biting into your flesh. It would be unbearable." As he spoke, Lin Yi gestured animatedly, vividly illustrating the torment. The man's face turned ashen as he listened, his body trembling involuntarily. His lips quivered, and he pleaded with a whimper, "Please, don't do this to me. I'll talk. I'll tell you everything." Lin Yi scoffed, "You should have said so sooner. Now speak." Swallowing hard, the man stuttered, "In 3 days, the county magistrate of Shuangyang will escort tax funds with Li Tianzi to Pingshan County. Qinglang Zhai sent me to find out the route. However, Li Tianzi has yet to receive the route from the magistrate. He plans to leave signals along the way to guide Qinglang Zhai to ambush the tax funds." Lin Yi's gaze turned increasingly frigid as he absorbed the man's confession. "Excellent, but words alone are insufficient. Write down your crimes and sign it." The man, fearing defiance, trembled as he took the pen and complied with Lin Yi's demands, documenting his misdeeds and pressing his seal. Satisfied with the confession, Lin Yi retrieved a pill from his pocket and handed it to the man. "Take this." The man looked at the pill in terror, asking, "What is this?" Lin Yi replied ominously, "This is poison. If you dare betray us or inform Qinglang Zhai that you have been captured, you will succumb to its effects in 5 days, dying a wretched death." The man's face paled further, and after a moment of hesitation, he swallowed the pill obediently. Lin Yi watched as the man ingested the pill. "Now, you may return to Qinglang Zhai to relay your message. Remember to follow our plan, or prepare for the consequences." The man nodded repeatedly. "I will comply. I will comply." With a wave of his hand, Lin Yi signaled for the man to leave. The man bolted away, scrambling in the direction of Qinglang Zhai as if he had been granted a reprieve. As Lin Yi observed the man's retreating figure, he mentally strategized the upcoming plan, that he understood this was an opportunity to turn the tables and eradicate Qinglang Zhai once and for all. After concluding the interrogation of the man, Lin Yi and Chief Zhao wasted no time and hurried to the residence of County Magistrate Ma. The mansion exudes a solemn and imposing aura. with stone lions at the entrance signifying the status of its master. Lin Yi and Captain Zhao were ushered into the main hall by the servants of the estate, where they beheld County Lieutenant Ma seated in a grand armchair. His expression grave. Lieutenant Ma inquired in a deep voice, "What urgent matters do you wish to report?" "Esteemed Lieutenant, the situation is dire. Allow me to present my account," Captain Zhao responded, clasping his hands in salute. His tone urgent. Lieutenant Ma nodded slightly, gesturing for them to sit and speak at their leisure. Captain Zhao elaborated on the information they had gathered, detailing Lin Yi's strategy. As Lieutenant Ma listened, his brow occasionally furrowed, then relaxed, his gaze revealing deep contemplation. Once Captain Zhao concluded, Lieutenant Ma remained silent for a moment before stating, "Although this plan carries risks, it is worth attempting. Should we succeed in eradicating the Qinglang village, it would be a significant boon for our county." Lin Yi promptly asserted, "Lieutenant, we shall exert our utmost efforts to ensure the success of this endeavor." Lieutenant Ma nodded in agreement, saying, "Very well, let us proceed according to the plan." Meanwhile, the man who had been released returned to Qinglang village. He reported the situation to the village chief and, in accordance with Lin Yi's instructions, refrained from disclosing his capture. Upon hearing the report, the village chief, Zhao Qinglang, was overjoyed and began preparations to seize the tax funds. 3 days later, under the scorching sun, Lieutenant Ma and Li Tianzi led a contingent, escorting the tax revenue as they progressed slowly. The carts in the procession were laden heavily, their wheels leaving deep ruts in the dirt road, but Li Tianzi appeared to be attentively surveying the surroundings. Yet he discreetly left signals along the roadside trees and beside the stones that only Qinglang village could decipher. Not far behind, Captain Zhao and Lin Yi stealthily trailed with a larger group. Concealed within the woods, they kept their eyes fixed on the procession, not missing a single movement. Lin Yi expressed his concern. "Uncle Zhao, our plan is sound, but what if something unforeseen befalls Lieutenant Ma? We would lose both the lady and the soldiers." Captain Zhao chuckled. You worry too much. Lieutenant Ma is no weakling. His ability to oversee the county's law enforcement speaks volumes of his prowess." Lin Yi smiled self-deprecatingly, contemplating, "Indeed, this is a world where martial prowess reigns supreme. Who says only constables possess martial skills? If Lieutenant Ma lacked such abilities, how could he maintain order among the constables or govern the county's safety?" Before long, the men from Qinglang village appeared, charging down the hillside like a pack of ferocious wolves, their battle cries echoing. Lieutenant Ma swiftly drew his sword to engage in combat with Zhao Qinglang. At that moment, Li Tianzi suddenly turned traitor, launching a fierce attack on Lieutenant Ma, aiming to eliminate him. However, Lieutenant Ma had anticipated this move and deftly evaded the strike. Li Tianzi, "You traitor! I knew you could not be trusted." Lieutenant Ma bellowed in fury. Just then, Captain Zhao and Lin Yi led a large force from their hiding place, encircling the men of Qinglang village. "Today marks your end, brigands of Qinglang village," Captain Zhao declared loudly. Captain Zhao darted towards Li Tianzi. Realizing the peril, Li Tianzi attempted to flee, but Captain Zhao's martial skills matched his own, leaving him no room to escape. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Yi launched a surprise attack, striking Li Tianzi with his blade, severely wounding him, causing him to collapse to the ground. "Bind him," Lin Yi commanded, and several constables quickly advanced to restrain Li Tianzi. Meanwhile, Lieutenant Ma, who had been locked in combat with Zhao Qinglang, witnessed Li Tianzi's capture and unleashed the Wudong sword technique, the blade flashing like lightning, each move imbued with an irresistible authority and strength. Zhao Qinglang, employing the heavenly wolf fist, found himself at a disadvantage. Struggling against the onslaught that moment, Captain Zhao, having subdued Li Tianzi, rushed to assist Lieutenant Ma. The two of them combined their efforts, intensifying their assault. Zhao Qinglang, now beleaguered, found it increasingly difficult to defend himself. "Zhao Qinglang, today you shall have no escape," Captain Zhao shouted, swinging his blade with a gusty whistle toward Zhao Qinglang. Lieutenant Ma seized the moment to thrust his sword, striking Zhao Qinglang in the shoulder. Ultimately, under the combined might of Captain Zhao and Lieutenant Ma, Zhao Qinglang was defeated, collapsing to the ground. "The bandit leader has been captured. You all surrender your weapons," Lieutenant Ma roared. Seeing their chief apprehended, the remaining brigands of Qinglang village lost all will to fight and surrendered without a struggle. "Take all these criminals back to the county office for judgment," Lieutenant Ma commanded firmly, Chapter 09. The post-heaven realm. Lin Yi stood quietly to the side, his mind replaying Lieutenant Ma's extraordinary combat prowess. Lieutenant Ma moved with the grace of a dragon, wielding his sword with the ferocity of a tempest, each strike radiating an awe-inspiring authority and power that left spectators breathless. Lin Yi was filled with astonishment and admiration, never expecting that Lieutenant Ma was a disciple of Wudong, possessing such remarkable martial skills. Seemingly emerging from the annals of legend, that as the fierce battle drew to a close, the air was thick with the acrid scent of smoke and blood. The group began to clear the aftermath, binding the defeated brigands of Qinglang village. Lin Yi, still immersed in the thrill of the recent conflict, hurried over to Captain Zhao, his eyes reflecting the shock of the earlier battle. The dazzling swordplay played vividly in his mind, and he could not help but exclaim, "Uncle Zhao, I never imagined Lieutenant Ma's martial prowess was so formidable." Captain Zhao smiled slightly, his expression a blend of admiration for Lieutenant Ma and playful teasing of Lin Yi's naivety. His eyes shone with genuine respect as he remarked, "Lin Yi, you are not aware of the depths of Wudang. It is the foremost sect of the Taoist school, renowned far and wide, with a rich heritage. Their history spans millennia, and their prestige in the martial world is unparalleled. With numerous disciples scattered throughout the land, each is exceptionally skilled, embodying both virtue and artistry. Though Lieutenant Ma is impressive, he is merely an ordinary disciple within Wudong." Lin Yi listened entranced, as if Captain Zhao's words transported him to a mysterious and alluring realm of martial arts. His eyes sparkled with curiosity and longing as he eagerly inquired, "Captain Zhao, just how powerful is the Wudong sect?" Captain Zhao lifted his gaze towards the distant sky, as if tracing the threads of ancient martial legends. That he spoke slowly. "The Wudong sect boasts a profound and extensive martial arts system. They possess exquisite sword techniques, such as the Tai Chi swordplay, which balances softness and hardness, yielding an unpredictable flow that confounds adversaries. Their formidable fist techniques harness deep internal energy, delivering astonishing power with each strike. Moreover, their internal cultivation methods, such as Pure Yang Ultimate Skill and Tai Chi Divine Skill, are unparalleled in the world. Even more significantly, the sect is home to transcendent beings who stand at the pinnacle of martial arts. Capable of commanding the elements at will, their might unfathomable. Their every action reverberates throughout the martial world, making them the objects of admiration and aspiration for countless martial artists." As Lin Yi absorbed Captain Zhao's descriptions, he could not help but gasp in awe, his reverence for Wudong growing ever deeper. He envisioned the legendary martial masters traversing the world, upholding justice and righteousness. Captain Zhao returned his gaze to Lin Yi's eager expression and continued, "Now let us speak of the post-heaven realm. As you are just beginning your journey into martial arts, you may not fully grasp its intricacies. The initial stage of the post-heaven realm focuses on mastering techniques through repetitive practice. By honing various martial arts skills, one enhances physical coordination and reaction time. This is akin to laying a solid foundation for a building. Only a stable base can support the construction of taller structures. Following this, one cultivates internal energy, that if one can successfully cultivate internal strength, their attacks become more potent, and their speed increases. Internal energy flows like a river, infusing one's techniques with formidable power. The next step involves unblocking the 12 meridians. These meridians function as pathways within the body. Only by opening them can internal energy flow smoothly, unlocking greater potential. That I have currently opened 7 meridians, granting me some level of strength in our Shuangyang County, enabling me to handle ordinary cases and confront small-time thieves. Lieutenant Ma, however, is extraordinary, having opened all 12 meridians, with profound internal energy and mastery over its application, far surpassing my abilities." Lin Yi listened intently, his eyes glued to Captain Zhao, as if fearing he might miss a single word. He pressed on, "And what follows after the 12 meridians are opened?" Captain Zhao took a deep breath and continued, "Once the 12 meridians are opened, the next step is to unblock the 8 extraordinary meridians. Unlike the 12, the 8 are more elusive and challenging to access. This requires exceptional talent, unwavering determination, and relentless effort. When all 8 meridians are unblocked, if one can also penetrate the life and death barrier, they can transcend into the innate realm. The innate realm represents the true pinnacle of martial prowess, where internal energy transforms into genuine qi, allowing one to sense the forces of nature and harness them for their own purposes. Only those who reach this realm can firmly establish their footing in the martial world and become esteemed heroes. Lin Yi felt his heart surge with excitement, envisioning himself continuously climbing the path of martial arts, breaking through one realm after another, ultimately becoming a legendary hero. His fists instinctively clenched tighter, his pursuit of martial arts growing ever more resolute. At that moment, a voice suddenly echoed in Lin Yi's mind. "Congratulations, host. Due to your meritorious actions in this endeavor, you are awarded the turtle breathing technique. This skill conceals one's internal cultivation level and provides immunity against toxic gases." The turtle breathing technique, originally derived from ancient sages who imitated the tortoise's ability to hold its breath, has undergone numerous refinements and studies by later generations, evolving into a remarkable martial art for defense. Practicing this internal skill invigorates the practitioner, allowing their vital energy to flow through their body like the shell of a tortoise, enhancing their defenses. Furthermore, it enables the body to function at minimal energy expenditure, allowing for prolonged periods without the need to breathe. Lin Yi's heart soared with joy. This turtle breathing technique arrived at the perfect moment. With this newfound skill, his journey through the martial world would be bolstered with an added layer of security. Upon returning to the county office, Lin Yi's exemplary performance during the mission earned him significant accolades that he learned that these accolades could be exchanged for martial arts in the arsenal, and without hesitation. He made his way there in the arsenal. Lin Yi's gaze flitted among the dazzling array of martial manuals and exquisite weapons that masked the existence of the turtle breathing technique he first exchanged for a fundamental internal skill. Although basic, it would lay a solid foundation for his future cultivation. Subsequently, he set his sights on a finely forged sword. The blade shimmered with a chilling luster, its edge razor-sharp, and the patterns along its body resembled dragon scales. Unmistakably a rare weapon. Lin Yi gently caressed the blade, feeling its icy touch, as if he could sense its latent power. Then, he discovered a precious ginseng pill, renowned for enhancing internal strength, a rare elixir for those cultivating within the acquired realm. With the newly acquired martial arts, the exquisite sword, and the elixir in hand, Lin Yi's spirit brimmed with determination, but he understood that in the vast and treacherous martial world, he had a long journey ahead. Yet he firmly believed that with relentless effort, he would surely become a master in his own right, penning his own legendary tale. Chapter 10. Opening the Meridians. Lin Yi, elated with his newfound treasures, embarked on his journey home, his heart brimming with joy. Along the way, a smile lingered at the corners of his mouth, his mood as bright as a clear blue sky as he glanced upward. The brilliant sunlight gently cascaded upon his face, bestowing upon him strands of warmth, as if silently congratulating him on his success. Reflecting on his long-awaited revenge and the justice he had finally delivered for his deceased parents, a profound sense of fulfillment and responsibility surged within him. Thus, he resolved to purchase offerings and pay respects to his parents atop the mountain outside the city. With lighthearted steps, he entered the bustling marketplace. His focus unwavering as he navigated the various stalls, meticulously selecting offerings that his parents had cherished in life. For his father, he chose the rich and fragrant Jiaoji wine, envisioning the satisfied smile that would grace his father's face as he savored it. For his mother, he selected fragrant fruits, with both hands laden with offerings. Lin Yi made his way toward the mountain outside the city. The path to the mountain was rugged and uneven, strewn with stones of various sizes and deep crevices. Yet, Lin Yi's heart remained exceptionally tranquil. Undeterred by the challenging journey, at last he arrived at his parents' graves. Gently, he set down the offerings, then picked up a nearby broom to meticulously clear away the weeds and fallen leaves surrounding the grave. With each sweep, he imbued his actions with deep respect and longing. "Father, mother, I have avenged you at last." Lin Yi's voice trembled slightly. "The scoundrels of the Qinglang stronghold have been completely eradicated. They can no longer wreak havoc or harm the innocent. You can rest in peace, knowing your spirits are at ease." His words echoed through the mountains. Before the grave, Lin Yi stood silently, allowing his thoughts to flow freely. Memories of his original self surfaced unbidden. The warm moments shared with his parents. The laughter, the love in that moment. He felt an unprecedented sense of relief and tranquility, as if all his burdens had dissipated into thin air. With the satisfaction of vengeance fulfilled, He truly merged with his body. His thoughts clear and untroubled, his soul deeply comforted. After paying his respects to his parents, Lin returned home with a heart both calm and filled with strength that he carefully closed the door behind him, wary of the external clamor intruding upon this moment of serenity. Then he sat by the bedside, ready to commence his training in the turtle breathing technique. The system's reward of the turtle breathing technique had granted him immediate access to its fundamentals. A delightful surprise that filled him with anticipation and excitement that he slowly closed his eyes, focusing on the faint yet orderly flow of internal energy within him, almost hearing the gentle murmur of it coursing through his meridians. The wonder of the turtle breathing technique lies in its autonomous operation, as if an invisible master were silently guiding the internal energy through his meridians, ceaselessly at work, akin to continuous practice. Lin quieted his mind, dismissing all distractions, and carefully savored this extraordinary sensation. Each cycle of internal energy felt like a small breakthrough, drawing him ever closer to martial mastery. Next, his thoughts drifted to the precious ginseng pill. He carefully retrieved it, observing its pristine, luminescent white form, shimmering with an ethereal glow, its fragrance invigorating to the senses. After contemplating it for a moment, Lin unhesitatingly placed it in his mouth. The pill melted instantly, and in an instant, a formidable surge of medicinal power erupted within him, akin to a roaring tide. Lin hastily focused his mind, directing the overwhelming medicinal force toward the blockages in his meridians. Fueled by the potency of the medicine, Lin gritted his teeth, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead, soaking his clothes. Each assault on the meridian blockages felt like a battle against an invisible mountain. Painful, yet arduous. Nevertheless, his eyes shone with determination and resilience. He understood that this was the necessary path towards strength. After a prolonged and grueling endeavor, he finally succeeded in opening two meridians, the Han-Tying Lung Meridian and the Han-Yongming Large Intestine Meridian. The Han-Tying Lung Meridian flows from the chest to the hand, serving as the first channel for the body's vital energy. The Han-Yongming Large Intestine Meridian extends from the hand to the head, gathering yang energy. With the opening of these meridians, Lin felt invigorated, his strength significantly amplified, especially in his arms, which felt several times stronger. Lin slowly opened his eyes, excitement glimmering within them, that he sensed the abundant and powerful internal energy coursing through him. Akin to a surging river, as a satisfied and proud smile spread across his face, that he knew that his strength had vastly improved overnight, taking a significant step forward on his path of martial arts. The following day, Lin arrived at the county office, exuding energy and vitality. The moment Zhao the captain and the others laid eyes on him, they keenly sensed a dramatic transformation in his aura. He was no longer the inexperienced youth of yore. He seemed reborn, brimming with confidence and an imposing presence. "Lin, my boy, how is it that you appear to have transformed overnight?" Zhao the captain inquired, scrutinizing him with a mix of curiosity and surprise. The others gathered around, chattering animatedly. "Indeed, Lin, have you encountered some fortuitous event? With that spirit of yours, surely something wonderful has occurred." Lin chuckled lightly, downplaying his progress by attributing it to the powerful effects of the ginseng pill. Upon hearing this, the crowd revealed expressions of envy. "Oh my, to think the ginseng pill possesses such miraculous effects. How enviable! I too wish to consume one," one constable exclaimed, his eyes glimmering with desire. "Come now, a single ginseng pill requires several years of merit. Better to exchange it for martial arts," a middle-aged constable remarked enviously. Zhao the captain's eyes brightened, determination flickering within him. "It seems this ginseng pill is indeed a treasure. I must also exchange for one from the arsenal." Days later, Zhao the captain successfully exchanged for a ginseng pill using his own merits. Upon returning home, he locked his door tight and devoted himself to training. With the aid of the pill's formidable potency, he too successfully opened his 8th meridian, when he reappeared before the others. His martial prowess had significantly advanced, and his presence had grown even more formidable, instilling a sense of awe in those around him. The people in the county office were genuinely pleased for Zhao the captain, while simultaneously filled with admiration and longing for Lin Yi's rapid progress. They were deeply inspired, redoubling their efforts in training, each heart ablaze with a desire for strength. Chapter 11. Slaying Zhao Qinglang One Day. Upon arriving at the county office, Linny was summoned by the solemn Zhao the captain. Following Zhao the captain, Linny felt a sense of curiosity as they made their way to the county jail. Upon reaching the jail entrance, Zhao the captain stated, "Linny, County Officer Ma has been interrogating Zhao Qinglang, and we have reached a critical juncture. Your cooperation is essential." Linny nodded, saying, "Uncle Zhao, please give your orders. I shall cooperate fully." Thus, Zhao the captain quietly explained County Officer Ma's strategy. After days and nights of relentless interrogation, the dim, damp interrogation room felt as though it had been forgotten by time. Suffused with an oppressive atmosphere, County Officer Ma sat firmly at the interrogation table, his gaze piercing as he scrutinized Zhao Qinglang across from him, unwilling to miss even the slightest change in his expression. Each glance felt like a blade, attempting to pierce through Zhao Qinglang's seemingly steadfast facade. Initially, Zhao Qinglang attempted to resist, clenching his teeth and refusing to utter a single word. His gaze was imbued with ferocity and determination, as if he intended to confront everything with silence. However, under the astute psychological tactics of County Lieutenant Ma, the stubbornness of Zhao Qinglang began to show cracks that as time elapsed. Zhao Qinglang's mental defenses gradually crumbled. His eyes grew increasingly bewildered and fearful, and the once steadfast silence began to waver. Ultimately, under the immense pressure exerted by County Lieutenant Ma, he was compelled to divulge the precise location and personnel arrangements of the Qinglang stronghold. According to Zhao Qinglang, the second-in-command of the stronghold was the soul snatcher, Xiao Lin. This individual was adept in swordsmanship, his techniques as enigmatic and varied as a venomous serpent lurking in the dark of night, leaving opponents defenseless. Each strike he delivered was executed from a remarkably cunning angle, often launching attacks from the most unexpected quarters. Furthermore, he was proficient in the art of hidden weapons, utilizing projectiles that ranged from needle-like darts to razor-sharp blades, always delivering a lethal blow when his enemies were caught off guard. His methods were insidious and treacherous, instilling dread in all who faced him, for anyone who engaged him was perpetually on edge, wary of the lethal hidden weapons that could strike from any direction. As for the third-in-command, Hu, he was renowned for his formidable brute strength. Towering and brawny, his muscles were as hard as iron. He stood like a mobile fortress. His robust arms and solid chest showcased his immense power. With a volatile temperament, once he entered combat, he resembled an uncontrollable beast, charging recklessly and without restraint. His sheer physical prowess and fearless demeanor instilled fear in his adversaries. Be it slashing with blades or delivering crushing blows, to him, such attacks seemed no more than mere tickles, incapable of inflicting any substantial harm. Moreover, Zhao Qinglang revealed a crucial secret, a hidden passage known solely to him. This clandestine route lay concealed deep within the mountains, winding and intricate, leading directly to the stronghold's main hall that, if utilized properly, it could undoubtedly become the key to annihilating the Qinglang stronghold. In pursuit of this vital information regarding the hidden passage, County Lieutenant Ma and Captain Zhao engaged in a hushed deliberation outside the interrogation room. After weighing the pros and cons, they resolved to grant Zhao Qinglang a chance for survival, should he provide truthful testimony. Lin Yi, silently observing from the side, had already grasped the entire situation. When Zhao Qinglang finally disclosed the specific location of the hidden passage, he felt an immense sense of relief and was about to rise to leave, only to be instantly obstructed in his path by Lin. Zhao Qinglang glared furiously, bellowing at Lin Yi, "You promised to let me go." His voice was saturated with outrage and resentment, akin to a cornered beast betrayed. Lin Yi let out a cold laugh, his gaze icy as he retorted, "That was a promise made by County Lieutenant Ma and Captain Zhao, not by me, Lin Yi. You have committed countless atrocities. Your hands stained with the blood of innocent civilians, causing untold suffering to families, leaving many destitute. How can you be allowed to escape so easily? Justice must prevail. You must pay for your crimes." Realizing Lin Yi's unwavering stance, Zhao Qinglang felt a flicker of despair flash in his eyes, quickly supplanted by a fierce will to survive, prompting him to fight desperately, despite his injuries significantly diminishing his strength. The spirit of a cornered beast still surged forth with formidable intensity. Lin Yi, however, showed no fear. He slightly parted his feet, grounding his energy, and executed the 8-trigram step. Instantly, his figure became elusive, like a wraith, evading capture. Zhao Qinglong's attacks repeatedly missed their mark, each failed strike fueling his anger and impatience, his eyes ablaze with shock and fury. Seizing the opportunity presented by Zhao Qinglong's momentary lapse, Lin Yi unleashed the Hu family blade technique with the swiftness of a tempest. This technique, balanced in offense and defense, imbued each of Lin Yi's strikes with tremendous power and exquisite skill. The sound of each swing sliced through the air, as if attempting to rend the very atmosphere apart. Exhausted from the relentless onslaught, Zhao Qinglong's wounds reopened due to the violent movements, blood seeping incessantly, staining his garments. Yet he persisted, wide-eyed, searching for any hint of vulnerability in Lin Yi, desperately seeking a glimmer of hope. However, Lin Yi afforded him no respite. Employing the Hu family blade technique's dual capabilities, he wore down Zhao Qinglong's stamina. Finally, after a fierce exchange, Zhao Qinglang faltered, and as Lin Yi discerned the opportune moment, a glint of resolve flashed in his eyes as he thrust his blade straight for Zhao Qinglong's vital points. Caught unawares, Zhao Qinglang let out a pained cry, his body swayed, and ultimately, he collapsed lifelessly to the ground. County Lieutenant Ma and Captain Zhao approached, offering their admiration for Lin Yi's decisiveness and bravery. County Lieutenant Ma explained, "In martial arts, one must forge ahead without hesitation. Clarity of thought is paramount that we swore to release Zhao Qinglang. And should we strike again, it would breach our oath. The consequences could lead to psychological turmoil, hindering our martial progress, or worse, give rise to inner demons, leading to death and the dissolution of one's path. Thankfully, we did not misjudge you. In just a few days, you have made significant strides." Lin Yi pondered thoughtfully, secretly relieved. This was yet another profound insight into the martial arts realm that he had been unaware of. Had he not acted decisively, it might have caused great trouble for County Lieutenant Ma and Captain Zhao. Subsequently, County Lieutenant Ma resolved to gather all the constables, preparing to venture into the mountains and eradicate the Qinglang stronghold, thereby eliminating this scourge once and for all. In the courtyard of the county office, the sun blazed fiercely, rendering it difficult to open one's eyes. County Lieutenant Ma stood tall on the platform, his demeanor grave and resolute. His voice resonated powerfully, akin to the beating of war drums, echoing in every corner. "Brothers, the Qinglang stronghold has wreaked havoc for many years, committing arson, murder, and plunder, leaving no sin uncommitted. Now that we possess vital intelligence, it is time to ensnare them all and restore peace to the populace." The constables erupted in fervor, united in a resounding chorus: "Annihilate the Qinglang stronghold, safeguard the peace." Their voices thundered, soaring into the heavens, reflecting their unwavering resolve and fearless courage. Chapter 12. Assault on the Qinglang stronghold. The county office's personnel began to diligently prepare weapons and gear, inspecting the sharpness of swords and knives, ensuring bows and shields were at the ready. Determination and bravery were etched on every face, for they understood that the impending battle would be a fierce one, yet none of them faltered. Among them, Lin Yi meticulously wiped down his blade, its surface glinting coldly under the sunlight. His gaze burned with the flames of justice, his heart brimming with steadfast conviction that he knew that the forthcoming battle would be arduous. Yet he was undeterred, driven by a singular belief: to obliterate the Qinglang stronghold, to uphold justice, and to restore peace to the people that I in his mind. The system's voice echoed. "Host has slain Zhao Qinglang. Rewarded with one Bosuk snake gallbladder." The Bosuk snake. This serpent is mentioned in Buddhist scriptures, its body shimmering with golden light, adorned with fleshy horns atop its head, possessing an unusual form. Its gallbladder is exceptionally precious. After Yang Guo consumed it in the Condor Heroes, his internal energy surged, allowing previously inaccessible meridians to flow freely, greatly aiding in the cultivation of the Qian Tai heavy sword technique, elevating his martial prowess to new heights. Lin Yi swiftly sought a secluded spot to manifest the snake gallbladder. The Bosuk snake gallbladder was golden-hued, round, and plump, larger than a typical snake gallbladder. Under the sunlight, it shimmered with a mysterious luminescence, reminiscent of a dazzling gemstone. The gallbladder emitted a faint, pleasant aroma, mingling with hints of herbal fragrance. This unique scent was subtle yet distinctive, uplifting the spirit upon inhalation. Upon consuming the gallbladder, Lin Yi initially experienced a bitter taste. followed by a spicy sensation that spread across his palate. However, this spiciness soon transformed into a cooling sensation that flowed down his throat, invigorating his spirit. After ingesting the bosuk snake gallbladder, Lin Yi felt a surge of warmth rise from his abdomen, coursing through his entire being. His internal energy began to swell, as if an inexhaustible force had awakened. The previously blocked meridians gradually opened, rendering his body remarkably light that he could sense his martial prowess rapidly expanding. While his senses sharpened, making the world around him crystal clear, even allowing him to hear the distant rustling of falling leaves. This extraordinary experience left Lin Yi both exhilarated and astonished. Approximately half an hour later, Lin Yi finally refined the gallbladder, discovering that he had opened 2 additional meridians, significantly enhancing his strength, which filled him with delight and anticipation for the impending mission to eradicate the Qinglang stronghold. Once everyone was prepared, County Lieutenant Ma led this motivated troop towards the direction of the Qinglang stronghold. Under County Lieutenant Ma's command, they marched resolutely towards Shuangyang Mountain, located near Shuangyang County. This mountain loomed majestically, shrouded in mist, exuding an air of mystery and authority. The Qinglang stronghold was concealed somewhere within this mountain, akin to a malevolent wolf lurking in the shadows. After a grueling trek, they finally reached the mountain's foot. County Lieutenant Ma, with unwavering determination, gazed at the winding mountain path ahead and gestured broadly, leading the large contingent onward from the front. Simultaneously, Captain Zhao stealthily guided Lin Yi alongside a select group of astute constables. Following the route Zhao Qinglang had divulged, cautiously advancing towards the hidden passage. They moved with agility and speed, striving to make no sound, lest they alert the enemy. Within the Qinglang stronghold, a palpable atmosphere of tension and unease pervaded. A gathering of bandits congregated within the stronghold, each displaying expressions of fear and apprehension, whispering anxiously about Zhao Qinglang and the approaching army that in the stronghold's main hall. The atmosphere was suffocatingly oppressive, as if it could stifle one's breath. The third in command, Shirhu, resembled a ferocious beast ensnared in a cage. His eyes widened, his face flushed, and the veins on his forehead bulged. This moment, the furious temper had spiraled entirely out of control. He waved his robust arms incessantly, striking his subordinates with fists and kicks. The unfortunate lackeys, bruised and battered, dared not voice their anger, enduring his wrath in silence. They hung their heads low, trembling with fear. Their eyes filled with trepidation and helplessness that in stark contrast sat the second in command, the soul snatcher Shaolin, who remained composed and unperturbed, leisurely savoring his tea. His demeanor exuded calmness, as if the chaos surrounding him bore no relevance. And as if everything in this world lay within his grasp, he gently blew away the steam rising from his teacup, watching it dissipate into the air. Taking a delicate sip, he relished the fragrant tea unfurling in his mouth. Then spoke slowly, "Third brother, do not be so restless. Our Qinglang stronghold is easily defensible yet difficult to assault, situated in a perilous location. Consider the surrounding cliffs and the narrow mountain passes. How could they be breached with ease? Even if something were to happen to the eldest brother and the county officials came to attack, they would find it impossible to prevail against us." Shirhu, upon hearing this, glared with fury, his eyes wide as he abruptly tossed aside his sleeves and bellowed, "I see you are merely timid and fearful. The elder brothers have been out for so long without a word, they may have already fallen to the county officials. What good is it for us to wait idly here?" His voice thundered like a storm, reverberating throughout the hall and instilling fear in the hearts of all present. Shaolin smiled faintly, a hint of barely perceptible disdain in his expression, and replied, "Third brother, remain calm. This is merely the worst-case scenario. Even if they were to encounter misfortune, as long as we hold fast to this stronghold, bolstered by our years of accumulation and fortified defenses, we still have a chance. Once the storm passes, this Shuangyang Mountain will once again be our domain. That time, who could possibly rival us?" His eyes gleamed with a blind confidence and an insatiable thirst for power. At that moment, a flustered sentry rushed into the hall, disheveled and panic-stricken, his face etched with terror. Breathing heavily, he shouted, "It's bad, second master, third master. The county officials are attacking the stronghold." Shaolin's brow furrowed slightly. and his teacup paused momentarily in his hand. Yet he soon regained his composure. Setting down the cup, he rose, adjusted his attire, and stated confidently, "Do not panic as long as we hold our ground, with the stronghold's defenses and the bravery of our brothers. They shall not breach our walls. Once we repel this wave of assault, I shall be the new master of Qinglang's stronghold, and then we will all enjoy boundless riches and glory." His gaze swept over everyone present, attempting to bolster their spirits while envisioning the grandeur of his future reign. Meanwhile, Zhao Butu and his cadre stealthily infiltrated the stronghold through a secret passage, moving like phantoms in the night. Swift and silent. Chapter 13. The fall of Qinglang's stronghold. At the gates of the stronghold, the cacophony of battle cries erupted like thunder, shaking the heavens. Under the command of Ma County Lieutenant, the officials surged forth like a relentless tide, launching a fierce assault on the stronghold. Leading the charge, Ma wielded his sword with fervor, rallying the morale of his men with resounding shouts. The constables, resolute and determined, pressed forward, weapons in hand. Under the guidance of Shi, Hu, and Xiao Lin, the bandits within the stronghold clung tightly to the sturdy walls, forming a formidable defense from their elevated position. They drew bows and loosed arrows, hurling stones and desperately resisting the onslaught of the county officials. Arrows rained down like a storm, while stones flew through the air with a whistling sound. Crashing into the ranks of the county officials, the fierce clash ensued, neither side gaining the upper hand. The assault from the county officials was thwarted by the firepower atop the walls, rendering their breakthrough nearly impossible. Conversely, the bandits felt the pressure of the officials' fierce charge, daring not to relent. Did I end this tense moment? Zhao Butu and his team surged forth from Zhao Qinglang's chamber like a divine force descending upon the battlefield. Their swift and silent movements instantly disrupted the stronghold's defensive formations. With piercing eyes, Zhao Butu issued a command, and the team ignited torches, casting them towards various buildings and storages that in an instant, thick smoke billowed forth, enveloping the stronghold like ink, while flames soared high into the night sky, threatening to engulf it entirely. The crackling of flames intertwined with the fervent battle cries, composing a tumultuous and intense symphony of conflict. The stronghold, already fraught with anxiety due to the absence of Zhao Qinglang and his cohorts, now plunged into a state of utter panic. Xiao Lin, commanding the defense from the walls, turned to see the inferno erupting behind him, and his countenance paled in an instant. Despair and dread filled his eyes as he realized that the Qinglang stronghold was likely doomed. "Third brother, the tide has turned. Quickly, take your most trusted followers and retreat through the back mountain for further plans." Xiao Lin shouted anxiously to Shi Hu, his voice trembling with urgency. Shi Hu cast a glance at the raging flames. Gritting his teeth in defiance, he retorted, "Second brother, are we to abandon everything just like that? As long as we have the mountains, we need not fear a lack of firewood. Preserve the mountains, and we shall find fuel." Xiao Lin urged, pulling Shi Hu along with a group of loyal followers as they hastily retreated towards the back mountain. Meanwhile, the morale of the forces led by Ma County lieutenants surged high as they effortlessly breached the gates of the stronghold. The gates crumbled under their might, and they surged in like a tidal wave. Weapons glinting in the firelight, heading straight for the hall of the stronghold. In the hall, Zhao Butu, surveying from an elevated position, immediately spotted the movements of Xiao Lin and his group, swiftly leading Lin Yi and a cadre of constables to intercept them. At this point, Xiao Lin had lost the calm demeanor he had displayed while savoring tea earlier. His face was now a mask of distress, his eyes betraying panic and desperation. The sinister swordplay he had once prided himself on faltered under the steady assault of Zhao Butu. Unwilling to concede, Xiao Lin attempted to deploy concealed weapons to ambush Zhao Butu. With a flick of his wrist, several hidden projectiles flew towards Zhao Butu like shooting stars. However, Zhao Butu was prepared. His keen eyes and swift reflexes allowed him to execute the steel palm technique with precision. The forceful gust of his palm swatted down Xiao Lin's projectiles, causing them to clatter to the ground. Seizing the moment, Zhao Butu lunged forward, deftly capturing Xiao Lin's arm and twisting it behind his back, rendering him immobile and swiftly subduing him. On the other side, Lin Yi faced the ferocious Shi Hu. Like a wild beast, Shi Hu roared, swinging his powerful fists, each blow carrying the force of a tempest, intent on obliterating Lin Yi. Yet Lin Yi remained composed, his gaze steady and calm, utilizing his agile and adaptable bagua footwork. He moved like a fish in water, skillfully evading the deadly blows. Whose strikes repeatedly missed their mark, fueling his anger and causing his breath to quicken, his movements growing increasingly frantic, seizing the opportunity. Lin Yi suddenly struck. His blade cut through the air like lightning, glinting in the fire's illumination. With a cry of agony, Who clutched his eyes, blood oozing between his fingers as his assault faltered. Lin Yi, capitalizing on the moment, retaliated with lethal precision, his strikes finding their mark time and again. Ultimately, he triumphed over Who, bringing the once mighty bandit to the ground as the battle drew to a close. The Qinglang stronghold atop Shuangyang Mountain resembled a hellish battleground, smoke billowing and the air thick with the acrid scent of blood and charred remains. The once cunning and composed Shaolin, alongside the fearsome and dread-inducing Who, now lay lifeless on the ground, their bodies cold and contorted, their once menacing visages frozen in death, stripped of their former grandeur. The fates of the bandits within the stronghold varied. Some perished in the fierce and nearly catastrophic battle, their bodies strewn haphazardly across the ground, blood flowing like a river, staining the earth beneath their feet of vivid crimson, a sight both harrowing and shocking. Others, seizing the opportunity amidst the chaos, fled like startled birds from what they had once deemed a sanctuary, vanishing into the depths of the forest, leaving behind a trail of frantic footprints that whispered of their inner terror. Those who remained were enveloped in fear and despair, their fighting spirit extinguished, surrendering like wilted plants under frost, heads bowed low, eyes vacant, as if their very souls had departed. Under the leadership of Ma County Lieutenant, the officials swiftly commenced the post-battle cleanup. His expression was grave, eyes resolute as iron, his attire stained with the marks of valor from the battle, yet his stature remained erect like a steadfast mountain. Standing at the center of the stronghold, he commanded loudly, "Brothers, we have achieved a decisive victory in this campaign against the bandits, yet we must not become complacent. Now, let us begin to assess the damages and attend to the wounded. Not a single one must be overlooked." His voice resonated powerfully, echoing across the ruins in unison. The crowd responded, some constables appearing tense and focused as they busily tallied casualties and aided the injured. Others commenced meticulously counting weapons and assessing the extent of their losses. There are those who diligently record every detail of the battle, meticulously preparing for subsequent reports. Chapter 14. A Triumphant Return. Naturally, the most crucial task after victory is to control the prisoners. Some constables, armed with ropes, bind the dejected bandits, lining them up in a row. The eyes of these outlaws are filled with fear and regret. They hang their heads low, unable to meet the stern gazes of the constables. Fully aware that they are destined for the harsh punishment of the law, likely to spend the remainder of their lives behind bars soon, the crowd begins to eagerly search for the spoils of war. They wield torches, scouring the mountain's stronghold and leaving no corner unchecked, meticulously examining every room and cellar at last. They discover the storeroom of the Green Wolf stronghold deep within the enclave. The heavy door is firmly shut. But with concerted effort, they force it open as the door creaks ajar. The sight before them leaves them speechless. The storeroom is filled to the brim with boxes of silver, shimmering in the candlelight, casting a dazzling glow that nearly blinds the onlookers. That a rough estimate reveals an astonishing total of 100,000 taels. The silver is arranged with precision, as if narrating the accumulated sins of the Green Wolf stronghold over the years. In addition to silver, there are various gold and silver ornaments, precious jewels, and exquisite artifacts, each possessing considerable value. There are also several priceless paintings and calligraphies, their paper yellowed with age, yet still exuding an artistic allure. "Register and secure these silver and supplies," commanded County Lieutenant Ma calmly. At that moment, Captain Zhao and Lin Yi arrived with additional spoils. Captain Zhao handed over the gold, silver, and paintings discovered by Lin Yi to County Lieutenant Ma, who nodded in satisfaction upon receiving them. Subsequently, they unearthed several martial arts manuals from the quarters of Zhao Qinglang, Shaolin, and Who. Each manual contained records of their renowned martial arts techniques, the very foundation of their former dominance. These manuals must not fall into the hands of wrongdoers, Lin Yi stated solemnly. County Lieutenant Ma nodded in agreement, affirming, These manuals will be stored in the county armory, where they will be safeguarded to prevent further wrongdoing. At that moment, a faint sound of crying reached Lin Yi's ears. Frowning, he followed the sound and discovered it emanated from the dungeon. That he hurried to the dungeon, where he found several virtuous women imprisoned. They were tattered and weary, clearly having endured immense suffering. "County Lieutenant Ma, there are women captured by the bandits," Lin Yi exclaimed. Their faces were haggard, hair disheveled, and their eyes filled with fear and helplessness, as if they had lost all hope for life. The tear streaks on their soiled faces told tales of their torment. Upon seeing the arrival of the county officials, they seemed to glimpse a glimmer of hope in the darkness, bursting into tears that mingled relief with the pain of past sufferings. County Lieutenant Ma, witnessing this scene, felt a surge of anger and compassion. He stepped forward, his voice gentle yet resolute as he comforted the women. "Do not be afraid. You are safe now. The Green Wolf stronghold has been eradicated, and those villains can no longer harm you." That he then turned to his subordinates, instructing them to provide the women with some financial assistance, enabling them to rebuild their lives and reclaim their dignity and happiness. The women, overwhelmed with gratitude, knelt and bowed deeply, expressing their heartfelt thanks to Ma Tong and the constables for their salvation. County Lieutenant Ma helped them to their feet, a rare warmth softening his stern expression as he said, "There is no need for excessive gratitude. It is our duty," that he continued. "Next, we must thoroughly cleanse this stronghold, utterly destroying the lair of those bandits." In unison, the crowd responded affirmatively, beginning to itemize and register the goods and spoils from the Green Wolf stronghold to prevent the resurgence of the Green Wolf stronghold and to eliminate this source of evil entirely. County Lieutenant Ma decided to set fire to the stronghold. That a fierce blaze erupted, resembling a ferocious fire dragon that swiftly engulfed the entire stronghold. Thick smoke billowed into the sky, proclaiming to the world the end of wrongdoing and symbolizing the triumph of justice. The crackling of the flames resounded like a mournful elegy for the Green Wolf stronghold. Flames soared high, casting a crimson glow across half the sky. Lin Yi stood before the inferno, his heart a tumult of emotions. He knew that while this struggle had concluded, the road ahead remained fraught with challenges. "Lin Yi, what are you thinking?" Captain Zhao approached him, patting him on the shoulder. Snapped back to reality, Lin Yi smiled faintly. "Uncle Zhao, I was reflecting on how our mission is far from over. Although the Green Wolf stronghold has been defeated, many more places await our efforts to uphold justice." Captain Zhao nodded in agreement, approvingly stating, "You are correct, Lin Yi. The path of righteousness is never smooth." After all was settled, County Lieutenant Ma gazed at the smoldering ruins, inhaling deeply as if to draw in all the evil and then expel it entirely. With a grand gesture, he proclaimed, "Brothers, our mission to eradicate the bandits has been successfully completed. Let us return to the county seat with the glory of victory." The crowd erupted in cheers, their voices brimming with joy and pride. They embarked on their journey home, laden with spoils and prisoners. That on the return journey, the group felt both exhausted and elated. Their faces bore the marks of battle, dust mingled with sweat, yet their eyes sparkled with a sense of fulfillment born from the triumph of justice, an indescribable joy stemming from their efforts to ensure the safety of the people. Upon reaching the county seat, the citizens, upon witnessing County Lieutenant Ma's triumphant return, spontaneously spread the news of the Green Wolf stronghold's downfall. Soon, throngs of people lined the streets to welcome them, cheers resonating throughout the alleys and thoroughfares. "County Lieutenant Ma, Captain Zhao, you have worked hard. Thanks to you, we can live peacefully. You are our heroes. I want to be like you when I grow up and fight against evil." Hearing such praise warmed Lin Yi's heart. He understood that these were affirmations and encouragement for their hard work. Then a Tong waved to the citizens with a smile, his heart swelling with pride and a sense of duty that he knew that as the county lieutenant, his responsibilities extended beyond merely eradicating bandits. It was also about safeguarding the well-being of the people. They were greeted with flowers and wine, their eyes filled with gratitude and admiration. Children ran joyfully through the crowd, their eyes sparkling with dreams. Some elderly folks grasped the hands of the constables tightly, tears streaming down their faces, trembling lips repeatedly uttering words of thanks. Amidst the fervent welcome, they finally returned to the county office. Chapter 15. Strengthening the body and refining the mind. Upon returning to the county office, County Lieutenant Ma's weary frame scarcely had time to rest before he plunged into the subsequent complex, yet crucial tasks. His demeanor was serious, methodically directing everyone. His resonant voice echoed through the various corners of the county office, overseeing the detention of prisoners, inventorying the spoils, and recording merits. Every task was arranged with meticulous order. In the courtyard of the county office, the atmosphere was tense and oppressive. One by one, the prisoners were escorted in by the constables. Each one hung their heads low, their former arrogance vanished, replaced by a melancholic demeanor. Their eyes were filled with despair and regret, as if they had already foreseen their grim future. The constables remained serious, their gazes sharp, closely monitoring the prisoners, not daring to let their guard down for a moment. They sequentially locked the prisoners in the impressively sturdy cells. Meanwhile, boxes upon boxes of spoils continued to be brought into the county office. The mountain of treasures dazzled the eyes, and those responsible for inventory were busily engaged. Their expressions were focused as they meticulously categorized and recorded each item. From gleaming gold and silver treasures to invaluable paintings and weapons, nothing was overlooked. Their fingers danced rapidly across the ledger, ensuring that every acquisition was recorded with clarity and accuracy that in the quiet study of the county office. County Lieutenant Ma personally sat with several experienced clerks. Their expressions were serious and solemn. Thick ledgers and records spread before them. They engaged in fair evaluations and detailed records based on the valiant performances of each participant in the anti-bandit operation, the key roles they played, and their remarkable contributions. Every name and detail was considered with care, striving to bestow due recognition and honor upon each hero. Once all was recorded, Lin Yi, filled with joy, walked lightly as if treading on a spring breeze, eagerly heading towards the armory. The armory was imbued with an ancient and mysterious aura, as if each item bore the weight of time's stories. Tall shelves were neatly arranged, filled with a dazzling array of martial arts texts and precious treasures. Lin Yi's gaze was eager and intense, searching back and forth among the numerous treasures. His eyes sparkled with anticipation and longing, and ultimately, without hesitation, he spent all his merits to exchange for a precious ginseng king pill. Upon learning of Lin Yi's choice, Captain Zhao couldn't help but furrow his brow, earnestly advising, "Lin Yi, my boy, while the ginseng king pill is indeed excellent for enhancing inner strength, why not exchange for some martial arts manuals instead? Acquiring a repertoire of exquisite martial arts techniques will undoubtedly be immensely beneficial for your future journey in the martial arts realm. The extraordinary moves contained within those secret manuals might allow you to catch your adversaries off guard, leading to triumphant victories." Upon hearing this, Lin Yi displayed a confident smile and gently declined, stating, "Uncle Zhao, to be frank, my parents left me some martial arts manuals during their lifetime, and those skills are sufficient for me at present. I am acutely aware that inner strength is the foundation of martial arts. Only by enhancing my own inner power can I truly unleash the potential of those techniques. Thus, I wish to focus first on cultivating my inner strength. And once it has reached a profound level, I will then delve into those advanced martial arts manuals." Zhao, the head constable, nodded slightly, a glimmer of appreciation passing through his eyes as he replied, "Very well. As long as you are aware of your path, it is commendable for young people to have their own thoughts. As long as your decisions are well considered, pursue them boldly, that I believe you will achieve remarkable feats in the martial arts." After bidding farewell to Zhao, Lin Yi, clutching the precious ginseng king pill, returned to his residence with great enthusiasm, but he carefully closed the door, seemingly isolating the clamor and distractions of the outside world. Then he hastened to the bedside, seating himself eagerly to examine the rewards bestowed by the system. Host has slain the stone tiger and assisted in eradicating the Qing wolf stronghold. Reward: Yijin Duan Gu Pian. Yijin Duan Gu Pian. To his astonishment, it was indeed the Yijin Duan Gu Pian, originating from the world of Jin Yang's martial arts, that it possesses the ability to enhance tendons and bones, improving one's aptitude, and even remarkably rejuvenating the meridians. In the original tale, Huang Chang began his martial training at 60, ultimately becoming the greatest in the world, largely thanks to the Yijin Duan Gu. Lin Yi could hardly contain his excitement as he commenced his practice of the Yijin Duan Gu Pian. Following the instructions within, he closed his eyes, striving to eliminate the distracting thoughts within his mind. Allowing his mental state to gradually attain tranquility, that he inhaled slowly and deeply, as if drawing in the purest spiritual energy from the heavens and the earth, then exhaled gently and evenly, as if expelling all the turbid energy and worries within him. With each rhythmic breath, his body gradually entered a marvelous state of relaxation and alertness, where everything around him seemed inconsequential, and only his breath and inner peace mattered at that moment. Subsequently, Lenny began to practice the breathing techniques described in the text. Each breath felt as gentle as a spring breeze caressing the still surface of a lake, creating subtle yet beautiful ripples that he could sense an almost imperceptible energy within him flowing smoothly. Warm and gentle, like a babbling brook nurturing every corner of his being. As time passed slowly, Lenny felt as if his body was gradually shedding heavy shackles, becoming light as a feather. As if ready to soar free from the constraints of the mortal world, that a warm current meandered within him, causing every muscle to quiver slightly, as if rejoicing. Every bone emitted soft sounds, as if being reshaped and reborn. The indescribable and wondrous transformations filled him with awe. Indeed, the Qian Dynasty is extraordinary. Lenny marveled inwardly, filled with reverence and gratitude for this miraculous martial arts technique, that he focused even more intently on guiding the energy within him, allowing it to permeate every minuscule corner of his body like fine spring rain, nourishing every cell and awakening every latent potential. That moment, Lenny suddenly remembered the ginseng king pill in his possession. Without hesitation, he retrieved the pill from his bosom, determination flashing in his eyes. The pill exuded an alluring fragrance, as if beckoning him to harness a greater power. Without a moment's hesitation, he swallowed the pill whole. Instantly, a powerful force akin to surging waves erupted within him. Chapter 16. The disappearance of Xiao, who the medicinal power swiftly integrated into his meridians and bones, and Lin Yi felt his channels rapidly expanding, as if an invisible, formidable force was forcibly widening the previously narrow pathways. His inner strength flowed like a relentless river, surging through his meridians, crashing against every barrier and obstruction. Such potent medicinal power. Although it was not his first experience with the ginseng king pill, Lin Yi remained awestruck by its formidable efficacy. Gritting his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead, he exerted all his effort to guide this torrent of power along the correct path. Not daring to be careless or negligent, he continued to circulate his inner strength, leveraging the pill's immense medicinal power to break through the uncharted meridians. Each surge felt like a thunderous force, accompanied by intense pain and immense pressure. The sensation was akin to shattering invisible walls, where each advance required tremendous effort and the endurance of great suffering. Yet Lenny did not waver, harboring an unwavering belief. Breakthrough. Ultimately, through his relentless perseverance and indomitable will, he successfully opened 2 meridians. Lenny felt his body become lighter than ever, as if he could rise with the wind. His inner strength also grew deeper and more powerful. Brimming with boundless potential, he slowly opened his eyes, excitement and exhilaration gleaming within them. This training session has indeed yielded bountiful rewards. Lin Yi's heart swelled with joy and satisfaction, a radiant smile illuminating his face. He felt the formidable and abundant power within him, envisioning his continued progress along the path of martial arts, ever surpassing himself, but he understood that this was merely the beginning. A longer journey lay ahead, with more challenges awaiting him. After significantly enhancing his inner strength, he resumed his practice of the Qian Dynasty. Settling into a meditative posture, he regulated his breathing, allowing his mind to once again immerse itself in the training. With each rhythmic breath, his body and spirit gradually harmonized with the surrounding environment, entering a state of self-forgetfulness that in this state of oblivion. Lenny felt as if every cell within him was breathing, every meridian expanding, every bone reshaping itself. His breath was steady and profound, reminiscent of the resonant echoes of an ancient bell, akin to the gentle murmurs of a mountain spring. Time slipped away unnoticed. And by the following morning, when the first rays of sunlight streamed through the window and graced Lin Yi's face, he slowly opened his eyes. However, he was immediately struck by a pungent odor. Lowering his gaze, he discovered himself covered in a thick layer of grime. Hastily, Lin Yi sprang up and rushed to the bathroom. The hot water cascaded over his body, the black filth sliding away with the flow. leaving dark streaks on the floor. He could distinctly feel that as the grime departed, it was as if he had shed a heavy shackle, becoming astonishingly light, as if reborn, with a mere movement. His bones crackled, as if celebrating this new life. His skin had transformed, becoming smooth and delicate, akin to that of a newborn. Such a remarkable change once again left Lin Yi in awe of the Yijin Donggu Pian's extraordinary effects. What a miraculous technique! Lin Yi silently marveled, filled with anticipation and confidence for his future journey in martial arts. After finishing his bath, Lin Yi donned a clean constable uniform, feeling rejuvenated and invigorated. He stepped out of his room with a spring in his step, ready to embrace the new day. He swiftly had breakfast before heading to the county office for roll call. Upon entering, he was met with a bustling scene. Constables moved about, some organizing documents, others preparing weapons, and yet others discussing cases. Lin Yi stood out amidst the crowd, brimming with vitality. At that moment, the village head of Nishi village rushed in, accompanied by Aunt Wang. The village head, in his 50s, bore the deep marks of time etched onto his face, the wrinkles resembling ravines that chronicled years of hardship and toil. His brow was furrowed, eyes filled with anxiety, beads of sweat glistening on his forehead under the sunlight, revealing his inner urgency. Aunt Wang, an elderly woman, was marked by time with her face full of wrinkles, resembling scars from the years gone by. Her eyes brimmed with worry and unshed tears, as if they could overflow at any moment. Her hands trembled as they clutched the hem of her clothing, as if that were her only source of support. "Head Constable Zhao, help us. My grandson is missing." Aunt Wang sobbed, her voice trembling with despair. Each word struck the hearts of those present like a heavy hammer. Hearing the outcry, Zhao stepped forward with composure. His strides were firm and powerful, his gaze filled with concern. "Calm down, Annie. Take your time and tell me what happened." He spoke in a deep, soothing tone, exuding a calming influence. Wiping her tears, Aunt Wang choked out, "My grandson, Xiaohu, went out to play yesterday evening and hasn't returned since that. I've searched the village and nearby woods, but I can't find him." Her words came in sobs, each punctuated by heart-wrenching emotion. The village head interjected, worry etched deeply on his face. "Head Constable Zhao, Xiaohu is usually very obedient and never strays far. His sudden disappearance is truly concerning. Everyone in our village has been helping to search, but we just can't locate him." His voice resonated with helplessness and anxiety. Zhao nodded, a moment of contemplation crossing his features. After a brief pause, he assured them, "Annie, village head, rest assured, we will do everything in our power to find Xiaohu." His words were resolute and powerful, instilling a sense of confidence and hope in those who listened. The onlookers began to murmur among themselves, their voices a cacophony of urgency. Could the little tiger have been taken away by a wild beast from the mountains? One person voiced anxiously, fear lacing their tone, that it is also possible that he was abducted by human traffickers. These days, one can never be too sure about the kind of people that exist. Another speculated, anger evident in their voice, that if Captain Zhao takes charge, he will undoubtedly locate the little tiger. Someone asserted with conviction, clearly placing their trust in Captain Zhao. Lin Yi has made remarkable progress lately. If he investigates this case, there is certainly hope. Another mentioned, eyes glimmering with anticipation. May this child return safe and sound. How pitiful his family must be. Many expressed their sympathy, their tones brimming with concern. Upon hearing such discussions, Captain Zhao had already made up his mind. He looked at Lin Yi, his gaze firm and filled with confidence. "Lin Yi, this case is entrusted to you. You must exert every effort to find the little tiger promptly." Lin Yi felt the weight of Captain Zhao's trust, a rush of excitement coursing through him. He immediately stood tall, cupping his fists with solemnity. "Rest assured, Captain Zhao, I will do everything in my power to find the little tiger." His voice rang out, resolute and full of determination. Chapter 17. The sudden appearance of wolves. Captain Zhao nodded in satisfaction, patting Lin Yi on the shoulder. "Go ahead, but remember, safety comes first." Lin Yi nodded in agreement and turned to the village head and Aunt Wang, offering reassurance. "Aunt Wang, village head, please rest assured that I will do my utmost to search for the little tiger. Kindly lead me to the last place he was seen." His eyes betrayed a mix of concern and determination. Aunt Wang gazed at Lin Yi with gratitude, hope shining in her eyes. "Thank you, young man. I leave the little tiger in your care." Her voice trembled slightly as she tightly grasped Lin Yi's hand. Lin Yi smiled faintly, his gaze resolute. Aunt Wang, there is no need for thanks. This is what I ought to do. Under the village head's guidance, Lin Yi and several constables hastened to Nishizwang, a village located just under 3 miles east of Shuangyang County. Along the way, Lin Yi pondered various possibilities, his mind racing to analyze the case, but he understood that time was of the essence. And he must find the little tiger without delay. The path was rugged, with trees swiftly retreating on either side. Lin Yi's emotions mirrored the bumpy road, filled with anxiety and unease that he urged everyone to quicken their pace, wishing he could immediately soar to Nishizwang. Upon arriving, Lin Yi wasted no time resting and began to meticulously inquire with the villagers about the details surrounding the little tiger's disappearance. His gaze was focused and keen, not allowing any minute clue to escape his notice. The villagers spoke in turn, sharing what they knew, while Lin Yi listened attentively, occasionally posing questions to piece together the complete picture of the little tiger's disappearance. After thorough questioning, Lin Yi discovered that the last sighting of the little tiger was near a small grove at the village entrance, that he promptly led the constables in a comprehensive search, meticulously inspecting every nook and cranny, leaving no stone unturned. Split up and do not overlook any suspicious areas. Lin Yi commanded in a deep voice, his tone imbued with authority. The constables sprang into action, some searching the grass for footprints, others examining trees for signs, while a few rummaged through crevices in the rocks. Lin Yi ventured alone into the small grove, his gaze sharp as an eagle's, scrutinizing every inch of the ground. Suddenly, he spotted faint footprints in a somewhat muddy patch, a spark of realization igniting within him as he swiftly followed the trail. These footprints are likely left by the little tiger. Lin Yi surmised internally, his heart rate quickening. He quickened his pace, tracking the footprints for nearly half an hour, until he finally discovered the little tiger perched atop a small tree, curled up and weeping, his body trembling with weakness. Beneath the tree, 2 wolves prowled restlessly, glancing up occasionally, their eyes glinting with a greedy light, emitting low growls. Brute beasts! How dare you harm others? Lin Yi bellowed, his voice thunderous and filled with righteous fury. Without hesitation, he drew his blade and charged forward, engaging in a fierce battle with the wolves. The wolves, undeterred by death, launched a frenzied assault on Lin Yi, their claws razor-sharp and teeth as keen as daggers. Lin Yi unleashed his martial prowess, skillfully maneuvering amidst the wolves. His blade flashed, each strike imbued with fierce momentum. After an intense struggle, Lin Yi ultimately felled both wolves. Yet he bore several bites, fortunately not to any vital areas. Ignoring his injuries, Lin Yi swiftly scooped the little tiger from the tree. The little tiger opened his eyes, spotting Lin Yi, and cried out, "Big brother, it was so scary. There were big gray wolves." A pang of sorrow struck Lin Yi's heart, and he gently reassured, "Do not fear. You are safe now that I will take you home." His voice was tender yet resolute, a bastion of strength for the little tiger. Lin Yi held the little tiger tightly, feeling his small body still trembling slightly, silently grateful that he had found him in time. The little tiger's face bore remnants of tears, his eyes red and puffy, appearing particularly frail. Lin Yi tenderly stroked the little tiger's hair, softly comforting. "Little tiger, do not fear. We are heading home now." His voice was gentle yet powerful, as if it could dispel all the little tiger's inner fears. Nestled in Lin Yi's embrace, the warmth and solidity of his chest provided the little tiger an unprecedented sense of safety that he clung tightly to Lin Yi's neck, finally ceasing his tears, softly murmuring, "Big brother, I promise I won't run off again." His voice was thick with nasality, filled with regret and fear. Lin Yi smiled faintly, gently patting the little tiger's back, solemnly advising, "Be good. Remember this lesson, and always heed the adults' warnings to avoid causing your family worry." Upon returning to Nishizwang, the old locust tree at the village entrance swayed gently in the breeze, as if anxiously awaiting their return. The village head and Aunt Wang had been waiting there, their faces etched with concern and anticipation. Upon seeing Lin Yi carrying the little tiger, Aunt Wang rushed forward, tears streaming down her face as she embraced the little tiger. "Little tiger, my child, you have finally returned." Her voice turned hoarse with emotion, tears flowing like a burst dam. The little tiger clung tightly to his mother, choking back sobs. "Mother, I was wrong. I will never run off again." his small face buried in his mother's embrace, his frail shoulders trembling. Aunt Wang wiped her tears, repeatedly saying, "It is good that you are back, good that you are back." She held the little tiger tightly, as if fearing that if she let go, he might vanish once more. After shedding her tears, Aunt Wang turned to grasp Lin Yi's hand, her voice trembling with gratitude. "Constable Lin, thank you so much. If it weren't for your help, the little tiger." She began to kneel, but Lin Yi quickly supported her. "You mustn't do that. It would be too much for me." Lin Yi then approached the village head. His expression was grave, brows slightly furrowed as he said, "Village head, I discovered 2 wolves in the grove." His voice was low and serious, causing the atmosphere, which had relaxed with the little tiger's return, to grow tense once more. The village head's expression changed drastically, the previous smile vanishing, that he widened his eyes, urgently inquiring, "Wolves? We have never had wolves here before." His voice brimmed with astonishment and confusion, the wrinkles on his forehead deepening. Lin Yi is truly remarkable. He managed to find the little tiger in such a short time and also discovered traces of wolves, one constable remarked with admiration, his eyes reflecting respect for Lin Yi. There must be something amiss behind this wolf incident. Will Lin Yi be able to uncover the truth? An older constable mused, stroking his chin, his gaze revealing concern and anticipation. Chapter 18. The wolves' mysterious trail. Wolves typically do not act alone. Their sudden appearance suggests a deliberate orchestration. There must be a conspiracy at play. A middle-aged constable frowned, his gaze profound, as if striving to uncover the truth behind this matter. Lin Yi nodded, continuing, "Indeed, this is also what strikes me as peculiar. Furthermore, from the traces at the scene, it appears these wolves did not act alone. They are likely part of a pack." His gaze was unwavering, his tone grave, conveying the seriousness with which he regarded the situation. The village head furrowed his brow, contemplating before stating, "This is troubling. If it truly is a pack, the safety of the villagers becomes a significant concern." Worry filled his eyes as he began to devise ways to ensure the villagers' safety. Lin Yi spoke firmly, "I will immediately return to the county town to report to Captain Zhao and request assistance. In the meantime, village head, please alert the villagers to remain vigilant and avoid going out at night." His voice was resolute and decisive, compelling trust in his arrangements. The village head nodded gravely. "Understood. I will make arrangements at once." That he turned to head into the village, his steps hurried and determined. Lin Yi bid farewell to the village head and Aunt Wang, leaving several constables to help patrol in the Shizwang. He then swiftly returned to the county town with the remaining constables. Along the way, sunlight bathed them, yet Lin Yi's heart brimmed with questions. Why had a wolf pack never appeared near Shuangyang County before? Where had these wolves come from? Was it a mere coincidence of migration, or was there someone orchestrating events from behind the scenes? His thoughts were as tangled as a mess of yarn, utterly impossible to unravel. Upon returning to the county town, the imposing and solemn entrance of the county office loomed before him. Lin Yi made his way directly to the county office, seeking out Captain Zhao. Captain Zhao was seated at his desk, engrossed in official documents. But upon noticing Lin Yi's grave expression, he immediately set down his pen and inquired, "Lin Yi, what has transpired?" His eyes were filled with concern and urgency. Lin Yi recounted the events in meticulous detail, from the discovery of the little tiger to the struggle with the wolves, and his suspicions regarding the wolf pack. He omitted no detail. Finally, he stated, "Captain Zhao, I suspect that this wolf incident is far from ordinary. There is likely a conspiracy lurking behind it." His voice was resolute, and a glimmer of righteous fervor shone in his gaze. Upon hearing this, Captain Zhao furrowed his brow, deep in thought that he rose and began pacing the room, speaking in a low yet firm tone. "Your assessment is quite astute. Shuangyang County has never experienced wolf troubles. The sudden appearance of a pack is indeed unusual that we must swiftly ascertain the truth." His tone was serious, conveying an unwavering resolve. Captain Zhao, satisfied, patted Lin Yi's shoulder, saying, "Excellent, with a constable like you, I feel reassured. Go rest for now. Tomorrow we shall discuss our next course of action." His gaze radiated trust and anticipation. Lin Yi nodded in agreement. Yet within him, a fierce determination ignited. He understood that this incident was unlikely to be simple. He must exert every effort to unravel the mystery behind it and safeguard the people of Shuangyang County. That as night fell, Lin Yi lay in bed, yet slumber eluded him. The haunting image of the little tiger's terrified eyes and the lifeless body of the wolf replayed in his mind. He silently vowed, no matter how daunting the challenge, he would restore peace to the lives of the people. His heart brimmed with resolve and confidence. The following morning, sunlight filtered through the thin mist, cascading like a delicate veil over every corner of Nishi village. The ancient hamlet gradually awakened in the hazy light. Accompanied by a cadre of constables, Captain Zhao and Lin Yi arrived at the village. The sound of their horses' hooves shattering the tranquility of the place. As they reached the village entrance, they were met by the anxious and fatigued expressions of the constables left behind. Captain Zhao. Brother Lin, the wolf pack attacked last night, numbering around 30, but the scene was nothing short of a nightmare. Fortunately, the villagers stayed indoors, securely locking their doors and windows, thus avoiding casualties, reported the constable in a hurried tone. His voice still tinged with last night's terror. Captain Zhao's brow furrowed deeply, his gaze revealing profound concern as he queried, were the villagers unharmed? The villagers are fine, but the wolves devastated our chickens. Ducks, cattle, and sheep, the constable sighed, his face etched with helplessness and sorrow. Those livestock had been the fruits of the villagers' hard labor, now fallen prey to the ravenous wolves. Aside from the wolves, have any other peculiar occurrences taken place? Captain Zhao's penetrating gaze missed no hint of a clue. It seemed that when the wolves arrived, there was the sound of a flute, a constable said uncertainly, his eyes filled with confusion and fear. The sound of a flute. Captain Zhao and Lin Yi exchanged glances, and in each other's eyes, they recognized shock and suspicion. Both understood. There must be someone orchestrating these wild wolves. This was no ordinary wolf attack. Captain Zhao nodded slightly, his demeanor serious, and turned to the constables, commanding, "Prepare yourselves. We shall venture into the mountains to search for the wolf pack." His voice was resolute and powerful, filled with determination. The constables quickly donned their gear, checking their weapons and equipment. Their expressions were grave, acutely aware of the arduous and perilous task that lay ahead. Subsequently, they followed Captain Zhao and Lin Yi into the dense mountains. Lin Yi took the lead, his gaze sharp as if he could pierce through the dense forest. His keen ears caught every whisper of the wind and rustle of grass. Leaving no subtle sound unnoticed, he silently pondered. From whence did these wolves come? Why were they targeting the village? Were they driven by someone, or was there a deeper secret at play? Suddenly, a low and ominous howl echoed from ahead, reverberating through the valley and sending chills down their spines. Captain Zhao halted, gesturing for everyone to stop. "Caution, the wolf pack is just ahead," he said, his voice low and urgent. Captain Zhao nodded slightly, his expression grave, and quietly instructed, "Form a line, prepare for battle." The constables promptly arranged themselves, their weapons glinting ominously. Their eyes were resolute, displaying no hint of retreat. Lin Yi drew his sword, its blade gleaming, reflecting his fierce gaze. "Come forth. Let us see just how formidable these wolves truly are." His voice was filled with defiance and fearlessness. Before the words had fully escaped his lips, a horde of gray shadows erupted from the thicket, moving with ghostly swiftness. The wolves' eyes glinted with ferocity, their fangs glistening in the sunlight, instilling dread. Lin Yi scoffed, fearlessly charging forward, his blade flashing like lightning as he swiftly dispatched one wolf before it had a chance to react. Captain Zhao, too, was undeterred. He inhaled deeply, channeling his energy, and struck out with a powerful palm, sending several wolves crashing to the ground, unable to rise again. The constables joined the fray, and in an instant, the air was filled with the clash of steel and the cacophony of howls and battle cries, shattering the tranquility of the forest. Chapter 19. The Wolf Master. A surge of valor welled up within Lin Yi. "These beasts shall not dare to display their ferocity before me." His eyes blazed with fervent fire, as if intent on incinerating the wolves before him. He moved with the grace of the wind, agile as a swallow, weaving through the pack. Each movement exuded resolute momentum, stirring an invisible gale. The sword in his hand seemed to merge with him, its force as fierce as a thunderous storm. Each strike was precise and lethal, imbued with an unwavering determination and strength. Often, just a few blows would claim the life of a wolf. His movements flowed seamlessly and swiftly, devoid of hesitation, each swing of his blade fueled by a conviction of certainty. The battle raged on for a quarter of an hour, the fierce struggle rendering time seemingly frozen. The once mighty momentum of the wolf pack was gradually subdued by the valiant resistance of the fighters. Suddenly, a deep and protracted howl echoed, laden with unyielding defiance and command. And as if receiving an irresistible signal, the wolves turned tail, scampering in disarray into the depths of the valley. Throughout the battle, Captain Zhao had consistently demonstrated formidable prowess, his fierce strikes repelling the approaching wolves. At that moment, he sent one would-be ambusher flying with a powerful blow, breathing heavily as he remarked, "The remaining wolves have fled. We must not let down our guard." Though fatigued, his voice remained steadfast, akin to an unyielding mountain, providing reassurance to all. Lin Yi wiped the sweat from his brow, which trickled down his face, mingling with the dust of combat, imparting an untamed wildness to his appearance. He gazed in the direction the wolves had retreated, his eyes ablaze with indomitable spirit, declaring, "Captain Zhao, we must continue the pursuit. There is undoubtedly someone orchestrating these wild wolves, and we must uncover the truth behind this mystery." Captain Zhao nodded, his gaze equally resolute. "Very well, the rest of the constables shall return to Nishi village to recuperate. Lin Yi and I will press on." Captain Zhao approached an older constable, his expression serious, his eyes reflecting trust and concern, instructing Old Wei, "If Lin Yi and I do not emerge within an hour, signal for help." The constable named Old Wei nodded solemnly, worry etched across his face, yet there was a profound trust in Captain Zhao and Lin Yi. He led the other constables down the mountain, weary yet resolute in their steps. Lin Yi and Captain Zhao remained behind to regain their strength, the very air around them seeming to pulse with their synchronized breaths. Captain Zhao inadvertently glanced at Lin Yi, noting his deep and steady breathing, his internal energy flowing effortlessly within. He silently marveled. This young man is indeed remarkable. It appears Lin Yi has concealed much of his true strength. With him by my side, we may truly uncover the truth this time. His gaze brimmed with admiration for Lin Yi and anticipation for what lay ahead. After a brief moment, the two adjusted their states and continued along the path the wolves had taken. As they pressed on, the atmosphere in the forest grew increasingly tense, as if an invisible hand was tightening its grip on every breath of air. The trees around them towered ever taller and denser, with sunlight filtering through the leaves in scattered patches, resembling shards of shattered gold leaf. The fallen leaves beneath their feet piled up like a mountain, each step producing a dull thud, as though the earth itself was breathing heavily. Captain Zhao spoke in a low voice. "Lin Yi, we must proceed with utmost caution. The conspiracy behind this is likely far from simple." His words rang clear in the stillness of the forest. Laced with deep concern and vigilance, as they ventured deeper into the valley, the paw prints on the ground became increasingly distinct and numerous. Lin Yi's keen eyes scrutinized the tracks, a sense of foreboding creeping into his mind. The abundance of prints suggested a substantial wolf pack lay ahead. Each paw print seemed like a mysterious symbol, heralding unknown dangers. Captain Zhao sensed the anomaly as well, his brow furrowing as he cautioned, "Lin Yi, something is amiss here. We must exercise utmost caution." His voice was grave and serious, his hand instinctively tightening around the hilt of his sword. The two continued onward, the tension mounting, as if even the wind had stilled. Suddenly, Captain Zhao felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, the surroundings blurring before his eyes, and he stumbled, collapsing to the ground in fatigue. Lin Yi, upon witnessing the scene, hurriedly stepped forward to support him, his heart suddenly gripped by alarm. "This is bad. Captain Zhao has been drugged." His heart raced in an instant, and his mind raced to devise a countermeasure. Lin Yi swiftly circulated his turtle breathing technique to protect himself, and to his astonishment, he found himself unaffected by the drug. The turtle breathing technique was miraculous, capable of shielding one from abnormal air. Lin Yi pondered to himself, "It seems the mastermind has already discovered us." He scanned his surroundings, his gaze sharp as lightning, yet he could not discern any anomalies. Thus, he coldly called out, "Who are you, and why do you act so furtively? Why not reveal yourself?" His voice echoed through the valley, filled with anger and fearlessness. And no sooner had Lin Yi spoken than a cacophony of wolf howls erupted from all directions, the sounds rising and falling, resonating within the valley, deep and menacing. Lin Yi's heart tightened, and he gripped his sword with increased intensity, his knuckles turning white from the strain. Hundreds of wild wolves surged forth from all sides, their movements synchronized and swift, encircling Lin Yi in an instant. The wolves' eyes glinted with a fierce light, as if imbued with obedience and a murderous intent, evidently responding to some form of command. At that moment, an exceptionally large white wolf slowly emerged. Its strides were steady and powerful, each step exuding the majesty of a king. Its fur shimmered with a silver hue in the dim light, its presence extraordinary. Lin Yi's gaze sharpened. It appears this is the Wolf King. Even more astonishing to Lin Yi was the sight of a middle-aged man in a Taoist robe seated upon the Wolf King's back. The man's expression was serene, as if he regarded the world with indifference. A hint of mockery glimmered in his eyes, as though he were savoring a farce of his own making. Upon seeing the man's attire, Lin Yi exclaimed in astonishment, "Could it be that you are the infamous master of the dark arts from Pingshan County, the Wolf Taoist who has attained the innate realm?" His voice bore a trace of incredulity, but more so, it was filled with vigilance and resolve. The Wolf Taoist was a figure without sect or affiliation, a legendary presence in the martial world, blessed with extraordinary talent. He seemed born for martial arts that on his long journey of cultivation, devoid of the guidance of renowned sects or mentors, he relied solely on his unique insights and relentless exploration of martial arts. Astonishingly reaching the innate realm, such an accomplishment was indeed remarkable. Chapter 20. Perilous Danger in Days of Yore. The Wolf Taoist was a prominent figure in Pingshan County, his exceptional martial prowess and boisterous character earning him numerous allies among the heroes of the martial world, and his reputation was widespread. However, for reasons unknown, he underwent a sudden change in temperament that he preferred to dwell in desolate mountains, accompanied by ferocious wolves, rather than return to the bustling human society. His behavior became increasingly eccentric, unrestrained, as if the rules and morals of the world were mere illusions in his eyes. With a light chuckle, the middle-aged man spoke in a low, chilling tone, as if a cold wind from the underworld had swept forth. "Young man, you possess some knowledge. However, knowing my identity brings you no advantage." His gaze held a hint of disdain and murderous intent, as if Lin Yi were but an ant he could crush at any moment. Lin Yi's eyes glinted sharply, like two bolts of lightning piercing the darkness, unwavering as he stared at the middle-aged man, declaring loudly, "I have heard that you were once a prominent figure in Pingshan County. How is it that you have now degenerated, commanding wolves to attack villages? Have you forgotten the righteousness and conscience of a martial artist?" His voice was resolute and powerful, brimming with a challenge and condemnation directed at the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man sneered, "Righteousness, conscience, mere nonsense. This world is not as you perceive it, black and white. Such audacity from a youth who knows not his place. You are merely dealing with livestock that I never anticipated you would be so relentless. Since you know my identity, you shall not leave." His expression darkened, and with a wave of his hand, it was as if he had issued a death sentence. The Wolf King let out a low, authoritative growl, and the surrounding wolves surged forward like a relentless tide, attacking Lin. It had a glimmer of cold light flashed in Lin Yi's eyes, akin to stars in the frigid night, as he wielded his sword with the swiftness of the wind, the blade flashing like lightning, instantly slaying several wolves. The fierce momentum of his strikes seemed capable of tearing the air apart, blood splattering and staining the ground beneath his feet. The wolf pack was ferociously relentless, their assault akin to an unyielding tide. Lin Yi moved like the wind, elusive and unpredictable, his strikes deadly with every swing, each one carrying a fatal resolve, taking the lives of the wolves that a surge of heroism coursed through him, blazing like a fierce fire. "No matter how many of you there are, I will not retreat." Seeing this, the middle-aged man's eyes flickered with surprise. He had not anticipated Lin Yi's tenacious resistance against such a ferocious onslaught. "Humph. You possess some skill. However, can one person truly withstand so many wolves?" His tone dripped with mockery, as if he awaited the moment Lin Yi would be consumed by the pack. Lin Yi let out a cold laugh, his voice filled with fearlessness and determination. "Let us see. I, Lin Yi, have never feared any challenge." Just then, the Wolf King let out a thunderous roar that shook the entire valley. Stones tumbled, and leaves fell like rain. Lin Yi's heart tightened, knowing that the true challenge was upon him. His gaze sharpened, fixed intently on the Wolf King, as if he intended to see through its every move. "Come, let me witness your strength." The Wolf King lunged at Lin Yi, its speed akin to lightning, its sharp claws slicing through the air with a chilling gleam, aimed directly at Lin Yi's throat. Lin Yi dared not be careless. He swiftly evaded like a specter, then aimed a strike at the Wolf King's abdomen. The Wolf King reacted with remarkable speed, flipping aside to avoid Lin Yi's blade, then lunged with a powerful claw aimed at Lin Yi's chest. Lin Yi activated the turtle breathing technique, channeling all his inner strength to his chest, bracing for the impact. The force of the blow sent him staggering back several steps, his chest surging with blood and energy. The middle-aged man scoffed. "Kid, your skills are commendable, but before the Wolf King, you remain too inexperienced." His face was painted with arrogance and disdain. Lin Yi wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his gaze resolute as iron. "It will not be so easy if you wish for my life." He took a deep breath, channeling all his inner energy, the force surging through his meridians like a river, his blade becoming even more formidable, as if he intended to perish alongside his foe. The Wolf King lunged once more, and Lin Yi faced it with calm composure, the blade flashing like lightning. Each strike aimed for the kill. Every clash sparked with intensity, life and death hanging by a thread. Though Lin Yi fought with all his might, he gradually fell to the disadvantage, his wounds multiplying, blood staining his garments. Yet his gaze remained steadfast, devoid of any intention to retreat. However, each of the Wolf King's attacks bore a lethal intent, its sharp claws and teeth targeting Lin Yi's vital points. Cold sweat beaded on Lin Yi's forehead, trickling down his cheeks and splattering onto the ground below, yet his gaze remained resolute, unyielding and unafraid. The middle-aged man observed with a cruel smile, his lips curling into a cold grin. "Kid, you do possess some ability, but in the face of absolute power, all is futile. No matter how you struggle, it is but a futile resistance." His voice dripped with derision and pride, as if he could already envision Lin Yi's defeat. At that moment, a thunderous roar echoed from afar, a sound that seemed capable of piercing the heavens and shaking the earth. Following this, a figure clad in red streaked past like lightning, its speed so swift that it left one momentarily blinded. In an instant, this figure appeared before Lin Yi and Captain Zhao. The newcomer was tall and upright as a pine, with a square, stalwart face exuding an aura of unassailable authority. It was the red-clad constable, Tai Rilon. Tai Rilon was a renowned figure of immense strength in the realm of the Yin gods, famous throughout the martial world. His martial talent was exceptional, his inner power profound, his skills exquisite. And he harbored hopes of breaking through to the Yang god realm, becoming a top-tier figure in the martial world. Due to his illustrious achievements, he was also a candidate among the 4 great constables. Held in high esteem by all, Tai Rilon cast a cold glance over the wolf pack, his gaze sharp as a blade, as if he could slice them into pieces in an instant. "Who dares to cause trouble here?" His voice was deep and authoritative, imbued with an undeniable power. The middle-aged man's expression changed drastically, the earlier confidence vanishing in an instant, surprise etched on his face. "Tai Rilon, how could you be here?" His voice trembled, as though he sensed his impending doom. Tai Rilon snorted coldly, his gaze filled with disdain. "I was tracking a fugitive and happened to see the signal from the constables below. I never expected to encounter you, Wolf Taoist. After all your years of malevolence, today you shall finally fall into my hands. You might as well accompany me back to the 6 doors for trial." His words were resolute and powerful, leaving no room for rebuttal. The Wolf Taoist's face darkened, a flicker of despair crossing his eyes. Yet he refused to yield, fingers weaving incantations as he attempted a final struggle. The wolf pack surged once more, ferociously pouncing towards Tai Rilon, as if intent on tearing him apart. Chapter 21. Iron resolved. The wolf Taoist was unwilling to be captured so easily. His eyes widened, bloodshot, as he produced a long, emerald flute, attempting one last act of defiance. The urgent notes of the flute rang out, and with its sound, the previously hesitant wolf pack was reignited, baring their teeth and revealing sharp fangs. Their eyes flashing with frenzied ferocity, once again launching a fierce assault on Tai Rilon, as if they aimed to shred him to pieces. However, facing this onslaught of wolves, Tai Rilon merely smiled coldly. A smile filled with confidence and contempt. His lips curled upwards, revealing a trace of disdain. While his gaze was filled with contempt for the pack of wolves, suddenly, he clenched his fist tightly, the muscles in his right arm bulging like a small hill. And with a swift motion, he unleashed a punch, a powerful internal force erupting forth like an invisible storm. The wolf pack suffered devastating casualties in an instant, their wails echoing through the air as the injured wolves writhed on the ground in agony, their blood staining the earth. Lin Yi's heart jolted, shaken by the formidable strength of Tai Rulon. What immense power! He couldn't help but exclaim "At" that moment. Lin Yi's eyes widened in awe and admiration, his mouth slightly agape, and his breath growing rapid. Tai Rulon turned to Lin Yi, a hint of approval gleaming in his steadfast gaze. You have done well. Such courage and determination at your young age promise a bright future. Leave the rest to me. His words were succinct, yet imbued with an irresistible authority, instilling an overwhelming sense of reassurance. Lin Yi nodded eagerly, his expression resolute as he earnestly cautioned, Tai Captain, be wary of the Wolf King. Its strength should not be underestimated. His brow furrowed with concern, fully aware of the Wolf King's ferocity, fearing that Tai Rulon might let his guard down. Tai Rulon scoffed, confidence lacing his voice. A mere beast dares to be audacious before me? No sooner had he spoken than he moved, his form becoming a blur. Swift as a phantom, he thrust both palms forward, a fierce wind accompanying his strike, cleaving toward the Wolf King like a bolt of lightning. The Wolf King let out a thunderous roar, its voice reverberating through the valley. It lunged at Tai Rulon, its sharp claws akin to blades, aiming directly for Tai Rulon's throat, attempting a final counterattack. However, Tai Rulon's prowess left all, and It remained unfazed, his expression as calm as still water, effortlessly blocking the wolf's claws with his bare hands. He then forcefully flung his hands, the towering Wolf King in his grasp seeming like a mere toy. Easily manipulated, the Wolf King emitted a pitiful whimper, having completely lost its former ferocity. The Wolf Master's countenance shifted dramatically, fear instantly consuming his eyes. The earlier ruthlessness vanished without a trace. His lips trembled as he involuntarily retreated. Tai Rulon. Stop! I concede. His voice quavered, devoid of its previous arrogance, resembling a deflated balloon. Tai Rulon gazed at him coldly, his eyes glinting with a hint of murderous intent, seemingly capable of piercing through the Wolf Master. In a chilling tone, he declared, Concede. Do you think a mere admission of defeat can resolve the issue? The crimes you have committed cannot be so easily forgiven. His voice was as frigid as ice, causing the Wolf Master to shudder involuntarily, his body trembling uncontrollably. The Wolf Master hastily knelt, his forehead striking the ground in rapid succession, producing loud thuds that he pleaded desperately. Tai Captain, I implore you to spare me and the Wolf King. I will ensure the pack behaves and will no longer bring calamity upon the village. I promise to reform. I shall not dare again. His voice was filled with despair and terror, tears and snot marring his face. Tai Rulon paused momentarily, as if contemplating something. Then he coldly replied, Very well, considering you have not committed wanton slaughter, I can spare you, but you must assist me in locating a fugitive that if you fail to find him. You know the consequences. His tone was grave and stern, akin to the frost of winter. The Wolf Master nodded eagerly, as if granted a great reprieve. I promise. I will help you find that fugitive. Lin Yi observed this scene, a slight sigh of relief escaping him, that he understood that this harrowing battle had finally come to a close. Tai Rulon truly lived up to his reputation as a formidable figure in the martial world, known for his iron resolve. These iron fists could not even graze the Wolf King. He gazed at Tai Rulon's towering form, filled with admiration. Tai Rulon slowly retrieved a white silk scarf from his bosom, which shimmered softly under the sunlight. The edges of the scarf were adorned with exquisite lace, reminiscent of delicate waves. That at its center was an intricately embroidered peony, its petals layered and lifelike, the threads vibrant and eye-catching, as if still glistening with morning dew. Upon closer inspection, the scarf exuded a faint, enchanting fragrance, the aroma of rose powder often used by the daughter of the Su family, mingled with a subtle hint of youthful charm. Tai Rulon spoke softly. This scarf belongs to the daughter of the wealthiest family in Pingshan County. 3 days ago, she was abducted by a mysterious old man, according to the Pingshan County Divine Capture Department. This old man possesses unfathomable strength, likely a master of the Yin god realm. My journey is to rescue the daughter of the Su family. Lin furrowed his brow, his expression one of confusion. What is the background of this mysterious old man? Why would he abduct the daughter of the Su family? Tai Rulon replied coldly. From what I know, this old man is hunched, with a sallow complexion and deep-set eyes that gleam with malice. He is a poison master, skilled in the art of toxins, and his movements are shrouded in secrecy. The daughter of the Su family may be intended as a living material for his alchemical concoctions. His face darkened, teeth clenched, his gaze filled with fury. Lin Yi's expression darkened, his jaw tight, his cheeks puffed with indignation as he exclaimed, "Such a malicious individual must not be spared." His hands instinctively clenched into fists. Knuckles whitening. Tai Rulon nodded, his gaze resolute, shining like a cold star. "I have devised a plan," he turned to the Wolf Master, who appeared reluctant, yet dared not defy him. Tai Rulon handed over the scarf. Speaking sternly, "Wolf Master, have your pack remember the send of this scarf to aid us in locating the daughter of the Su family." The Wolf Master accepted the scarf, his expression complex. Brows furrowed, lips trembling slightly. After a moment of hesitation, he nodded. He passed the scarf to the Wolf King, whispering, "Remember this scent. Find her." The Wolf King leaned forward, sniffing the scarf, then emitted a low, commanding growl, leading the pack deeper into the mountains. Chapter 22. The Perilous Cave. Watching the Wolf Master's departure, Lin felt a slight easing of tension, yet he remained vigilant, his eyes scanning the surroundings as he remarked, "Tai Captain, since that old man could abduct the daughter of the Su family, his strength must be formidable, that we must proceed with caution." Tai Rulon scoffed, a smirk gracing his lips, radiating disdain. "Fear not, with me around. No scheme will succeed." His gaze was unwavering, akin to a drawn sword, exuding a chilling aura. Suddenly, a voice resonated in Lin Yi's mind. The host has assisted Nishi Village in resolving the wolf disaster and has been rewarded with the Celestial Wolf Howl Moon Divine Technique. The Celestial Wolf Howl Moon Divine Technique, originating from the legendary 4 great captains of the Wind School, cultivates the wolf breath to nourish the organs internally and hones the wolf's strength to temper the body externally. It embodies both wolf breath for foundational resilience and wolf strength for enhancement, a supreme martial art that allows one to absorb the essence of the moon in the postnatal realm, accomplishing feats attainable only in the innate realm. Lin Yi was momentarily taken aback, overwhelmed by the immense surprise of receiving the Celestial Wolf Howl Moon Divine Technique. Though a villain in the original story who practiced it to gain power, its strength was undeniable. Observing everyone resting in place, awaiting news from the wolf pack, Lin Yi hurriedly began to cultivate the divine technique he had just acquired. Taking a deep breath, he endeavored to calm the tumult of excitement within. Seeking a tranquil corner to sit cross-legged, closing his eyes, he began to regulate his breathing according to the incantation in his mind, that as his breath became more stable, Lin Yi started to guide the faint energy he had just absorbed, allowing it to flow through his meridians in a specific route. This energy resembled a mischievous little wolf, initially unruly, dashing about within his meridians, causing him sharp pain. Yet he gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead. And with indomitable willpower and determination, he gradually tamed this energy. After circulating the energy through his meridians for a full cycle, Lin Yi felt a mild warmth emanating from his organs, as if a nurturing force was enveloping them. He realized that the wolf breath had begun to take effect. Next, Lin Yi attempted to permeate this wolf breath into every cell and muscle of his body. His body trembled slightly, muscles taut, as if under immense pressure. Yet he persevered, continually propelling the flow of wolf breath that as time passed, beads of fine sweat began to emerge on Lin Yi's skin, glistening in the moonlight that a faint mist seemed to envelop his body. A phenomenon born from the interaction of wolf breath and external energy at this moment. Lin Yi's expression was grave, his brows furrowed deeply. He was wholly focused on guiding the wolf breath, not daring to slacken his efforts. Suddenly, he sensed a powerful force surging from his dantian, rapidly spreading throughout his body. He involuntarily trembled, each bone emitting faint cracking sounds, a sign of the wolf's strength refining his physique. Lin Yi bore the pain, silently reciting the incantation, constantly adjusting the flow of energy and internal power. Gradually, the agony began to subside, replaced by an unprecedented sensation of comfort and strength as the first rays of moonlight bathed Lin Yi. He followed the teachings of the technique, attempting to absorb the essence of the moon, that he could feel the mysterious energy within the moonlight, like cool spring water, gently flowing into his body, merging with the wolf breath and wolf strength. Lin Yi's body radiated a soft silver glow under the moonlight, and his aura deepened. Becoming increasingly profound, he appeared to merge seamlessly with the vast expanse of heaven and earth, becoming an integral part of the moonlit scenery. Time seemed to lose its meaning as Lin Yi slowly opened his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance flashing within them. Rising to his feet, he lightly swung his fist, unleashing a formidable force that sliced through the air with a faint whistling sound. He was acutely aware that he had taken a solid first step on the path of cultivating the celestial wolf Moonhowl divine art. Beside him, Tai Rulon and the wolf Taoist had long since noticed the extraordinary phenomenon surrounding Lin Yi's training. With their wealth of experience, they quickly deduced that the martial arts Lin Yi was practicing were exceptional, silently marveling at his ability to cultivate such a remarkable skill that a series of wolf howls broke the silence. The hunting pack had returned. The Wolf King lowered itself beside the wolf Taoist, who patted its back. The Wolf King let out a few low growls, prompting the wolf Taoist to turn and announce. "The pack has located the person you seek." That a spark of excitement flickered in Tai Rulon's eyes as he declared, "In that case, let us set forth." The group followed the wolf pack through the dense forest, with Lin Yi nimbly dodging branches in his path. Tai Rulon strode forward with purpose, his garments billowing gracefully as they scaled the mountains. Lin Yi utilized both hands and feet, sweat soaking his attire, while Tai Rulon moved as if traversing level ground, his breath steady. Observing Tai Rulon's calm demeanor, Lin Yi couldn't help but feel a sense of longing. When would he reach such a level of mastery? Eventually, the wolf pack led them to a secret cave deep within Xuanyang Mountain. The Wolf King paused at the entrance, issuing a few low growls to signal that the person they sought was within. The Wolf King crouched beside the wolf Taoist, growling softly. The wolf Taoist furrowed his brow and remarked, "The Wolf King has warned me that great danger lies within. Should it enter, it would surely perish." Lin Yi's brow knitted in concern, the creases on his forehead stark and pronounced as he voiced his worry. "This cave appears formidable. There may be an ambush." Tai Rulon scoffed, a confident smile playing on his lips as he replied, "No ambush, no matter how elaborate, can deter us." He retrieved a pair of gleaming iron claws from his waist, carefully donning them. "In that case, wolf Taoist, you shall wait for us outside the cave." With that, Tai Rulon boldly stepped inside, followed closely by Lin Yi, whose vigilance heightened as he gripped his short blade tightly, the sound of his heartbeat echoing in the stillness of the cave. He knew that danger lurked within, and every step must be taken with utmost caution. Indeed, shortly after entering the cave, they encountered a swarm of venomous snakes. These serpents were adorned with vibrant colors, their tongues flickering ominously, eyes glinting with malice as they lunged towards the duo. Tai Rulon let out a disdainful huff, his eyes wide open as he wielded his iron claws, swiftly dispatching several snakes in an instant. His movements were as swift as lightning, muscles taut with power. Lin Yi, like a wraith, evaded the snake strikes, his short blade darting out with precision to eliminate the nearest threats. He silently lamented the ferocity of these snakes in this high martial world. A moment's negligence could spell doom. For Lin Yi, these snakes represented formidable adversaries. Yet to Tai Rulon, they were hardly a challenge. After a fierce battle, the two finally vanquished all the snakes. Wiping the blood from his claws, Tai Rulon remarked coldly, "This is merely the beginning. Greater dangers may lie ahead." Continuing onward, they discovered that the cave housed some living corpses. These beings had pallid skin, vacant expressions, and sluggish movements. Tai Rulon's brow furrowed, a grave expression crossing his face. "It appears to be the art of human puppetry. This old man is indeed no ordinary foe." Lin Yi felt a chill run down his spine as he spoke. "These living corpses may be controlled by poison. We must locate the source of their control." Tai Rulon nodded, his gaze intense. "Precisely. Only by addressing the root cause can we resolve this issue. However, these puppets can only contend with the weak. For me, dealing with them is child's play." Lin Yi stepped forward to lure one of the puppets, striking with his blade, but only managed to leave a shallow mark on its body. The puppet lunged at him, its claws glowing with a sickly green light. Lin Yi hastily retreated to avoid the attack, realizing that these puppets were beyond his capacity to handle. He quickly fell back to Tai Rulan's side. With a swift motion, Tai Rulan's claws flew forth, and in an instant, the puppets were reduced to fragments. Upon dispatching the puppets, they reached the end of the cave, where they discovered a hidden chamber. The entrance was guarded by a complex mechanism. Tai Rulan let out a cold laugh, his lips curling into a self-assured smile. Such trivial tricks cannot confound me, but he carefully examined the mechanism, deftly triggering it to open the door. As the chamber door slowly creaked open, the group entered to find the daughter of the Su family bound to a stone bed, her eyes tightly shut, her complexion pale. Beside her stood a sinister-looking old man. Small in stature, clad in a black robe, his face lined with deep wrinkles and his eyes gleaming with madness and malevolence. The old man sneered, "I never expected you to find this place. But you are too late. She has already been poisoned by me and cannot be saved." His voice was harsh and grating, reminiscent of a mournful owl's cry. Tai Rulan scoffed, "Do you really think this will stop us?" He swung his arms, his iron claws slicing through the air towards the old man. Unfazed, the old man brandished a pitch-black staff, meeting Tai Rulan's claws with a clash. Tai Rulan's gaze sharpened as he unleashed his signature technique. The celestial eagle claw. The wind from his strikes howled, as if threatening to tear the very air apart. The old man twirled his staff, a strange smile creeping across his face. "Let me show you my self-created technique. The celestial centipede staff method." With that, he wielded the staff like a writhing centipede, launching a series of sinister and cunning attacks. The two clashed fiercely, the chamber filled with the roar of wind and the blur of figures. Tai Rulan's heart sank as he realized that this once unknown old man possessed strength superior to his own. With each encounter, he felt the overwhelming force of the old man's internal energy. Numbing his arms, Tai Rulan fought desperately to resist. He sought an opportunity. Suddenly, he signaled Lin Yi to rescue the girl. Understanding the unspoken message, Lin Yi stealthily approached Su Xunan while Tai Rulan engaged the old man in combat. Su Xunan was stunningly beautiful, her brows like distant mountains, her eyes as clear and captivating as autumn waters, though fear now marred her expression. Her nose was straight, and her lips, like ripe cherries, trembled slightly. Her long black hair cascaded like a waterfall over her shoulders, adding to her delicate allure. That moment, tears traced her cheeks, rendering her a picture of vulnerability that tugged at the heartstrings. To Lin Yi's dismay, the ropes binding Su Xunan were of exceptional quality. Despite multiple attempts with his blade, he could not sever them. Reluctantly, he resorted to untying her slowly. The peculiar knots caused him to inadvertently brush against her as he worked. Both of their faces flushing with embarrassment. Seeing that Su Xunan was on the verge of being rescued, Li Henxing's rage ignited, his expression dark and menacing as he ground his teeth in fury. "You dare to thwart my plans. You shall experience my true power." With a fierce motion, he produced a peculiar black gourd from his sleeve. From within, a small green insect emerged, sprouting wings and exuding an eerie aura. Its body adorned with strange patterns reminiscent of sinister runes. Tai Rulan's face paled as he recognized the insect. "The heart-poisoning goo, you are the Poison King Li Henxing." The old man cackled, revealing his yellowed teeth. "I never thought you would know my name, Tai Rulan. Consider it a testament to your insight. However, today, you shall all perish." The small green insect emitted a piercing shriek, summoning a horde of venomous creatures. Snakes slithered forth, their tongues flickering. Scorpions brandished their pincers, and swarms of wasps buzzed menacingly, all converging upon Tai Rulan. As Tai Rulan fought valiantly to slay the poisonous creatures, he shouted, "Lin Yi, take Su Xunan and flee. I will hold them off, otherwise none of us will escape." Sweat poured from his brow, yet his resolve remained unwavering. A flicker of reluctance crossed Lin Yi's eyes, but he understood that this was not the time for bravado. Gritting his teeth, he urged, "Taigu, you must hold on." He swiftly supported Su Xunan and dashed towards the chamber entrance. Tai Rulan's claws were fierce. With each sweep, the venomous creatures were cleaved in two. Yet, the relentless swarm from Li Henxing's insect army seemed inexhaustible and formidable. Tai Rulan gradually felt his body grow numb, his movements becoming sluggish. He inwardly lamented, "This poison is far more potent than I anticipated." Li Hengsheng, witnessing the struggle, smirked triumphantly, his wrinkled face contorting with glee. Tai Rulon, no matter how strong you are, you cannot withstand my poison. Today, you will surely die. Despite the excruciating pain coursing through him, Tai Rulon's countenance remained resolute as he proclaimed, I, Tai Rulon, am not so easily vanquished. With a fierce cry, he lunged at Li Hengsheng. Li Hengsheng's expression shifted as he hastily retreated, muttering incantations as more venomous creatures surged toward Tai Rulon. The latter was forced to retreat. Succumbing to the overwhelming poison, his situation dired. That moment, a voice, aged yet resonant, rang out, Stop! Descending from above was the Medicine King, Sun Qianyao, clad in a flowing white robe that exuded an ethereal grace. He held an ancient medicine cauldron, half his height, intricately engraved with mysterious symbols and floral designs, emanating a faint medicinal fragrance that shimmered with a myriad of colors in the light. That Li Hengsheng's expression shifted dramatically as he exclaimed, Senior brother, you have come. Sun Qianyao cast a cold glance at him, her eyes betraying a hint of anger as she spoke. Li Hengsheng, in your quest to resurrect a Shui, you have resorted to unscrupulous methods, endangering lives and straying into the path of evil. Today, I shall not show you mercy. Chapter 24. The Spirit of Grass, and with a flicker of madness flashed in Li Hengsheng's eyes as he gritted his teeth and replied, Senior brother, you do not understand. Everything I do is for her. With a swift motion, he waved his hand, attempting to retaliate with venomous insects. However, Sun Qianyao's medicinal cauldron emanated immense power, rendering the insects incapable of approaching. Sun Qianyao let out a cold snort, declaring, You have already succumbed to delusion. Should you not rein in your reckless pursuit, you shall bear the consequences. With a wave of his hand, the medicinal cauldron emitted a dazzling radiance. Bearing down upon Li Hengsheng, realizing he was no match for Sun Qianyao, Li Hengsheng clenched his teeth and vowed, I will surely avenge today's humiliation. With a sudden sweep of his hand, he transformed into a shadow and fled swiftly. Sun Qianyao observed the direction in which Li Hengsheng fled. His countenance darkened, and he mused silently. Li Hengsheng, you have embarked upon an irreversible path. But he turned to Iron Rulon, who was gravely poisoned and pale, and hurriedly approached to assess his condition. Iron Rulon, enduring the excruciating pain, managed a feeble smile and said, Elder Pharmacist, I am fortunate you arrived in time. Otherwise, I fear I would not have survived. His voice was weak, and a trace of blood lingered at the corner of his mouth. Sun Qianyao nodded, retrieving several detoxifying pills from his robe and administering them to Iron Rulon. Your internal strength is profound. Take these pills and rest for a few days, and you shall recover. Iron Rulon accepted the pills with gratitude, exclaiming, Thank you, Elder. Upon consuming the pills, he immediately felt a wave of relief as the poison was temporarily suppressed. At that moment, Linny approached, supporting Su Xuanan, whose complexion was pale, yet her gaze unwavering. Elder Pharmacist, Iron Captain, Sun Qianyao glanced at Su Xuanan, surprise flickering in his eyes. You are indeed the spirit of grass and wood? He thought to himself, she resembles her so closely. No wonder Li Hengsheng abducted you. You bear an uncanny resemblance to my junior sister in her youth, and the spirit of grass and wood. My junior sister possessed the same trait. Truly, fate is a curious thing. This is an exceedingly rare constitution. If nurtured, she is bound to achieve great success. Su Xuanan paused, puzzled, and inquired, Elder Pharmacist, what is the spirit of grass and wood? Sun Qianyao smiled gently, patiently explaining, the spirit of grass and wood is a natural affinity for plants, granting unparalleled advantages in the cultivation of medicine and pharmacology. Miss Su, would you be willing to take me as your master and enter the Valley of the Pharmacist for training? A flicker of hesitation crossed Su Xuanan's eyes, but she recalled that in the Great Qian, martial prowess is the foundation of one's existence. Like this time, the Su family was the wealthiest in Pingshan County. Despite their status, they were no match for a passing master of the Yin God realm. Resolutely, she nodded. I am willing. Sun Qianyao nodded in satisfaction. Very well. From this day forth, you shall be my disciple. He turned to Lin Yi and Iron Rulon, offering a gentle smile. Rest assured, Miss Su will receive the best care in my Valley of the Pharmacist. Lin Yi and Iron Rulon exchanged glances. both feeling a sense of relief. Lenny replied with a smile. Thank you. Elder Pharmacist, we trust that Miss Su will be safe in your company to at the entrance of the cave. Sunlight bathed them, casting long shadows. Elder Pharmacist's son, Qianyao, gently held Su Xuanan's small hand, while Su Xuanan's eyes shimmered with an unmistakable reluctance. Her eyes, reminiscent of autumn waters, frequently turned back to Lin Yi, as if 1,000 words surged within them. Clad in a pale pink gown, her skirt fluttered in the breeze, resembling a delicate peach blossom, swaying gracefully. Suddenly, she broke free from the elder pharmacist's grasp, hurried to Lin Yi, her cherry-red lips slightly pursed, and with light pressure from her pearly teeth, softly declared, Lin Yi, we shall meet again. As she spoke, a blush akin to the evening clouds graced her fair cheeks. Lin Yi stood tall as a pine, gazing at Su Xuanan, his eyes filled with longing and reluctance. His gaze seemed to etch her silhouette deeply into his heart, but he nodded firmly, his voice steady yet tender. Miss Su, take care of yourself. Elder pharmacist's son Qianyao, clad in a robe as white as snow, his garments billowing gracefully, emanated an ethereal presence. His weathered face bore a gentle smile as he addressed the crowd. This is where we part ways. May we meet again. With that, he took Su Xuanan's hand and turned to depart as Su Xuanan glanced back thrice, her delicate figure reminiscent of a flower swaying in the wind, evoking a sense of tenderness. Gradually fading from their sight, Iron Rulon's gaze was piercing as he regarded the wolf Taoist. His square, resolute face was filled with sincerity as he clasped his hands and earnestly said, Wolf Taoist, your extraordinary abilities could achieve monumental feats if you were to serve the divine captains that I sincerely invite you. How do you feel about this? The wolf Taoist hesitated, his brow furrowed, as he lowered his head in contemplation for a considerable time, his eyes flickering with uncertainty. Iron Rulon continued earnestly, Wolf Taoist, I have heard whispers of your past. Should you join the divine captains, I will assist you in uncovering the truth of those events and restore your reputation. The wolf Taoist lifted his head, a glimmer of determination in his eyes. Were it anyone else from the divine captains saying this, I would not believe it. However, I cannot dismiss your reputation. Iron Rulon, very well, I shall accompany you. Iron Rulon's face broke into a smile of relief, akin to sunlight piercing through dark clouds, as he exclaimed, Excellent. Let us set forth immediately and return to the capital to report. With that, the two walked side by side, their figures gradually receding along the path. Lin Yi stood quietly in place, watching their departing figures, his gaze lingering, as if his soul drifted along with them. After a long while, he returned to his senses, inhaling deeply, his chest rising and falling with each breath, as he turned and strode resolutely back into the valley. Within the valley, Captain Zhao remained in a state of unconsciousness. Lin Yi hurriedly approached, gently tapping Captain Zhao's shoulder, calling out anxiously, Captain Zhao, wake up. Captain Zhao stirred, rubbing his eyes in confusion before struggling to fully awaken, his face a mask of bewilderment as he asked, Lin Yi, what is the situation? Lin Yi's eyes sparkled with excitement, his voice trembling slightly with enthusiasm as he replied, Captain Zhao, the wolf disaster has been resolved. The wolf Taoist has been taken away by Captain Iron. He then animatedly recounted the events to Captain Zhao in vivid detail. Upon hearing this, a beaming smile broke across Captain Zhao's face as he stood up, brushing the dust from his clothes, declaring, Let us hurry to Nishi village and share this joyous news with the villagers. With that, he and Lin Yi set off for Nishi village. Chapter 25, The Little Returning Pill upon their arrival at Nishi village. The villagers gathered around them, we cannot thank you enough, esteemed captains, exclaimed an elderly man with graying hair, his face etched with deep wrinkles from the passage of time, yet his eyes sparkled with tears of gratitude, glistening like jewels in the sunlight. Had it not been for you, our village would have suffered greatly, remarked a young villager, clutching his farming tools, his face radiant with the joy of having escaped disaster. His smile as bright as the warm sun of spring. Indeed, you are our great benefactors, a woman cradling her child declared, her eyes brimming with admiration and gratitude, should the esteemed captains require anything in the future. The people of Nishi village shall offer our utmost assistance, a sturdy man proclaimed, thumping his broad chest with conviction, as if making a solemn vow. Captain Zhao smiled and waved his hand, his expression warm and amiable. This is but our duty. The wolf disaster is resolved, and you may live in peace once more." The villagers erupted in cheers, their voices echoing through the village, filled with joy and hope. Captain Zhao, accompanied by the other captains, returned to the county town, with the villagers seeing them off to the village entrance, where they lingered, reluctant to part, their eyes filled with gratitude and reluctance. Captain Zhao and Lin Yi bid farewell to the villagers, who were filled with heartfelt appreciation, and set off on their journey home. As they walked, Captain Zhao frequently turned back to wave at the villagers, his face adorned with a friendly smile, the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes deepening with each smile. Upon returning to the county office, Captain Zhao and Lin Yi wasted no time, disregarding the sweat on their brows, and headed directly to the office of County Lieutenant Ma to report. County Lieutenant Ma sat at his desk, his brow furrowed, intently gazing at the documents before him, seemingly pondering something of great importance. Dressed in a dark official robe, he exuded an air of authority and solemnity. Upon noticing the two enter, he slowly raised his head, his gaze imbued with an innate authority that pierced the heart like arrows. Captain Zhao spoke first, clasping his hands and bowing slightly, his expression serious as he reported. "County Lieutenant, the wolf disaster has been resolved. The wolf Taoist controlling the wolf pack has been apprehended by Captain Iron. However, this matter involves numerous complexities." His face grew solemn, and his brow instinctively tightened further. Lin Yi interjected with additional details, saying, "Sir, the situation is as I described. Furthermore, the methods of the Poison King, Li Hensheng, are exceedingly sinister. Had it not been for the timely arrival of the elder pharmacist, the consequences would have been dire." Upon hearing this, County Lieutenant Ma furrowed his brows deeply, falling into contemplation. After a moment, he rose, placing his hands behind his back, and began to pace slowly within the room. His footsteps were heavy, each step seemingly burdened with profound anxiety. With a serious expression, he cautioned the two, "This matter must not be disclosed. It involves far-reaching implications. Should the truth leak out, numerous complications may ensue." Zhao the constable and Lin Yi promptly nodded in agreement. Zhao, with a solemn demeanor, said, "Rest assured, County Lieutenant, I understand the gravity of the situation." Lin Yi, equally grave, responded, "My lord, I shall guard my words as if they were precious treasures." The county lieutenant, satisfied with their responses, nodded slightly and remarked, "You have both performed admirably, that I in the face of such perilous circumstances. You have successfully averted a crisis, and your contributions are indeed commendable, that I shall see to it that you are rewarded." With that, he reached into his drawer and, in the presence of both men, recorded 10 merit points for each of them, that a single merit point could be exchanged for 1 tael of silver. However, while silver was easily acquired, merit was hard to come by. No one would exchange merit for silver, for merit could be redeemed for martial arts manuals and weapons. Seeing his merit increase, Zhao's face instantly lit up with a grateful smile, the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes blossoming with joy. "Thank you, County Lieutenant. I shall double my efforts and not disappoint your high expectations." Lin Yi also hurriedly expressed his gratitude, his eyes gleaming with excitement, his heart brimming with joy. "Thank you for your generosity, my lord, that I shall work even harder in service of the county office." The county lieutenant waved his hand, saying, "Very well, you may each return home to cultivate your skills." Zhao and Lin Yi bowed respectfully once more before exiting the study. Lin Yi, filled with anticipation, made his way home with a light step, as if he could already envision a future where his martial prowess had significantly advanced. Ready to diligently refine his skills, upon entering his home, Lin Yi was greeted once again by the familiar system voice resonating in his mind. The host has assisted Tai Rulon in rescuing Su Xuanan from the Poison King, thwarting the Poison King's malevolent schemes, and has received a reward of a minor healing pill. The phrase minor healing pill struck Lin Yi like thunder, for it was a sacred elixir of the Buddhist sect, its rarity beyond measure. Overwhelmed with delight, his eyes widened, and an expression of incredulous ecstasy spread across his face. Eagerly, he chanted the incantation for manifestation in his mind, and instantly, a plump, emerald-green minor healing pill appeared in his hand. He scrutinized the pill closely. It resembled a translucent, perfectly round emerald pearl, exuding a warm and mysterious glow, as if it contained boundless vitality and power. The fragrance of the minor healing pill was delicate and ethereal, a subtle blend of herbal aroma and a faint hint of zen-like floral essence, which calmed the spirit upon inhalation. Lenny inhaled deeply, becoming entranced by the enchanting scent. After a brief moment of reverie, Lenny wasted no time and promptly placed a minor healing pill in his mouth, a tea first. He felt a refreshing sensation spreading through his mouth, akin to a cool spring flowing in the summer heat. Soon, the pill glided down his throat, and a wave of warmth swiftly rose from his dantian that a look of surprise and intense focus crossed Lin Yi's face as he hurriedly sat cross-legged. Forming hand seals, the warmth from his dantian rapidly spread through his limbs and bones, as if a gentle yet powerful force was coursing through his body that he could distinctly feel every inch of his meridians being nourished by this power. Each cell in his body rejoicing in jubilation that he quickly activated the Tianlang Xiaoya divine skill, fully harnessing the medicinal power. Lin Yi furrowed his brow, beads of sweat dotting his forehead, soaking his clothes. Yet his gaze remained resolute, his jaw clenched tight, as he immersed himself wholeheartedly in the refining process that as time passed. Lenny finally succeeded in utilizing the power of the minor healing pill to increase his cultivation by 3 years. Simultaneously, he seized the opportunity to open 3 more meridians. With the 6 previously opened, he had now opened 9 meridians in total. To achieve this level of progress in less than a month of internal cultivation would astonish anyone who learned of it. However, this was the result of Lin Yi's efforts, having exchanged precious treasures such as 2 king ginseng pills, snake gall, and the minor healing pill to at this moment. Lin Yi slowly opened his eyes, a glint of brilliance flashing within. He stood up and stretched his body, feeling an overwhelming surge of strength coursing through him. Each movement infused with an invisible aura. He now possessed a power that rivaled Zhao the Constable. Perhaps even surpassing it, that a confident smile graced his lips, his heart filled with anticipation for the path of martial arts that lay ahead. Chapter 26. Diligent Cultivation in the Days That Followed. Lin Yi's life was fulfilling and orderly, akin to a clock wound, tightly, precise, and vigorous. Each morning, as the first rays of sunlight gently bathed the tranquil streets, Lenny would appear, invigorated, clad in a tidy constable's uniform. With a long knife at his side and a sharp gaze, he commenced his day of patrol. Yet, as the days flowed like a stream, the majority of cases he handled were petty thefts and trivial matters, yielding no substantial rewards worthy of acclaim in the martial world. Nevertheless, Lin Yi did not feel the slightest discouragement. He understood that major cases, such as the eradication of the Qinglang stronghold or the wolf disaster in Nishi village, were serendipitous occurrences. His focus remained on performing his duties diligently and cultivating his skills. Each night, after concluding a day of bustling patrols, Lenny would return home to his modest courtyard, his body weary yet upright. In the courtyard, he stood tall like a pine tree, seemingly merging with the heavens and the earth. He began by practicing the Tianlang Xiaoya divine skill, his hands moving like the wind, internal energy surging within him. Surrounded by a veil of misty aura, his expression was serious and devoted, beads of fine sweat gradually forming on his brow, each droplet crystalline and clear, cascading down his resolute cheeks. Yet he showed no sign of pausing. His jaw clenched tight, muscles taut, fully immersed in his practice of the Tianlang Xiaoya divine skill. Upon completing the Tianlang Xiaoya divine skill, Lin Yi took a moment to catch his breath before drawing forth the gleaming long knife to practice the Hu family sword techniques. His movements were swift as thunder, powerful and vigorous, the blade flashing like snowflakes, cutting through the surrounding air. Each slash carried an undeniable momentum, as though countless fierce enemies awaited his conquest. Afterward, he took a deep breath to calm his rapid heartbeat and began practicing the Bawa steps. Lin Yi moved gracefully like a phantom, his footwork unpredictable, gliding through the courtyard with ease that a slight seriousness adorned his face. His eyes narrowed, fully concentrating on the rhythm and directional changes of his steps, striving to ensure each movement was executed with precision. Every step and turn possessed an innate rhythm. Through this daily regimen of cultivation, Lenny continuously refined his strength, akin to polishing a raw gem. Becoming ever more radiant, he silently awaited greater challenges ahead. One day, as usual, Lenny arrived at the county office, dressed in his neat constable's uniform, standing tall. Upon entering the office, he keenly sensed that the atmosphere was markedly different from usual. Everyone wore expressions of cheerful excitement, Filled with curiosity, Lin Yi eagerly sought out Zhao the constable to inquire, "Uncle Zhao, what has happened today in the county office? Why is it so lively?" A smile that could not be concealed adorned Zhao's face as he replied, "Lin Yi, this morning a decree arrived from the prefecture. County Lieutenant Ma, due to his heroic act of eradicating the Qinglang stronghold, has garnered recognition from the prominent figures in the prefecture and has been promoted to serve as the chief constable of the Divine Constabulary in Pingshan County." This news is spread throughout the county office. A flicker of surprise crossed Lin Yi's eyes as he asked, "Chief Constable of the Divine Constabulary? What position is that?" Zhao patiently explained, "The Divine Constabulary is responsible for investigating cases and apprehending thieves, overseeing all constables in Qian. Our county's constables are technically governed by the Divine Constabulary, but due to our remote location, no Divine Constabulary has been established here. Thus, our constables are managed by the county lieutenant. The Divine Constabulary values martial prowess. The stronger one is, the higher their status. The chief constable is considered a civil officer within the Divine Constabulary, tasked with judicial inquiries, so the strength requirement is not as stringent. It seems someone has recognized County Lieutenant Ma's capabilities in case handling." Upon hearing Zhao's explanation, Lin Yi nodded thoughtfully, comprehending the situation. County Lieutenant Ma, due to his valiant deed of eradicating the Qinglang stronghold, had achieved remarkable merit and was set to be promoted to the position of Chief Constable in the Divine Constabulary of Pingshan County. This news spread like wildfire, becoming the latest topic of conversation among the townsfolk. County Lieutenant Ma is merely fortunate, stumbling upon a chance for advancement, sneered a finely dressed merchant, his face twisted with envy, his narrow eyes squinted, lips turned down, arms crossed defiantly, exuding an air of arrogance. Indeed, perhaps there are unsavory dealings behind the scenes. Otherwise, how could he have risen so swiftly? Chimed in a disreputable vagabond nearby, tilting his head with a dismissive expression. This vagabond, with disheveled hair and tattered clothing, stood idly, occasionally kicking stones along the roadside that I reckon he is just basking in temporary glory. Once he reaches that grand place in Pingshan County, who knows how he might stumble, muttered a street vendor, his tone laced with sarcasm, as he busied himself with his wares. The street vendor, with skin as dark as coal and a face etched with sorrow, lamented while shaking his head in resignation. Surely, the opportunity for promotion should come to someone with greater qualifications. What merit does County Lieutenant Ma possess? A self-proclaimed scholar, feeling overlooked, waved his fan and nodded his head in a self-satisfied manner. Clad in a somewhat tattered long gown, his furrowed brow and face radiated indignation. Indeed, it's likely that he has ingratiated himself with some high-ranking official, chimed in a middle-aged woman with a face full of pockmarks, her voice sharp as she leaned into the crowd. With hands on her hips, her pockmarks quivered with her exaggerated expressions. County Lieutenant Ma has eradicated the Qinglang stronghold and restored peace to Shuangyang County. Such merit surely deserves promotion, declared a simple man, his robust frame and gleaming dark skin complemented by a sincere smile. A good official like County Lieutenant Ma is indeed a rarity, remarked a woman, her eyes filled with nostalgia. Yes, with County Lieutenant Ma gone, let us hope that the next county lieutenant will be a virtuous official, an elderly man commented, his hand resting on a cane, the wrinkles on his face resembling deep ravines. Within a room in the county office, County Lieutenant Ma summoned Captain Zhao and Lin Yi. Dressed in official robes, he bore a solemn expression, his gaze shifting between the two men before he spoke slowly. "Due to my successful elimination of the Qinglang stronghold, I have been promoted and may take one of you with me to serve in the Pingshan County Godly Captain's office." Upon hearing this, Captain Zhao was momentarily taken aback, but then a look of relief spread across his face. He gently shook his head and said, "My lord, I am too old now. I have endured enough turmoil in this county over the years and have lost the ambition to advance. This young lad, Lin Yi, is talented, capable, and possesses a righteous heart that I recommend him to accompany you." Captain Zhao's eyes shone with sincerity and hope. Lin Yi, touched by these words, felt a warm rush of emotion. His eyes widened with surprise and gratitude, his lips quivering as he struggled to find words, eventually managing to say, "Captain Zhao Yu," with a smile. Captain Zhao patted Lin Yi's shoulder, his gaze filled with encouragement and anticipation. Taking a deep breath to calm his excitement, Lin Yi solemnly clasped his fists in respect towards County Lieutenant Ma and Captain Zhao, declaring, "My lord, Captain Zhao, I shall not disappoint your expectations." His face radiated determination, his eyes sparkling with dreams of the future. County Lieutenant Ma nodded in satisfaction, stating, "Very well, Lin Yi. Prepare yourself. We shall depart shortly." Nodding vigorously, Lin Yi exited the room with a buoyant step, as though walking on clouds. To express his gratitude for the unwavering support and assistance from the townsfolk, County Lieutenant Ma decided to host a banquet that on the day of the feast. The Ma residence was adorned with festive decorations and bustling with excitement. Tables were laden with delicacies, and the aroma filled the courtyard. Standing at the head of the table, County Lieutenant Ma raised his wine cup and proclaimed, "Ladies and gentlemen, my achievements today are entirely due to your support and assistance. This toast is for all of you." A smile graced his face, his eyes shimmering with gratitude. Everyone rose, raising their cups in response, and the air was filled with cheers and laughter. "Congratulations on your promotion, County Lieutenant Ma. May you have a splendid future in Pingshan County. County Lieutenant Ma, as you journey to Pingshan County, may you unleash your full potential. May your official fortunes flourish, but do not forget our humble county." Lin Yi sat amidst the revelry, his heart brimming with emotions as he observed the jubilant scene, that a smile remained on his face as he exchanged a few words with those around him, occasionally raising his cup in acknowledgement. His bright eyes sparkled with joy, and the corners of his mouth turned upward, revealing his inner elation. The banquet continued until the moon hung high in the sky. The atmosphere filled with merriment as everyone bid farewell to County Lieutenant Ma's promotion, hoping for his future endeavors to bring greater peace and welfare to the people. After the festivities concluded, Lin Yi, reeking of strong liquor, stumbled his way home, his face flushed like a ripe apple, his gaze hazy and disoriented. Losing the clarity he usually possessed, that it was his first experience of such inebriation, his body swaying as if he might collapse at any moment. Fortunately, Lin Yi managed to retain a semblance of sobriety. Although unsteady, he arrived home safely. As he stepped into the house, he collapsed onto the bed like a heap of mud, instantly drifting into a deep slumber. The following morning, the sun hung high in the sky, its scorching rays piercing through the window and striking Lin Yi's face. He furrowed his brow, seemingly stung by the intense light, gradually opening his heavy eyelids. Realizing it was nearly noon, Lin Yi couldn't help but chuckle bitterly, shaking his still-dazed head in regret, silently admonishing himself, "I must be more cautious with alcohol in the future. I cannot afford to drink so excessively again, for it truly hinders my affairs that I end the ensuing days." Lin Yi diligently practiced as usual, sweat pouring down and soaking his clothes, which clung tightly to his robust frame, outlining his muscular physique. Yet he did not pause for a moment. Every movement was infused with strength and determination, that he also made time to pack his belongings. Finally, the day of departure arrived, clad in a sharp black outfit. With a simple yet practical bundle on his back, Lin Yi stood tall at the entrance of the county office. His gaze was clear and resolute, though tinged with a hint of anticipation and anxiety about the unknown. Upon reaching the county office's entrance, Lin Yi spotted Captain Zhao immediately. Overwhelmed with reluctance, he approached to bid farewell. Captain Zhao, his face lined with concern and etched with deep wrinkles that spoke of years of hardship and experience, reached out with his rough hand and firmly patted Lin Yi's shoulder, speaking earnestly, "Lin Yi, take care of yourself out there. Do not overexert yourself. Pingshan County is not like our Shuangyang County. The place is rife with all sorts of characters that if you offend someone, even Lord Ma may not be able to protect you. Your safety must be your utmost priority in Pingshan County." Lin Yi nodded vigorously, his eyes misting slightly, his throat tight as he struggled to reply, "Uncle Zhao, please rest assured that I will be cautious." Though Captain Zhao's words were heartfelt, Lin Yi understood that to establish himself in this world, one must ultimately rely on strength. Without formidable power, one could not hope for lasting success. Having long missed the prime age for martial training and lacking a renowned mentor or profound lineage to rely on, he could only depend on the mysterious system he possessed. The lawlessness of Pingshan County would undoubtedly surpass that of Shuangyang County, and only by positioning himself on a larger platform could he hope to achieve greater progress. Taking a deep breath, he resolutely turned and joined County Lieutenant Ma's contingent. Dressed in a brand new official uniform, County Lieutenant Ma exuded an air of authority, accompanied by family, servants, and a cadre of constables. The group was serious, their lips pressed tight as they vigilantly guarded 3 heavily laden carts, their deep ruts indicating the weight they bore. Lenny understood that the items being escorted by the constables were of great significance. Curiosity piqued, he hastened to inquire with Lord Ma. With a grave expression and an authoritative gaze, Lord Ma lowered his voice. "This is the taxed silver from Shuangyang County, originally intended for transport to Pingshan County. However, due to the previous operation against the Qinglang stronghold, it has been delayed and is now traveling together with us." His stern gaze swept over the assembled group. "Lin Yi, you must remain vigilant. After all, this involves taxed silver, that if anything goes awry, none of us can bear the consequences." Lin Yi solemnly assured, "Lord Ma, you can trust that I will exercise utmost caution." His expression was serious, his eyes brimming with determination. Seeing that the baggage and items were nearly packed, Lord Ma straightened his posture, raised his hand, and commanded, "Let us depart." His voice resonated powerfully, echoing at the county office's entrance. With that, the group set off. A grand procession embarking on the journey to Pingshan County. Lin Yi walked among them, his gaze steadfastly focused ahead, his heart surging like tumultuous waves, emotions running high. His handsome visage radiated excitement and anticipation, the corners of his mouth lifting in a smile as he envisioned the future. Chapter 28. Night at Baihe. The road to Pingshan County saw a procession comprising Lin Yi, the Ma family, their servants, and the constables, resembling a winding serpent as they moved slowly forward. Dressed in a sleek black outfit that clung to his tall and muscular frame, Lin Yi appeared striking and gallant. He stood tall like a pine tree, one hand gripping a long knife that swayed gently with a steady stride, producing a faint sound of friction. The other hand firmly held his belongings and provisions. His vigilant eyes scanned the surroundings, not missing even the slightest rustle of leaves or whisper of wind. Occasionally, when the picturesque scenery captivated him, he would momentarily slow his pace, his gaze reflecting awe and enchantment before quickly regaining his alertness. Yuzhou, a land of vast plains, surrounded Pingshan County with its seemingly endless expanses of flat terrain, as smooth and polished as a finely crafted bronze mirror, giving the impression of being adrift in an infinite ocean. As Lin Yi gazed across the vast expanse before him, an endless sea of flatlands stretched out, the boundless land seemingly capable of embracing all that exists in the world. That it exuded a majestic and grand beauty, offering a unique sense of vastness. Lin Yi's heart swelled with fervor as he beheld this magnificent scenery, that he straightened his back, inhaling deeply, as though he sought to draw in the immense energy of the universe into his very being. Having been on the road for an extended period, Lin Yi found himself unable to practice those techniques and footwork that required ample space and movement. Thus, he opted to cultivate the celestial wolf howling at the moon technique during their rest periods. Whenever the group paused, he would seek out a quiet corner, sitting cross-legged in tranquility. With his eyes closed and his face serene as still water, he resembled a statue frozen in time. His breathing was steady and prolonged, each exhale and inhale resonating with a unique rhythm, as he immersed himself wholly in his cultivation, seemingly oblivious to the surrounding clamor. Deep within, Lin Yi harbored an intense yearning to reach Pingshan County City soon and embark on a new chapter of his life. A flicker of urgency and anticipation occasionally flashed in his gaze. Then on the evening of the first day, the group finally crossed the stone bridge spanning the Bai River, traversing the tumultuous waters below. The Bai River was a magnificent river within Pingshan County, its waters surging relentlessly, the sound of waves akin to thunder as they cascaded forth. Traveling from Shuangyang County to the county city necessitated crossing this expansive and formidable river. Upon reaching the other side of the Bai River and noticing the encroaching dusk, the elder instructed the group to set up camp by the riverside for the night. Their campsite attracted a few solitary travelers, most of whom appeared disheveled, their clothes tattered and patched, their faces weary and haggard. They cautiously approached the camp, their eyes filled with a plea for shelter, aware of the dangers of traveling alone in the wilderness. With a kind heart, Master Ma consented to their requests, understanding that it was inevitable for solitary travelers to seek refuge while on the road. However, Ma Tong remained vigilant. He summoned Lin Yi, his expression grave, brows slightly furrowed, and his gaze revealing profound concern, to in a hushed tone. he cautioned. Lin Yi, be exceedingly wary of these solitary travelers tonight. We must avoid any incidents. Lin Yi nodded solemnly, his eyes resolute, assuring, rest assured. My lord, I will remain vigilant. After setting up the camp, Lin Yi and a few constables ventured to the shallows of the Bai River to frolic. They rolled up their pant legs and stepped into the refreshing waters. Lin Yi moved with the agility of a leopard, his gaze fixated on the fish beneath the surface, and with perfect timing, he struck, sending a cascade of glistening droplets into the AI, in no time. He had caught several plump fish, perfect for their evening meal. With practiced ease, Lin Yi kindled a fire and began to grill the fish. His movements were deft as he continually turned the fish to ensure even cooking. Gradually, the fish turned golden and crispy, releasing an irresistible aroma. Unable to contain his excitement, Lin Yi took a bite, his face lighting up with satisfaction. After savoring his grilled fish, he couldn't help but exclaim, "The fish in this martial world are truly extraordinary, tender and flavorful. Even this ordinary grilled fish surpasses those from my past life, which were laden with various seasonings that as night fell." Lin Yi lay on the ground, his hands clasped behind his head, staring up at the vast starry sky, each star twinkling like a diamond, that a look of rapture and longing graced his face as he softly mused, "What wonders await in my future?" His gaze drifted, dreamy and ethereal, as if he could already glimpse the beautiful tapestry of his future unfurling before him. In the dead of night, the moonlight bathed the campsite in a silvery glow. Lin Yi awoke from his slumber, rubbing his sleepy eyes and checking the time. It was indeed his turn to stand watch. He quietly rose and relieved himself before making his way to the position of the night watch constable. Lin Yi's figure appeared tall and resolute in the moonlight, his face sharply defined by its glow, brows slightly furrowed, exuding an air of alertness. Approaching the constable on watch, he whispered, "Brother, you should rest. I will take over from here." The constable cast a grateful glance his way before yawning and departing. Standing there, Lin Yi's gaze was keen, scanning the surroundings. The stillness of the night rendered every minute sound exceptionally clear, his ears slightly twitching. Tuned to detect any abnormalities, his arms crossed over his chest, fingers unconsciously tapping lightly against his arm, betraying a hint of nervousness within. The tediousness of the night watch felt interminable and arduous, particularly since it was Lin Yi's first time that he remained on high alert, fully focused. Fortunately, the night passed without incident, and the solitary travelers he had been monitoring exhibited no unusual behavior. At dawn, as the sun began to rise, golden rays gradually dispelled the chill of the night. The group ignited a fire to prepare a simple breakfast, the smoke curling upwards into the morning air. After a modest meal, they began to pack up their tents. Lin Yi skillfully folded the tent, neatly placing their belongings in order. Some solitary travelers quietly departed the group, resuming their own journeys, while a few new travelers joined with eager expressions. Lin Yi had grown accustomed to this ebb and flow, focusing intently on his tasks as they prepared to continue their expedition. Once everyone was ready, Master Ma stood at the forefront of the group, his tall figure in official garb exuding an imposing presence. With a serious demeanor, he scanned the crowd with resolute eyes and commanded, "Prepare yourselves, we shall set forth." With Master Ma's summons, the group resumed their journey towards Pingshan County. Lin Yi marched with purposeful strides, his gaze fixed ahead as though he could already see the gates of Pingshan County beckoning him. Chapter 29. By the shores of Spirit Turtle Lake under Master Ma's leadership, the group trudged onward beneath the blazing sun, enduring the arduous journey for 3 consecutive days. During these days, the sun blazed fiercely, scorching the earth, leaving everyone's faces reddened, with sweat pouring down like rain. The journey was as tranquil as a still pond, devoid of any remarkable occurrences. The solitary travelers they encountered were all dutifully making their way along the path, avoiding any trouble. Although the daily travels were monotonous and exhausting, with their feet feeling as if they might wear through and their legs heavy as lead, they remained fortunate, encountering no unforeseen dangers that on this day, weary and worn, they finally arrived near Spirit Turtle Lake. Once they circled the lake, it would only take half a day's journey to reach the long-anticipated Pingshan County city. Master Ma stood at the front of the group, gazing at the shimmering surface of the expansive lake, wiping the beads of sweat from his forehead as they trickled down his cheeks. He gasped for breath and declared, "Tonight, We shall rest by the shores of Spirit Turtle Lake. This Spirit Turtle Lake is renowned throughout Pingshan County, celebrated far and wide across the entire Yuzhou region. Legend has it that 1,000 years ago, the Central Plain suffered an unprecedented drought, with months of no rain, rivers running dry, and fields cracking open, leaving the populace in dire straits and destitute. In the midst of this life-and-death crisis, a mysterious giant turtle emerged from the depths of the earth. Its massive form bore a shell etched with the marks of time. The turtle's profound eyes radiated compassion, gazing upon the suffering souls, and an overwhelming sense of pity welled up within it. It opened its great mouth and valiantly drew forth the tumultuous waters of the distant eastern sea, subsequently releasing this precious water onto the parched land of Yuzhou. In an instant, the waters converged, forming a vast lake of immeasurable expanse to commemorate this giant turtle's life-saving deed. The lake was named Spirit Turtle Lake. It is said that the spirit turtle still resides within the waters of Spirit Turtle Lake. Yet despite numerous seekers visiting with reverence and curiosity, none have ever truly encountered the legendary creature. Standing among the crowd, Lin Yi listened intently as others vividly recounted the wondrous tales of Spirit Turtle Lake. His curiosity piqued. Eagerly, he approached Master Ma, his eyes wide with anticipation, brimming with the light of yearning for answers, and asked urgently, "Master Ma, is there truly a spirit turtle in this lake? Have no skilled wanderers investigated it?" Master Ma tilted his head slightly, squinting as he delved into memories, and slowly replied, "This Spirit Turtle Lake spans hundreds of miles. An endless sight to behold. Its depths are unfathomable, with currents lurking beneath like countless dragons in hiding. The whirlpools below possess tremendous power, seemingly capable of swallowing all. Even those of the Yang God realm cannot penetrate its depths." It is said that the esteemed Wudong master Zhenren Sanfeng once ventured to investigate and claimed that beneath the whirlpools, no giant turtle could be found. Considering Master Sanfeng's high moral standing, he would not lie. After setting up camp by Spirit Turtle Lake, Master Ma's expression grew solemn. His brow furrowed as he hurriedly sought out Lin Yi, lowering his voice, his eyes filled with utmost caution. He leaned closer to Lin Yi and whispered, "Lin Yi, keep an eye on one of the solitary travelers. This individual is no ordinary person." Lin Yi discreetly observed the individual, initially noting nothing out of the ordinary. Master Ma elaborated, "Your martial skills are commendable, but your experience in the martial world is still lacking. Though this person appears shabby, with tattered garments and severely worn shoes, their footwear caked in dirt, their face smeared with mud, and their eyes bloodshot, exuding profound fatigue as if they have endured a long journey. Observe closely. Their movements are deliberate, their breathing deep and steady, and their steps firm and powerful, indicating they possess martial prowess. It remains uncertain whether they are friend or foe. We must exercise caution." Having heeded Master Ma's warning, Lin Yi suddenly felt enlightened. He furrowed his brow, casting his gaze once more upon the solitary figure, a wave of self-reproach washing over him for his earlier oversight. Lin Yi scrutinized the individual closely, increasingly aware of the man's unusual nature. Although the stranger appeared to be lounging carelessly, his posture subtly conveyed a sense of poised vigilance. Reflecting on their previous encounter, where the man claimed to be an ordinary individual, Lin Yi now discerned that the air of composure and the effortless grace in his movements betrayed a mastery of martial arts. The taut musculature of his legs and the occasional display of agility during his movements were qualities far beyond those of a mere commoner. Lin Yi's heart tightened, realizing that the situation was far more intricate and perilous than he had initially surmised. As night enveloped the world, the moon shone brightly amidst the sparse stars, its silvery light cascading upon the earth. Lin Yi, forcing himself to remain alert, had not slept a wink, vigilantly observing the suspicious lone traveler like a watchful leopard. His bright, keen eyes remained fixed, unwaveringly tracking the man's every motion, that he understood that if the stranger harbored malicious intent, tonight would be the opportune moment for an assault, especially with the prospect of reaching Pingshan County by dawn. Concealed within the depths of a dense shadow, Lin Yi's body was taut, his breath deliberately slowed to avoid the slightest sound. Time stretched interminably, each second feeling like an eternity. Just as the clock struck midnight, and Lin Yi relaxed his guard. Believing the man to be dormant, the stranger moved like a specter in the night. With a ghostly grace, he approached the tack's silver-laden cart, his steps as silent as falling leaves, cautiously inching closer. Every motion was executed with meticulous care, as if he feared disturbing the tranquility around him. Upon reaching the cart, the man crouched down, resembling a curled hedgehog. He engaged in furtive actions around the wheel, his hands moving with deft speed. Soon after, he darted away like a shadowy feline towards the camp's freshwater storage. From his bosom, he extracted a pouch of powder, his hands trembling slightly with tension. Yet he meticulously sprinkled the powder into the earthen jar filled with water. Next, he reached into his cloak and gently retrieved a homing pigeon. The bird's feathers gleamed, and its eyes sparkled with intelligence, suggesting it had undergone professional training, remaining utterly silent in the man's grasp. The stranger cradled the pigeon tenderly, and after ensuring no one was watching, released it into the night sky. Only after the bird vanished into the horizon did he exhale deeply, as if a great weight had been lifted from his shoulders, returning to his place and feigning sleep. Lin Yi, witnessing this scene, was taken aback and promptly rushed to inform Master Ma. He approached Master Ma's carriage, tapping softly, his expression grave enough to suggest he could weep. Breath quickening, chest rising and falling violently, he whispered urgently, "Master Ma, we are in grave danger." Chapter 30. The bandits strike Master Ma, who had been deep in slumber, awoke with a start at Lin Yi's alarm. A look of grave concern etched upon his square face, his brows knitting together in a furrow of worry. Upon hearing Lin Yi's report, he spoke heavily. "It seems someone has set their sights on this shipment of taxed silver. There has been a leak. Could it be from Pingshan County?" As he analyzed the situation, he continued, "The cart's wheels must have been tampered with to delay us, and they've likely poisoned the water to incapacitate most of our men. With the bandits poised to strike, if we are unprepared, we will undoubtedly fall victim to their attack come morning." Listening in horror, Lin Yi felt beads of sweat forming on his forehead, silently grateful for Master Ma's experience in recognizing the threat. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. After a moment of contemplation, a glimmer of determination sparked in Master Ma's eyes as he declared, "These bandits, aware of the taxed silver, must also know of my capabilities. They dare to rob us, believing they can handle me." With that, Master Ma urged Lin Yi to remain calm and retrieved a cage containing a spirited homing pigeon. He swiftly penned a plea for help, securely binding it to the bird's leg before releasing it, the pigeon soaring into the night like an arrow loosed from a bow. Once the plea was dispatched, Master Ma's demeanor shifted to one of stern resolve, his gaze piercing as he addressed Lin Yi. "Rest well tonight. Lin Yi, conserve your strength. We face a fierce battle ahead." His voice bore an unyielding authority that commanded respect. Lin Yi nodded solemnly, trust evident in his steadfast gaze as he returned to his post with measured steps. The following morning, the camp bustled with activity as the group prepared their morning meal. Wisps of smoke curling upwards, drifting lazily into the sky. Everyone worked with practiced efficiency. Some tended the fire, while others chopped vegetables, each fulfilling their role. Once everything was in order, they struck camp and set forth. Not long after the convoy had departed, a cloud of dust billowed behind them, obscuring the horizon like a monstrous yellow dragon. Master Ma's brow furrowed deeply, his brows knitting into a tight scowl as he gravely remarked, "It appears we have drawn unwanted attention." His eyes brimmed with vigilance and concern. With decisive authority, Master Ma raised his hand and called out, "Increase the pace." However, as anticipated, the cart's wheels had indeed malfunctioned. Master Ma shook his head in resignation. Commanding, "Halt, form a defensive formation." The group quickly rallied, preparing to confront the impending bandits. As they readied themselves, Master Ma and Lin Yi exchanged a glance, a silent understanding passing between them. In a flash, they lunged toward the suspicious lone traveler. Their movements synchronized like two bolts of lightning. The solitary figure, taken aback by their sudden assault, instinctively dodged. Indeed, the man proved to be a formidable opponent, though initially at a disadvantage against their coordinated attack. He moved with an elusive grace, his agility akin to that of a wisp of willow in the wind. For a time, he evaded their relentless strikes, seemingly unscathed. Noticing this, Lin Yi's eyes hardened, his pupils narrowing as he clenched his jaw. He unleashed the howling force of the wolf's howl technique, catching the man off guard with the sudden sonic wave. The stranger staggered, his face turning pale as he coughed up a trickle of blood. Clearly injured internally, seizing the opportunity, both Master Ma and Lin Yi launched their assault. Master Ma's strikes were powerful and fierce, while Lin Yi's movements were as swift as the breeze. Their techniques flowed seamlessly together, ensnaring the man within a web of combat. That moment, the bandits arrived in a furious rush, led by a burly figure with a brutish visage, Ding Baoping, the second in command of the notorious Menghu gang from Pingshan County. Upon seeing Ma Wang captured, Ding Baoping sneered, "Ma Lao San, you useless fool. You can't even handle this simple task. Perhaps you should change your name from Mountain Tiger to Short-Legged Tiger." His laughter rang out mockingly. Ma Wang, filled with terror, cried out hoarsely, "Second brother, we've been brothers for decades. You can't abandon me. Hurry, save me. I'll serve you like a beast." His desperate struggles were fueled by a primal will to survive, his eyes pleading with Ding Baoping. The individual Lin Yi and Master Ma had apprehended was none other than Ma Wang, the third in command of the gang, whose gaunt frame belied a cunning intellect. Master Ma, using Ma Wang as a hostage, bellowed, "Ding Baoping, withdraw your men, or I will execute him on the spot." His voice boomed like thunder. However, Ding Baoping remained unfazed, dismissively curling his lip and declaring, "Our Menghu gang has come solely for the tax silver. Surrender it, and we shall let you go." Some of the constables exchanged hesitant glances, voices trembling as they murmured, "What if we just hand over the silver?" One constable, pallid with fear, suggested, "Perhaps it could save our lives." Another shook his head, dread etched upon his features. Master Ma interjected forcefully, "Even if we surrender the silver, the Menghu gang would never let us leave. Word would spread, and they would face the wrath of the court." His tone was resolute, shattering any illusions the men might have harbored. Realization dawned upon them. They understood that Ding Baoping was attempting to deceive them, that in such dire circumstances, only a fight to the death could offer a sliver of hope. Lin Yi glared fiercely, poised to strike down Ma Wang. In a panic, Ma Wang pleaded, "Don't kill me. I poisoned the water last night. If you slay me, you'll all perish from the poison." The constables gasped in horror, their faces draining of color. Lin Yi scoffed derisively, a smirk curling his lips as he retorted, "We witnessed your actions last night, and I have already disposed of those jars of water." Without hesitation, he brought his weapon down upon Ma Wang, the blade glinting as blood sprayed forth. Drenching Lin Yi, he proclaimed, "Today, we shall fight to the death." His voice resonated, echoing his unwavering resolve. Ding Baoping's expression darkened. His countenance clouded like a storm as he gritted his teeth. "Since you choose to court death, do not blame us for being ruthless." Upon concluding his words, he immediately charged forward with a horde of brigands surging like a relentless tide. Chapter 31, Bitter Struggle. Before them stood Ding Baoping, wielding a gleaming, formidable blade. The broad and heavy sword, with its exceptionally sharp edge, reflected a chilling light under the sun's rays, instilling fear in the hearts of onlookers. His eyes bulged with fury, as if they might burst from their sockets, and with a thunderous roar that resonated like a clap of thunder, he stunned the crowd into a state of daze. In an instant, he lunged forward like a ferocious tiger descending from the mountains, propelling himself with powerful leaps akin to an arrow released from its bowstring. The great sword in his hand was raised high, imbued with an unstoppable momentum as it descended mercilessly upon the constables. His swordplay was fierce and ruthless, each strike swift as lightning, leaving several constables startled and disoriented by the sudden onslaught. Unable to evade in time and quickly succumbing to the sharp blade, blood gushed forth from their wounds, splattering everywhere, as anguished groans echoed in the air. Clutching their injuries, the constables turned pale, writhing in agony upon the ground. Truly, he was deserving of the title Tiger descending the mountains. Witnessing this, Master Ma's face darkened instantly, akin to a sky laden with ominous clouds, his brows knitting tightly together. Without hesitation, he drew the sharp long sword from his waist, his figure flickering like a wraith, swift and ethereal, as he advanced to confront Ding Baoping. With a graceful flick of his wrist, he wielded his sword with fluidity akin to flowing water, appearing light and ineffective, yet concealing profound inner strength within each movement. Every thrust and strike seemed casual, yet precisely countered Ding Baoping's ferocious assault. Ding Baoping, brandishing his ferocious tiger swordplay, made the blade in his hand resemble a force of nature. With every swing accompanied by a howling wind, as if he sought to tear the very air asunder. His face contorted with rage, features twisted into a ghastly visage, his eyes burning crimson as a rabid beast. He unleashed deafening roars, each filled with murderous intent and madness, that in an instant, they clashed together, the glint of blades and the dance of shadows intertwining, a dazzling spectacle that dazzled the eyes and overwhelmed the senses. For a moment, neither side could claim the upper hand. Master Ma's swordsmanship was ethereal and dynamic, his form almost celestial, with each strike exuding an otherworldly elegance that in contrast, Ding Baoping's swordplay was overpowering and domineering. Each slash imbued with the force of a tidal wave, as their figures darted across the battlefield with the speed of lightning. Ding Baoping's muscles twitched as he viciously remarked, "Wudong's soft cloud swordplay. I never expected you to be a disciple of Wudong." His ferocious gaze locked on a Master Ma, as if he intended to devour him whole. Master Ma raised an eyebrow, his demeanor authoritative as he declared, "Since you are aware of Wudong's renown, you should hastily retreat. Otherwise, the wrath of Wudong is not something you can endure." The long sword in his hand trembled slightly, the bloodstains upon its blade glimmering ominously in the sunlight. Ding Baoping smirked malevolently, revealing a sinister grin as he taunted, "What of being a disciple of Wudong? You are merely an ordinary outer disciple. Even if you possess some skills, what can you do against me? Besides, once I eliminate all of you and erase the evidence, how would Wudong know it was I who acted?" His eyes flickered with madness and greed, his grip tightening around the sword, as if he could hardly wait to unleash another assault. Lin Yi seized the opportunity to deal with the ordinary members of the Tiger Gang, but he moved with the agility of a leopard and the swiftness of a monkey, his legs slightly bent, ever ready to strike. His gaze was sharp as an eagle, radiating a resolute killing intent. Having opened 9 meridians, his inner strength surged within him like a torrent, powerful and unyielding, coupled with the Hu family swordplay. Each swing of his blade carried an overwhelming momentum, the wind howling fiercely, unstoppable. These ordinary gang members were no match for him, their attacks full of flaws in his eyes, though the constables were few in number. With Lin Yi a master on their side, the tide turned in their favor. Wherever Lin Yi went, Tiger Gang members fell one after another, their cries echoing in the air. Ding Baoping caught a glimpse of his men faltering, his face darkening with rage, features twisting in fury as he bellowed, "A bunch of useless trash." No longer concealing his strength, he unleashed a surge of inner power that swelled like a tidal wave, overwhelming those nearby with an oppressive aura that nearly suffocated them. Turned out he had opened 2 extraordinary meridians. Master Ma exclaimed in astonishment, "You have opened the extraordinary meridians." Faced with Ding Baoping's unrestrained power, the pressure on him surged, causing him to fall into a disadvantageous position. Sweat poured down his forehead like large droplets, streaming down his cheeks. His breathing quickened, his chest heaving violently, while the speed of his swordplay began to slow. Ding Baoping laughed maniacally, his flesh quivering with each guffaw, mocking, "What afraid? Why not surrender? I could make you the 3rd in command of the Tiger Gang, living a life of luxury compared to your meager existence." As he spoke, he cast a disdainful glance at Master Ma, his eyes brimming with contempt. Master Ma glared fiercely, spitting contemptuously, "I am a minister of the court, graced by the emperor's favor, safeguarding peace in my domain. As a disciple of Wudong, I take it upon myself to uphold righteousness. How could I possibly consort with a villain like you, who engages in slaughter and plunder? Such thoughts are utter folly." Standing tall, he emanated a righteous aura. Upon hearing this, Ding Baoping's fury ignited, his face turning a sullen shade, veins bulging on his forehead as he roared, "Ignorant fool, since you refused to heed my warning. Do not blame me for being merciless." As his words fell, his assault intensified, the blade in his hand slashing toward Master Ma and Lin Yi like a tempest, the glimmer of the blade instilling terror. Seeing Master Ma at a disadvantage, Lin Yi felt a surge of urgency. His heart racing, he propelled himself forward, creating a shallow pit in the ground, and darted to support them. Together, Master Ma and Lin Yi fought against Ding Baoping. However, at this moment, Ding Baoping's strength was formidable, akin to a rampaging beast. His great sword swept through the air with the ferocity of a storm, each strike carrying a deadly threat, forcing them back. The two struggled to defend themselves, appearing somewhat disheveled. Lin Yi's garments were torn by the blade's wind, and Master Ma's arm suffered a cut, blood staining his sleeve. Lin Yi unleashed the wolf howl technique. A powerful wave of sound erupting forth, resonating like a tidal wave that spread outward. Caught off guard, Ding Baoping momentarily faltered, his movements stalling briefly. Seizing the opportunity, both Master Ma and Lin Yi struck toward Ding Baoping simultaneously. Their gazes resolute, gritting their teeth as they exerted all their strength to their surprise. Ding Baoping reacted with remarkable swiftness, evading the critical blows at the last moment. Master Ma's sword and Lin Yi's blade only grazed his arm and shoulder, inflicting minor wounds with blood seeping slowly from the cuts. Ding Baoping was now consumed with rage, his eyes almost ablaze, as if they could incinerate all in their gaze. He bared his teeth, a low growl emanating from his throat. The great sword in his hand swung with even greater ferocity, like a raging storm, forcing the two to retreat repeatedly, their steps faltering, barely able to maintain their footing, perilously close to collapse. Chapter 32. Tiger Claw Xiaoqian. Ding Baoping increasingly gained the upper hand, his eyes wide, as if they might burst from their sockets, veins on his forehead bulging like coiling serpents, a sight both fearsome and terrifying. Each attack carried the weight of thunder, his great sword slicing through the air, generating fierce gusts of wind. Tong and Lin Yi were drenched in sweat, their perspiration streaming down their faces, soaking their garments. Ding Baoping let out a deafening roar, akin to the howl of a wild beast, echoing in the air. That he executed a move called Tiger Descending the Mountain, channeling his immense inner strength into the blade, which suddenly shimmered with a faint blue glow. A surge of ferocious energy erupted forth, overwhelming and sending their weapons flying. Tong and Lin Yi felt an immense force, their arms tingling as if countless ants were gnawing at them, and their weapons were wrenched from their grasp, hurtling away. They stumbled backward several steps, nearly losing their balance. Seeing Ma Tong and Lin Yi in such a disheveled state, Ding Baoping threw back his head and laughed heartily, his laughter brimming with arrogance. His face radiated triumph, lips curling into a sinister grin as he declared, "Humph! Ignoring my goodwill will lead you to your doom. This time next year will mark your demise. At that time, do not blame me, Ding Baoping, for my ruthlessness." His gaze was filled with cruelty and determination, as if he could already envision the gruesome scene of their demise. Just as Ding Baoping raised his great sword, its blade glinting with a cold light under the sun, a figure darted forward like a flash of lightning, appearing before him to block his lethal strike. The newcomer was tall, resembling a majestic pine, dressed in a flowing white robe that danced with the wind, exuding an air of grace and elegance. His handsome features soared like brows and starry eyes, alongside a high nose and tightly pressed lips, radiated a fierce spirit that made it difficult for others to gaze directly at him. Ding Baoping's eyes widened in fury as he bellowed, "Who are you to dare obstruct the path of my tiger gang?" He swung his great sword menacingly, the flesh upon his face quivering with rage. The newcomer stood tall, proclaiming, "Only the true Wudong is worthy to stand against you. I am Wudong Xiaoqian." His voice resonated like a bell, echoing through the air. Upon hearing this, Ding Baoping's expression changed dramatically, exclaiming in shock, "You are indeed the Tiger Claw Xiaoqian." A flicker of trepidation flashed across his eyes, only to be swiftly supplanted by a fierce intensity. The corners of Xiaoqian's mouth curled upward, revealing a confident smile as he proclaimed, "Very well, today shall witness the ferocity of my tiger claws against your Minghu gang." No sooner had he spoken than his figure flickered and darted towards Ding Baoping like a wraith, his hands poised as claws, inner energy surging forth, a howling wind trailing his movements. Without hesitation, Xiaoqian unleashed the Wudong Tiger Claw technique, his hands striking forth with the swiftness of lightning, akin to iron hooks. A crisp crack echoed as Ding Baoping's mighty blade, infused with inner strength, shattered as easily as a brittle twig under a single strike. In the next breath, his hand transformed from claw to fist, the wind of his punch roaring as it aimed directly for Ding Baoping's throat. Ding Baoping's complexion turned ashen, fear evident in his eyes. Just as his life seemed forfeit, Ma Tong urgently called out, "Xiao Shidi, Refrain from striking, we must leave one alive. Upon hearing this, Xiao Qian's momentum abruptly halted, a gentle breeze stirred by his powerful inertia. Reacting swiftly, he retracted his attack, transforming claws into fingers, and with lightning speed. He struck Ding Baoping's acupoint. Ding Baoping froze momentarily before frantically struggling, veins bulging on his forehead, emitting muffled roars of fury. Yet no matter how hard he tried, his body remained as if anchored to the ground. Utterly motionless, after subduing Ding Baoping, Xiao Qian pivoted to face Ma Tong, his previously austere expression melting into warmth and friendliness. He greeted, "Ma Shixiang, it has been many years. I trust you are well." Ma Tong's face lit up with joy as he stepped forward. Xiao Qian furrowed his brow in confusion, asking Ma Shixiang, "This villain is guilty of heinous crimes. Why spare his life? In my view, it would be far more efficient to eliminate him outright." As he spoke, a hint of murderous intent flickered in his brow, evoking a sense of dread. Deng Mei Tong's countenance grew serious as he replied, "Xiao Shidi, the Minghu Gang is a legitimate organization in Pingshan County, and until now, I have not heard of them committing any heinous acts. However, their audacity to openly rob tax revenue suggests that their previous compliance with the law was merely a fade. By keeping Ding Baoping alive, we can expose their crimes to the public, revealing the true nature of the Minghu Gang, so that the court may punish them justly and restore order." Upon hearing this, Xiao Qian's eyes widened in realization, and he nodded, saying, "Ma Shixiang, your considerations are thorough. I was indeed rash." And A Tong looked at Xiao Qian, shaking his head gently, a hint of exasperation mixed with concern in his gaze as he remarked, "Xiao Shidi, after all these years, your bloodthirst remains unchanged." Xiao Qian was momentarily taken aback, then sheepishly scratched his head, admitting, "Ma Shixiang, I cannot seem to temper my temper. Upon encountering such vile rogues, I am compelled to eliminate them without hesitation." With a deep sense of nostalgia, Xiao Qian continued, "Ma Shixiang, do you recall our early days at Wudong? When I first entered the sect, I was naive and made countless mistakes. Had it not been for your care and patient guidance, I, Xiao Qian, would have suffered immensely." Gratitude shone deeply in his eyes as he spoke. Then Mei Tong patted Xiao Qian's shoulder, smiling as he replied, "Xiao Shidi, those are matters of the past. Your martial prowess now eclipses mine. I am truly gratified." Xiao Qian nodded slightly, affirming, "Ma Shixiang, your kindness has always been etched in my heart. I have never dared to forget." Then Mei Tong then introduced Lin Yi to Xiao Qian, stating, "Xiao Shidi, this is Lin Yi. It is thanks to him that we have managed to hold on until now." Xiao Qian approached Lin Yi, cupping his fist with sincerity as he expressed, "Brother Lin Yi, I am deeply grateful for your assistance to Ma Shixiang. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. I extend my thanks here." His eyes brimmed with appreciation, and he slightly bent at the waist to show respect. Lin Yi promptly returned the gesture, saying, "Xiao Daxia, you flatter me. As a constable, it is my duty." Straightening up, Xiao Qian regarded Lin Yi once more, smiling as he remarked, "Brother Lin Yi, your gallant spirit is truly admirable. Should you ever require my assistance, do not hesitate to ask." Next, Xiao Qian scrutinized Lin Yi with a discerning gaze, as if appraising a rare treasure. He continued, "Brother Lin Yi, I perceive remarkable potential in you. You would be an excellent candidate for martial training. Why not join our Wudong sect? Our teachings are profound and will undoubtedly elevate your skills." Chapter 33. Sanfeng speaks of destiny. Lin Yi's eyes sparkled with surprise, akin to a brilliant meteor illuminating the night sky, igniting a flicker of excitement within him. That he looked at Xiao Qian, nodding slightly. "Thank you, Brother Xiao, for your recognition. I am indeed tempted. However, if I were to join Wudong, would I still be able to serve in the court?" Xiao Qian's expression turned grave as he fixed his gaze on Lin Yi, solemnly stating, "Brother Lin Yi, you must understand that joining Wudong means relinquishing any court position." His brow furrowed slightly, his demeanor serious. Upon hearing this, the anticipation that had filled Lin Yi's face was swiftly replaced with disappointment. His eyes dimmed, and he lamented, "I only wish to be a constable, to punish the wicked and secure peace for the people. It seems I cannot join Wudong after all." He slowly lowered his head, his expression forlorn, his shoulders slumping as if all strength had been drained from him. Xiao Qian and Ma Tong exchanged amused glances, bursting into hearty laughter. Xiao Qian's handsome visage lit up with a bright smile, his eyes nearly squinting with mirth. That Mei Tong, grinning broadly, revealed a mouthful of gleaming white teeth. Laughing uncontrollably, Lin Yi, bemused by their laughter, furrowed his brow and inquired, "Why are you two laughing?" His eyes brimmed with confusion as he scrutinized the two men, who were doubled over in laughter. Once their laughter subsided, Xiao Qian wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes, catching his breath before explaining, "Brother Lin Yi, do not be alarmed. While it is true that joining Wudong precludes a court position, there is one exception, the Divine Constable Office. Various sects often send their disciples to the Divine Constable Office for training, and the court welcomes these disciples as they bolster the office's strength." As he spoke, he lightly patted Lin Yi's shoulder, his eyes sparkling with encouragement and expectation. Hope rekindled in Lin Yi's gaze as he declared resolutely, "If that is the case, then I am willing to join Wudong. To deepen my martial skills while continuing to pursue my calling is indeed a fortuitous opportunity." He straightened his back, his face alight with determination and anticipation. Upon hearing this, Xiao Qian and Ma Tong's faces broke into radiant smiles. Xiao Qian's handsome features flushed with excitement as he exclaimed, "Excellent! Brother Lin Yi, your decision is indeed fortunate." Ma Tong, equally delighted, nodded enthusiastically, saying, "This is splendid news." Xiao Qian continued, "Then I shall accompany you both to Pingshan County. Once everything is settled, I will guide you, Brother Lin, to join Wudong." His eyes sparkled with visions of the future, and Ma Tong raised his hand with vigor, calling out to his subordinates, "Brothers, be swift, gather your belongings. Meticulously repair the carriage, and secure Ding Baoping and the others tightly, that we shall set forth once more to Pingshan County." His commanding voice resonated like a bell, imbued with undeniable authority. Upon hearing his command, the subordinates sprang into action, some hastily organizing scattered belongings, others diligently repairing the carriage, while yet others bound Ding Baoping and the others securely. The scene was bustling with activity. After a while, the group resumed their journey towards Pingshan County. Xiao Qian rode at the front of the procession on a magnificent steed, its coat as pure as snow, the gentle breeze tousling his moon-white garments. He squinted slightly, his brows furrowing as his thoughts drifted back to a conversation he had with the revered Sanfeng before descending the mountain. It was a tranquil morning, the soft sunlight filtering through the leaves, casting dappled shadows upon the serene courtyard. Sanfeng sat serenely upon a stone bench, his hair white yet youthful, his gaze deep and compassionate, resembling an unfathomably clear spring. Xiao Qian stood respectfully beside him, his posture straight as a pine, attentively absorbing the teachings of his master. Sanfeng, seated upon a mat, gazed deeply, as if able to perceive all, and slowly spoke, "Should I refer to you as Xiao Qian or Qian Xiao?" His voice, though calm, seemed to harbor immense weight. Upon hearing this, Xiao Qian's face turned pale, terror washing over him like a tidal wave. Evident in every feature, his lips quivered, his voice trembling. "Master, you are aware that I in that moment." His eyes mirrored panic and helplessness, his body involuntarily shaking. Sanfeng tilted his head slightly, letting out a long sigh. "From the day you entered the sect, I have known." Your brow bore a heavy aura of malice, prompting me to investigate your origins. You carry a blood debt deep and profound, and I had hoped to dissipate your wrath through the teachings of Wudong. But upon seeing you today, it seems your rage is far too entrenched to be alleviated. Alas, that a look of sorrow and concern clouded his ethereal features, his brow furrowed, eyes filled with profound resignation. With a thud, Xiao Qian fell to his knees, the impact resonating dully against the ground. His expression was resolute, as if he had made an immense decision, declaring, "I beseech the master to expel me from the sect. From this day forth, I shall have no ties to Wudong. The actions I undertake in the future shall bear no connection to Wudong." His forehead pressed firmly against the ground, his hands clenched into tight fists, the joints turning pale from exertion. Master Sanfeng's eyes suddenly widened in fury, his gaze striking like two bolts of lightning as he bellowed, "What nonsense are you spouting? You are a disciple of Wudong, and shall remain so for life. What you choose to do is your own affair. Wudong will neither hinder nor assist you as long as you do not commit heinous acts that harm the heavens and the people. You will forever be a disciple of Wudong." He rose abruptly, his flowing Taoist robe billowing in the wind, exuding an air of authority. Xiao Qian lay prostrate on the ground, repeatedly bowing his head, which was already swollen and red. With a choked voice, he expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, master, for your understanding." Tears streamed down his cheeks, falling onto the earth below. Master Sanfeng's expression softened slightly as he settled back onto his mat and spoke slowly. "The other day I divined a prophecy. Fallen leaves whisper in the wind, lofty thoughts take flight. As you descend the mountain for your training, the one foretold in this prophecy will be the person who can help you achieve great things." His gaze drifted into the distance, as if deep in contemplation. Xiao Qian bowed his head once more, blood seeping from the swollen part of his forehead. Yet he remained oblivious to the pain. Responding reverently, "Thank you, master." Xiao Qian, he continued, "On this journey down the mountain, you must uphold justice and not tarnish the reputation of Wudong. When you encounter injustice, stand up and confront it. When faced with temptation, hold steadfast to your principles. Never forsake the very foundation upon which Wudong stands for the sake of fleeting gains." The master's words resonated in his ears like the tolling of a morning bell, igniting within him a profound sense of duty that he silently vowed to fulfill his mission and live up to the master's expectations. Chapter 34. Pingshan County after a day's arduous journey. The group finally arrived at the gates of Pingshan County, bathed in the golden glow of the setting sun. According to the original plan, they should have reached Pingshan County by noon. However, delays caused by the Tiger Gang incident and the need to repair their carriage had led them to arrive at dusk. The towering and solid city walls of Pingshan County loomed before them like a slumbering giant. Constructed from massive bluestone bricks, closely stacked together, the ravages of time had left various deep and shallow marks upon the walls, creating a tapestry of wear and tear done on the battlements. Banners fluttered in the breeze. And the soldiers stationed there stood tall as pines, clad in helmets and armor, gripping long spears. Their vigilant eyes scrutinized every movement beyond the walls, as if no whisper of wind or rustle of grass could escape their notice. Located in the heart of Yuzhou, Pingshan County sparkled like a brilliant jewel upon this vast expanse of land, named for its construction at the base of the flat-topped Pingshan, which rose dramatically into the clouds. The mountain summit was unexpectedly level, as if crafted by divine hands wielding a colossal axe, making a unique landmark of the county. To the east, Pingshan County bordered the ancient capital of Dongchang, bearing the weight of history and its vicissitudes. To the north lay the illustrious city of Luoyang, basking in its prosperity and splendor. Its transportation was exceptionally convenient, with an intricate network of roads crisscrossing like a spider's web. Bustling with carts and travelers at the city gates, a throng of people bustled about, creating a lively atmosphere. Street vendors with burdens on their shoulders wiped sweat from their brows with towels draped around their necks while calling out loudly to sell their wares. Merchants led weary donkeys, their faces etched with fatigue, yet glimmering with hope for the future, carefully guarding the goods strapped to their backs. Elegantly dressed young gentry strolled leisurely through the crowd, fanning themselves with folding fans and wearing relaxed smiles. And the common folk, dressed simply, either bore baskets on their backs or carried bundles, toiling tirelessly for their livelihoods, their faces telling tales of life's hardships. Ma Tong rode a magnificent brown steed to the city gates, abruptly pulling the reins, causing the horse to rear up and whinny. With agile grace, Ma Tong dismounted, his movements clean and precise. Upon seeing this, the guarding soldiers marched forward in unison, their expressions serious, demanding loudly, "Who goes there?" Ma Tong promptly produced his appointment document from the divine capturing office, respectfully presenting it with both hands. The soldier accepted the document, scrutinizing it closely before nodding slightly and gesturing for them to pass, allowing the convoy to enter the city. The city was even more vibrant, with shops lining the streets, their colorful signs dazzling the eye. In the silk shop, an array of fine fabrics shimmered, each piece fluttering gently in the breeze, showcasing its softness and luxury. The jewelry store sparkled with radiant gems and exquisite gold and silver ornaments, shimmering enticingly under the glow of the lamps. Street food stalls emitted mouth-watering aromas, with steaming buns and sizzling meat enticing passers-by to stop and salivate. Street performers dazzled the crowd with their daring feats, tossing colorful balls into the air and walking precariously on tightropes, drawing cheers from the onlookers, some clapping in approval, while others stood agape. Ma Tong led the group directly to the divine capturing office. where the sentry at the entrance recognized him and displayed a hint of surprise, hurriedly running inside to announce their arrival. Before they even arrived, his voice boomed like a bell. Haha. After waiting like a starry-eyed child. I, old Xie, am delighted to finally see you, Brother Ma. As soon as he finished speaking, the head of the divine capturing office, the renowned chief Xie Xian, strode over with brisk steps, that he was tall and robust, each stride resonating with authority. His face lit up with a broad smile akin to the blazing summer sun, exuding warmth and exuberance. His piercing eyes sparkled with excitement and joy, and his well-fitted black captor's attire clung to his muscular frame, enhancing his imposing presence. Upon seeing Xie Xian approach personally, Ma Tong was taken aback, quickly cupping his hands in respect and bowing deeply, saying, Master Xie, how could I dare to trouble you to come and greet me? Xie Xian chuckled heartily, waving his hand dismissively. Brother Ma, no need for such formalities. Then his keen gaze swept over the others, revealing a blend of authority and curiosity as he inquired, wasn't it said you would arrive by noon? Why the delay? And who are these bound individuals behind you? Ma Tong swiftly pushed forward Ding Baoping from the Tiger Gang, announcing loudly, Master Xie, this is Ding Baoping of the Tiger Gang. While we were escorting the tax silver, we were ambushed by the Tiger Gang, and he was the ringleader that we faced great peril, nearly falling into his hands. Fortunately, my junior brother Xiao Qian arrived just in time to subdue the Tiger Gang members. Otherwise, the consequences of losing the tax silver would have been dire. Upon hearing this, Xie Xian's expression darkened instantly, his previously warm demeanor replaced by a cloud of anger. His eyes widened, veins bulging on his forehead, as he gritted his teeth and exclaimed, I never imagined that the usually docile Tiger Gang would act so recklessly. Xie Xian strode to Xiao Qian, clasped his hands in a sincere gesture, and said, Young hero Xiao, we owe you our gratitude for preserving the tax silver. It would have been catastrophic had we lost it. Xiao Qian slightly cupped his hands in return, responding composedly, Master Xie, you flatter me to as a disciple of Wudong. It is my duty to uphold justice and aid those in need. It is my fortune to have preserved the tax silver. His steadfast gaze and resolute tone exuded righteousness. Xie Xian's eyes brimmed with gratitude and admiration as he continued, Indeed, you are a true disciple of Wudong, and Xiao Qian the Tiger Claw lives up to his name. Today, witnessing your skills and sense of justice is truly commendable. Xie Xian, known for his decisiveness, raised an eyebrow and waved his hand forcefully, commanding, Bring these Tiger Gang scoundrels to the dungeons of the Divine Capturing Office. His booming voice echoed through the courtyard, resonating powerfully. The captors responded in unison, their expressions grave as they moved swiftly, like wolves, seizing the ruffians with precision and efficiency, leading them away without hesitation. Chapter 35. The Art of Transformation. After instructing his subordinates to take the criminals away, Xie Xian turned to Ma Tong, his eyes filled with trust and expectation. Brother Ma, one matter should not trouble two masters. You shall be responsible for the interrogation, but Ma Tong promptly clasped his hands in agreement. Determination etched on his face. Rest assured, Master Xie, I shall not fail in this mission. He stood tall, as if pledging a solemn oath. Once arrangements were complete, Xie Xian straightened his attire, his demeanor serious like a general preparing for battle, and said earnestly, I shall take the tax silver to the county magistrate's office without delay. This matter cannot be postponed. With a grave expression, he surveyed the assembled captors, instructing sternly, All of you, the affairs of the Tiger Gang must not be leaked, lest we alert them. This is of utmost importance. Should anyone let slip a word, I, Xie Xian, will show no mercy. His arms crossed over his chest, standing tall like a pine tree, his tone brooked no argument. The captors bowed their heads in response, their expressions tense and serious. Having said this, he strode purposefully, accompanied by a select group of capable men, escorting the box of tax silver as they hurried away. Ma Tong's expression was grave, his brows furrowed, his eyes sharp as cold stars, following closely behind the swift-footed captors. Behind him trailed Lin Yi and the others, their faces solemn as they hastened towards the dungeon. The dark, damp dungeon was permeated with a nauseating moldy odor, where Ding Baoping was tightly shackled with heavy iron chains, rendering him utterly immobile. That he was a stout figure, his face a canvas of excess flesh. And yet at this moment, he bore an air of arrogance, glaring at everyone with eyes that resembled copper bells. A Tong strode forward, slamming his palm onto the table with a resounding crack, and bellowed, Ding Baoping, you have committed the crime of robbing the tax silver. Someone is undoubtedly pulling the strings behind you. Confess at once and disclose the truth, or you shall face dire consequences. However, Ding Baoping remained obstinate, his thick neck jutting defiantly as he shouted, "Humph, do as you will. Whether to kill or to torture, I shall not yield." His grimacing face radiated a defiance akin to that of a pig unbothered by boiling water. Ma Tong, enraged, rose abruptly, sweeping his hand through the air. "It appears you are a fool who refuses to heed the warning of good counsel. Seize him and administer 20 lashes." 2 burly constables promptly advanced, rolling up their sleeves to reveal their muscular arms, grasping heavy boards that they raised high before bringing down with a thud. The sound of the boards striking flesh echoed ominously within the dungeon, instilling a sense of dread. Once the lashes had been administered, Ma Tong approached Ding Baoping once more, his voice icy as he inquired, "Ding Baoping, do you now wish to confess?" At this juncture, Ding Baoping was battered and bruised. Yet he remained silent, clenching his teeth and turning his head away defiantly. That moment, Lenny stepped forward, narrowing his eyes thoughtfully. After a brief contemplation, he proposed, "Perhaps we should try the method of tickling." Using a feather on his feet, A Tong hesitated slightly, casting a glance between Ding Baoping and Lin Yi, before finally nodding in agreement. Consequently, the constables retrieved a pristine feather. Upon seeing the feather, Ding Baoping's face was rife with disdain. He sneered, glanced sideways, and scoffed, "Humph, what can a mere feather possibly do to me? To think I would capitulate is sheer folly." His grotesque visage appeared even more menacing, as if challenging the onlookers. Under Ma Tong's command, one constable began to gently stroke Ding Baoping's feet with the feather. Initially, he bore it stoically, biting his lip as beads of sweat formed on his forehead. Yet before long, he could no longer endure it. His facial muscles contorted in laughter, tears streaming down his face as he pleaded, "Stop, stop. I will tell you everything." Breathing heavily, like a deflated balloon, he finally confessed the robbery of the tax silver was orchestrated by our leader, who waited. "I was merely following orders. He provided the time and place, and as for anything else, I truly know nothing." Ma Tong furrowed his brow tightly, his expression troubled, as if a deep furrow had formed at the center of his forehead. After a moment of contemplation, he remarked, "Ding Baoping possesses so little information. It seems that to uncover the truth and fully resolve this matter of the tax silver robbery, we must delve into the dealings of the Tiger Gang's leader, Hu Wei." With that, Ma Tong shook his head in resignation and turned, leading the others out of the dark, damp dungeon. Upon reaching the entrance, Ma Tong gazed up at the sky, exhaling deeply as if attempting to expel the foul air of the dungeon from his lungs. He clasped his hands in front of him and began pacing anxiously, awaiting the return of Xie Xian. At this moment, Ma Tong appeared somewhat weary. The stubble on his face bore witness to days of toil. Yet his eyes remained resolute, radiating an unwavering determination to achieve his goal. In Lin Yi's mind, the system's voice resonated. "Host has slain Ma Wang and assisted in subduing Ding Baoping, rewarding you with the skill Xinxing by Bian." Xinxing by Bian is a renowned lightness skill from the Jianghu sect, Tai Jian Men, which consists of 3 levels. The first level, Feet Oiled, allows one to travel 1,000 miles daily, making it nearly impossible for any master of lightness to catch up. The second level, Gecko Climbing Walls, enables one to scale walls with ease. The third level, Loach Burrowing, grants a slippery finesse akin to a loach, making it nearly impossible for any expert to grasp. The principle of Xinxing by Bian lies in the rotation and vibration of internal energy, allowing one to deflect external forces while simultaneously evading attacks. Lin Yi was utterly elated. To receive Xinxing by Bian was a remarkable boon. Having been rewarded by the system, he had instinctively mastered the first level, Feet Oiled, excitedly contemplating the potential of this newfound skill. He was suddenly interrupted by the return of Captain Xie and his men. Suppressing his eagerness, he hurried to join Ma Tong in welcoming Captain Xie. Ma Tong's expression bore a hint of tension, beads of perspiration dotting his forehead as he hastened to Xie Xian, urgently inquiring, "Captain Xie, was the escort of the tax silver successful?" Xie Xian appeared relaxed, a slight smile gracing his lips as he reassured Ma Tong. "Do not worry, my good brother. Everything went exceedingly well. The journey was smooth, with no disturbances whatsoever. As he spoke, he gently patted Ma Tong's shoulder in a gesture of comfort, and Ma Tong's brow furrowed, his eyebrows knitting together in a tight knot as a flicker of doubt crossed his eyes. He pressed on, "But does the Tiger Gang know that the tax silver is safe?" Xie Xian crossed his arms, standing tall with a steadfast gaze, confidently assuring Ma Tong, "Fear not, my brother. I took precautions to prevent any leaks. The silver was transported via a concealed route, and the men accompanying it are all my trusted allies. Even if the Tiger Gang had extraordinary capabilities, they would never have detected it. In other words, the Tiger Gang remained blissfully unaware of the situation. Chapter 36. Night Raid on the Tiger Gang. Excellent. Upon hearing Xie Xian's words, Ma Tong's previously tense expression transformed into one of sheer joy. His eyes sparkling like stars in the night sky, the shadows on his face dissipating as if swept away by a gust of wind, he exuberantly waved his arms, proclaiming, "Captain Xie, I have new developments from my interrogation of Ding Baoping." Initially, he was as unyielding as a rock, refusing to divulge anything despite my relentless questioning, but under my various methods, he ultimately revealed some critical information. Xie Xian's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness and focus. "Oh, pray tell." That Ma Tong's expression turned grave as he took a couple of steps closer to Xie Xian, lowering his voice. "Captain Xie, the results of the interrogation have emerged. According to Ding Baoping, the robbery of the tax silver was orchestrated by their leader, Hu Wei, who was meticulous and thorough in his planning. Furthermore, Ding Baoping suggested that there may be hidden secrets within their gang that could have far-reaching implications that it seems that to uncover the entire truth. Our only course of action is to apprehend the Tiger Gang's leader." Hu Wei spoke. Ma Tong clenched his fists tightly, the veins on the back of his hands standing out prominently. Xie Xian nodded slightly, his gaze fixed intently on Ma Tong's report, and Ma Tong furrowed his brow deeply, the creases on his forehead sharp and pronounced. Anxiety etched across his face as he continued. "Moreover, this matter requires urgency. We cannot afford even the slightest delay, that if news of the tax silver's safe arrival spreads, that cunning Hu Wei may very well catch wind of it and seize the opportunity to flee. At that point, capturing him would be as difficult as reaching for the stars." That in his eyes shone a sense of urgency and determination, as if he could already envision the impending loss. Xie Xian nodded thoughtfully, his expression grave as he replied, "It seems we must indeed take down the leader of the Tiger Gang, Hu Wei. Only from him can we unearth the truth behind this matter." Ma Tong vigorously nodded in agreement, affirming, "Indeed." Xie Xian continued, "Since the information has yet to leak, we must act swiftly to avoid further complications. Let us launch a night raid on the Tiger Gang this very night, with the aim of capturing Hu Wei. Night fell. The moon shrouded in darkness and clouds, casting only faint glimmers of light. The Tiger Gang's stronghold lay in eerie silence, resembling a slumbering beast. At this moment, their leader, Hu Wei, sat in the assembly hall, a formidable figure akin to a small mountain, his muscles bulging with latent power. His thick beard resembled steel needles, enhancing his ferocity, while his eyes glinted with predatory intensity, reminiscent of a ravenous wolf, sending shivers down the spine. His brow was furrowed in deep concentration, the lines on his forehead etched deeply, and his hands gripped the armrests of his chair tightly, anxiously awaiting news from Ding Baoping. "Where are the second and third leaders? Have you heard nothing?" Hu Wei roared impatiently at those gathered in the hall, his voice booming like thunder, causing the flickering candle flames to sway. A timid underling, who had just entered, trembled in fear, stuttering, reporting to the leader, "The brothers stationed at the city gate have yet to see the second or third leaders return with their men." Hu Wei's face darkened, his expression grave as if water could drip from it. He muttered through clenched teeth, "Could it be that we have truly failed?" "No, that second brother has already entered the realm of Qi Mai, his skills profound. Ma Tong should not be a match for him. What could have possibly gone wrong?" He began to pace restlessly within the hall, his hands rubbing together anxiously, each step heavy with an overwhelming sense of dread. Hu Wei's brow remained furrowed, his eyes filled with urgency and concern as he pressed, "Was there anyone of note who entered the city today?" His hands clenched tightly around the armrests, the veins on the back of his hands bulging. An underling, deep in thought, squinted his eyes in recollection, and after a moment he replied, "Today, a brother reported that a convoy entered the city around dusk. From the direction, it seemed to be coming from Shuangyang County." Upon hearing this, Hu Wei was taken aback. His face instantly drained of color. Turning pale as a ghost, he widened his eyes, his mouth involuntarily agape, muttering to himself. The convoy, Shuangyang. Could it be? His body jolted as if struck by a bolt of lightning. He sprang to his feet, his hands trembling uncontrollably as he paced anxiously back and forth in the hall, his steps chaotic, and his breathing becoming increasingly rapid. Could it be them? If so, it would spell disaster. Beads of sweat dotted Hu Wei's forehead, his eyes brimming with terror and unease. After a long pause, Hu Wei finally resolved, regardless of the circumstances, I must prepare for the worst, that he emitted a peculiar whistle, sharp and brief. Before long, a figure clad in black materialized before him like a specter. The figure was shrouded in a black cloak, rendering their features indistinguishable. Hu Wei swiftly handed a letter to the dark-clad figure, who took it and vanished in an instant, as if they had never existed. Gazing at the spot where the figure had disappeared, Hu Wei murmured, I hope I am merely overthinking this. Meanwhile, outside the Tiger Gang, Xie Xian, Ma Tong, Xiao Qian, Lin Yi, and others had quietly surrounded the gang with a troop of constables. Xie Xian lowered his voice, stating, my brother, and I will assault from the front to draw their attention. Xiao and Lin, you shall enter from the back door and seize the opportunity to infiltrate. We must not allow Hu Wei to escape. His gaze was resolute, as steadfast as a rock, his countenance serious and unquestionable. The others nodded in agreement, their eyes filled with determination. With a grand gesture, Xie Xian led the constables towards the entrance of the Tiger Gang. Upon hearing the approaching footsteps, the gang members became immediately alert, shouting, This is the Tiger Gang's stronghold. No outsiders are permitted entry. Xie Xian, incensed by the response, widened his eyes as if flames were about to erupt from them, bellowing, Presumptuous! I am the gold metalhead constable of the Divine Capture Division. The gang leader, Wu Wei, is implicated in a treasonous conspiracy that I have come to apprehend the criminal. Anyone who obstructs me shall be guilty of treason. The gang members exchanged bewildered glances, unsure how to respond, their faces betraying their fear. At that moment, a leader among them stepped forward. Upon seeing Xie Xian, his expression turned to one of disbelief, his eyes bulging and mouth agape. He quickly donned a sycophantic smile, contorting his face as he bowed and said, It is head Constable Xie. What brings you to our humble Tiger Gang? Chapter 37. The pinnacle of post-heaven. Xie Xian's expression was as cold as frost, his gaze piercing like lightning as he fixed it on Wei, the steward, speaking sternly. So it is you, Steward Wei. Your gang leader Wu Wei is implicated in a treasonous conspiracy. I am here to apprehend the criminal. Anyone who dares to obstruct me shall face the same charges of treason. He stood tall, arms crossed, exuding an aura of unassailable authority. Upon hearing this, Wei was taken aback, his face paling to the color of paper. Beads of sweat rolling down his fleshy forehead like pearls strung together. He feigned calmness, forcing a stiff smile as he said, Haha, Head Constable Xie, surely you jest. Our Tiger Gang is always law-abiding. We wouldn't harm even a chicken, and we have never engaged in illegal activities. How could our gang leader possibly be involved in a treasonous conspiracy? As he spoke, he squinted his small eyes, lowering his voice and inching closer to Xie Xian, with an undertone of barely concealed threat and flattery. Head Constable Xie, we have paid our monthly tribute in full. You cannot disrupt the established order. Xie Xian, now furious, shouted, What disruption of order? Wu Wei is implicated in treason, and the evidence is irrefutable. Your second-in-command, Ding Baoping, has confessed everything to do not waste my time with your evasions that I will count to 3. And if you continue to obstruct me, you shall be deemed guilty of treason. I will show no mercy. 3, 2, 1, attack. As he reached 1, seeing that the Tiger Gang members showed no intention of clearing the way, Xie Xian commanded, his voice booming like thunder, resonating in the ears of all present. The constables, upon receiving the order, swiftly drew their weapons, their blades glinting ominously as they charged towards the gang. Wei, now gripped by fear, his eyes wide with terror, trembled uncontrollably. Sensing the grave situation, he attempted to flee, but Xie Xian, with a sudden movement, struck with the swiftness of a phantom, deftly sealing Wei's acupoint with a single finger. Leading the charge, Xie Xian brandished his long knife, its blade reflecting the moonlight with a chilling gleam, and he surged forward with the constables, like a tidal wave, fiercely advancing towards the Hall of Unity. Inside, the gang leader Hu Wei sat at the head of the table, his robust frame causing the large chair to tremble slightly. Hearing the commotion at the entrance, he frowned, a hint of displeasure evident on his face, and impatiently instructed a lackey, "Go see what is happening outside." Shortly after, the lackey returned, panic etched on his features, his face twisted in fear, exclaiming, "Leader, it's bad news. Head Constable Xie from the Divine Capture Division has arrived with a group of constables, claiming you are implicated in a treasonous conspiracy and are here to arrest you." Upon hearing this, Hu Wei broke into a cold sweat, his back drenched, his clothes clinging to him, that he thought to himself, "It seems Ding Baoping has indeed failed and exposed me as well. I cannot stay here any longer. I must leave at once to the decisive character." Hu Wei realized his cover was blown. Disregarding all treasures, he leapt up and dashed towards the back door like the wind. At the back door of the Tiger Gang, Xiao Qian and Lin Yi, along with the constables, had long been in ambush, just as they thought Hu Wei would not escape through the back. The door creaked open, revealing Hu Wei peering out, his triangular eyes darting around. Seeing no one, he felt a surge of delight, a smug smile creeping onto his face, and he hurriedly stepped out, ready to make his escape. But Hu Wei's flight was halted. Xiao Qian bellowed, his voice cutting through Hu Wei's dreams like a dragon's roar. Lin Yi, accompanied by the constables, quickly surrounded Hu Wei. Startled, Hu Wei focused his gaze and, realizing it was not Xie Qian, felt a wave of relief wash over him. He burst into a raucous laugh, revealing a set of uneven yellow teeth. "Who is this young brat, with Xie Qian absent? You dare to block my path? You all are no match for me." With that, Hu Wei swiftly drew a long knife from his waist, its blade flashing with a cold light. He roared, his voice booming like thunder, unleashing his inner strength, revealing his peak post-heaven realm. Lin Yi's face was painted with shock as he realized, Hu Wei has indeed opened his meridians and reached the pinnacle of post-heaven. "What shall we do now?" Sweat poured from his forehead. With their numbers, they could scarcely withstand Hu Wei's might, that he hoped that Brother Xiao could hold on a little longer until Xie and the others arrived for support. Hu Wei unleashed his ultimate technique, the five-tiger door-splitting blade, charging ferociously at the others, as if he intended to cleave them all in two. Xiao Qian remained calm and unruffled, showing no fear. He waved his hand lightly, signaling the constables to fall back, his hands forming claw shapes, his knuckles pronounced, declaring loudly, "Everyone step back. Allow me to confront him." With that, he moved like a swallow, employing the Wudong's ultimate technique, the Tiger Claw, to meet Hu Wei head dash on. Hu Wei's five-tiger door-splitting blade was fierce and domineering, each swing accompanied by a gust of wind, the blade's light flickering as if it could tear the very air apart. He glared fiercely, the flesh on his face quivering violently with each movement, emitting roars of fury like a maddened beast. Xiao Qian's Tiger Claw was equally fierce and ruthless. His form was agile, his steps light, his hands poised like claws, his gaze sharp and resolute, exuding an undeniable aura of determination. Thus the two engaged in combat, with Hu Wei striking first, raising his long knife high and bringing it down forcefully towards Xiao Qian's head, as if intending to cleave a mountain in half. Xiao Qian, unflinching, thrust both claws forward, and with a resounding clang, he blocked Hu Wei's powerful strike with mere flesh, startled by the force of his blow being thwarted. Hu Wei focused his gaze, realizing something peculiar about Xiao Qian's hands. That as he swung his knife, Hu Wei remarked, "So it's the celestial silkworm gloves. I truly thought your martial arts had reached such heights." His face was a mix of shock and disbelief, beads of sweat cascading down his cheeks, yet his eyes remained fierce. Xiao Qian chose not to respond, sidestepping swiftly, extending his claw towards Hu Wei's throat. Hu Wei reacted with lightning speed, parrying with his knife, producing a shower of sparks. Immediately after, Hu Wei spun around, the knife following his movement, sweeping horizontally towards Xiao Qian's waist. Xiao Qian lightly tapped the ground, leaping back several feet to evade the ferocious attack. Before he could steady himself, he lunged once more at Hu Wei, his claws like the wind, aimed directly at Hu Wei's face. In an instant, the two engaged in a fierce exchange, their blades and claws intertwining, causing the very air around them to grow heated from their intense battle. Chapter 38. The fierce tiger falls that Hu Wei's 5 tigers break the door blade was formidable and powerful. In this life-and-death struggle, it gained even more potency. His movements were grand and forceful, exuding an overwhelming presence. With a single stroke, he split the air, causing even the gods and demons to tremble. Lin Yi clenched his fists tightly, his gaze fixed anxiously on the fierce clash between Xiao Qian and Hu Wei. Lin Yi mused to himself that if he were to face Hu Wei, he would likely not withstand even a single blow. To his surprise, Xiao Qian, despite his youth, exhibited martial prowess that was indeed on par with Hu Wei's. Xiao Qian's tiger-like claws, fierce and unyielding, managed to withstand Hu Wei's heavy blade without faltering. His movements were unpredictable, flowing seamlessly as he struck at Hu Wei's vital points: the face, neck, and chest. Unbeknownst to him, he had gained a slight upper hand, and as the battle dragged on without resolution, Hu Wei grew increasingly agitated. His eyes blazing like fiery orbs, the muscles in his face contorted with rage, resembling writhing worms beneath his skin that he panted heavily. His breath as labored as a raging storm, and bellowed, "Kid, today it's either you die or I perish." He swung his long knife, the veins in his arms bulging like serpents to that moment. The hurried footsteps of Xie Xian approached from a distance that Hu Wei, aware that the tides had turned against him, was unwilling to succumb easily, that a fierce unwillingness burned within him, compelling him to fight to the death. Suddenly, he raised his long knife high above his head, his aura surging like a tidal wave. His garments billowing as he shouted, "Mad Tiger's 3 blades!" The sound seemed to pierce the heavens, causing leaves to rustle and fall around them. Seeing Hu Wei's desperation, Xiao Qian no longer held back, unleashing his true strength in an instant. His previously calm visage transformed into one of fierce determination, radiating a powerful aura that seemed almost tangible, as if he had stepped into the realm of innate mastery. The innate vital energy surrounded him like an invisible shield, shimmering softly in the moonlight. Xiao Qian's gaze was as steadfast as rock, his hands forming claws, fingertips glinting with a cold sheen as he coldly declared, "Hu Wei, today marks your end." Hu Wei's ultimate move collided with Xiao Qian's vital energy, producing a deafening explosion that sent dust swirling around them. Yet, the ferocity of his blade could not penetrate Xiao Qian's defenses, akin to raging waves crashing against solid rock. Seizing the opportune moment, Xiao Qian darted forward like a phantom, so swift that he was nearly invisible, that in Hu Wei's incredulous gaze, Xiao Qian lightly tapped at his waist. And Hu Wei felt a sudden, excruciating pain, collapsing to the ground, easily subdued by Xiao Qian. Moments later, Xie Xian and a group of constables rushed to the scene, his eyes filled with admiration as he beheld Xiao Qian, a smile of relief crossing his face. "Truly, you are one of the 7 disciples of Wudong. Young hero Xiao. It is remarkable that at such a young age, you have already stepped into the realm of innate mastery. Thankfully, you were here to assist, otherwise, capturing Hu Wei would not have been so simple." Xie Xian's expression turned serious as he approached Hu Wei, his steps measured and powerful, that he leaned slightly, fixing his gaze on the prostrate Hu Wei. Devoid of any compassion, he produced a sturdy rope from his waist, pulling it taut with both hands, preparing to bind Hu Wei securely. Suddenly, a figure clad in black appeared out of nowhere, moving like a specter, lunging straight at Xie Xian. His eyes glinted with a sinister light, his iron claws flashing in the night, intertwining with an eerie wind. Xie Xian reacted swiftly, drawing his blade to defend himself, his expression grave. He swung his knife with precision, the light flashing with intensity. However, the black-clad assailant's onslaught was relentless, forcing Xie Xian back several steps, leaving deep footprints in the ground. Xie Xian's expression shifted to one of alarm, cold sweat beading on his forehead as he shouted, "Ghostly claws of the underworld, you are one of the devil cult." The black-clad figure ignored Xie Xian's accusation, pressing the attack. Seizing the moment he had pushed Xie Xian back, he swiftly approached Hu Wei, deftly unlocking his pressure points. Lowering his voice to a deep rumble, as if from the depths of the abyss, he commanded, "Flee." Seeing this, Xiao Qian bellowed, "Thief, do not escape." Utilizing his agile skills, he leaped into the air like a great rock spreading its wings. Intercepting the two, the black-clad figure's eyes narrowed, exchanging a glance with Hu Wei before both launched a fierce assault on the obstructing Xiao Qian. The black figure's claws swirled like hooks, slicing through the air with a chilling wind, while Hu Wei's blade gleamed menacingly, aimed at Xiao Qian's vital points. Undeterred, Xiao Qian's expression hardened, his eyes blazing with determination. He formed claw-like hands, unleashing his full power, his movements sharp and decisive. Accompanied by a howling wind, he weaved through their attacks with finesse, ensuring they could not escape. The black figure's eyes, filled with malice, remained fixed on Xiao Qian, anxiety building within him. Realizing he could not eliminate Xiao Qian quickly, he knew Hu Wei was beyond rescue to that moment. His thoughts raced. His own safety was paramount, that if he delayed any longer and allowed Xie Qian to arrive, he would likely fall as well. With a glint of ruthlessness in his eyes, akin to that of a ravenous wolf, he struck Hu Wei with a powerful blow, sending him sprawling aside like a rag doll, then turned and fled like a bird taking to the sky. Xiao Qian, left with no choice, caught Hu Wei, watching helplessly as the black figure vanished into the night, his frustration manifesting in furious stomps and clenched teeth. Hu Wei, gravely injured and barely breathing, gazed at the retreating figure with despair. That despair, akin to the frost of a cold night, dulled his eyes. He realized there was no escape left for him and resolved to reveal the mastermind behind it all. Captain Xie, the true mastermind is. Hu Wei began, but was suddenly seized by a violent pain in his heart, his face contorting in agony, his features twisting grotesquely as he emitted a pained wail. The onlookers watched as Hu Wei writhed on the ground, his body suffused with crimson lines, resembling a ghastly spider's web. Soon, he collapsed, as if all his bones had been extracted, lifeless. Xie Qian hurried forward to inspect, pulling aside Hu Wei's clothing to reveal a strange blood-red mark on his chest. Xie Qian's expression darkened, his brow furrowed as he spoke solemnly. This is the blood evil sect's heart demon curse. A strand of malevolent energy is implanted within, surrounding the heart, that if the cursed individual becomes weakened or provoked by the caster, this energy will erupt, attacking the heart and leading to fatal rupture. Chapter 39. All clues lost. Xie Qian swiftly approached Xiao Qian, inquiring, "Young hero Xiao, were you injured in that perilous encounter?" Xiao Qian shook his head slightly, a relaxed smile gracing his face as he responded casually. "Do not worry, Lord Xie. I sustained no significant injuries." As he spoke, he dusted off his clothes. Upon hearing this, Xie Qian's tense demeanor eased slightly, gratitude evident in his gaze as he clasped his hands in respect, sincerely stating, "Thank you, young hero Xiao, for intervening against the black-clad figure, that if not for your timely action, Hu Wei would have surely escaped." His eyes sparkled with admiration, and his expression was sincere and fervent. Xiao Qian humbly waved his hand and lowered his head, saying, "You overstate my contributions, Lord Xie. I merely lent a small hand. That it is unfortunate that Hu Wei has perished, for we have gleaned no clues from him." A hint of regret flickered across Xiao Qian's brow as his hands instinctively balled into fists. Xie Qian sighed deeply, his brow furrowing as he regarded Xiao Qian with a profound gaze. Indeed, it is a pity that I did not expect the puppet master to be so ruthless. Hu Wei was discarded without hesitation. Anger and contemplation flickered in his eyes. After a brief pause, hope reignited in Xie Qian's gaze as he continued. However, Hu Wei fled in haste, suggesting there may still be clues within his quarters that if we search thoroughly, we may uncover something. With resolute determination, he fixed his gaze on Hu Wei's room, hands clasped behind his back, his stride steady and powerful. Suddenly, without warning, a building belonging to the Tiger Gang erupted into flames, a fierce blaze shooting skyward. Xie Qian's expression shifted dramatically, his eyes wide with shock as he exclaimed, "That appears to be Hu Wei's room." His face flushed with urgency and anger. Without hesitation, Xie Qian flung his sleeve and hurried towards the inferno, followed by the frantic constables who scrambled for buckets and basins to douse the flames from the nearest well. After considerable effort, they finally extinguished the fire, only to find Hu Wei's room, once ablaze, now reduced to a charred shell, the bookshelf a mere pile of ashes. Xie Qian surveyed the devastation, a deep sigh escaping him as he lamented. "There are no clues left." With a stern expression, he called upon the constables, arms crossed over his chest, demanding, "How did this room catch fire? Speak clearly." He straightened his back, exuding an air of authority, that a lean constable hurried forward, bowed with clasped hands, and replied, My lord, just moments ago, I witnessed a figure clad in black emerge from this room, only for it to ignite in flames almost instantaneously that I took note of a pungent odor of kerosene. It seems the black-clad individual deliberately set the fire that as he spoke, the constable wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead with his sleeve, his face etched with tension and fear. Xie Xian's gaze was fixated on the constable as he urgently inquired. What was the martial prowess of that black-clad figure? What was his stature? His brows knitted deeper, his eyes brimming with an insatiable thirst for information, that a flicker of trepidation and shame crossed the constable's face as he hastily responded. My lord, the black-clad figure was slender and shrouded in a veil, obscuring his face entirely. The moment I spotted him, he fled with remarkable speed, as if he were a wraith, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Beyond that, I am but a dullard and could discern nothing else. With that, the constable lowered his head, unable to meet Xie Xian's piercing gaze, his body trembling slightly, seemingly fearful of incurring Xie Xian's wrath. Upon hearing this, Xie Xian's brow furrowed tightly, and he exchanged a glance with Ma Tong, a robust figure with a square jaw and bushy brows, mirrored the gravity of the moment that I in their shared glance. They discerned a profound concern reflected in each other's eyes. Xie Xian clenched his teeth and spoke gravely. Once again, we are faced with a black-clad figure. It appears the mastermind behind the tax silver case is meticulous and ruthless. Indeed, a formidable adversary. His fist involuntarily tightened, veins bulging on the back of his hand. At that moment, County Lieutenant Zheng Hong arrived with a flourish, accompanied by the city guards. Zheng Hong's imposing stature resembled that of an iron tower, his armor glinting coldly in the sunlight. With an air of authority, he furrowed his brows and inquired loudly, Captain Xie, what investigation are you pursuing at this late hour, causing such a disturbance? Xie Xian promptly clasped his hands in salute. His demeanor serious as he replied, Lieutenant Zheng, today, the tax silver being transported from Shuangyang County was ambushed by the Tiger Gang. Fortunately, we had the esteemed Wudong disciple, Xiao Qian, with us. Otherwise, the silver would have fallen into their hands. I have just apprehended their leader, Hu Wei, but he has been silenced. That it seems there is an even greater perpetrator lurking behind this tax silver case. Upon hearing this, Zheng Hong's expression darkened, akin to ominous clouds gathering. He declared, in that case, this matter will be entrusted to you to uncover the truth that I shall report to the county magistrate and take my leave. With that, he flicked his cloak and departed with the city guards. Not looking back, Xie Xian watched Zheng Hong's retreating figure with a grim expression, inwardly cursing, how unfortunate. That old trickster has deftly offloaded this case onto me. He ground his teeth, the muscles in his jaw quivering slightly. His hands unconsciously clenching into fists. With a resigned sigh, Xie Xian's breath seemed to carry the weight of endless fatigue and frustration. He lifted his gaze, scanning the assembled constables, before gesturing, brothers, please take care to thoroughly inspect the spoils of this encounter. Ensure that no crucial item is overlooked. His voice, though slightly hoarse, remained resolute and commanding. After this, Xie Xian cast a stern glance at the captured prisoner before striding purposefully toward the direction of the divine constabulary, his cloak billowing gently in the wind behind him. The constables responded in unison, promptly executing his orders. The following day, sunlight streamed through the windows and illuminated the court hall, where Lin Yi approached Xie Xian with utmost reverence. He slightly bowed, clasping his hands as he said, My lord, I humbly request leave to accompany Xiao Xia to Wudong to apprentice. Xie Xian, seated at the desk poring over documents, raised his head at Lin Yi's words. A warm smile illuminating his face as he readily replied, Granted. He then rose and walked over to Lin Yi, gently patting his shoulder, advising, Lin Yi, upon your journey to Wudong, ensure you learn diligently. Yet remember to stay true to your original intentions and not disappoint the expectations of those who believe in you. Chapter 40. Apprenticeship at Wudong. Upon hearing Xie Xian's approval, Lin Yi's face blossomed into a radiant smile. He hurriedly bowed again, placing his hands on his chest, gratefully exclaiming, Thank you, my lord. I shall forever cherish your kindness and strive to meet your expectations. Xie Xian, smiling, carefully retrieved the long sword resting beside him and solemnly presented it to Lin Yi, saying softly, Lin Yi, you should recognize this sword, yes? Lin Yi's eyes widened in shock, trembling as he replied, Isn't this the sword wielded by Hu Wei? His body involuntarily quivered, the fierce and brutal image of Hui wielding this very sword resurfacing vividly in his mind, as if the tides of memory had washed over him once more. Xie Qian remained composed, nodding affirmatively. Indeed, this is the sword used by who Wit is imbued with meteorite iron, extraordinarily hard and exceptionally sharp, truly a treasure. Today, I bestow it upon you, hoping that you will wield it to uphold justice and protect peace. With reverence and sincerity, Lin Yi accepted the precious sword, its blade glinting coldly in the sunlight. Gratitude shone in his eyes, and they glistened with unshed tears as he bowed deeply once more, bending at a 90-degree angle to express his gratitude for the gift before slowly bidding farewell to Xie Qian. After exiting Xie Qian's chamber, Lin Yi turned to seek out Ma Tong to say his goodbyes. At that moment, Ma Tong was seated amidst a mountain of documents, his brows furrowed as he scrutinized the papers before him, intent on uncovering critical clues hidden within the dense text. Upon hearing Lin Yi's familiar footsteps approaching, Ma Tong instinctively looked up, his face breaking into a joyful smile upon recognizing Lin Yi. Seeing Ma Tong so fatigued, Lin Yi's brows knitted together with concern, and he gently urged, "Brother Ma, do not overexert yourself. Your health is of utmost importance." A Tong chuckled, nodding as he patted Lin Yi's shoulder, saying, "Good brother, I wish you great success on your journey to Wudong, and may you soon become a legendary hero." After bidding farewell to Ma Tong, Lin Yi hastily set off to meet Xiao Qian. The two mounted their steeds, the horses whinnied and galloped, racing toward Wudong Mountain in Jingzhou. After 7 days of arduous travel, they finally arrived at Wudong Mountain. The majestic peaks of Wudong towered into the clouds, with mist swirling around them like gossamer, creating an ethereal paradise. The mountains rose steeply, akin to swords piercing the heavens. Seemingly intent on tearing through the sky, verdant trees blanketed the slopes, forming a lush green ocean, as waterfalls cascaded down like the Milky Way, sending up splashes of water that rang out with a melodious sound. Birds sang joyously from the branches, their melodious calls enchanting all who heard, as if one were immersed in a breathtaking landscape painting. The ancient Taoist temple clung to the mountainside, grand and imposing, with sweeping eaves and ornate carvings, harmoniously blending with the surrounding natural beauty, exuding an air of solemnity and mystery that was a fitting embodiment of the saying, "The four great mountains all bow in reverence. The 5 sacred peaks converge in homage." Upon reaching the entrance of Wudong, Xiao Qian dismounted swiftly, striding towards the gatekeeping disciples. The 2 gatekeepers recognized Xiao Qian with a glance, their faces instantly lit up with warm smiles. Exclaiming in unison, "Brother Xiao, you've returned to the mountain." Xiao Qian smiled and nodded, responding, "Indeed, I have returned with a newcomer who wishes to join our Wudong sect." One of the gatekeepers, upon hearing this, straightened his demeanor and quickly stated, "Brother Xiao, I shall fetch Brother Peng at once." Without waiting for further words, he dashed off like a nimble rabbit, swiftly disappearing into the winding paths of Wudong. Moments later, a rotund Taoist priest approached with a light-hearted gait. Spotting Xiao Qian from afar, his eyes narrowed into slits of delight as he beamed. "Ah, it's my junior brother Xiao Qian. It seems you have returned with quite the harvest this time." The plump priest ambled over, his round face jiggling with each smile, that he then turned his attention to Lin Yi, scrutinizing him from head to toe, and remarked, "So, this is the young hero who wishes to join our Wudong." Lin Yi promptly clasped his hands respectfully, replying, "Indeed, that is I hope the Taoist will grant me this opportunity." The plump priest nodded and waved his whisk, saying, "Very well, follow me to meet Master Qinjing." With that, he turned and led the way, his wide robe billowing in the breeze. As they walked, Lin Yi's eyes widened with wonder, taking in the sights around him, filled with awe and curiosity, while attentively listening to the plump priest's introduction to Wudong. The Wudong sect is located on Wudong Mountain, to the west of Jingzhou, established by the legendary Master Sanfeng. A century ago, when the demonic sect wreaked havoc, the founder of Wudong, Master Sanfeng, single-handedly quelled the chaos, defeating the demonic sect leader Dongfeng by atop Kunlun Mountain, earning the title of the greatest in the world. Though Wudong was founded merely a century ago and has few disciples, it stands tall in the martial world. Renowned and respected, subtly establishing itself as the foremost sect, the Emperor Qianmen personally inscribed the words Xianmen Jingzong, Wudong venerates the true martial emperor and also enshrines the three purities in the Sanqing Hall. Before long, they arrived at a magnificent hall, where they met the Wudong sect leader, Master Qinjing. The esteemed Taoist Qinjing, adorned in an elegant white Taoist robe, exuded an air of ethereal grace. His hair and beard touched with gray, commanding respect without uttering a word. He nodded slightly, a benevolent smile gracing his features, signifying his approval of Lin Yi's entry into the Wudong sect. Lin Yi's heart swelled with joy. His hands trembling with excitement, Taoist Qinjing spoke again. Upon joining Wudong, one must pledge the great oath of martial arts, to honor one's teachers and uphold the Tao, to be filial and respectful, never to harm fellow disciples, nor to act in defiance or ingratitude. One must eradicate evil and promote goodness, champion justice, and refrain from wrongdoing or oppressing the weak. That in cultivating oneself, one must possess humility and forbearance, not boast of one's virtues or pride oneself on talents. Hearing these words, a resolute glint sparked in Lin Yi's eyes. He straightened his back, his expression unwavering as he declared, "I am willing to take this great oath." His voice echoed within the hall, brimming with boundless determination and courage. Master Qinjing stroked his beard, his demeanor solemn as he replied, "If so, let us take the oath together." Lin Yi inhaled deeply, his countenance grave, and proclaimed aloud, "I, Lin Yi, hereby swear by the martial arts that upon joining Wudong, I shall diligently uphold the following vows: to honor one's teachers and uphold the Tao, to be filial and respectful, never to harm fellow disciples, nor to act in defiance or ingratitude, to eradicate evil and promote goodness, to champion justice, and refrain from wrongdoing or oppressing the weak. That in cultivating myself, to be humble and modest, never to boast of my virtues or pride myself on my talents." Each word was clear and resolute, resonating throughout the hall. With satisfaction, Master Qinjing nodded and solemnly inscribed Lin Yi's name in the Wudong register. He then turned, retrieving incense and candles from the table, signaling Lin Yi to follow him as they faced the ancestral tablet to offer prayers. Master Qinjing held the incense with reverence, leading Lin Yi to stand before the tablets of the ancestors and deities, where they respectfully inserted the incense into the burner. They knelt slowly, their foreheads touching the ground in deep homage. Lin Yi mirrored his master's every movement with utmost precision. After Lin Yi completed the final bow, Taoist Qinjing turned to him, his gaze both gentle and serious. "Lin Yi, from this day forth, you are a disciple of Wudong. That I hope you will steadfastly adhere to the oaths taken today and never forget your original intentions." His voice reverberated in the spacious hall, imbued with profound expectations. Lin Yi's eyes sparkled with determination, his posture upright as he clasped his hands and bowed deeply. "I shall faithfully uphold today's vows. Should I transgress, may the heavens strike me down. I shall never bring shame upon Wudong." His voice rang out, powerful and resolute, echoing as if it would pierce through the very heavens. Taoist Qinjing felt a surge of gratification, but suddenly his ears twitched slightly, and a flicker of surprise crossed his features. Yet, being a master of profound cultivation, he quickly regained his composure and smiled at Lin Yi, saying, "Lin Yi, come with me to the bamboo grove on the back mountain. Master Sanfeng wishes to see you." With that, he turned and strode purposefully toward the hall's exit. Lin Yi's face was instantly painted with astonishment and curiosity as he pondered, "Why does Master Sanfeng wish to see me?" His brow furrowed, his eyes filled with confusion. Yet he followed Taoist Qinjing with utmost respect to pay his respects to Master Sanfeng. Upon reaching the bamboo grove behind the mountain, Lin Yi beheld a verdant sea of bamboo swaying gently in the breeze, producing a rustling sound akin to a melodious symphony of nature. The tall bamboo stood erect like guardians of this sacred place. Sunlight streamed through the gaps in the leaves, casting fragmented golden rays that resembled glittering scales. The air was suffused with the fresh fragrance of bamboo, refreshing the spirit. Taoist Qinjing halted before the grove, gesturing for Lin Yi to enter alone. Lin Yi, stepping cautiously along the winding path, ventured into the bamboo thicket. The ground was carpeted with fallen yellow leaves, each step producing a soft crunch. After a quarter of an hour, he stumbled upon a quaint bamboo pavilion nestled deep within the grove. The pavilion, though simply constructed, emanated a natural and rustic charm. Inside the pavilion sat an elderly Taoist, his eyes gently closed, breathing steadily and deeply, his robe billowing softly in the wind. His snow-white hair fell loosely over his shoulders, not appearing disheveled, but rather adding an ethereal quality to his presence. His face was gaunt, each wrinkle seemingly narrating tales of time as passage and wisdom, but he appeared as one with the universe. The gentle breeze, the rustling bamboo leaves, and the dappled sunlight merging harmoniously around him, creating a tranquil and mysterious tableau. Lin Yi hastily bowed deeply, his demeanor one of utmost respect, stating, "Disciple pays respects to the master." Before him sat the legendary figure, the unparalleled Master Sanfeng of Wudong. Master Sanfeng slowly opened his eyes, gazing calmly at Lin Yi. "You are the disciple Lin Yi who joined Wudong today," Lin Yi quickly affirmed. "Indeed, that is me." Master Sanfeng continued, "I hope you will steadfastly uphold the spirit of chivalry and never tarnish Wudong's noble reputation." As he spoke, his gaze fell upon the long saber strapped to Lin Yi's back, his eyes narrowing slightly. "Let me see your sword." Lin Yi, not daring to be negligent, respectfully presented the saber to Master Sanfeng. The master took the weapon, flicking his fingers against its blade, and with a sharp crack, the long saber shattered into two pieces. From the gap of the broken blade, Master Sanfeng produced a fragment of a map, its material appearing to be sheepskin, worn at the edges and exuding an air of antiquity. The lines on the map were bold and vigorous, the ink varying in density. As if hastily drawn, that it depicted numerous winding lines and peculiar symbols marking various locations, their significance unknown. The edges of the map were jagged, as if torn from a larger piece. Upon seeing the fragment, Lin Yi gasped in astonishment and exclaimed, "Master, what is this?" Master Sanfeng, his expression calm, replied, "This appears to be a portion of a map, and it is your fortune. If you can gather the complete map, it should yield considerable rewards." After speaking, Master Sanfeng gently handed Lin Yi the fragment and the broken sword. Lin Yi accepted them with both hands, bowing respectfully. Master Sanfeng scrutinized Lin Yi and inquired, "Wudong is renowned for its mastery of fists, swords, and internal cultivation. You have practiced the saber technique. Would you be willing to switch to the study of fists or swords?" Lin Yi pondered for a moment before lifting his head and resolutely stating, "Disciple wishes to master the sword technique." Master Sanfeng nodded slightly. "This saber is commendable. Shortly, allow Xiao Qian to take you to the sword forging pool, where this saber will be reforged into a sword. Today, I shall impart Wudong's martial arts to you." With that, Master Sanfeng extended a finger, and a golden light swiftly entered Lin Yi's forehead, followed by an overwhelming surge of profound knowledge filling his mind, as if awakening from a dream. Lin Yi quickly expressed, "Thank you, Master, for imparting the teachings." Master Sanfeng waved his hand. "If so, you may leave now." Lin Yi bowed deeply once more, bidding farewell to the master, and turned to exit the bamboo grove. On his way, Lin Yi eagerly examined the martial arts now residing in his mind, discovering they were Wudong Long Fist, Royun Sword Technique, Chunyang Gong, and Tiyun Zong. Upon exiting the bamboo grove, however, Daoist Chenjing was no longer present. Instead, Xiao Qian awaited him. Lin Yi hurriedly approached, bowing to Xiao Qian. With a smile, Xiao Qian remarked, "Junior brother Lin, you are truly fortunate to have been summoned by the master." Unable to contain his excitement, Lin Yi replied, "Senior brother Xiao, the master has imparted to me the Royun sword technique, Chunyang Gong, and Tiyun Zong." Xiao Qian's eyes glimmered with envy as he exclaimed, "You are indeed fortunate. Usually, disciples who join Wudong must begin with the 36 long sword techniques and the breathing exercises. Only after gaining the approval of the plump Taoist can one learn Royun and Chunyang. These teachings alone are sufficient for you to cultivate to the innate realm. You truly are lucky." Curious, Lin Yi asked, "Senior brother Xiao, what if I wish to learn even more advanced skills?" Xiao Qian replied, "To learn more advanced skills, the fist techniques must gain the approval of senior brother Song Ku, while sword techniques must be endorsed by second senior brother Xia Yun. As of now, you have yet to reach the innate realm. So do not think too far ahead. Focus on your cultivation." Lin Yi, upon hearing Xiao Qian's words, felt a flush of embarrassment rise to his cheeks, a subtle pink hue coloring his fair face. He sheepishly scratched his head, his gaze lowered in contemplation, recognizing that indeed, As a new disciple of Wudong, his foundation was still shallow, and he was being rather ambitious in contemplating matters beyond his current capabilities. After a moment's reflection, he took a deep breath, as if to rid himself of all unrealistic thoughts, then raised his head, his eyes clearing as he addressed Xiao Qian. "Senior brother Xiao, I wish to go to the sword-forging pool to forge a sword. I would appreciate your guidance." Xiao Qian, upon hearing this, let out a hearty laugh, and he patted his broad chest and joyfully replied, "No problem, junior brother Lin. I shall take you to the sword-forging pool immediately." Thus, the two set off with swift steps, arriving shortly at the sword-forging pool. The heat radiating from the surroundings was intense, flames shooting high, as if they could scorch the very skin, within the massive furnace. Flames roared like a ferocious beast, sending forth brilliant sparks that shimmered like fireworks. The water in the forging pool bubbled vigorously, white steam rising and filling the air with a scorching heat. Piles of various ores and metallic materials, vibrant in color and diverse in shape, were heaped along the pool's edge. The sounds of hammering resonated powerfully, a rhythmic symphony that stirred the soul. Xiao Qian quickly located the head of the forging pool, the sword Taoist, who stood there like a towering iron edifice. His muscles were sinewy, and his arms were robust and powerful, as if he could bear a weight of 1,000 pounds. Xiao Qian quickly approached the sword master, bowing respectfully as he greeted. Disciple Xiao Qian pays his respects to Master Jian. The sword master, who was vigorously wielding a hammer, sending sparks flying, paused his work upon hearing Xiao Qian's voice. He set down the hammer and turned, his face a mask of astonishment, exclaiming, "Xiao Qian, what brings you here? Is there an issue with the heavenly silkworm gloves I forged for you?" Xiao Qian hastily waved his hands, smiling as he replied, "Master, how could the weapons you personally crafted possibly have a problem? I have come to bring a newcomer for sword forging. This is Lin Yi, a fresh disciple who has just been summoned by Master Sanfo." Upon hearing this, the sword master's eyes widened in disbelief as he exclaimed, "You young lad have been summoned by the master. Truly a stroke of good fortune. Do not let the master's attention go to waste. Do you have the materials ready for the sword forging?" Lin Yi stepped forward, bowing deeply as he said, "Greetings, master, that I have brought the materials." With that, Lin Yi carefully presented a broken sword to the sword master, his expression filled with reverence and anticipation. The sword master took the broken sword, squinting as he examined it closely, shaking his head in dismay and lamenting, "What a waste of fine materials! The craftsmanship of the one who forged this sword is woefully inadequate, squandering such precious meteoric iron. However, fear not. Once I reforge it, it shall undoubtedly surpass its original form." Upon hearing this, Lin Yi's anxious heart began to settle, and he exhaled softly that he then cautiously retrieved a piece of bluish-green ore from his robe, cradling it in his hands as he asked the sword master with hopeful eyes, "Master, may I incorporate this ore into the weapon during the reforging?" This ore was a reward Lin Yi received after assisting in defeating the fierce tiger gang, and he had been uncertain how to utilize it until the thought of sword forging emerged. The sword master, intrigued, took the ore into his hands, and in an instant his eyes sparkled as though he had encountered a rare treasure. His voice trembled with excitement as he exclaimed, "What a splendid piece of Qingyang stone!" He cherished the ore, running his rough fingers over its texture, continuing to explain, "This Qingyang stone hails from the vast deserts of the western regions. Exceedingly rare and as hard as black iron. What a pity that there is only this small piece. If only there were more, crafting divine weapons would not be mere fantasy." With that, the sword master waved his hands at the two, saying, "You two should return and wait. Once the sword is forged, I will send someone to summon you." Lin Yi and Xiao Qian turned and made their way back to the residence of the Wudong disciples. Due to the teachings of Master Sanfeng, Lin Yi, although newly initiated, was directly regarded as an inner disciple of Wudong and could reside alone in a room. Lin Yi chose a small abode near the bamboo forest as his quarters. Although modest, it was exceptionally tidy and inviting that a wooden bed was positioned by the window, adorned with a simple sky blue quilt, meticulously arranged. Beside the bed stood a rudimentary wooden table, upon which lay an old oil lamp, with several blank sheets of paper neatly arranged next to it. Opposite was a brown wardrobe, its doors firmly shut, with its surface dust-free, that a beautiful landscape painting of Wudong Mountain adorned the wall, depicting towering peaks shrouded in mist. adding an air of elegance and tranquility to the room that I in the following days. Lin familiarized himself with the Wudong environment and practiced martial arts under Xiao Qian's guidance. One day, as Lin strolled leisurely along the tranquil paths of Wudong with Xiao Qian, admiring the picturesque scenery, a bare-chested disciple from the sword-forging pool rushed towards them, shouting, "Lin Shidi, Xiao Shixiao. Hurry to the sword-forging pool. The forging of your weapon has reached its final moments, and Master Jian requests Lin Shidi to witness the completion of the treasured sword." Upon hearing this, Lin and Xiao Qian exchanged glances, their expressions brightening as they hastened their steps to the sword-forging pool. They found the sword master fully absorbed in his work beside the furnace, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. Upon seeing them, the sword master exclaimed, "You have arrived just in time. The treasured sword is about to be completed." With that, the sword master shouted, his voice booming, as he thrust open the furnace. Within the blazing flames stood a long sword, upright and enveloped in fire, radiating a mysterious and intense glow. The sword master took a deep breath, channeling his inner strength, and without hesitation, grasped the long sword, swiftly plunging it into a nearby trough for quenching. That a sizzling sound erupted as steam billowed forth. Once the vapor cleared, a blue-hued long sword emerged before everyone's eyes. This sword measured over 3 feet in length, its blade elongated and straight, standing tall like green bamboo. The hilt was adorned with ancient patterns, intricately detailed, providing a perfect grip. The blade shimmered with a ghostly blue light, as if shrouded in a layer of mist, exuding an air of mystique and chill. The edge was extraordinarily sharp, glinting under the sunlight, as if it could effortlessly sever the very fabric of reality. The sword master presented the sword to Lin, smiling as he said, "This sword incorporates both the Qingyang stone and meteoric iron, rendering it immensely hard and razor-sharp. Although it may not reach the legendary status of divine weapons, it is nonetheless a top-tier sword." Lin accepted the sword with elation, gently caressing the blade, his eyes brimming with affection, unable to part with it. Observing Lin's joyous demeanor, the sword master suggested, "Lin, why not bestow a name upon this sword, granting it a title of distinction?" After a moment of contemplation, Lin declared, "Let it be called the Qingyang Sword." Chapter 43, the martial arts demonstration platform. With a heart full of joy, Lin carefully sheathed the newly forged Qingyang sword and solemnly bowed to the sword master, sincerely expressing, "Thank you, master, for your generosity in forging this sword, that I shall forever hold this in my heart." The sword master waved his hand dismissively, laughing heartily. "No need for such formality. I have always cherished the art of sword forging. To craft this treasured sword today brings me immense joy. That I hope you wield this sword with a chivalrous heart and refrain from any nefarious deeds that might tarnish its honor." Lin Yi's expression turned solemn, his gaze resolute as he replied, "Disciple will heed Master's teachings and ensure that the honor of the sword is upheld." After bowing once more in gratitude to the sword master, Lin and Xiao Qian departed the forging pool. Before long, Lin and Xiao Qian arrived at the martial arts demonstration platform. This platform was paved with enormous blue stones, flat and spacious, spanning several dozen paces. Surrounding it stood several stout stone pillars, each etched with various martial arts techniques and formations. At the edges of the platform were weapon racks displaying an array of swords, spears, and other weaponry. Below the platform were tiered steps, allowing numerous disciples to observe the combat. Xiao Qian smiled, saying, "Today, let me be your sparring partner, and we shall test the prowess of your Qingyang sword." Lin clasped his fists in acknowledgement, saying, "If that is the case, I must apologize for the inconvenience." With the Qingyang sword in hand, its blade glimmering with an ethereal blue light, it resembled a flowing spring as it shimmered. The intricate patterns on the hilt provided a sense of stability and comfort. The edge was extraordinarily sharp, its cold gleam suggesting it could slice through the very void. Lin unleashed the recently learned Yuyun sword technique, launching an attack toward Xiao Qian, who remained unfazed and composed in his defense. Under Xiao Qian's guidance, Lin's Yuyun sword technique gradually shed its immaturity. The initially awkward movements evolved into a fluid and natural flow, as graceful as flowing water, with each strike becoming increasingly fierce. After exchanging dozens of blows, Xiao Qian suddenly halted, his face filled with admiration as he exclaimed, "Indeed, You are exceptionally gifted. Shitty, I never expected you to reach such a level shortly after beginning your sword training. Your progress is truly astonishing. Lin sheathed his sword, panting slightly, and upon receiving Xiao Qian's praise, he reflected inwardly. I have long missed the prime age for martial arts training, yet my current speed of improvement is largely thanks to my nightly practice of the Yi Jing Jing, which enhances my aptitude. This technique is truly remarkable. A smile of relief and joy crept across his face as he thought this. Humbly, Lin clasped his fists and replied, Brother, you flatter me that as the saying goes. There are always those beyond oneself. There are countless talents in the world, just like the fish in the river. Take you, for instance, I cannot fathom how long it will take for me to reach the level you have attained in the innate realm. Xiao Qian laughed heartily, patting Lin Yi's shoulder as he remarked, Do not be so impatient, Shitty. Our sect as Chunyang Gong aims directly at the innate path. With your talent, if you follow the prescribed path of cultivation, you will surely enter the innate realm within 3 to 5 years. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi's eyes glimmered with determination as he respectfully replied, Thank you, brother, for your guidance. That I in that case, I shall return and focus on my internal cultivation. Xiao Qian quickly waved his hand, saying, Do not rush, Shitty. I have one more secret to share with you. It is best to practice Chunyang Gong at dawn, facing the rising sun. This way, you can absorb the pure yang energy of the morning, making your training far more effective. Persisting in this manner will ensure a smooth breakthrough into the innate realm without obstruction. Lin Yi exclaimed in delight, I never realized our Chunyang Gong had such remarkable benefits. Thank you for sharing this, brother. Xiao Qian, observing Lin Yi's excitement, calmly replied, This is not a secret per se. You need not be so overly enthusiastic to be cautious and diligent in your training. With that, he smiled and gave Lin Yi's shoulder an encouraging pat. His eyes filled with hope and expectation. The following morning, Lin Yi rose early and made his way to the demonstration platform, selecting a spot with an unobstructed view to sit upon, facing east. Preparing to practice the Chunyang Gong that I in the distance, the eastern horizon was initially shrouded in a misty gray, gradually transforming as a soft orange glow began to emerge like delicate silk, spreading gently across the sky. As the evening glow intensified, the colors deepened, transitioning from orange to crimson, and finally to a fiery red. Gradually, a resplendent sun ascended from the distant horizon, resembling a bashful maiden who first peeks out with half her head. Radiant yet not blinding, as it continued its ascent, it revealed itself fully, unleashing a golden brilliance that illuminated the entire earth. The light was so intense that the surrounding clouds were painted in vibrant hues, some a passionate red like flames, others a dreamlike purple, and still others a clear orange, all harmoniously blending together in breathtaking beauty. Lin Yi, with a tranquil mind, diligently practiced the pure yang technique, observing wisps of purple energy flowing in from the east like ethereal ribbons. With each breath, these energies gradually entered his body, coursing through his meridians and ultimately transforming into his inner strength, filling him with a warm and potent power that steadily accumulated within him. Lin Yi felt a delightful warmth enveloping him, the current of energy flowing joyfully through his meridians, making his cultivation remarkably smoother than usual. Within this inner strength, there emerged an indistinct essence, as if a purer and more formidable force was quietly gestating. Slowly, Lin Yi opened his eyes, his face awash with astonishment, and he couldn't help but exclaim, The pure yang technique truly lives up to its reputation, possessing such miraculous efficacy. His bright eyes sparkled with excitement and determination. Envisioning a future where he continuously advanced on the martial path to in the following days, Lin Yi ascended the high platform each morning at dawn, while the sky was still veiled in mist. He sat there facing the rising sun, wholly absorbed in practicing the pure yang technique, as the warm purple energy flowed incessantly into him, enveloping him in a faint halo. During the remaining hours, Lin Yi's figure could frequently be seen diligently training in the martial arts arena. With the Qingyang sword in hand, he moved with grace, executing the soft cloud sword technique repeatedly, striving for the realm of unity between man and sword. At times, he would leap gracefully in open spaces, demonstrating the cloud ladder lightness technique, his movements as light as a swallow, elusive and unpredictable. Every evening, regardless of his fatigue, Lin Yi never once slacked off. persistently practicing the muscle transformation technique. With this unwavering determination, in just a few days, he successfully opened a new meridian, his inner strength growing even more robust, his power significantly advancing. To this moment, Lin Yi's gaze was more resolute, his posture more upright, resembling a rising star that radiated its own brilliance on the martial path of Wudong. Chapter 44. A letter from Ma Tong. One day, Lin Yi was practicing the soft cloud sword technique on the array platform as usual. His figure was agile, the sword spinning with him, the movements fluid and effortless, devoid of any juvenile clumsiness. Suddenly, a gatekeeper disciple hurriedly approached Lin Yi, panting heavily. "Senior brother Lin Yi, you have a letter." Lin Yi retracted his sword, a look of curiosity crossing his face. "Oh, a letter for me? Who could it be from?" The gatekeeper disciple handed the letter to Lin Yi, who swiftly opened it to discover it was from Ma Tong. As he read, his expression gradually grew serious, and his brows furrowed involuntarily. After finishing the letter, Lin Yi stood still for a long moment, pondering. "It seems the time has come for me to descend the mountain." He then turned to seek out his second senior brother, Xie Yun. Xie Yun, the second senior brother of Wudong, was renowned among the 7 sons of Wudong, holding a formidable reputation in the martial world. He stood tall, with a handsome visage, exuding an air of heroism, and his deep, bright eyes seemed to pierce through everything. Xie Yun was particularly skilled in swordsmanship, his prowess being among the very best in the Wudong sect. On most days, Xie Yun could be found practicing swordplay on the array platform, always clad in flowing white robes, wielding a long sword with a grace akin to that of an immortal. Whenever he practiced, numerous junior disciples would gather around to watch, and he never hesitated to share his insights, often guiding them on the intricacies of swordsmanship. Lin Yi had been fortunate to receive Xie Yun's guidance on several occasions, each time gaining profound insights and benefits. That on this particular day, when Lin Yi approached Xie Yun, he found him, as expected, engrossed in sword practice. His movements were swift as the wind, the sword strikes fierce and sharp, as if they could pierce the heavens. Yet, the swordplay exhibited a fierceness and decisiveness that was not characteristic of traditional Wudong techniques, each strike imbued with an indomitable momentum. Understanding that it was considered impolite to intrude while someone was practicing, Lin Yi chose not to approach recklessly, that he stood at a distance, respectfully cupped his fists in greeting, and called out, "Senior brother Xie Yun, it is I, Lin Yi, with a matter to discuss." His face was filled with respect and anticipation. His gaze focused intently on Xie Yun, standing straight without a hint of negligence. Hearing Lin Yi's voice, Xie Yun abruptly halted his swordplay, and the piercing aura dissipated like a receding tide. Seeing that Xie Yun had ceased practicing, Lin Yi stepped forward with admiration, cupping his fists and saying, "It has been a few days since we last met, and your swordsmanship has improved yet again. However, from my distant observation, it seems that the technique you practiced earlier is not Wudong's traditional style." Lin Yi's eyes were filled with curiosity and awe as he fixed his gaze on the sword in Xie Yun's hand. Xie Yun smiled slightly, sheathing his sword, and replied calmly, "You have a keen eye. Junior brother, what I practiced just now was not Wudong style, but rather a sword technique I created myself." His expression bore a hint of confidence and satisfaction. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi's mouth fell agape in astonishment, involuntarily taking a step back, and he once again cupped his fists, exclaiming loudly, "I did not expect senior brother to possess such profound mastery of swordsmanship that you could create your own techniques. Truly, you are the foremost swordsman among Wudong disciples." Lin Yi's face was filled with admiration and reverence. Xie Yun waved his hand humbly, stating, "This sword technique is merely in its infancy, far from perfect." Consisting of only a few rudimentary moves, his gaze reflected a pursuit of higher realms in swordsmanship and contemplation that he then spoke aloud. "Junior brother Lin Yi, did you come today with questions regarding sword techniques?" Lin Yi hastily stepped forward, his expression urgent yet resolute, cupping his fists and saying, "Senior brother, I did not come to seek instruction on swordplay, but rather to request permission to descend the mountain." As he spoke, Lin Yi took out Ma Tong's letter from his robes, unfolded it, and detailed its contents, saying, "Senior brother, there has been a major incident in Pingshan County, and senior brother Ma Tong has requested my assistance. It is my duty to respond, and I hope you will grant me permission to descend." His eyes were filled with urgency and sincerity. Xie Yun furrowed his brow slightly, pondering for a moment before saying, "You may descend the mountain, but only if you can defeat the fat senior brother." This is a customary practice of our Wudong sect, and you should adhere to it. Lin Yi, upon hearing this, a glimmer of determination flashed in his eyes as he cupped his fists and replied, "Thank you for your guidance, senior brother. I will seek out the fat senior brother immediately." With that, Lin Yi bid farewell to Xie Yun and swiftly made his way toward the path leading out of Wudong. He meticulously searched through the grass along the roadside, his gaze eager and focused. Soon, he spotted a rotund Taoist lying in a patch of grass. The plump Taoist was dressed in a loose robe, his belly protruding prominently, stretching the fabric tightly. His complexion was rosy, and the flesh on his face trembled slightly with each breath, as he snored rhythmically, deeply asleep. Lin Yi approached the plump Taoist quietly and bent down, softly calling, "Fat senior brother, wake up." After several attempts, the plump Taoist remained in deep slumber, his snores echoing loudly enough to rattle the surrounding leaves. With no other option, Lin Yi plucked a slender blade of grass and carefully placed it beneath the fat Taoist's nose, gently tickling him. Achoo! The tactic proved effective, as the fat Taoist let out a thunderous sneeze, jolting awake with a start. Rubbing his nose, the plump Taoist blinked sleepily, a hint of irritation crossing his face as he bellowed, "Who is it? I was sleeping soundly. Who lacks the sense to disturb my slumber?" Lin Yi quickly put on a smile. "Senior brother, it is I, Lin Yi." The fat Taoist focused his gaze, and upon recognizing Lin Yi, his irritation melted away, replaced by his usual jovial demeanor. "Ah, it's you, junior brother Lin Yi. What brings you to me today?" Taking a deep breath, Lin Yi declared with unwavering resolve, "Senior brother, I wish to descend the mountain." Upon hearing the words "descend the mountain," the fat Taoist's eyes widened in surprise, and his playful expression shifted to one of seriousness. "Junior brother, our Wudong sect stands as the pinnacle of righteousness in the martial world. As disciples venture into the world, they inevitably encounter unscrupulous individuals. To ensure our disciples are sufficiently prepared, Wudong traditionally appoints a disciple to serve as the mountain gatekeeper. Only those who can defeat the mountain gatekeeper are permitted to descend. In recent years, I have been that gatekeeper." The plump Taoist fixed his gaze firmly on Lin Yi, continuing, "Junior brother, are you certain? If you fail in your challenge, you must wait a month before you can attempt again." Lin Yi's eyes shone with determination, and without hesitation, he replied, "Senior brother, I wish to descend the mountain as soon as possible. I ask for your understanding." The fat Taoist nodded and rose, brushing off the grass from his robes. "Very well. Follow me to the array platform." Chapter 45. The challenge to descend the mountain. Lin Yi closely followed the fat Taoist as they made their way to the array platform. On the platform, sunlight poured down, and many disciples were already scattered across various corners, each focused on honing their skills. Some exhibited agile forms, their fists cutting through the air with a whoosh, while others wielded swords with unorthodox moves. The glint of cold light flashing vividly, that a slender disciple halted his movements, his eyes widening in surprise as he exclaimed, "Isn't the plump senior brother usually napping along the mountain paths? How could he possibly be here on the arena stage? Could it be that he intends to practice martial arts? It truly feels like the sun has risen in the west." Another disciple tilted his head, his face a mask of incredulity. Could it be that some disciples are descending the mountain? A simple-faced disciple scratched his head and speculated, "Then there must be a spectacular show to watch." An astute disciple's eyes sparkled with excitement as he proclaimed. Upon hearing the disciples' discussions, the plump Taoist maintained his cheerful demeanor, neither speaking nor reacting. As he searched for a spacious area, he turned to Lin Yi and inquired, "Might I ask, junior brother, whether your primary focus is swordplay or fist techniques?" His round face bore a serious glint in his small eyes. Lin Yi clasped his hands in respect and replied, "I specialize in swordplay." The plump Taoist nodded, striding over to the weapon rack, drawing out a long sword, and twirling it gracefully in his hand. "Then let us begin, junior brother. I shall only exert 70% of my strength, so feel free to showcase your abilities, allowing me to witness your prowess." With that, the plump Taoist spread his feet apart, firmly establishing his stance, holding the sword with an imposing aura. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yi's gaze sharpened, and he declared, "If that is the case, I must apologize in advance." Before the words had fully left his lips, Lin Yi's form flickered, and his sword, like a nimble serpent emerging from its lair, unleashed the soft cloud sword technique upon the plump Taoist. The plump Taoist's expression shifted, and he swiftly countered with the same technique. his sword play steady yet agile. The considerable commotion naturally attracted the attention of other disciples. Upon witnessing the duel unfold, they instantly realized that one disciple was challenging the plump Taoist and halted their training to observe with rapt attention. To think that Lin Yi, having only recently joined, could exhibit such proficiency in the soft cloud sword technique. One tall disciple's eyes widened in astonishment, his expression brimming with awe, still clutching an unreturned spear. Indeed, with that level of swordplay, Lin Yi's chances of success in his endeavor are exceedingly high. That a lean disciple nodded slightly, his gaze fixed intently on the two combatants. Yet one cannot be certain. The newcomer lacks experience. And should the plump senior brother change tactics, the outcome could be unpredictable, another disciple cautioned, shaking his head with a hint of concern. Look again, look again. It is rare to see the plump senior brother make a move. A young disciple exclaimed, his eyes wide with excitement. Not daring to blink that as the two exchanged blows, they engaged in over 30 exchanges. Noticing Lin Yi's fluid and practiced movements, the plump Taoist secretly nodded. A flicker of admiration crossing his eyes. Suddenly, he accelerated his swordplay, intensifying his offensive like a tempestuous storm, striking at Lin Yi with a flurry of sword shadows. Lin Yi remained unperturbed, his countenance as calm as still water. The soft cloud sword technique, embodying softness infused with strength, danced gracefully as he defended against the plump Taoist's onslaught, each move perfectly countering the attacks. Seeing Lin Yi's defenses unyielding, the plump Taoist's heart stirred. He deliberately exposed a flaw while maintaining a composed demeanor, hoping to entice Lin Yi into an attack. Lin Yi noticed the apparent opening, but having experienced the treachery of the martial world, his discerning eyes recognized the underlying trap, that he understood that pursuing the apparent weakness would only lead to his own downfall. That a glimmer of surprise flickered in the plump Taoist's eyes as he realized Lin Yi had not fallen for the ruse. This Lin Yi possesses sufficient strength to descend the mountain, he mused, yet his tranquil demeanor suggests he has not yet unveiled his full potential. Today, let me test the extent of his capabilities. The clashing of swords echoed continuously in a short while. They had exchanged over 100 blows, neither able to gain the upper hand at this point. Both were sweating profusely, their breaths slightly labored. Lin Yi's garments were drenched with perspiration, clinging to his form, while beads of sweat cascaded down the plump Taoist's face. Observing the plump Taoist's ample physique, Lin Yi devised a strategy. His gaze sharpened, he altered his swordplay, the sword moving like a wandering dragon, striking and retreating, constantly changing angles, forcing the plump Taoist into a series of evasive maneuvers. Soon, the plump Taoist was panting heavily, drenched in sweat, his weighty frame becoming increasingly cumbersome, his movements gradually slowing. In contrast, while Lin Yi was certainly fatigued, his complexion flushed, he appeared to be in a comparatively better state. Suddenly, the plump Taoist's previously swift steps faltered, his legs lacking strength, causing him to pause involuntarily. Lin Yi's eyes sparkled with determination as he executed the foot under oil technique from the godly transformation skill. Darting past like a specter, his long sword poised at the plump Taoist's neck. In an instant, the sword was at the plump Taoist's throat. Panic briefly flashed across his round face, and beads of sweat streamed down even faster, as he involuntarily gasped for breath. Though the plump Taoist quickly regained his composure, he had underestimated Lin Yi's speed and could not evade the strike. With the sword resting against his neck, Lin Yi panted slightly and said, "Senior brother, you must concede." With no choice, the plump Taoist lowered his sword and sank onto the ground, breathing heavily as he waved his hand. "Junior brother, you may descend the mountain." Alas, I should have conceded sooner. This has truly exhausted me. His round face was etched with fatigue, sweat dripping incessantly. Who would have thought Lin Yi could defeat the plump senior brother? Truly impressive, a diminutive disciple exclaimed, his eyes wide and mouth agape in disbelief. Indeed, why didn't I think of this? Tomorrow, I shall do the same and defeat the plump senior brother, and then I too can descend the mountain, exclaimed a round-faced disciple, his fists clenched with eagerness, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. That final strike from Lin Yi was as swift as lightning. Even at his peak, the plump senior brother might struggle to withstand it, remarked a rugged-faced disciple, slightly narrowing his eyes, his expression grave, praising Lin Yi's swordplay. At this moment, Lin Yi exhaled deeply, his previously tense form relaxing, his chest rising and falling rapidly as he inhaled the fresh air. His face radiated victory. Though fatigue lingered, he clasped his hands in gratitude towards the surrounding brothers before approaching the plump senior brother, who remained slumped on the ground, with a smile illuminating his face. Lin Yi's eyes gleamed with gratitude and respect as he bowed deeply, saying, "Thank you, senior brother, for your gracious concession." After expressing his thanks, he bid farewell to the plump Taoist and turned to prepare his belongings in his small dwelling. Though his steps felt somewhat heavy, his resolve remained steadfast as he moved further away under the watchful gaze of others. Chapter 46. The curtain rises. Lin Yi returned to his modest dwelling near the bamboo grove and began to pack his belongings swiftly and methodically. He folded his garments neatly, placing them into his satchel, and carefully wrapped the Qingyang sword in cloth, securing it at his waist. At the foot of the mountain, a small pavilion awaited him, where Xiao Qian had long been standing, hands clasped behind his back, gazing in Lin Yi's direction. Upon spotting Lin Yi, Xiao Qian stepped forward and said, "Junior brother Lin, as you journey to Pingshan, please exercise utmost caution and take care of yourself." Concern etched on his face, his brows slightly furrowed. Lin Yi clasped his hands in acknowledgement and replied, "Thank you, senior brother Xiao, for your concern. The ones I must be wary of are those with sinister intentions." His gaze was resolute, his expression confident. Xiao Qian handed Lin Yi a parcel, stating earnestly, "Inside are some medicinal pills and hemostatic powders, suitable for both internal and external use, essential items for traversing the martial world. There are also some books introducing the various factions in the martial realm. I believe you will find them quite useful." Gratefully accepting the parcel, Lin Yi said, "Thank you, senior brother. I shall not refuse this kindness." Xiao Qian then produced a jade vial from his robe, handling it with utmost care, and said, "Junior brother, this vial contains a life rebirth pill. You must keep it safe. It was personally refined by Master Yekuan from the Dan Room. It has the power to bring the dead back to life in the postnatal realm, a truly invaluable item." His gaze was serious. Lin Yi quickly declined, saying, "Senior brother, while the hemostatic powders are acceptable, this life rebirth pill is far too precious. You should keep it for yourself." Xiao Qian waved his hand dismissively. "Junior brother, do not refuse. While this pill is indeed rare, it is only effective in the postnatal realm. I have already entered the innate stage. The pill's efficacy has diminished for me. Besides, I shall be entering seclusion for a while and will have no use for it in a few months. When I emerge from seclusion, it will be even less relevant to me." Upon hearing this, Lin Yi no longer protested and said, "If that is the case, I sincerely thank you for your kind intentions." Lin Yi accepted the medicinal pill and bowed once more, saying, "Senior brother, may our paths cross again." Xiao Qian smiled in reply, "Take care, junior brother." With an upright posture and steadfast gaze, Lin Yi activated his godly transformation lightness skill, propelling himself forward like an arrow released from a bow, embarking on his journey back to Pingshan County. The reason he chose the godly transformation skill rather than the cloud ladder was that Lin Yi understood the former's advantages in straight-line travel, while the latter excelled in agility and elevation changes. As he headed towards Pingshan, Lin Yi had already devised a plan. Avoiding horseback riding, he would use lightness skills for travel, thereby honing his technique while saving time. During his journey, whenever Lin Yi paused to rest, he would seek out a shaded area to sit upon the ground. From his satchel, he retrieved several books on martial secrets, immersing himself in focused reading. Lin Yi's brow furrowed as he swiftly scanned the pages, his mind whirring with contemplation. In the realm of Deqian, the foremost power was undoubtedly the Deqian imperial family. Upon reaching this point, his expression grew increasingly grave, as if the formidable figure of Emperor Qianwu emerged before him, demonstrating the awe-inspiring heavenly dragon fist, a technique of unparalleled might that instilled dread across the realm. The royal family was replete with masters, with the worship hall, the astronomical bureau, the eastern depot, the suspended mirror office, the divine catcher office, the military, and various factions, all teeming with hidden talents, representing the most formidable forces one could encounter in the world of martial arts. Lin Yi bit his lip, continuing to leaf through the texts. Next came the forces of the martial world, prominently featuring the renowned sects overseen by celestial beings, such as the illustrious Bema Temple of the Buddhist faith, which boasts a long lineage and resides in the sacred capital, Luoyang. The temple's grandeur is breathtaking, with its golden roofs shimmering and the fragrant smoke curling upwards, accompanied by resounding chants. Within, numerous high monks practice profound Buddhist teachings, embodying compassion. Each day, they recite scriptures and promote the Dharma, guiding sentient beings. The Bema Temple holds an unparalleled status within Buddhism, being its foremost power. The temple's methods of cultivation are steeped in history, having evolved through the ages under the guidance of successive eminent monks, becoming increasingly intricate and profound. Its influence extends beyond the Great Qian, earning reverence even in neighboring nations, attracting countless devotees from all directions. The Taoist sect is epitomized by Mount Wudong, established for nearly a century, yet under the aegis of the unparalleled Master Sanfeng, its reputation is illustrious. Additionally, there exists the Sword King sect of Shishu, perched atop Wushan, where all swords of the realm bow in submission. The Mingyue sect of Amei admits only female disciples, mastering both fist and sword with ethereal grace. The sound of scholarly discourse echoes from the Yuelu Academy in Xiangzhou, embodying the righteous spirit of the martial world. There are also factions that once housed celestial masters, such as the Beggars sect, whose disciples are ubiquitous, the imposing Bidao sect, the ethereal Qinyang Palace, the enigmatic Longhu Mountain, the profound Laojun Temple, the ferocious Vajra sect, the cunning Tianji sect, and the illustrious Jian Mountain Manor, where famed swords are forged. Contemplating this, Linny couldn't help but gasp, his countenance growing ever graver. Of course, one cannot overlook the malevolent factions, such as the most notorious assassin organization, the Soul-Snatching Pavilion, rumored to accept contracts even for the assassination of celestial beings, though no one has yet dared to meet their exorbitant price. There is also the Information Network, the Misty Cloud Tower, shrouded in mystery, the Qini Tower, where the fierce martial arts instill fear. Yet, Lin Yi's primary concern lay with the demonic sect's intelligence, particularly the elusive Tianma sect, which guards the sacred flames of Kunlun, shrouded in mystery. Though they usually remain low-key, once they act, their influence will surely shake the world that a century ago, the sect's leader, Dongfang Bai, unified the demonic sects with ambitions to engulf the realm. But thanks to Master Sanfeng's intervention, the two engaged in a duel atop Kunlun, with Sanfeng ultimately forcing Dongfang Bai to retreat to the sacred flame altar, averting the impending crisis. Beneath the Tianma sect lies the ruthless Shueisha sect, infamous for their blood-soaked practices, and the scandalous Ahuan sect, which engages in debauchery. The elusive Yugui sect, masters of assassination, moves undetected, while the notorious Wandaman, known for refining living beings into potions, has a dreadful reputation. It seems that behind the former might of the Tiger Gang lurk the shadows of the Shueisha sect and the Yugui sect. That achieve this realization, Linny felt a tightening in his chest, his brows furrowing deeper as he pondered. It appears that dark currents are surging within Pingshan County, with danger lurking at every turn. Moreover, the demonic sect has historically revered the Tianma sect. Recalling how a century ago, the Tianma sect once dominated the martial world, only to be compelled to seal their mountain. Since then, their influence has waned, keeping a low profile in the shadows, refraining from any significant movements. Now, the audacity of the Shueisha sect and the Yugui sect to stir turmoil in Pingshan County is indeed alarming. Linny couldn't help but speculate. Could it be that the demonic sect is poised to rise again? His brow knitted tightly, his expression grave. He unconsciously clenched the scroll in his hand, that if that were the case, the martial world might soon be engulfed in a storm of blood and chaos. Taking a deep breath, determination shone in his gaze as he resolved to uncover the truth, ensuring that the demonic sect's schemes would not succeed, safeguarding the peace of the martial realm. Chapter 47. Return to Pingshan in the bamboo groves of Wudong. A gentle breeze rustled the leaves. Master Sanfeng and Xiao Qian sat cross-legged upon a slab of green stone, surrounded by an ethereal atmosphere. Xiao Qian, his demeanor respectful, lowered his head slightly and said, "Master, I have delivered the life-creating pill to Lin Yi." Master Sanfeng, with a visage as radiant as jade, hair as white as snow, and eyes deep as the ocean, nodded gently. "Excellent, you may return now." Xiao Qian clasped his hands in salute, responding earnestly, "Yes, Master, did I take my leave?" With that, he rose slowly and departed quietly. After Xiao Qian's departure, two middle-aged Taoists suddenly appeared before Master Sanfeng. 1. bearing a long sword, stood tall and upright, with sharp eyebrows and piercing eyes, emanating a chilling aura. The other, disheveled and unkempt, wore tattered clothing, yet his gaze revealed intelligence and insight. The sword-bearer furrowed his brow and queried, "Master, do you truly have such faith in Lin to conceal the 7 treasures mysterious pill within the life-creating pill, which is a precious treasure of Wudong, and bestow it upon a mere postnatal practitioner is sheer waste?" The disheveled Taoist smile faded, curiosity etched on his face as he intensely fixed his gaze upon Master Sanfeng. Awaiting an explanation, Master Sanfeng slowly raised his gaze to the sky, a grave expression marking his features. The stars are dim, and chaos looms over the world. That lad, Xiao Qian, is destined to be embroiled in the upheaval of the imperial throne. This calamity will sweep across the realm, and Wudong cannot escape it. Furthermore, this calamity is fraught with peril. Even I harbor no confidence in weathering it. Lin Yi's fate is peculiar, and I cannot discern it. He is destined for greatness, and we may need to rely on him to navigate this crisis. The sword-bearer gasped in astonishment, his eyes wide. "Master, you are the unrivaled champion. What calamity could possibly challenge you?" The disheveled Taoist, too, wore a serious expression, his previously casual demeanor replaced by one of gravity and tension. With a deep sigh, Master Sanfeng replied, "According to my divinations, the lifespan of celestial beings will soon conclude within 300 years, and chaos is unavoidable. This calamity will claim the lives of celestial beings, and not just one. The world will fall to the ambitions of a single individual, and even I cannot avert it." However, since Lin Yi's emergence, the tides of fate have shifted. The sword-bearer, tense and anxious, pressed, "Master, could it be Dongfang Bai of the Tianma sect? He was defeated by you and has remained in seclusion at the sacred flame altar. If even you cannot contend with him, then he must be the one." His eyes revealed profound concern, his grip on the sword tightening unconsciously. Master Sanfeng gently shook his head, his gaze deep and distant. Dongfang Bai indeed possesses unmatched talent. However, in this great calamity, he is merely a pawn, destined to be someone else's garment. The true mastermind lies hidden in the shadows, ambitious, calculating, and ruthless. Should he succeed, the suffering of living beings is inevitable. For now, we must prepare diligently and cultivate Xiao Qian and Lin Yi well. Xiao Qian is crucial to overcoming this calamity, and Lin Yi is our sole hope for resolution. We cannot afford to lose either of them. With these words, Master Sanfeng's expression grew even graver, as if he foresaw a future drenched in blood and chaos. 5 days later, after a relentless journey, Lin Yi finally arrived at Pingshan County from Wudong Mountain in Jingzhou. Upon seeing the towering city walls of Pingshan County once more, Lin Yi felt no shock as he had during his first visit. He appeared agile, yet fatigue was evident on his face, and his clothes were dusted with grime, though his eyes sparkled with vitality. The gate guards, with sharp gazes and armed with long spears, stopped Lin Yi, demanding sternly, "Who are you, and what brings you to Pingshan County?" Lin Yi halted, maintaining a composed demeanor as he produced the bronze plaque of the Divine Catcher Office from his bosom. Smiling as he replied, "Brothers, I am Lin Yi of the Divine Catcher Office, returning to Pingshan County." Upon hearing this, the gate guards approached, taking the plaque to scrutinize it closely. Their eyes scanned the plaque meticulously, leaving no detail unchecked. Once they confirmed its authenticity, they returned it to Lin Yi, offering a slight apologetic smile. "My apologies, Brother Lin. Pingshan County has been rather unsettled lately. We've been ordered to conduct thorough inspections. You may enter the city now." Lin Yi accepted the plaque, nodding lightly. "You brothers are merely fulfilling your duties. No offense taken." With that, he strode confidently through the city gate. This moment, Lin Yi, tall and burdened with his travel pack, bore signs of fatigue from his journey. Yet his gaze remained bright and resolute. The gate guards stood upright, their expressions serious, executing their duties with utmost diligence. Upon re-entering the county town, Lin Yi immediately sensed an unusual atmosphere. The streets bustled with hurried pedestrians, all wearing anxious expressions. Each face seemed overshadowed by a pall of dread, as if a great shadow loomed over their hearts. That a foreboding feeling surged within Lin Yi. He anticipated that in less than a month's absence, Pingshan County would transform into such a state of alarm. the atmosphere thick with tension, suggesting that a monumental event had transpired. Without delay, Lenny hastened to the Divine Catcher office. Upon entering the archives, he quickly spotted Ma Tong. Ma Tong remained engrossed in reviewing documents, his eyes bloodshot and weary, completely absorbed in the case, oblivious to Lin Yi's arrival. Lenny approached and softly said, "Master Ma, I have returned." At the sound of his voice, Ma Tong suddenly looked up, his face breaking into a bright smile upon seeing Lin Yi. "It seems you've joined Wudong. Your skills have greatly improved." Lin Yi's expression grew serious as he urgently inquired, "Brother Ma, what exactly has transpired in Pingshan County?" Everyone seems to wear a grave countenance. Ma Tong furrowed his brow, his expression grave as he spoke. "Recently, a series of heinous murders have emerged in Pingshan County, and the perpetrator remains at large. The nature of these crimes is atrocious, leaving the populace in a state of unease." He then handed a stack of case files to Lin Yi, who hurriedly accepted them and began to scrutinize the contents. As he read on, his countenance grew increasingly grim, and he could not help but knit his brows tightly together. Ever since Wu Wei's demise, Xie Xian had been leading patrols, seeking to uncover the identity of the mastermind behind these acts. However, all efforts had yielded naught. Just 3 days after Wu Wei's death, the first murder case in Pingshan County surfaced, with Captain Xie and his team investigating but finding no clues. Subsequently, murders occurred every few days, affecting both the county town and surrounding villages. Yet the murderer remained elusive. That if these were merely ordinary homicides, the Divine Capturing Department would not be at a loss. This series of murders, however, was exceptional. The victims were all young women, and each case involved sexual assault. Moreover, the bodies showed signs of having been drained of blood, a clear indication of demonic practices. This was truly horrifying. Such dark arts might be attributed to the Blood Fiend sect or the Hawan sect, or perhaps other malevolent factions. Furthermore, the assailant possessed formidable martial skills, exhibiting great caution and meticulousness, leaving no useful leads to pursue. Chapter 48. The Murder Mystery. After thoroughly examining the files, Lin Yi slowly rose, exhaling deeply, his expression somber, and his brows knitted tightly in distress. Clenching his fists, he recognized the gravity of the situation. Allowing such a powerful and malevolent criminal to roam free posed a significant threat to the entire Pingshan County. Lin Yi lifted his gaze to Ma Tong and inquired, "Brother Ma, what plans does the Divine Capturing Department currently have?" Ma Tong sighed, his face clouded with worry. "Alas, we truly have no leads at present. Captain Xie has recently devised a rather simplistic approach to intensify patrols, particularly to safeguard young women. In the last few days, the murderer has indeed been quiet. It seems this method has shown some efficacy." However, Lin Yi interjected, his expression filled with concern, "But such a high-intensity effort cannot be sustained indefinitely. Even if the brothers of the Divine Capturing Department can endure, the common folk cannot keep their daughters confined at home forever." Ma Tong nodded repeatedly, his furrowed brow deepening with anxiety. "Indeed, this solution only treats the symptoms and not the root cause. Ultimately, we must capture the murderer swiftly. That is the crux of the matter." Lin Yi nodded thoughtfully, lamenting the lack of any practical solutions. Just then, a flustered constable rushed in, his steps hurried. "Lord Ma, we have a lead on the murder case." Ma Tong was initially startled, but then his face lit up with a mix of astonishment and joy. "What lead? Speak quickly." The young constable gasped for breath. "Today, Miss Xinhua from Xinhua Building reported that she has felt someone following her in recent days and suspects it may be the murderer. She wishes to request protection from the Divine Capturing Department." Ma Tong was overjoyed and promptly instructed the young constable, "Quickly, summon Captain Xie back." Before long, Captain Xie returned to the Divine Capturing Department in a whirlwind. Xie Xian strode into the room and remarked, "Brother Ma, it seems you have a plan." Ma Tong hurriedly approached him, saying, "Captain Xie, I wouldn't call it a plan. We simply intend to assign someone to discreetly protect Miss Xinhua and see if we can apprehend the murderer." Xie stroked his chin, contemplating, "Which brother should we send? Those with high martial prowess are well known in Pingshan County. Disguising them would make them easily recognizable, and we wouldn't want to alert the snake by striking the grass." Ma Tong's eyes sparkled as he took 2 steps closer to Xie, confidently stating, "Our Divine Capturing Department happens to have an excellent candidate. This person possesses formidable skills, yet remains relatively unknown in the martial world, making him less likely to be detected by the murderer, but he is perfectly suited for this task." As he spoke, his right hand gestured in the air, emphasizing the appropriateness of this choice, that a smile played on Ma Tong's lips as he exchanged a knowing glance with Xie. Xie, being seasoned in the ways of the world, immediately understood and turned his gaze to Lin Yi. Indeed, Lin Yi, it seems this task is yours alone. Go and capture the murderer. Lin Yi's eyes widened in disbelief. Me? Captain Xie looked at Lin Yi with resolute determination. Rest assured, take the signal flare with you, that if you spot the murderer, signal immediately, and I will come at once that if you succeed in capturing him. The credit will be yours. That he folded his arms across his chest, embodying an air of righteous authority. Lin Yi nodded solemnly, his expression resolute. Thank you, Captain, for your trust that I shall not fail in my mission. He straightened his posture, a glimmer of determination shining in his eyes. Captain Xie stepped forward and patted Lin Yi's shoulder firmly, praising, a true hero. Give it your all. Captain Xie then leaned closer to Ma Tong, whispering a few words before turning and striding out to arrange the necessary personnel. Ma Tong looked at Lin Yi, reassuring him, Lin Yi, do not worry. Captain Xie is a master of innate skills. When you signal, he will arrive promptly, and I, along with the Brothers of the Divine Capturing Department, will come swiftly as well. That a smile of encouragement adorned Ma Tong's face, his eyes radiating trust. Lin Yi took a deep breath, nodded once more, and clenched his fists subconsciously, ready to face the impending challenge. After preparing himself, Lin Yi donned a blue robe, a square scarf upon his head, holding a folding fan, and adorning himself with a jade pendant, embodying the image of a refined scholar. His complexion was fair, with sharp brows and bright eyes, a straight nose, thin lips, and a hint of a smile at the corners of his mouth. His gaze was clear and profound, yet held an undercurrent of subtle sharpness. Arriving at Xinhua Building, a structure adorned with intricate carvings and paintings, he found its crimson doors wide open, with two elegantly dressed women welcoming guests with charming smiles. The interior was ablaze with light, the sounds of silk and bamboo filling the air, and a rich fragrance of cosmetics wafting throughout. Xinhua Building was renowned in Pingshan County as a place of entertainment, where many dignitaries lingered. In particular, the star performer, Miss Xinhua, was proficient in various arts, well-educated and gracious. Throughout her career, she had maintained her virtue, never succumbing to coercion, reportedly backed by influential patrons who protected her. The interior boasted lavish decorations, with colorful silks cascading from the ceiling and famous calligraphy adorning the walls. In the center of the grand hall stood a stage where several dancers performed gracefully. An ostentatiously adorned madam, upon catching sight of Lin Yi's handsome countenance, swiftly approached, her waist swaying as she smiled ingratiatingly. Oh my, what a handsome young gentleman. May I inquire your name? Is this your first visit to our Xinhua Building? Would you like me to introduce you to our offerings? She even discreetly touched Lin Yi's chest. That a shiver ran down Lin Yi's spine, and he suppressed a cough, saying, I am Lin, here to seek Miss Xinhua. Might she have a moment to spare? The madam's face revealed a hint of difficulty. Esteemed Lin, Miss Xinhua holds a distinguished status. How could she be seen so casually? With that, she extended a hand, her fingers playfully twirling. In an instant, Lin Yi understood. Noticing no one was paying attention, he discreetly produced his copper token and flashed it before the madam's eyes. In a hushed tone, he said, Please inform Miss Xinhua that her contact has arrived. Upon seeing the token, the madam's eyes widened in surprise, but her smile remained intact as she replied with composure, Miss Xinhua has already given instructions that if that is the case, please follow me. Lin Yi followed the madam as she ascended to the third floor. The madam approached a room and gently knocked, announcing, Miss, your contact has arrived. With a creak, the door opened, revealing a young woman with eyebrows like distant mountains and eyes as captivating as autumn waters, glimmering with intelligence and a hint of worry. Her skin was as fair as snow, delicate and flawless, her face resembling a blossoming peach, with a faint smile that could not conceal the sorrow in her brow. Clad in a pink gauze dress, her figure was graceful, her waist slender, adorned with an exquisite golden hairpin that swayed gently with her movements. Truly a stunning sight, befitting the renowned Miss Xinhua. Chapter 49. Please enter the trap. The moment Lin Yi laid eyes on Miss Xinhua, he found himself momentarily entranced. The beauty before him was ethereal, her striking features seemingly capable of ensnaring hearts. However, he quickly shook himself from his reverie, regaining his composure. Miss Xinghua noticed Lin Yi's swift return to calmness. A flicker of surprise crossing her eyes. "Mother, you may leave now." Her voice was melodious, akin to a lark emerging from the valley. The madam replied respectfully, "As you wish. Mississippi, should you require anything, do not hesitate to call for me." With that, she cast a lingering glance at Lin Yi, her eyes filled with unspoken meaning, before departing slowly. Turning to Lin Yi, Miss Xinghua spoke softly, "Esteemed Lin, please come in." Lin Yi, though surprised, complied and entered the room. The chamber was elegantly adorned, featuring a carved sandalwood bed in one corner, draped with delicate curtains, that a writing desk stood by the window, equipped with all the essentials for scholarly pursuits. Beautiful calligraphy adorned the walls, adding an air of intellectuality to the room, that a fragrant incense burner released gentle wisps of smoke, perfuming the air. Miss Xinghua smiled. "I presume you must be quite astonished. Constable Lin." She glided gracefully to the table and took a seat. Lin Yi remarked, "Indeed, judging by the attitude of the brothel keeper towards you just now, Miss Xinghua must not be an ordinary courtesan. Am I right?" Lin Yi stood still, his gaze fixed intently on Miss Xinghua. She replied, "You are correct. I do possess another identity." Her eyes slightly lowered, her expression grew solemn. Lin Yi felt a flicker of anxiety as his hands instinctively clenched, saying, "Might I inquire if Miss Xinghua could reveal your true identity to me?" Miss Xinghua lifted her head to meet Lin Yi's gaze, saying, "To be candid, my lord, I am a disciple of the Yin Pavilion." Lin Yi expressed his astonishment. The Yin Pavilion, the legendary foremost intelligence organization, reputed to possess information that no one else can procure. Yet, the pavilion has always remained shrouded in mystery, making it impossible for ordinary folk to obtain its contact details. That I never expected Miss Xinghua to be associated with the Yin Pavilion. If you have the backing of such a powerful entity, why then seek the assistance of the Divine Captures Bureau? Lin Yi furrowed his brow, his eyes brimming with confusion. Miss Xinghua smiled gently, her smile blooming like spring flowers, and said, "You are indeed astute, my lord, deserving of the audience of the esteemed Master Sanfeng. Indeed, our Yin Pavilion has determined that the lurking assailant is likely a member of the Blood Slaughter sect. If he were to make a move against me, I would not dare to retaliate. Should I offend the Blood Slaughter sect, it would not only trouble me, but also cause significant concern for our Yin Pavilion." Lin Yi maintained a composed exterior, yet internally he was taken aback. The fact that he had been summoned by Master Sanfeng was a well-guarded secret, even within Wudong. However, having just returned from Wudong, he was astonished that the Yin Pavilion was already fully informed. Realizing this, Lin Yi could not help but draw a sharp breath, his brows knitting tightly, that he understood the implications. The intelligence-gathering prowess of the Yin Pavilion was beyond imagination, akin to having eyes everywhere, capable of uncovering all secrets of the world, that he found himself inwardly exclaiming, "Who would have thought that the capabilities of the Yin Pavilion were so vast?" Truly a cause for alarm. A mixture of admiration and wariness flickered across Lin Yi's face. Lin Yi stated, "The Blood Slaughter sect is notorious for its cruelty and vindictiveness, operating without regard for consequence. To incur their wrath would be akin to inviting a fate worse than death. Miss Xinghua cannot possibly believe that it would be so simple to enlist our Divine Captures Bureau's aid." Miss Xinghua pursed her crimson lips, her eyes sparkling as she replied sweetly, "I am fully aware that offending the Blood Slaughter sect is no trivial matter. However, since you are a member of the Divine Captures Bureau and a distinguished disciple of Wudong, I presume the Blood Slaughter sect would think twice before crossing you." She leaned slightly forward, seemingly intent on narrowing the distance between them, her face adorned with a subtle, enigmatic smile. Lin Yi's lips curled into a smirk, carrying a hint of playful mockery as he said, "I may assist, but I wonder if Miss Xinghua has any form of remuneration in mind." He crossed his arms, his gaze unwavering on Miss Xinghua, a glimmer of anticipation dancing in his eyes. Miss Xinghua chuckled lightly, her eyes shimmering, and proposed, "How about allowing me to offer myself in service? What do you think, my lord?" Instantly, Lin Yi's face flushed crimson, and he awkwardly scratched his head, hastily waving his hands. "Miss Xinghua, please do not jest." His gaze faltered, unable to hold Miss Xinghua's stare. Seeing Lin Yi's flustered demeanor, Miss Xinghua laughed, her laughter like the rustling of flowers. "I was merely teasing that if you can assist in dealing with that assailant, I shall ensure that you are generously rewarded afterward. I would never let you down." Taking a deep breath, Lin Yi replied earnestly. Since Miss Xinghua is so sincere, I will certainly do my utmost. He fixed his determined gaze on Miss Xinghua and continued, in that case, please share the details regarding that assailant. Understanding both ourselves and our adversary is crucial for victory. He straightened his posture, his hands instinctively forming fists, exuding a sense of seriousness. Miss Xinghua furrowed her brow slightly, concern flickering in her eyes as she said, I only became aware of being secretly watched in the past 3 days. This observer possesses formidable skills, at least at the level of mastering the 12 meridians, perhaps even higher. However, I can ascertain that he has yet to reach the level of unblocking the run and do meridians. Yet, he conceals himself exceptionally well. I cannot discern his exact location. She bit her lip gently, her hands twisting the silk handkerchief she held. After a brief pause, Miss Xinghua continued, the sensation of being surveilled only manifests around midnight. Growing stronger with each occurrence, that I believe that tonight he will be unable to resist making a move at that time. I shall rely on you, my lord. With that, she lifted her gaze, filled with anticipation, looking at Lin Yi with trust and hope. Lin Yi's expression was resolute as he assured her, rest assured, with me here, you shall not come to harm. His eyes radiated confidence and responsibility, inspiring an instinctive trust in her. Thus, Lin Yi remained quietly in Miss Xinghua's room until the late hours of the night, occasionally glancing out at the moonlight, calculating the passage of time. Noticing the hour, Lin Yi cleared his throat and said, Miss Xinghua, it is nearly time. Shall we begin our act? Upon finishing, a faint blush crept across his face, revealing a touch of embarrassment. Miss Xinghua nodded slightly, her lips parting as she said, in that case. Let us commence. She glided gracefully, serving wine with a captivating elegance. Lin Yi picked up the wine jug, slowly pouring out a cup, first inhaling the fragrant aroma before bringing the cup to his lips. Savoring the taste, Miss Xinghua cradled a pipa, her delicate fingers plucking the strings, producing a clear sound akin to pearls cascading onto a jade plate. She danced gracefully to the music, her movements light and enchanting. Resembling a celestial being descended to earth, A.S. Lin Yi sipped his wine. He watched the performance, his gaze gradually becoming hazy, feigning intoxication. His body swayed slightly, the wine cup trembling in his hand, as though it might slip from his grasp at any moment. Suddenly, Lin Yi sensed a chilling gaze sweep over him like an icy dagger. Maintaining a facade of calm, he continued to act drunkenly, though his cup hesitated momentarily before returning to its previous motion. However, he became increasingly vigilant, his muscles tensing imperceptibly, ready to confront any impending danger. The stroke of midnight, in a tastefully decorated room of the Xinghua Pavilion. Miss Xinghua, clad in sheer gauze, sang and danced gracefully, her figure as delicate as a fluttering butterfly. Lin Yi swayed beside her, his eyes glazed as if entranced. Yet beneath his composed exterior, Lin Yi was acutely alert. The cold gaze lurking in the shadows intensified, almost tangible, and he could detect a faint scent of blood, heightening his senses. Suddenly, with a resounding crash, the window shattered into fragments that a cloaked figure clad in black surged into the room like a bolt of lightning, stirring a gust of wind. His eyes glinted with malice as he struck toward Lin Yi with a swift motion. Feigning panic, Lin Yi flailed his arms chaotically, letting out a startled cry. The assailant's eyes flickered with disdain, as if mocking Lin Yi's apparent ineptitude. Just as the figure's hand was about to strike Lin Yi's chest, his expression shifted dramatically. The panic vanished, replaced by calm determination. With a swift motion, he executed the technique of cloud ladder, his form becoming a blur as he nimbly evaded the assailant's lethal grasp. Surprise crossed the assailant's face, evidently unprepared for Lin Yi's agility. Then, with a silent thrust, a short sword lunged toward the assailant's back. The figure's expression changed, and he instinctively extended his left hand, deflecting the blade with a resounding clang, though his palm was now stained crimson. With his composure restored, the assailant's eyes burned with fury, as if he intended to annihilate the one who had dared to attack him. In a sudden burst, Lin Yi brandished his long sword, channeling his full energy into a single, swift thrust aimed at the assailant's throat. The strike was both rapid and ruthless, but the assailant raised his right hand, managing to barely block the attack. Lin Yi's eyes narrowed as he infused his sword with internal energy, executing the soft cloud swordplay with a series of intricate maneuvers. The assailant's sword, which had been poised to retaliate, twisted like a serpent, the tip slicing across the assailant's wrist, drawing blood. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Yi advanced, piercing directly towards the assailant's chest. The black-clad figure struck out with both hands, attempting to trap Lin Yi's sword. Anticipating this move, Lin Yi employed his technique once more. However, the assailant had prepared for it this time, forcefully redirecting the sword away as he counterattacked with a palm strike aimed at Lin Yi. Understanding that the assailant's internal strength surpassed his own, Lin Yi refrained from a direct confrontation, instead deflecting the blow with his sword and retreating several steps to dissipate the force of the strike. The assailant, seeing Lin Yi's retreat, chose not to pursue but swiftly pressed his fingers against his right hand's meridians, staunching the flow of blood that a sheen of sweat appeared on his forehead, his eyes glinting with malice. Within the room, Miss Xinghua stood poised with a short sword, her body trembling slightly, yet exuding an air of fierce determination. It was unexpected that she, who often portrayed a delicate demeanor, harbored such martial prowess. Proving not to be underestimated, Miss Xinghua's eyes widened in surprise. She exclaimed, "The blood demon hand, which elder of the blood slaughter sect are you a disciple of?" The man in black glared fiercely like a wolf, his malevolent gaze sweeping over the young maiden of apricot blossoms, as if he intended to devour her whole. His lips were tightly sealed, refusing to utter a word, as the apricot blossom maiden felt the ferocity of the man's wolf-like stare. Her delicate body involuntarily trembled, as though struck by a heavy blow that a hint of panic flickered across her originally radiant face, her beautiful eyes betraying fear and unease. The pallor of her fair complexion faded, and she nearly lost her grip on the short sword in her hand. Lin Yi swiftly retrieved a firework, aimed it at the now empty window, and unhesitatingly pulled the fuse with a crackling sound. The firework shot into the night sky like a meteor, bursting above the apricot blossom pavilion and illuminating the surroundings with dazzling brilliance. Upon seeing the firework, the man in black's expression changed dramatically, his eyes darkening with malice. Lin Yi's demeanor grew serious as he sternly declared, "Rogue, surrender at once, regardless of which disciple of the blood slaughter sect you may be or how deep your roots run. My fellow officers from the Divine Capturing Bureau are on their way, and you shall find no escape." The man in black's eyes blazed with fury as he roared, "How dare you thwart my plans? I shall first eliminate you, brat." With that, his palms turned crimson like blood, exuding a potent aura of ferocity, and he lunged at Lin Yi. The apricot blossom maiden's face lost its color as she exclaimed, "Young Master Lin, be careful. That is the blood demon hand of the blood slaughter sect. If struck, the blood poison will invade your body, growing stronger with your own blood, gnawing at your bones and marrow, ultimately destroying your foundation, leaving you weaker than an ordinary person, living in torment." Lin Yi's expression turned grave as he gripped his long sword, unleashing the full might of the 36 paths of soft cloud swordplay. The sword shadows danced like drifting white clouds. Fortunately, the remarkable material of the Qingyang sword held firm against the man's relentless strikes, sustaining no damage. Lin Yi gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead, as he braced himself against the man in black's frenzied assault. However, it was clear that the man's internal strength surpassed Lin Yi's, and his blood demon hand was exquisitely refined, each time their palms and sword collided. Lin Yi's body would jolt violently, a flush rising to his face as he clenched his jaw, striving to calm the turbulence within his blood and energy. The man in black's onslaught was akin to a tempest, each strike more powerful than the last, instilling terror. Gradually, Lin Yi found it increasingly difficult to breathe, his chest heaving violently. With a resounding clang, Lin Yi managed to deflect yet another blow from the man in black, only to feel a wave of fatigue wash over his arms, which began to tremble uncontrollably, nearly dropping the long sword from his grasp. Lin Yi's heart raced with anxiety, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead, his gaze betraying a hint of panic. Why hasn't Captain Xie arrived? Could something have gone awry? Just at that critical moment, the apricot blossom maiden let out a determined cry, brandishing her short sword, gracefully joining the fray like a blooming flower. Her figure was enchanting yet resolute, as she and Lin Yi flanked the man in black with coordinated precision. The maiden's face was taut, her beautiful eyes filled with determination. As she wielded her short sword, launching a flurry of strikes aimed at the man's vital points. Lin Yi too rallied his spirit, thrusting his sword forward once more, seamlessly synchronizing with the maiden. Her seemingly delicate form, which appeared frail, now stood firm against the man in black, her gaze resolute and courageous. As she wielded her short sword, her slender wrist moved with surprising force, each move revealing an underlying technique. In contrast to her usual gentle demeanor, she now displayed a fierce side that was truly remarkable. With the apricot blossom maiden entering the fray, Lin Yi felt a significant reduction in pressure. The maiden moved with grace, akin to a butterfly flitting through flowers, her short sword gleaming with cold light. The two of them, in perfect harmony, pressed their advantage against the man in black, who found himself overwhelmed by their combined assault. Seeing that he could not swiftly deal with the two, the man in black began to sweat profusely, his expression betraying his growing anxiety. You wield the butterfly sword and the butterfly step. You must be a disciple of the Misty Cloud Pavilion. I advise you to step aside. Allow me to finish off this brat, and I shall leave in peace that we can coexist without further conflict. His voice was hoarse and sinister, laced with a threatening undertone. His tone betrayed a deliberate attempt to conceal his true identity. The apricot blossom maiden's eyes were steadfast as rock, her attacks becoming even more fierce. As if she intended to carve the man in black into 1,000 pieces. 7 days ago, in Baohua Alley, it was you who killed Xiao Huan, was it not? She was merely 12 years old. And you, a fiend, could stoop so low. Her voice quivered slightly, her eyes ablaze with righteous fury. Indeed, that little girl from Baohua Alley was slain by my hand. It was quite a distinctive experience, the man in black admitted. A look of twisted pleasure crossing his face, his gaze repulsive. Upon hearing his confession, the maiden's eyes reddened, tears welling up as she remarked, I had only met that girl by chance, intending to take her as my sister. Who would have thought she would fall prey to your vile hands? She was only 12, and you could unleash such cruelty. Truly a heart of a wolf and a heart of a beast. Gritting her teeth, she swung her short sword with increasing urgency, wishing nothing more than to slay the man in black on the spot. The man in black suddenly thrust Lin Yi back with a powerful strike. Ready to pursue, but the maiden's short sword struck like a viper from behind, shimmering with lethal intent. The man in black had no choice but to deflect the blow, but just then, Lin Yi lunged forward with his sword. Delivering a fierce attack, after several exchanges, the man in black found himself increasingly desperate. Realizing that the maiden was unwavering in her resolve, he knew there was no escape for him. Understanding that any delay would allow the officers from the Divine Capturing Bureau to arrive, he decided to unleash his full fury. In a moment of recklessness, he allowed the maiden's blade to pierce his back, ignoring the pain. With a chilling sound, the sword entered his body, yet the maiden's expression remained one of concern. Her beautiful eyes filled with trepidation. The man, despite the wound, lunged at Lin Yi with both palms, an overwhelming stench of blood surrounding him, akin to a ravenous beast pouncing on its prey. Lin Yi, seeing no way to evade the incoming strike, gritted his teeth and swung his sword in defense, channeling all his internal energy. With a resounding crash, Lin Yi felt an immense force strike him, nearly sending him flying like a broken kite, staggering back several steps, his arm hanging limply as his long sword clattered to the ground. The man in black, eager to capitalize on his advantage, was met with the apricot blossom maiden's fierce counterattack as she lunged for his throat with her sword, the wind howling around her. The man barely managed to evade, but the blade grazed his face, causing the black veil to flutter down and reveal his concealed visage. Quickly, he raised his hand to shield his face, his eyes gleaming with malevolence, preparing to silence both Lin Yi and the maiden. Blood poured from his wound, staining his clothing, yet he seemed oblivious, his face contorted with rage as he snarled, since you refuse to see reason, I shall send you to meet the king of hell today. His voice was hoarse and filled with malice, akin to a curse echoing from the depths of hell, sending chills down one's spine. His eyes blazed with fury, as if he intended to incinerate everything before him. How dare you, vile scoundrel? A deep voice boomed like thunder, causing the man in black to startle, his face turning pale with fear. Without a moment's hesitation, he leapt from the window. Lin Yi took a deep breath and staggered to the window. Peering outside, you shall not escape, he called out, witnessing Captain Xie confronting the man in black atop a nearby rooftop. Captain Xie was a towering figure with a square jaw, thick brows, and piercing eyes. Exuding an air of righteousness, armed with a long knife, he struck with the force of a tempest, his movements bold and commanding. The man in black, who had previously left Lin Yi powerless, now found himself utterly cowed before Captain Xie. Unable to withstand his onslaught, he was left scrambling, his expression frantic as he sought a means to escape at this moment. The man in black was preoccupied with fending off Captain Xie's relentless attacks. Completely disregarding the need to conceal his identity, Lin Yi focused intently, striving to discern the man's features. Unfortunately, the darkness of the night obscured his view. Lin Yi squinted, but the dim light severely hindered his vision, preventing him from clearly capturing the man's visage. Captain Xie, his eyes wide with fury, unleashed a powerful strike aimed at the man in black's throat. The blow was swift as lightning, accompanied by a fierce gust of wind. The man in black's pupils constricted as he barely managed to evade, though the blade still grazed his shoulder, causing blood to spurt forth like a breached dam, staining his clothing crimson. His face contorted in agony. He let out a muffled groan. Injured and blood-soaked, the man's expression grew increasingly deranged, his eyes bloodshot and wild, resembling a rabid beast. He howled at Captain Xie. "If that's the case, allow me to show you the secret techniques of the blood slaughter sect." With that, he emanated a chilling aura that sent shivers down the spine. The man in black's face twisted grotesquely, his features contorting horrifyingly, his eyes bloodshot and bulging, an utterly terrifying sight. Suddenly, a blinding red light erupted from him, and with a deafening explosion, his clothing tore apart, sending fragments flying in all directions. The exposed, sinewy upper body of the figure was adorned with prominent veins, resembling serpentine tendrils of a vivid blue hue, while muscular bulges hinted at an inexhaustible reservoir of strength, instilling fear in those who beheld it. This blood fiend technique is but my nascent endeavor, and today I shall utilize you as a test of its might. Prepare yourself, the cloaked man bellowed with fervor, his previously dim gaze now ablaze with a frenzied resolve. The despondency that had plagued him after his prior injuries dissipated, replaced by an almost maniacal exhilaration. In a flash, he lunged towards Captain Xie, launching a fierce onslaught. With each swing of his arms, a gust of bloodied air surged forth, each strike infused with a brutal ferocity. Captain Xie, undaunted, met the challenge head-on, his blade glimmering as it clashed violently with the black-clad assailant. In that moment, the resounding clangor of metal echoed through the night, sparks flying in a dazzling display. Chapter 52, Jade Dupil Beneath the Silver Moon. The black-clad man, empowered by the invocation of esoteric arts, transformed into a formidable force, exuding a crimson radiance that surged around him. His movements were swift as lightning, each blow carrying the force to cleave mountains. Allowing him to engage Captain Xie, a master of the innate realm, in a fierce contest of skill. Lin Yi observed the unfolding battle with furrowed brows, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. His fists clenched unconsciously, anxiety filling his gaze as he grew increasingly concerned for Captain Xie. "Fear not," a gentle voice interrupted his thoughts. It was Miss Xinghua, who had quietly appeared at his side. Her complexion slightly pale, her skin resembling exquisite mutton fat jade, now appearing somewhat translucent. She breathed softly, her breath unsteady, her short sword long since sheathed. Biting her lip, her beautiful eyes reflected fatigue, yet she seemed to revert to her usual delicate demeanor. Truly captivating. Lin Yi gazed at her, momentarily entranced, his eyes lingering upon her visage. Shaking his head sharply, he chastised himself internally, pushing aside those distracting thoughts and refocusing on the battle. Miss Xinghua tilted her head slightly, regarding Lin Yi with a look of concern, her voice imbued with care. "Did you sustain any serious harm from the blood demoness strike?" Lin Yi waved his hand dismissively, forcing a smile. "It has nothing to worry about. My Qingyang sword is made of a special material, impervious to blood toxins, that I've only sustained some internal injuries that will mend with a few days of rest." As he spoke, he coughed lightly, a trace of blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Furrowing his brow, Lin Yi expressed his confusion. Is the blood fiend sect's technique truly so formidable? Is there no one of equal standing who can contend with it? His eyes betrayed a hint of worry, his brows knitted tightly. Miss Xinghua pressed her lips together, elucidating. Although the blood fiend's sex blood return technique is indeed remarkable, its efficacy is most pronounced at the postnatal level. The higher one's cultivation, the less impact this technique has. She nodded slightly, her expression serious. Lenny contemplated her words thoughtfully. I see. Downstairs, as the battle between the black-clad man and Captain Xie raged on, a cadre of officers from the Divine Catcher Department, clad in uniform attire, surged forth like a tidal wave, their expressions grave and postures upright. They swiftly encircled the dwelling where the two combatants fought. Yet, the ferocity of their clash, with blades flashing and fists colliding, deterred anyone from daring to intervene. The officers gripped their weapons tightly, standing ready, their eyes locked onto the fierce confrontation, not daring to let their guard down. As time progressed, the tide of battle began to shift. The effects of the black-clad man's secret technique waned, his movements grew sluggish, and his strength diminished, gradually placing him at a disadvantage that in contrast, Captain Xie remained composed. Breath steady, wielding his long knife with fluid grace, his strikes sharp and decisive. The black-clad man, now panting heavily, beads of sweat cascading down his contorted visage, bore an expression of exhaustion and terror. His attacks became increasingly erratic. Struggling to withstand Captain Xie's relentless barrage, in a swift motion, Captain Xie darted forward, his long knife transforming into a glimmering arc, slicing through the air to cleave the black-clad man's left arm. Blood spraying forth, the black-clad man cried out in agony, staggering backward. Before he could regain his footing, Captain Xie followed up with a fierce slash, etching a deep gash across the man's right leg. In a matter of moments, the black-clad man bore several new wounds, his garments soaked in crimson, droplets falling to the ground as his breath grew shallower, as if on the verge of collapse. Suddenly, a mysterious figure, shrouded in black, appeared like a specter, moving with lightning speed, launching a silent but deadly strike aimed at Captain Xie's back. Lin Yi, observing from above, gasped in alarm, exclaiming, "Captain, beware behind you!" His face was etched with urgency. Captain Xie bellowed in response, lightning strike. His blade shimmered with electric energy, slicing through the night like a flash of lightning, intercepting the sudden attack. However, the mysterious assailant's strength was formidable, forcing Captain Xie to stumble back a few steps. Regaining his footing, he glared at the attacker, his voice brimming with fury. "You again! When did the ghost sect grow so close to the blood fiend sect?" His face was a mask of anger and confusion, his eyes fixed intently on the enigmatic figure. Yet the mysterious individual offered no reply, casting aside their black cloak to unleash several spherical objects, which sliced through the air with a sharp whistle, hurtling toward Captain Xie. Realizing the danger, Captain Xie's expression shifted dramatically, and he leapt from the rooftop just in time that a cacophony of explosions ensued as the rooftop erupted, debris and fragments scattering in all directions, leaving chaos in its wake. Coughing, Captain Xie waved away the dust and smoke, and when the haze cleared, both the mysterious figure and the black-clad man had vanished without a trace from his vantage point. Lin Yi scanned the area, spotting the two fleeing eastward before they disappeared into the inky darkness of the night. Turning to Miss Xinghua, he clasped his hands in gratitude. "Miss Xinghua, the matter here is resolved. I must take my leave." His face bore a hint of fatigue, yet his gaze remained resolute. Miss Xinghua inclined her head slightly, expressing her gratitude. "I am deeply thankful for your assistance, Lin Gongzi. Had it not been for you, I fear I would have fallen victim to their vile intentions." Her eyes shone with appreciation, her delicate features illuminated by the moonlight, rendering her even more enchanting. From her attire, she produced a jade vial. Extending it toward Lin Yi, "I have no means to repay you, but please accept this jade dew pill, a secret concoction from my Yin Tower. It possesses the ability to counteract toxins and enhance one's martial prowess. Especially beneficial for postnatal warriors, that I implore you to accept it without hesitation." Her gaze was unwavering and sincere. The jade dew pill, a rare elixir from Yin Tower, shimmered with a lustrous sheen, exuding a subtle yet alluring fragrance. Its remarkable properties offered detoxification and enhancement of martial capabilities, and it could purify inner strength, accelerating its flow. For postnatal warriors, this was an invaluable treasure, greatly advantageous, yet its rarity made it a seldom-seen gem in the realm. Seeing the determination in Miss Xinghua's eyes, Lin Yi replied, "In that case, I shall not refuse that." He accepted the jade vial, feeling its coolness against his palm, the faint aroma wafting gently. After bidding farewell to Miss Xinghua, he descended the stairs, but suddenly turned back, declaring, "Rest assured, that blood demon will not escape." That a confident smile graced his face. Miss Xinghua returned his smile. "I shall await your good news, Lin Gongzi." Her smile blossomed like spring flowers. Captivating and beautiful. Chapter 53. The Search of the Poor Alley. With a somewhat heavy heart, Lin Yi made his way downstairs, where he found Captain Xie standing tall, flanked by Ma Tong, whose demeanor was grave. Upon spotting Lin Yi, Captain Xie approached with genuine concern. "Lin Yi, I owe you a great debt. Are you badly injured?" His brow furrowed slightly as he scrutinized Lin Yi from head to toe. Lin Yi quickly waved his hand, forcing a smile. "Thank you for your concern, my lord, that I merely sustained some internal injuries. It is nothing serious." His complexion was slightly pale, yet his eyes remained steadfast. Captain Xie's expression turned apologetic, tinged with guilt. "I am sorry for placing you in such peril. Fortunately, you managed to hold off the black-clad man." He sighed deeply, clenching his fists. Lin Yi straightened his posture, speaking earnestly. "Captain, this was merely my duty. It is a pity that the fiend managed to escape." That a hint of regret and frustration flickered across his face. Captain Xie sighed in resignation. "Indeed, after this incident, that demon will undoubtedly be on high alert. It will be difficult to capture him again." His brow furrowed, reflecting his unease. Lin Yi tilted his head back, recalling, "Captain, I observed from above that the two fled eastward." Ma Tong's eyes narrowed at the mention of the east. Murmuring, "East, the east poor alley," his expression brightened, as if a revelation had struck him. Captain Xie smacked his forehead, excitement rekindling in his eyes. "Yes, they must have taken refuge in the poor alley." Hope flickered back to his face. The poor alley, densely populated and chaotically built, featured winding streets and a labyrinthine layout. Without delay, Captain Xie summoned his men, placing his hands on his hips, and bellowed, "Brothers, prepare for action," simultaneously dispatching personnel to borrow manpower from the county magistrate's office. Preparations were underway for a thorough search of the impoverished alley in the eastern part of the city. Xiaobuta's expression was grave as he looked at Lin Yi and solemnly said, "Lin Yi, it would be prudent for you to rest for a few days. You need not partake in the forthcoming operations." His gaze was filled with concern, his brow slightly furrowed. Only moments ago, he had not felt it, but now, with the relaxation of tension, Lin Yi was beset by an overwhelming fatigue, as if bearing the weight of 1,000 pounds. Yet, upon recalling the tragic fates of the young girls, their faces etched with fear and despair, he clenched his jaw resolutely and declared, "Xiaobutu, I am quite fine that I have made a promise to others. I must avenge this villain." His eyes blazed with fury, his fists instinctively tightening. Upon witnessing the unwavering determination in Lin Yi's gaze, Xiaobuta's expression flickered with a hint of admiration as he replied, "In that case, rest for a while. IT may take some time to borrow personnel from the county magistrate's office, and we likely won't officially set out until dawn." Lin Yi nodded emphatically and turned towards the Divine Capture Division. His form appeared slightly unsteady, his steps somewhat ethereal, yet each stride was marked by an extraordinary resolve. Returning to the Divine Capture Division, Lin Yi relied on his memory to locate his quarters. That he pushed the door open, revealing a simply furnished room containing only a bed and a table. Approaching the bedside, he crossed his legs and sat in meditation. Lin Yi closed his eyes tightly, his expression serious as he gradually summoned his inner energy, guiding it to flow through his meridians in an orderly fashion, calming the tumultuous blood within. His breathing gradually became steady and profound. 15 minutes later, he slowly opened his eyes and exhaled a breath of turbid air. Lin Yi then carefully retrieved the jade vial gifted by the apricot blossom maiden, gently uncapping it to extract the jade dew pill. There lay a pill, round and glossy as jade, glistening with a translucent sheen, resting quietly within. This jade dew pill was roughly the size of a longan, emanating a soft glow reminiscent of a meticulously crafted gem. Its surface bore intricate patterns, as if infused with a mysterious power. As he leaned in to inhale, a refreshing and delicate fragrance wafted forth, mingled with subtle herbal notes that invigorated the spirit. Lin Yi placed the jade dew pill in his mouth, where it melted instantly, transforming into a cool stream that flowed down his throat. Subsequently, this stream quickly disseminated throughout his limbs and bones, banishing all traces of fatigue, and the circulation of his inner energy became increasingly smooth. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yi gently closed his eyes again, his body becoming as still as a statue, focusing his mind and entering a state of ethereality. His hands rested upon his dantian, where he meticulously controlled his inner energy, guiding it like a gentle stream to envelop the medicinal properties that had just been released. Sweat beads emerged on his forehead, trickling down his cheeks, yet his expression remained intensely focused, undistracted. As the medicinal energy gradually diffused, a powerful yet gentle force began to permeate Lin Yi's dantian, that he could distinctly sense that his inner energy had strengthened. Akin to a sapling nourished by rain, noticeably flourishing, Lin Yi dared not relent, gritting his teeth as he directed this newly generated energy towards the final two meridians yet to be opened. His body trembled slightly, his brows knitted tightly. Each surge felt as if he were expending all his strength. Finally, through his relentless efforts, Lin Yi's inner energy successfully broke through the barriers, unblocking the final two meridians. He exhaled a long breath, relief washing over his face, and his body relaxed accordingly. Lin Yi slowly opened his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance sparkling within them, that he then placed his hands on the ground. Rising gracefully to his feet, stretching his limbs, he was enveloped in a sense of lightness and joy, feeling invigorated as if every pore were breathing freely. That he clenched his fist, sensing the changes within his body. The heaviness and pain from his previous injuries had vanished, leaving no trace of fatigue. Regaining his composure, he attempted to circulate his inner energy. Inhaling deeply, he felt the energy flow swiftly through his meridians. To his astonishment, the purity of his inner energy had increased, resembling a clear stream, devoid of impurities. Moreover, its operational speed had also accelerated, that he could not help but marvel inwardly, his brows raised in awe. Truly, the Jade Dew Pill from Yinyan Tower is remarkable. His face revealed an unmistakable excitement, and J.O.Y.A.T. that moment. Lin Yi stood tall, his handsome features accentuated by his sharp brows and bright eyes. Clad in a flowing azure robe that billowed in the wind, exuding an air of elegance and distinction, with steady and powerful strides, Lin Yi exited the divine capture division. The somewhat muted sunlight cascaded over him, casting a slender shadow, that he gazed towards the partially risen sun in the east, murmuring to himself, "Daylight has arrived. It is time to set forth." As the breeze caressed him, Lin Yi felt the weight of his sword at his waist tighten. The immense inner energy within him bolstering his confidence for the impending search operation, that in a dim, damp basement of Pingshan County, flickering candlelight cast shadows upon two enigmatic figures. One was clad in a crimson robe, appearing as though it had been soaked in blood, exuding an eerie hue. That he wore a red mask, intricately carved with fierce patterns, revealing only his piercing eyes, which glinted with a menacing light. The other figure was shrouded in black robes, his entire being enveloped in darkness, even his face obscured by a black scarf, leaving only his sharp, hawk-like eyes visible. The figure in black crossed his arms and spoke in a low, gravelly tone. "Your junior disciple has been placed in the impoverished alley. The Divine Capture Division should not locate him anytime soon." His voice resonated as if it emerged from the depths of hell. The masked figure tilted his head slightly, coldly responding, "Just now, Xiaxian arrived at the county magistrate's office, requesting to borrow manpower." The hint of dissatisfaction laced his tone. The black-robed figure furrowed his brow in confusion. "Xiaxian? What does he need manpower from the county magistrate's office for?" The masked figure, with hands clasped behind him, paced back and forth to seal off and search the impoverished alley. The black-robed figure snorted derisively. "How relentless! It seems the Divine Capture Division has caught wind of something. Should I lend a hand to your junior disciple?" A glint of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. Suddenly halting, the masked figure retorted sharply, "Some matters can be repeated once or twice, but not thrice. That if you intervene again, the Divine Capture Division may suspect me." His gaze brimmed with warning. The black-robed figure shrugged, a sardonic smile gracing his lips. "It appears your junior disciple is cornered. Having just ascended the mountain, he is already entangled in trouble within Pingshan. How will you explain this to your master?" The masked figure clenched his fists, knuckles whitening, and coldly replied, That man cannot control his own desires. He will inevitably face ruin. The black-robed figure narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the masked figure. I recall your junior disciple was quite well-behaved on the mountain. How did he become so reckless upon descending? Did you fail to educate him properly? Or perhaps you deliberately turned a blind eye? His gaze was laden with suspicion, leaning slightly forward as if seeking clues from the masked figure's reaction. The masked figure snorted dismissively, a flicker of disdain in his eyes. Some individuals, regardless of their innate talent, will never achieve greatness without a sound character. My guidance matters not. If he cannot govern his inner desires, he is destined for destruction. With that, he turned away, no longer regarding the black-robed figure, his expression inscrutable beneath the mask. The black-robed figure shifted his gaze, contemplatively stating, "Very well. After all, this is an internal affair of your blood-slaughter sect, and I do not wish to meddle in your matters. However, how is the progress at the Pingshan mine?" The masked figure sighed lightly, replying, "The map is incomplete, rendering it impossible to pinpoint the exact location. We can only cast a wide net in the mine, but we still lack adequate manpower." And a hint of helplessness seeped into his voice. The black-robed figure's lips curled into a sinister smile. "Since manpower is insufficient, should we—" The masked figure raised a hand to interrupt him, stating firmly, "Let us postpone matters regarding manpower until next month. With the commotion surrounding my junior disciple, the Divine Capture Division is particularly sensitive at this moment. We must avoid drawing attention. Otherwise, it would be a grave loss." His gaze was resolute, leaving no room for debate. At the entrance of the impoverished alley, the sounds of chatter filled the air as Lin Yi hurriedly approached Xie Xian's side. Upon catching sight of Lin Yi, Xie Xian noted his rosy complexion and vibrant spirit, and his previously anxious heart finally eased, a look of relief gracing his features. Xie Xian methodically assigned tasks, instructing 4 silver badge captains to lead a group of officers in a thorough search of the impoverished alley from the outside in. With a serious demeanor, Xie Xian commanded, "Search every household. Leave no trace unexamined." The 4 silver badge captains, each robust and resolute, swiftly took their orders and dashed towards their designated directions. Xie Xian ascended to a higher vantage point, standing tall, his gaze sharp as he surveyed the entire scene, ensuring he could spot any signals from any direction at a moment's notice. Lin Yi entered from the west alongside a team of officers, his eyes keenly focused, leaving no corner unexamined as he conducted a meticulous search. Gradually, Lin Yi arrived at the heart of the impoverished alley, where a bustling morning market thrived, filled with the aroma of steaming breakfast and the vibrant displays of various vendors, creating an atmosphere of lively commotion. The sounds of shouting and haggling intertwined, creating a cacophony of activity. However, upon the sighting of the officers from the Divine Capture Division, the vendor smiles abruptly froze, and their calls ceased. Lin Yi inquired urgently, one by one, whether anyone had spotted the figures in black, his expression fraught with anxiety, yet his gaze resolute. At that moment, a vendor selling steamed buns, his face tinged with trepidation, spoke up, "My lord. In the early hours of this morning, around the hour of the tiger, I was preparing the filling and saw 2 figures in black fly past my window." Lin Yi furrowed his brow, pressing him for the direction of their flight. Following the direction indicated by the bun vendor, Lin Yi searched diligently and eventually uncovered a suspicious house. The walls of this dwelling appeared somewhat dilapidated, and upon closer inspection, a pool of blood was visible. In the impoverished alley, blood on the walls was not an uncommon sight. However, the vivid hue of this particular stain suggested it had been freshly spilled. Lin Yi inquired with the nearby residents, all of whom bore expressions of fear and hastily claimed that the house had long been abandoned, with no one residing there. Lin Yi surmised that the disciple of the blood-killing sect was likely hiding within. With this thought, he suppressed his elation to avoid alarming the target. He refrained from knocking and instead inhaled deeply, employing the cloud ladder technique, his form darting like a wisp of smoke as he silently descended into the courtyard. Unexpectedly, as Lin Yi stepped into the yard, he was immediately detected by someone concealed within. "Who goes there?" shouted a bare-chested man, his countenance twisted with ferocity, a bloody bandage wrapped around his shoulder. Lin Yi focused intently and instantly recognized him as the black-clad figure from the previous night. Bellowing, "Vile scoundrel, prepare to meet your end." Lin Yi's eyes widened, his fury ignited. Upon seeing Lin Yi, the black-clad man's expression morphed into one of extreme malice. His teeth gritted as if he intended to devour Lin Yi whole. Lin Yi's gaze sharpened, his right hand gripping the long sword tightly, its blade glinting with a cold light. With a mighty shout, he unleashed the full force of the gentle cloud sword technique, his figure attacking the black-clad man like a specter. The sword moves flowed like clouds, unpredictable and fluid, the wind from the blade howling as it aimed for the vital points of the black-clad assailant. The black-clad man grimaced, his palms emanating an eerie crimson glow as he summoned his fearsome bloodied hands. Striking heavily towards Lin Yi with an ominous gust. Lin Yi reacted swiftly, twisting his wrist to accurately deflect with the Qingyang sword. The clash reverberated with a resounding clang, and Lin Yi felt a powerful impact travel through his sword. Yet compared to the previous night, this force had diminished significantly, remaining within manageable limits that a sense of calm washed over him as he contemplated. It seemed this fiend had sustained injuries the night before and had expended considerable energy in casting secret techniques, leaving him severely weakened. Now was the perfect opportunity to finish him off, as the saying goes. Seize the opportunity to strike when the enemy is vulnerable. Lin Yi intensified his assault, his techniques growing ever more fierce. Denying the black-clad man even a moment to catch his breath, that I end Chapter 55, titled Ambush. The two engaged in a fierce duel, their blades flashing in a dance of light and shadow, and in an instant, several exchanges had transpired. The bloodstain on the black-clad man's shoulder deepened, soaking a large portion of his clothing. Lin Yi maintained his focus on the black-clad man, exerting all his effort in the gentle cloud sword technique. The sword shadows intertwining, relentlessly ensnaring the black-clad figure, offering no respite. As the black-clad man grew increasingly frustrated at his inability to best Lin Yi, his impatience escalated. With eyes wide, he roared, unleashing a powerful strike, forcing Lin Yi back several steps. Gasping for breath, the black-clad man hissed, "Since you are so eager for death, I shall let you experience the might of my blood return technique." With a furious shout, his aura surged dramatically, emanating an overwhelming force. Lin Yi sensed the impending danger, his expression grave, his grip on the Qingyang sword tightening, his knuckles whitening with tension. Suddenly, the black-clad man spat a mouthful of blood. Astonishment etched on his features. How is this possible? His voice trembled, filled with disbelief. Seeing the black-clad man frozen in place, Lin Yi's heart soared with joy. He seized the opportunity without hesitation, lunging forward with his sword. His movements swift as lightning. The black-clad man, seemingly in a daze, did not evade. The Qingyang sword, razor-sharp, pierced directly through the man's chest, and a look of unyielding bitterness crossed the black-clad man's face as he slowly collapsed. The light fading from his eyes, Lin Yi withdrew his sword, its blade untouched by blood, glimmering coldly. Bending down, Lin Yi observed the black-clad man's pallid complexion, his eyes vacant and devoid of life, his breath barely a whisper as he murmured, "Brother, you deliberately taught me the secret technique that ha." His voice grew weaker until it faded into silence. Lin Yi checked for signs of life, confirming the absence of any vital signs, and finally exhaled a long breath of relief. With the battle concluded, the tension in his body dissipated, and he became aware that his back was drenched in sweat, his clothes clinging uncomfortably to him, a sensation both cold and clammy. Lin Yi, gripping the Qingyang sword, raised his arm to wipe the blade clean of blood, only to be astonished to find that the blood had swiftly slid off the blade, leaving it pristine and glimmering with sharpness. He couldn't help but caress the sword's smooth surface, his fingers gliding over the blade as he murmured to himself, "Indeed, it is a fine weapon." His eyes sparkled with affection and admiration. After a brief respite, Lin Yi approached the lifeless black-clad man, crouching down to meticulously search his body, leaving no corner unexamined, his expression focused and serious. However, the outcome left him thoroughly disappointed. He found nothing of value, not even a single clue. So, it turned out that the tales in novels about discovering secret manuals were mere fabrications. Lin Yi shook his head in resignation, self-deprecatingly muttering. Standing upright, he turned to meticulously search the interior of the house, leaving no potential hiding place unchecked. Ultimately, aside from a few bottles of healing medicine found in a corner, he uncovered nothing else. He pushed open the courtyard door, and sunlight flooded over him. Soon, He located several constables in the nearby streets, striding briskly towards them as he proclaimed, "The culprit has been slain by my hand. You must hurry and inform Captain Xie." The constables were initially taken aback, their faces reflecting disbelief, but upon recognizing the earnest expression on Lin Yi's face, they snapped back to reality and rushed off to notify Captain Xie. Imagining the looks of astonishment on their faces when they received the news, Lin Yi couldn't help but smile, pride swelling within him. Before long, Captain Xie arrived in a flurry, accompanied by a cadre of constables. Tall and robust, he moved with agility. Quickly approaching the body on the ground, he crouched down, probing the black-clad man's breath and pulse, conducting a thorough examination to confirm his demise. Only then did Captain Xie let out a sigh of relief, standing up with a radiant smile, exclaiming, "Lin Yi, I knew I had not misjudged you. You have accomplished a great feat this time." Lin Yi gave a slight bow, humbly replying, "This is merely my duty as a subordinate." Captain Xie, intrigued, inquired how Lin Yi had managed to vanquish the villain, while the surrounding constables craned their necks, eager to hear the tale. Clearing his throat, Lin Yi recounted the intense battle in vivid detail. Upon hearing the account, Captain Xie stroked his chin, pondering, "You, my boy, truly have the favor of fortune. Who would have thought that this fellow would fall victim to his own technique, allowing you to seize such an opportunity?" As the conversation unfolded, the constables meticulously searched the black-clad man and the house both inside and out, yet discovered nothing. At that moment, a silver badge-wearing constable stepped forward, his slender frame and somber demeanor marking him as the veteran Huang Sheng. Huang Sheng regarded Lin Yi and asked, "Lin Yi, did you uncover any clues?" Seeing the silver badge constable Huang Sheng, Lin Yi shook his head, presenting the few bottles of healing medicine. "Captain Huang, I only found these. There was nothing else of note." Huang Sheng furrowed his brow, skepticism written across his face. "Lin Yi, did you not find any secret manuals or the like?" The moment those words were uttered, the previously vibrant atmosphere evaporated, leaving an eerie silence as all eyes shifted between Lin Yi and Huang Sheng. Lin Yi's expression darkened, his gaze fixed intently on Huang Sheng. "What, do you suspect that I am hoarding secret manuals?" Huang Sheng matched his seriousness. "That I harbor no suspicion against you, but you did slay the culprit. Should temptation arise, who can say for certain?" Lin Yi replied earnestly, "If that is the case, then please, Captain Xie, search me to see if I am hiding anything." That he stood tall, his gaze unwavering and transparent. Captain Xie, wearing a serious expression tinged with regret, stated, "Lin Yi, I apologize." With that, he began to search Lin Yi meticulously, leaving no potential hiding place unchecked. The surrounding constables observed Captain Xie's actions with keen interest. After the search concluded, Captain Xie stood upright, shaking his head. "Indeed, there is nothing." Yet Huang Sheng remained unyielding, his eyes wide as he raised his voice. He was alone here. What if he concealed something elsewhere? Lin Yi's face turned a dark shade, his fists clenched tightly, a surge of anger boiling within him. How could someone be so obstinate? "Enough. This matter ends here. Did I trust in Lin Yi's character? Should anyone continue to spread rumors about this, they shall face consequences for slandering a colleague." Captain Xie bellowed, his eyes wide, his voice booming like thunder, stunning all present in a silence. That I end Chapter 56, titled "The Reason," within the dimly lit abandoned house in the impoverished alley. The constables stood together, each wearing a grave expression. Although they had successfully solved this chilling murder case, the crowd could not muster any joy, and the atmosphere felt particularly eerie. Xie Xian stood in the midst of the crowd, his posture tall and commanding. As he scanned the faces before him with a stern gaze, that in a deep voice, he announced, "Well, the perpetrator has been brought to justice, and this murder case is now concluded. Everyone can take a few days to relax. Each of you has contributed diligently to this operation, and your efforts will not go unrewarded." Upon hearing this, the faces of the crowd immediately brightened, their eyes sparkling with excitement. They thought to themselves that after such a long ordeal, the murder case had finally come to an end. Moreover, there were additional merits to be gained, making their toil worthwhile. Thus, everyone began to take action. Some started organizing the items at the scene, while others carefully prepared the body for transport. The crowd conversed and laughed as they returned to the divine captor's office. Along the way, sunlight bathed them, and several young captors, filled with admiration, rushed to Lin Yi's side. One of them scratched his head and asked curiously, Brother Lin Yi, please tell us about your fierce battle with the murderer. Seeing the eager expressions on their faces, Lin Yi was pleased to share his tale, recounting the events with animated gestures, which drew gasps of astonishment and bursts of laughter from the crowd, creating a harmonious atmosphere. Yet one individual stood apart, his expression dark and at odds with the joviality around him. Captain Huang Sheng, who had previously questioned Lin, and he lingered at the back of the group. Teeth clenched, brows furrowed, casting cold, hostile glances at Lin Yi. Upon returning to the divine captor's office, Xie Xian methodically directed the safe transfer of the body to the mortuary, that he then led everyone to the spacious courtyard. Standing tall before the crowd, Xie Xian proclaimed, "This case has demanded much from all of you. Each shall receive 10 points of merit." As soon as he finished speaking, the captors below were taken aback for a moment, followed by waves of delighted exclamations. Some clenched their fists in excitement, while others couldn't help but cheer. Xie Xian smiled and gestured for silence, continuing, "The successful resolution of this case and the apprehension of the murderer owe a great deal to Lin Yi. Had it not been for his courageous signal that delayed the perpetrator, we would not have been able to injure him last night. Furthermore, Lin Yi was the first to uncover the murderer's south hiding place today, leading to the execution of justice. I hereby award him an additional 20 points of merit." The crowd erupted in astonishment, some widening their eyes in disbelief, unable to contain their astonishment. 20 points of merit. I would have to patrol for 20 months to earn that, a fellow captor scoffed. Lin Yi is truly fortunate. The murderer's own technique backfired, allowing him to reap such a windfall. That an older captor shook his head and replied sternly, "We cannot say that if he hadn't signaled last night and delayed the murderer, we would still be searching in vain." Lin Yi stood among the crowd, inwardly marveling at Xie Xian's deft maneuvering. By acknowledging everyone's contributions first, he fostered a sense of joy, and by highlighting Lin Yi's achievements, he ensured that most would remember his merit. Certainly a sign of seasoned experience. With a smile, Xie Xian declared, "With the conclusion of this case, everyone may enjoy 3 days of leave." At this announcement, the captors erupted into excitement once more. Their faces radiated with bright smiles, their eyes filled with surprise. Some jumped for joy, while others embraced one another, exclaiming, "Captain Xie is brilliant." Lin Yi couldn't help but smile as well, thinking, after all, it's a free holiday. Who wouldn't want that? Suddenly, Lin Yi felt a malicious gaze fixed upon him. Since cultivating the pure yang technique, his senses had become increasingly acute. Maintaining his composure, Lin Yi feigned turning to converse with another captor, while discreetly scanning his surroundings. Soon enough, he identified the source of the hostile glare. It was Captain Huang. Lurking in the corner, Lin Yi furrowed his brow slightly, pondering, "I have no enmity with this Captain Huang. Why does he harbor such animosity towards me?" That evening, Captain Xie hosted a gathering at his residence, inviting Lin Yi and Ma Tong to express his gratitude for their assistance in the case. Seated at the head of the table, Xie Xian beamed with joy, saying, "Brother Ma, Brother Lin, this success is truly thanks to both of you. Brother Ma, your quick thinking, and Brother Lin, your bravery and attention to detail. Having your aid has been a tremendous blessing." Lin Yi and Ma Tong quickly rose and bowed, responding, "Captain Xie, you flatter us. This is merely our duty." The three exchanged pleasantries over drinks, sharing amusing anecdotes, and the atmosphere grew ever more congenial. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Yi voiced his concerns. With a puzzled expression, he asked, "Captain Xie, do you know why Captain Huang Sheng seems to harbor such animosity towards me? I have done him no wrong." Xie Xian sighed, his expression turning serious. "This matter is rather complex." Lin Yi promptly poured a cup of wine for Xie Xian, who took a sip before continuing. "Our divine captor's office is a supervisory agency, capable of investigating both the common folk and high-ranking officials. While we enjoy a decent reputation among the populace, we are seen as a thorn in the side of officials at all levels." Lin Yi furrowed his brow and inquired, "What does this have to do with Captain Huang?" Xie Xian shook his head with a wry smile. "Alas, in the realm of governance, corruption and abuse of power are rampant. Our office, being directly subordinate to His Majesty, can oversee bureaucrats at all levels. Naturally, the local governor and magistrate would place their own spies within our ranks to gather intelligence and prevent us from uncovering any secrets. Furthermore, they seek to limit our power, ensuring I do not hold absolute authority over the divine captor's office. You and Ma Tong have been reassigned from Shuangyang County and are thus seen as my allies." So they will certainly try to suppress you. Lin Yi's expression turned indignant. Captain, is it not a violation of His Majesty's authority for the governor and magistrate to act in this manner? Xie Xian's complexion shifted abruptly, and he hastily interrupted, "Be cautious with your words. Some things are better left unspoken. Lin Yi, I understand your youthful passion, but there are matters beyond our control. Our Great Qian Dynasty has endured for over 300 years, and the entrenched issues are profound. The current emperor is gravely ill and pays little attention to state affairs. That it is commonplace for various offices to obstruct one another and become mired in conflicting interests. After all, if we wish to operate smoothly as the Divine Captor's office, we cannot do so without the cooperation of the governor and magistrate." Upon hearing Captain Xie's words, Lin Yi finally grasped the situation. The intricate interplay of obstruction and cooperation among the various offices was indeed the norm. To maintain stability in investigations, the Divine Captor's office could not easily let relations with other offices deteriorate. Lin Yi pondered, but in that case, does it not imply that officials protect one another, forming a united front? Ultimately, it is the common people who suffer. Yet this thought flickered only briefly in his mind. However, Lin Yi was no ordinary individual. Having navigated through many trials in his past life, he understood that some things were best left unspoken. With a sweeping gesture, Xie Xian declared, "In any case, Lin Yi, you should keep your distance from Huangsheng. With my protection, he won't dare to act recklessly. Today is a celebration. Let us not dwell on such disheartening topics. Come, let us drink." The three continued to share light-hearted conversations, laughter echoing throughout the night, reveling in their merriment. It was not until late into the night that Lin Yi, slightly inebriated, returned to his residence. That he had already rented a modest dwelling not far from the Divine Captor's office. Although small, it was tidy and well kept. Upon entering, Lin Yi secured the doors and windows, then sat cross-legged on the bed, directing his consciousness inward to extract the rewards from the murder case. Host has slain a disciple of the Blood Fiend sect. Solved the murder case and received the reward. 9 Divine Skill. The 9 Divine Skill. It was indeed the renowned 9 Divine Skill that as a martial arts enthusiast in his past life. Lin Yi was well aware of its reputation. Quickly, he focused his mind to examine the skill, which unfolded in his mind. 9 Heart Method, Marvelous Meridian Secret Art, Muscle and Bone Transformation, Fetal Breathing Technique. Healing Technique, Pressure Point Technique, Soul Capturing Technique, Bone Shrinking Technique, Flying Cotton Technique, Ghostly Wind Howl, Cat Snake Flip Technique, Spiral 9 Shadows, 9 Sword Technique, 9 Divine Claw, White Python Whip Technique, Heart Crushing Palm, and Great Demon Subduing Fist. All manner of techniques lay before him, leaving Lin Yi astonished that he had not expected the 9 Divine Skill to encompass such an extensive array of martial arts, including internal arts, boxing, swordplay, lightness skills, and secret techniques. After carefully exploring the skill, Lin Yi realized that the most beneficial aspect for him was the Marvelous Meridian Secret Art, which taught how to swiftly open the 8 extraordinary meridians and accumulate internal energy. For Lin Yi, who was eager to enhance his strength, this was precisely what he needed at the moment. In the following days, Lin Yi closed his door tightly, eliminating all distractions. Each day, he would rise early to sit atop the roof, eyes closed and mind focused, diligently immersing himself in the profound practice of the Marvelous Meridian Secret Art. The vigorous and unyielding energy of the pure Yang technique surged and flowed within Lin Yi's body, seamlessly merging with the subtle, feminine force of the 9 technique. The interplay of these opposing yet complementary forces rendered Lin Yi's internal strength increasingly robust, while his meridians gradually expanded and became more unobstructed under the influence of this remarkable power. Coupled with the enigmatic and profound secret arts of the extraordinary meridians, Lin Yi soon sensed a stirring within the hidden pathways of his body. This feeling was extraordinary, akin to a long-constrained shackle, finally developing a fissure. He anticipated that within a month he would be able to unlock the first extraordinary meridian. Lin Yi's assiduous dedication to his training stemmed from two motivations. That on one hand, he harbored an unwavering pursuit of the pinnacle of martial arts, yearning for continuous breakthroughs along the path of martial mastery. That on the other hand, a deep-seated worry lingered in his heart. After all, the mention of a senior brother by the blood-killing sect disciple before his demise left a cloud of uncertainty. as if it were a bomb waiting to detonate at an unknown moment. Coupled with the strange blood poison that plagued Hu Wei and the encounters with the innate masters of the ghostly gate. A myriad of signs led Lin Yi to suspect that the forces of evil were orchestrating something far more sinister within the borders of Pingshan County. Contemplating this, Lin Yi furrowed his brow, redoubling his efforts in training and refusing to allow even a hint of complacency to creep in. During this period of Lin Yi's devoted cultivation, his name had swiftly spread throughout Pingshan County like the gentle breeze of spring. The protracted murder case had instilled fear and unrest in the hearts of the populace. Now that the divine capturers had finally declared the case resolved, with the perpetrator apprehended, the citizens rejoiced, as if a colossal weight had been lifted from their hearts. Through the notices posted by the divine capturers, while the specifics were unknown, it was clear that a newcomer named Lin Yi had bravely vanquished the murderer, earning him widespread acclaim. Consequently, Lin Yi's name became a popular topic of conversation among the townsfolk that in the bustling streets and alleys. Groups of people gathered, some animatedly recounting Lin Yi's heroic deeds as if they had witnessed them firsthand. Others expressed their admiration, extolling his righteous actions. Still others, filled with curiosity and reverence, eagerly awaited the chance to behold the gallant capturer. Amidst the throngs in a poor neighborhood, a petite young girl stood at the street corner, her bright eyes wide with wonder as she attentively listened to discussions about Lin Yi's valiant exploits. This girl appeared to be around 13 or 14 years old, with a delicate yet slightly haggard visage. Her hair was simply tied back, with a few stray strands dancing in the gentle breeze. Clad in slightly tattered yet clean and tidy coarse cloth garments, she bore several small patches on the hem. Upon hearing the praises directed at Lin Yi, her heart stirred with hope as she mused, "Perhaps this newcomer named Lin Yi could help me uncover the truth and clear my father's name." With this thought, a flicker of hope ignited within her previously downcast eyes, shining like distant stars in the night sky, brilliant and resolute. She bit her lip, as if steeling herself for a decision, then hurriedly made her way toward the divine capturer's office. That as she ran, beads of perspiration formed on her forehead, yet she paid no heed to wipe them away, focused solely on reaching the vicinity of the divine capturer's entrance. Her hands clutched the hem of her garment tightly, and the strain turned her knuckles slightly pale. The young girl crouched in a corner near the entrance of the divine capturer's office. Her small frame curled up. Her eyes darted eagerly over the passing capturers, brimming with anticipation and urgency as she sought out the newcomer. "Lin Yi Xiaohui, you've come to the divine capturer's office again." An older capturer with graying hair, passing by, noticed the girl and regarded her with kindness. Seeing it was Uncle Li, Xiaohui's previously tense expression relaxed slightly, her voice carrying a hint of stubbornness and hope as she replied, "Yes. Uncle Li, I want to give it another try." Her gaze remained fixed on him, filled with pleading, as if he were her only lifeline at that moment. Uncle Li furrowed his brow, speaking earnestly, "Xiaohui, you are not thinking of seeking help regarding your father's case again, are you?" Xiaohui bit her lip, her eyes resolute as she said, "Yes, Uncle L. My father was such a kind man. He wouldn't even harm an ant. How could he possibly commit murder? There must be something amiss." Her voice quivered, laden with deep-seated grievance and defiance. Raising her head, her eyes blazing with determination, she asserted, "Uncle Li, I just want to clear my father's name, that he is definitely innocent. He wouldn't have killed anyone." Her voice cracked, her hands clenched into fists. The elder capturer, whom Xiao Hui referred to as Uncle Li, sighed helplessly, his face etched with the wear of time. "Xiao Hui, your father has been gone for 3 years. Are you still holding on to hope?" Xiao Hui clutched at Uncle Li's garment, urgency evident in her demeanor. "I believe my father was wronged. Can you help me find Lin Yi?" Her eyes sparkled with longing and expectation. Uncle Li paused, then responded, "Lin Yi, the one who solved the murder case." Xiao Hui nodded vigorously, saying, "Yes, if it's him. He should be able to assist me, right?" There was uncertainty in her voice, yet it was laced with hope. Seeing the earnestness in Xiao Hui's expression, Uncle Li sighed again, saying, "Fine, I didn't help you back then, but I'll take you to find him now." Xiao Hui's face instantly blossomed with joy, and she repeatedly expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, Uncle Li." In Lin Yi's rented room, sunlight streamed through the cracks of the window, illuminating the space. Lin Yi, with a lithe physique, was wholly absorbed in practicing the 9-yin sword technique. His sword moved like a sinuous serpent, executing the exquisite and unpredictable maneuvers of the 9-in sword technique. Each strike was lethal, aimed directly at the opponent's vulnerabilities, with the sound of the sword slicing through the air, sending chills down one's spine. That Lin trained. He felt a surge of satisfaction, for this technique compensated for the deficiencies of the gentle cloud sword techniques, strong defense, and weak offense. He pondered that with the gentle cloud technique for defense and the 9-in technique for offense, his overall combat capability would undoubtedly reach new heights. Suddenly, a sharp knock echoed, interrupting his practice. Lin paused, sheathed his sword, and took a moment to steady his breath before opening the door. Upon seeing Uncle Li and a young girl standing there, he greeted them with a smile. "Uncle Li, what brings you here?" Uncle Li's demeanor was slightly solemn as he replied, "Lin, I have a matter to discuss with you." Without hesitation, Lin placed his hand on his chest and declared, "Please speak, Uncle Li, I will do my utmost." Uncle Li gestured toward the young girl beside him, introducing her. "This girl is named Zhang Xiao Hui. 3 years ago, her father was imprisoned for murder and subsequently sentenced to death. However, Xiao Hui believes her father was wronged and has been seeking to exonerate him for 3 years. After hearing about your exploits, she wishes to enlist your help." Lin Yi's brow furrowed slightly as he turned to Zhang Xiaohui, saying, "If that is the case, please recount the details of the incident." Xiaohui bit her lip, tears welling in her eyes as she began to narrate. "My father was once a valiant hero. Well known in Pingshan County. 3 years ago, he had a confrontation with a man from the Jianghu at the Yulai Inn, which resulted in that man's death, leading to my father's arrest by the divine capturers. My father remained silent in prison and later took his own life, leaving behind a confession. The case was concluded with my father's admission of guilt." Upon hearing her account, Lin's expression grew grave as he inquired, "Then why do you believe your father was wronged?" With reddened eyes and heightened emotion, Xiao Hui exclaimed, "My father was compassionate and always taught me to be kind to others. He would never kill without reason. There must be some hidden truth. Furthermore, I suspect my father did not commit suicide." Lin Yi, taken aback, leaned forward instinctively, asking, "Not suicide? What do you mean?" Xiao Hui clenched her fists, her body trembling slightly as she explained. "When I visited my father in prison, he told me he hadn't killed anyone and was wrongfully accused, urging me to wait for him at home." Tears brimmed in her eyes as she continued. "Yet the divine capturers concluded that he had committed suicide and left behind a confession, admitting to the murder. Additionally, my father's body was cremated by the divine capturers that very day, which is highly unusual." Lin Yi scrutinized Xiao Hui's expression, noting her unwavering gaze and fervent demeanor, which did not suggest deception, that he considered that perhaps her story held merit, replying, "Xiao Hui, I will do my best to assist you. However, this case has already passed 3 years, and many leads may have faded that I will need to review some documents. Only with solid evidence can I truly help you." Upon hearing this, hope ignited in Xiao Hui's eyes as she bowed repeatedly, expressing her heartfelt gratitude. "Thank you, Brother Lin." After bidding farewell to Uncle Li and Zhang Xiaohui, Lin Yi hurried toward the divine capturer's office. Along the way, he remained deep in thought, contemplating the matters Xiao Hui had shared. Upon arriving at the divine capturer's office, Lin Yi made his way directly to the records room, filled with towering shelves brimming with an array of documents. Lin Yi caught sight of Ma Tong, who was diligently organizing the files. That Ma Tong, tall and robust with a resolute countenance, was engrossed in his task. Lin Yi approached and gently patted Ma Tong on the shoulder. Turning to see Lin Yi, Ma Tong smiled and asked, "Lin Yi, what brings you here?" With a solemn expression, Lin Yi recounted the entire situation concerning Zhang Xiaohui, expressing his earnest hope. "Brother Ma, I hope you can assist in investigating the files regarding Zhang Xiaohui's father from years past." Without hesitation, Ma Tong readily agreed, assuring him, "No problem. Leave it to me. I too sense something amiss with this case." Navigating through the labyrinth of shelves in the archives, Ma Tong searched tirelessly through the towering stacks of documents, his focus unwavering. Soon, an exclamation of excitement broke the silence. "I've found it! I've found it!" In his hand, he held a weathered volume, brushing off the dust as he declared, "This is the case file from 3 years ago." Lin Yi and Ma Tong quickly settled down together, their expressions intense as they eagerly perused the file, their eyes scanning for clues. "That I found it, right here." Ma Tong's voice shattered the brief stillness. As he turned a page with conviction, their gazes converged on the text, which read, "On the 10th day of the 8th month of the 22nd year of Qian, a Zhang clan hero was implicated in a murder at the Yulai Inn. After incarceration, he confessed without reservation and died in prison on the 11th of the same month. The coroner, Wu Wei, reported that the deceased had committed suicide, citing signs of plague in the prison and recommending cremation of the body, which was approved. Plague cremation of the body. Ma Tong furrowed his brow deeply after reading the file, flipping through the preceding and subsequent documents, suddenly realizing this coroner has some questions to answer. Lin Yi, filled with urgency, asked Brother Ma, "Do you have a lead?" Ma Tong pointed to the file, saying, "Look, there is no mention of an outbreak in the prison record surrounding the murder case." Lin Yi's eyes sparkled with realization as he said, "If that's the case, then the plague must be a fabrication, merely a ruse to eliminate the body. Could it be that Xiao Wei's father did not take his own life?" Ma Tong nodded gravely, responding, "That seems likely. Cremating the body surely prevents any investigation into the cause of death. It appears Xiao Wei's father's demise is anything but straightforward. This coroner is definitely suspicious." Lin Yi quickly suggested, "In that case, Brother Ma, please look further into this coroner's records. A.S.A. coroner. His information should also be in the archives of the Divine Capture Division." Ma Tong acknowledged and began to delve into the personnel records of the Divine Capture Division. After a moment, he exclaimed, "I've found it." However, upon discovering the information regarding the coroner Wu Wei, his expression darkened, and he solemnly stated, "This coroner passed away 2 years ago due to illness." Lin Yi gasped. Then this leaves us without any leads. What shall we do?" After a brief contemplation, Ma Tong suggested, "There is information here about him. You might investigate his residence. Coroners typically keep their own autopsy records. If this coroner indeed has something to hide, we might uncover clues at his home." Lin Yi nodded resignedly, stating, "Then that is all we can do. I hope there are still leads to follow." After bidding farewell to Ma Tong, Lin Yi hurriedly set off towards the residence of coroner Wu Wei, guided by the address recorded in the file. Before long, he arrived at a dilapidated small house. The building was in a state of severe disrepair, with rotting doors and windows that seemed on the verge of collapse at the slightest gust of wind. Lin Yi approached a hunched old man nearby and politely inquired, "Elder, may I ask if this is the home of Coroner Wu?" The old man raised his murky eyes, scrutinized Lin Yi, and replied, "You're speaking of Wu Wei. This house is indeed his. After he passed away 2 years ago, his body was taken away by relatives, and the house has remained uninhabited ever since. No one in the neighborhood wants to take over this place. For 2 years, it has been left to decay." Having received the information he sought, Lin Yi produced 10 copper coins from his pocket and handed them to the old man. The old man accepted the coins with joy, expressing his gratitude profusely before departing. With caution, Lin Yi pushed the door open, only to have the rotting wood disintegrate, sending a cloud of dust into the air. Coughing, he quickly covered his mouth and nose, waiting for the dust to settle. Once the haze dissipated, he stepped inside to find a cramped living room, with a kitchen and bedroom flanking it. The interior was cloaked in cobwebs, and thick layers of dust coated the floor and furniture, indicating it had not been occupied for quite some time. Lin Yi meticulously searched the living room, emerging covered in dust, but with nothing to show for it. He then ventured into the bedroom, and, after a thorough search, finally discovered a tattered book in a dusty corner. Carefully, Lin Yi shook off the dust from the book, handling it with utmost delicacy, fearing it might fall apart in his hands. Once the dust was cleared, he opened the book with a mix of trepidation and anticipation. Although the ink had faded, he could still decipher the contents. As he flipped through several pages, he was thrilled to find it was indeed the diary of Coroner Wu. Lin Yi felt a surge of excitement, realizing that Wu had a habit of keeping a diary, which might provide crucial leads on the 11th day of the 8th month of the 22nd year of Qian. Having returned from the Divine Capture Division, I cannot forget the scene of the man presenting me with a gift. I know that from the moment I accepted that gift, I could no longer be the ideal coroner. I have betrayed the title of coroner. On the 6th day of the 11th month of the 22nd year of Qian, amidst a raging storm, I was startled awake, feeling an intense chill. Could it be that the vengeful spirit of Brother Zhang has come to claim me? On the 5th day of the 3rd month of the 23rd year of Qian, spring has arrived once more. Yet I find myself perpetually cold. I fear I may be ill. On the 11th day of the 10th month of the 23rd year of Qian, Today marks the anniversary of Brother Zhang's passing that I wish to make amends. Yet each time I linger at Xiaoyi's door, I lack the courage to face her. I am truly a coward that on the 3rd day of the 11th month of the 23rd year of Qian, my health has deteriorated further. I fear my time is short. The silver from that gift box remains untouched, buried beneath my bed, that on the 1st day of the 12th month of the 23rd year of Qian. So this is how my life concludes. That my autopsy records were taken from me. But this diary cannot be stolen. That if someone discovers this diary, they must retrieve the gift box and deliver it to Xiaoyi. Perhaps that will atone for my sins. I can only seek redemption in the next life. Having finished reading the diary, Lenny let out a long sigh of relief, thinking, at last, I have found a lead. His gaze shifted toward the bed, and after steadying himself, he moved the bed aside, retrieving his Qingyang sword to begin digging. Before long, he unearthed a box wrapped in oiled cloth. Gently unveiling the cloth, Lenny discovered that although the box was wooden, it was exquisitely crafted, adorned with intricate carvings, far beyond what a coroner like Wu could afford. With a sense of apprehension, Lin Yi's hands trembled slightly as he cautiously opened the box, revealing it to be filled with gleaming silver ingots, glinting coldly in the dim light. That it appeared to contain nearly 100 taels, considering that 1 tael of silver could be exchanged for 1,000 copper coins, and that a common laborer earned only a few dozen coins a day. Lenny mused, this 100 taels of silver must hold a purchasing power equivalent to several million in my past life. Truly a fortune. Yet, he pondered, who could this mysterious figure mentioned in Coroner Wu's diary be? With furrowed brows, he fell in a deep contemplation. After a moment, Lenny settled back down, softly tapping his fingers against the table, replaying each word from the diary in his mind, attempting to piece together the identity of this enigmatic individual. However, the clues were scarce, leaving him at a loss. Forget it, I should consult Brother Ma, he muttered to himself, shaking his head in resignation. Lin Yi carefully rewrapped the gift box in the oiled cloth, meticulously burying it back in its original spot. That he spent considerable time disguising the area, sweating profusely, yet ignoring the discomfort as he arranged the surrounding dirt and debris until he felt satisfied that it resembled how he had found it. Only then did he leave. Content. Hastening back to the Divine Capture Division, Lin Yi made his way to the archives in search of Ma Tong. Upon seeing Lin Yi, Ma Tong, who had been sorting through files, first scanned the area for anyone nearby before closing the door to the archives. Turning to Lin Yi, his expression filled with concern, he asked, so, what did you uncover at Wu Wei's home? With a bright expression, Lin Yi replied excitedly, Brother Ma, your intuition is remarkable. Although there were no autopsy records at Wu's house, he kept a private diary, and it contains a wealth of information. With that, Lin Yi's eyes sparkled, barely containing his excitement. He promptly handed the diary to Ma Tong. Ma Tong received the diary with gravity, finding a well-lit spot to sit down, and began reading it word for word. Lin Yi patiently waited nearby, allowing him the time to absorb the contents. After a considerable duration, Ma Tong finally set the diary down, his brow furrowed in thought. This case indeed harbors mysteries. It seems that the cause of Zhang's death is highly suspect. He was likely framed. Lin Yi nodded in agreement, saying, I excavated the gift box mentioned in Wu's diary from beneath the bed, and it contained 100 taels of silver. I've returned it to its place, intending to deliver it to Xiaoyi after the case concludes, fulfilling Wu's final wish. Ma Tong nodded in agreement and remarked, the crux of the matter now lies in discerning the identity of a mentioned in Wu's diary. Lin Yi sighed and replied, regrettably, there are no further clues. That it is exceedingly difficult to identify him. Ma Tong refrained from responding, instead flipping through old Wu's diary. Suddenly, his eyes lit up with excitement as he exclaimed, I may have stumbled upon a clue. Lin Yi hurriedly leaned closer and inquired, what clue? Ma Tong pointed to a page in the diary and said, look at this entry. On the 11th day of the 8th month in the 22nd year of Qian, upon returning from the Divine Captor's office, I can never forget the scene of that person presenting me with a gift. I realized that from the moment I accepted that gift, I could no longer be the ideal coroner I aspired to be. Lin Yi scrutinized the page Ma Tong indicated, rereading it several times. His face reflecting confusion, he shook his head and said, Brother Ma, what is so significant about this passage? It merely confirms that someone gifted Wu with something, but it does not reveal the identity of the gift giver. He furrowed his brow, his gaze filled with perplexity as he stared intently at Ma Tong. Awaiting an explanation, Ma Tong's eyes deepened with contemplation as he lightly tapped his fingers on the table and spoke slowly. This individual was so extravagant, offering over 100 taels of silver as a bribe to a coroner. He must be either wealthy or noble. Moreover, the fact that he chose to bribe a coroner rather than a brother from the divine captor's office indicates he likely has no other informants within our ranks, suggesting he may not be affiliated with the divine captors at all. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi's brow furrowed even more tightly, his expression revealing confusion and concern if he is not one of us. Does that not make our investigation even more challenging? He crossed his arms anxiously and paced back and forth within the room. Ma Tong smiled slightly, exuding confidence and composure, and said, "Do not fret. Since he is not one of the divine captors, should his name appear in our records, it will stand out even more." Lin Yi was initially taken aback, then a look of realization crossed his face. Records? Which records might he appear in? Could it be the entry logs? His eyes sparkled with anticipation as he turned to Ma Tong, and Ma Tong nodded appreciatively, his expression brimming with admiration. Indeed, we meticulously document the comings and goings of individuals at the Divine Captor's office daily. This could be our lead. Lin Yi, overwhelmed with joy, couldn't help but give a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Brother Ma, you are truly remarkable. To think of such a clue." Ma Tong waved his hand dismissively, his demeanor turning serious. As a constable, one must possess not only formidable skills, but also meticulous thought processes to uncover clues that elude ordinary perception. However, let us not celebrate prematurely, should this turn out to be one of our own. It would complicate matters immensely. Lin Yi nodded solemnly, deep in thought, feeling he had gained much insight. Ma Tong swiftly turned and began searching through the entry logs. Before long, he returned with a somewhat yellowed scroll in hand, stating, "Here is the daily entry log from 3 years ago." Eagerly, Ma Tong seated himself at the table and opened the scroll, his brow furrowed as he focused intently on the details that on the 10th day of the 8th month in the 22nd year of Qian, a man named Zhang entered, charged with the crime of murder, that on the 11th day of the 8th month in the 22nd year of Qian, at the first hour, Zhang Xiaohui entered to visit her father, the aforementioned Zhang, and departed 15 minutes later, that on the 11th day of the 8th month in the 22nd year of Qian, at the second hour, the wind and thunder swordsman Zhou Hui entered to visit his friend Zhang and left half an hour later, that on the 11th day of the 8th month in the 22nd year of Qian. At the third hour, Wu the coroner entered to conduct an autopsy. Ma Tong's gaze fixed on this entry, his brow furrowing deeply. The wind and thunder swordsman Zhou Hui appears highly suspicious. His fingers lightly tapped the table as he fell into contemplation. Lin Yi leaned in, his expression grave. Indeed, he visited the hero Zhang. And shortly thereafter, Zhang confessed and took his own life. This is certainly dubious. Ma Tong rose and began pacing the room, muttering to himself, why would this individual choose to visit at such a time? Could he have been the one responsible for Zhang's demise? Lin Yi's face was filled with doubt, his fists unconsciously clenching. However, he acknowledged the necessity of uncovering more clues after a moment. Lin Yi exhaled deeply, contemplating, Xiao Hui might possess further information regarding Zhou Hui. I should relay our current findings to her. She must be anxious for news. Without delay, Lin Yi hurried to the impoverished alley to seek out Zhang Xiaohui. Xiaohui sat before her family's dilapidated wooden door, her delicate features marred by sorrow as she gazed blankly into the distance, seemingly lost in memories of cherished moments with her father. Upon witnessing Xiaohui's despondent demeanor, Lin Yi felt a surge of compassion. Her frail figure, bathed in the golden hues of the setting sun, appeared increasingly alone and helpless, evoking a profound sense of pity. Lin Yi clenched his fists resolutely, vowing to assist Xiaohui in uncovering the identity of the murderer and restoring her father's honor. But he approached her swiftly and spoke softly. Xiaohui, it is late. Are you still awaiting news? Xiaohui's head, which had been bowed in despair, shot up at the sound of Lin Yi's voice, her face instantly lighting up with joy. Brother Lin, you have returned. Has the Divine Captor's office uncovered any leads? Lin Yi nodded solemnly, his expression grave. Yes, we have indeed discovered some clues. That he took a deep breath and meticulously recounted the contents of Wu's diary and the visit of the wind and thunder swordsman Zhou Hui to the prison. Upon hearing this, Xiaohui trembled violently, her expression charged with emotion as she exclaimed, I knew there was something amiss with my father's confession and subsequent suicide. I never imagined the wind and thunder swordsman Zhou Hui had visited him that day. Zhou Hui was a close friend of my father, yet I have not seen him since my father's incident 3 years ago. That he is renowned for his formidable skills in Pingshan County. I cannot believe Wu the coroner would cover for him. Her eyes shimmered with a tumultuous blend of anger and hope. Xiao Hui continued passionately, "Alas, my skills are too feeble to avenge my father's unjust fate. Brother Lin, will you help me? Will you seek justice for my father?" Lin Yi, captivated by the fervent hope reflected in Xiao Hui's eyes, a glimmering spring that yearned for the truth, took a deep breath. His gaze resolute as he replied earnestly, "Xiao Hui, I shall assist you and ensure your father receives justice." With that, he clenched his fist tightly, as if pledging an unbreakable vow to her. Xiao Hui, moved to tears, choked out, "Thank you, Brother Lin, that I have faith in you." Lin Yi, focused intently on Xiao Hui, asked, "Do you know where Zhou Hui resides?" Xiao Hui nodded vigorously, responding, "Yes, indeed. Zhou Hui is exceptionally skilled in swordsmanship, earning the title Wind and Thunder Sword. His residence is the northernmost building on Onqing Alley. Brother Lin, please be cautious." As she spoke, her eyes conveyed a complex array of emotions. Anticipation for vengeance mingled with concern for Lin Yi's safety. Lin Yi nodded reassuringly. "Rest assured, I will proceed with caution. There is no cause for alarm." Xiao Hui watched Lin Yi depart, her eyes filled with a blend of worry and hope. After bidding farewell to Xiao Hui, Lin Yi strode purposefully towards Onqing Alley. Located at the northernmost part of Pingshan County, as he stepped into the alley, he could feel a distinctly different atmosphere. The passers-by were individuals clad in swords and wielding blades, each bearing a unique expression. Upon noticing Lin Yi's attire as a constable of the Divine Captor's office, the onlookers immediately displayed signs of wariness and trepidation. Some hastily averted their gazes and quickened their pace, while others sidestepped to create a path for Lin Yi, eager to avoid any confrontation. Before long, Lin Yi arrived at the northernmost end of Onqing Alley. Here, amidst a radius of several hundred meters, stood a solitary building, presumably the residence of the Wind and Thunder swordsman Zhou Hui. Noticing a dim light flickering within the building, Lin Yi understood that someone was present. That he took a deep breath, approached the door, and rapped his knuckles against it. "Knock, knock. Who is it?" A gruff voice echoed from within, tinged with impatience. With a creak, the door swung open to reveal a burly man. His prominent brows and wide eyes were framed by a scruffy white beard. And age had etched deep lines into his face, but he was clearly an experienced veteran of the martial world, carrying a gleaming sword upon his back. Upon realizing that Lin Yi was a member of the Divine Captor's office, the man's eyes widened in alarm, a fleeting look of panic crossing his features before quickly vanishing, replaced by a facade of calm as he scrutinized Lin Yi from head to toe. Lin Yi produced his copper badge, asserting his identity with unwavering resolve, "That I am Lin Yi, a constable of the Divine Captor's office, here to investigate a case. Are you Zhou Hui, the Wind and Thunder swordsman?" Zhou Hui tilted his head slightly and nodded. "Indeed, I am Zhou Hui.as for the title Wind and Thunder swordsman. That is merely a moniker bestowed upon me by those in the martial world." Lin Yi maintained a serious demeanor and continued, "Do you know Zhang Xiao Hui and her father, the hero Zhang?" At the mention of their names, Zhou Hui's expression altered, a sheen of sweat breaking out on his forehead. He raised his hand to wipe it away, feigning calmness as he responded, "Of course I know them, that I in the past. My brother Zhang and I traversed the martial world together, sharing both trials and tribulations. Akin to brothers, and Xiao Hui, she is intelligent and clever. I hold her in high regard. Regrettably, 3 years ago, Brother Zhang mistakenly took the life of an innocent citizen and, upon confessing his crime, chose to end his own life. I was unable to assist him at that time, and ever since, I have been plagued by guilt, never to see Xiao Hui again." That as he spoke, his gaze wandered erratically, unable to meet Lin Yi's eyes. Lin Yi inquired, "Oh, is that so? Do you know Wu Wei, the Undertaker?" Upon hearing Wu Wei's name, Zhou Hui's expression changed dramatically. His lips quivered slightly, yet he forced a facade of calmness, replying, "No, I do not know him." A smirk played on Lin Yi's lips as he teased, "Then why did you gift Wu the Undertaker 50 taels of silver?" "What 50 taels? I distinctly gave 100. Zhou Hui blurted out. only to realize he had fallen into a trap, his countenance darkening considerably. Lin Yi's expression hardened as he declared, "Zhou Hui, you conspired against Hero Zhang. Come back with me to the inspectorate." Seeing no one around, Zhou Hui's eyes widened with rage, and he retorted, "You dare meddle in my affairs? I reckon you're tired of living. This time next year, it shall be your death anniversary." With that, he swiftly drew his long sword from behind, dashing toward Lin Yi like a bolt of lightning. His sword strike akin to a thunderous roar, swift and fierce. Anticipating his move, Lin Yi was prepared. He unleashed the soft cloud sword technique, creating layers of sword shadows that deftly neutralized Zhou Hui's lethal strike. However, this did not come without cost. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Lin Yi's forehead as he mused. This fellow truly lives up to his reputation as the Thunder Sword. His technique is indeed incredibly swift. Fortunately, I had foreseen this, or I would have suffered greatly. Amidst the raging storm, with thunder and lightning illuminating the night, the two engaged in a dance of swordsmanship, their figures entwined in a flurry of strikes. Zhou Hui's swordplay was fierce and relentless, each move imbued with the might of a tempest, forcing Lin Yi solely into a defensive stance, with no opportunity to counterattack. Suddenly, a blinding white light flickered from Zhou Hui's blade, and Lin Yi felt as if the world had blurred before him, that he realized the peril he was in. Chapter 62. The Reckoning. Hearing the swift approach of Zhou Hui's sword, Lin Yi executed the cat-and-snake transformation technique. Lowering his body and gliding along the ground like a serpent, his movements uncanny and elusive, narrowly evading Zhou Hui's deadly strike. Zhou Hui, witnessing his assured kill slip away, glared with a fierce intensity, his assault unrelenting as he thrust his long sword at Lin Yi with the ferocity of a tempest. Each strike howled through the air, the sword's energy seeming to tear Lin Yi asunder. Lin Yi's expression grew grave as he was forced to evade repeatedly. His form flowed like the wind, sidestepping left and right, his footwork agile and unpredictable. Although he appeared somewhat disheveled, he consistently managed to escape the brink of danger. Fortunately, Lin Yi possessed remarkable lightness of foot, mastering techniques such as the cloud ladder, the divine movement, cat-and-snake transformation, and the spiral 9 shadows. His form was elusive and astonishingly swift, allowing him to navigate through Zhou Hui's relentless swordplay with ease, his speed rivaling that of innate masters. Seeing Lin Yi's movements so swift, Zhou Hui felt his impatience rise. Each sword strike barely missed its mark, his face reddening with frustration as veins bulged from his forehead. His breaths grew labored, and his technique began to falter, the seamless flow of his swordplay disrupted by glaring openings. Sensing Zhou Hui's increasing disarray, Lin Yi's gaze sharpened as he seized the opportunity to counterattack. With a swift flick of his Qingyang sword, he unleashed the 9-yin sword technique in full force. Unlike the soft cloud sword technique, the 9-yin sword technique was capricious and lethal, its sword shadows darting like phantoms, making it difficult to anticipate that in an instant. Lin Yi transitioned from defense to offense, enveloping Zhou Hui in a torrent of sword shadows. The momentum of Lin Yi's strikes surged like a relentless river, forcing Zhou Hui into a desperate struggle to parry. Alarmed, Zhou Hui thought, "How has this boy's swordplay become so unexpectedly vicious and profound, infused with Taoist principles? Such exquisite technique is beyond anything I have ever encountered." His eyes widened in terror and disbelief, sweat pouring down his face, soaking his garments. As the saying goes, age does not equate to strength. Zhou Hui, despite his years, found himself lacking in stamina, having not engaged in combat for a long time. After barely managing to fend off dozens of strikes, his movements grew sluggish, his breath heavy and erratic, the sword in his hand feeling as though it bore the weight of 1,000 pounds, gradually sapping his strength and placing him at a disadvantage. Lin Yi, seizing the moment, unleashed the ghostly phantoms of the 9-yin sword technique, combining it with the spiral 9 shadows, rendering his form almost ethereal. Zhou Hui felt as though 2 Lin Yis had appeared before him, each striking with relentless fury, inundated by a multitude of sword shadows. Panic gripped Zhou Hui as he struggled to defend himself. Unsure from where the next attack would come, in the next heartbeat, a chill crept along his neck. The Qingyang sword had somehow found its way to his shoulder, a thin line of blood emerging at his neck. Zhou Hui's body froze in place, his face a mask of despair and regret. Lin Yi's gaze turned icy as he fixed his eyes on Zhou Hui, sternly declaring, "Zhou Hui, your time is up." Zhou Hui's expression soured, the once fierce glint in his eyes dimming to one of resignation. "Indeed, the waves of the Yangtze River push the waves before them, that I must concede. Young hero, your prowess is unmatched. Alas, the events of yesteryear are inescapable." He sighed deeply, his demeanor deflated, as if all the air had been let out of him, his head hanging low, his face awash with despair and helplessness, filled with remorse. Zhou Hui reminisced, his expression wistful as he lamented, "Regarding the events of the past, I owe Brother Zhang a profound apology. Back then, we strode through the rivers and lakes together, reveling in the freedom of our camaraderie. Yet, that fateful day at the Yulai Inn, I found myself embroiled in an argument, and in a fit of rage, I drew my sword, inadvertently taking a life. Fearing retribution from the inspectorate, I fled. And Brother Zhang was wrongfully accused and imprisoned as he recounted this. He cradled his head in his hands, sinking to the ground in anguish, his voice tinged with sorrow that I visited the inspectorate to see Brother Zhang, who urged me to turn myself in. Yet consumed by jealousy over his superior skills, I succumbed to dark thoughts and poisoned his meal, forging a confession in his handwriting." Zhou Hui slowly stood, his body trembling, the muscles in his face twitching uncontrollably. "After leaving the inspectorate, I sought out Wu the Undertaker, bribing him with my life savings to dispose of the body that I believed my plan was flawless, only to find it unraveling under your scrutiny." His gaze turned vacant as he stared into the distance, seemingly haunted by the sins of his past that a moment's lapse, just a fleeting thought. One misstep led to another. "For years, I have lain awake at night, tormented by fear and dread, and now, at last, I can find some semblance of release." Zhou Hui sighed heavily again, his eyes brimming with fatigue, "that I will accompany you back to the inspectorate. And I implore you, young hero, to convey my apologies to Xiao Hui that I cannot bear to face that child again." Zhou Hui lifted his head, gazing imploringly at Lin Yi, his eyes full of desperation. "I promise you," Lin Yi replied. With that, he retrieved shackles from his waist and, with an impassive expression, approached Zhou Hui. Zhou Hui offered no resistance, allowing Lin Yi to secure the shackles around his hands and feet. Seemingly resigned to his fate, that he lowered his head, trudging slowly behind Lin Yi, each step heavy and deliberate. Lin Yi escorted Zhou Hui back to the inspectorate, where Zhou Hui hung his head low, resembling a lost dog bereft of spirit. Upon entering the inspectorate, the constables were taken aback upon recognizing Zhou Hui, the famed Thunder Sword. Being led in by Lin Yi, a tall, bearded constable widened his eyes in astonishment, exclaiming, "Isn't that the Thunder Swordsman Zhou Hui? How did he end up captured by Brother Lin Yi?" Another lean constable urgently inquired, "What on earth happened? Zhou Hui is a renowned swordsman in the martial world. How could he find himself in such dire straits?" Lin Yi's expression turned solemn as he recounted Zhou Hui's crimes. The constables were left in utter disbelief, their mouths agape, faces etched with incredulity. Who could have imagined that Brother Zhang's confession years ago was a result of deception? "This is truly astonishing." A young constable couldn't help but pound his palm in frustration, exclaiming, "It is indeed outrageous. Yes, I always wondered how Brother Zhang could choose to take his own life. Now it all makes sense. Truly, the heavens are blind," an older constable lamented with a heavy sigh. Lin Yi entrusted Zhou Hui to Ma Tong, whose expression was grave as he accepted him, saying, "Rest assured, I will handle the matter from here." With a gust of wind at his feet, Lin Yi dashed off, swiftly arriving at Wu the Undertaker's residence. He barely paused to catch his breath before rushing to the spot where he had buried the gift box, kneeling down to swiftly excavate it from the earth, clutching the gift box tightly. Lin Yi hurriedly made his way towards Xiao Hui's home. Beads of sweat dotted his forehead, cascading down his cheeks, yet he showed no signs of slowing, his mind fixated on one singular thought: to deliver this gift box to Xiao Hui as swiftly as possible and reveal the truth to her. Chapter 63. The Medicinal Wine. Lin Yi pressed on, his feet moving with urgency, soon arriving at the home of Wu the Undertaker, yet he wasted no time catching his breath, proceeding directly to the location where he had previously buried the gift box. Crouching down to hastily unearth it, Cradling the gift box tightly, he continued his relentless pace toward Xiao Hui's residence. Sweat poured from his forehead, tumbling down his face, yet he showed no signs of slowing. His heart set on a singular purpose: to deliver the gift box to Xiao Hui, to share the truth with her, and grant her peace of mind. As Lin Yi sped through the impoverished alley, he soon spotted Xiao Hui sitting alone at the entrance of her home. The night was as dark as ink, the dim moonlight casting a pallid glow over the narrow alley. Xiao Hui sat quietly on the stone bench at her doorstep, her figure appearing so fragile and solitary. She lowered her head, arms wrapped around her chest, appearing to have been waiting for news from Lin Yi for an extended period, a sight that stirred feelings of pity in the onlooker. Lin Yi tiptoed inside, only to discover that Xiao Hui had already fallen asleep. Her face bore the remnants of tears yet to dry, and her brows were slightly furrowed, as if she were still troubled even in her slumber. With a heart full of compassion, Lin Yi gently patted Xiao Hui's shoulder, causing her to jolt awake. Initially, her eyes reflected a moment of panic, but upon recognizing Lin Yi, she quickly exclaimed, "Brother Lin, you have returned. Are you hurt?" Her gaze swept over him, filled with concern. Lin Yi smiled and shook his head, reassuring her it's nothing. That Feng Lei sword master Zhou Hui was hardly my match, that he has confessed and been taken into custody by the Divine Capture Department. It was he who poisoned your father. With that, Lin Yi's face radiated with relief and pride. Looking at Xiao Hui, he spoke softly. Zhou Hui also mentioned he could not bear to face you and asked me to convey his apologies. Upon hearing this, Xiao Hui's eyes brimmed with tears, her lips trembling as she said, "Thank you. Brother L, it is thanks to you that my father's vengeance has been avenged." Her voice was thick with emotion, her frail figure trembling slightly. Unable to suppress her grief and indignation any longer, she finally broke down into loud sobs. She covered her face with her hands, tears streaming through her fingers, her frail shoulders shaking violently as her cries echoed through the silent alley, breaking hearts in their wake. After a considerable time, her sobs gradually subsided, and Lin Yi noticed that she had fallen asleep once more. Her eyes were swollen, with traces of tears still lingering on her cheeks, and droplets glistened on her eyelashes, shimmering faintly in the moonlight. Her breathing became steadier, her body leaning against the wall, as if she had exhausted all her strength in her lament. With a heavy heart, Lin Yi gazed at Xiao Hui, gently lifting her into his arms and carrying her inside. He placed her softly on the bed, covered her with a blanket, and then quietly departed. Lin Yi looked at the gift box in his hands, his expression softening with warmth and concern. He stepped lightly into the room, carefully placing the gift box at Xiao Hui's bedside. Given the box's significant value, he was anxious about any potential mishap. So he turned to find a clean spot in the yard to sit down. That he tilted his head back, gazing at the twinkling stars in the night sky, yet his thoughts lingered on Xiao Hui's tear-streaked face, silently praying for the future well-being of this unfortunate girl. Seated cross-legged, Lin Yi eagerly called upon the system in his mind to inquire about the rewards he had earned. In an instant, a clear line of text appeared before his eyes. Host has captured Zhou Hui and cleared the name of the esteemed hero Zhang, rewarded with a bottle of 5 treasure honey wine. A surge of delight coursed through Lin Yi. He well understood the rarity of this 5 treasure honey wine. It was a mysterious medicinal liquor crafted by the 5 poison sect, concocted from 5 deadly poisonous insects. It was said that consuming it not only significantly enhanced one's martial prowess, but also rendered one immune to all toxins thereafter. He envisioned the scene of himself consuming this miraculous elixir, excitement gleaming in his eyes. In an instant, the 5 treasure honey wine materialized before him, a delicately crafted bottle appearing in his hand. With a mixture of anticipation and trepidation, he uncorked the bottle, revealing a clear liquid as pure as spring water, within which floated 5 small venomous insects: a green snake, a centipede, a spider with dark bristles, a scorpion, and a small toad with bumpy skin. Despite their menacing appearance, the potion emitted a rich floral fragrance, creating a stark contrast to the grotesque insects. Lin Yi gritted his teeth, holding the wine vessel, suppressing his disgust as he closed his eyes and gulped down a full bowl of the concoction, swallowing the 5 insects in one go. Afterward, a look of anguish crossed his face, his throat convulsing as he fought to keep from retching. With a sigh of relief, Lin Yi felt a wave of searing heat cascade from his throat down to his abdomen, quickly spreading like wildfire throughout his internal organs. his skin flushed crimson, as if being roasted over an open flame. Every inch of muscle trembling, every pore dilating, that he felt as if countless tiny insects were frantically wriggling through his veins. An unbearable itch and numbness coursing through him. Yet, simultaneously, a formidable power began to slowly emerge, surging through his limbs and bones. A delightful pain mingled with discomfort. His head buzzed, and he experienced brief bouts of dizziness. His being caught in a tempest of icy agony and fiery ecstasy, compelling him to emit low groans. Nevertheless, he gritted his teeth, fists clenched, striving to endure this overwhelming energy of the potion. Before long, the heat began to dissipate, and Lin Yi felt invigorated, as if every cell in his body had undergone a rebirth, infused with an unprecedented vitality. The heaviness that had once burdened him vanished, and each breath flowed effortlessly, as if he could inhale the purest essence of the heavens and earth. Overjoyed, Lin Yi attempted to channel his energy, discovering with astonishment that his Yin-Xiao meridian had been unblocked without his knowledge. The previously obstructed channels now flowed freely, allowing his inner strength to circulate without hindrance. Furthermore, his Yang-Xiao meridian was also significantly opened, hinting at impending continuity that he could distinctly feel a qualitative leap in his martial prowess, filling him with anticipation and confidence for his future journey in the martial world. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the sparse leaves, casting mottled shadows across the courtyard. Lin Yi was leaning against the wall in a light slumber when he suddenly felt someone gently tapping his shoulder. Drowsily opening his eyes, he saw Xiao Hui standing before him, a look of curiosity and concern etched on her face. Dressed in a simple, modest outfit with her hair simply tied back, her eyes were still slightly puffy. Yet her demeanor was markedly more relaxed than the previous day. Her hand remained on Lin Yi's shoulder, but upon noticing he was awake, she hurriedly withdrew it, softly asking, "Brother Lin, why are you sleeping here?" Chapter 64. The flying thief. Lin Yi blinked sleepily, and before him stood Xiao Hui, her petite figure illuminated by the morning sun, her face displaying a hint of anxiety and care, her bright eyes fixed intently upon him. Rubbing his eyes to clear his mind, he replied in a slightly hoarse voice, "You fell asleep while crying last night that I was worried something might happen to you, so I decided to stay in your courtyard." Upon hearing this, Xiao Hui's cheeks flushed, and she unconsciously twisted the hem of her clothing, murmuring, "Thank you, Brother Lin." She lifted her gaze slightly, her eyes brimming with gratitude. After a brief pause, she inquired, "By the way, Brother Lin, what is the gift box at my bedside all about?" Lin Yi smacked his forehead in realization, exclaiming, "You were so emotional last night that I forgot to mention it. That gift box was used by Zhou Hui to bribe Wu Wuzhou back in the day. However, Wu Wuzhou later had a change of heart and never touched the contents, that he left a message saying he wished to give the box to you as an apology." Xiao Hui nodded slightly, curiosity flickering in her eyes as she remarked, "Then I must see what is inside." With that, she carefully extended her hands and gently opened the box, upon seeing the glimmering silver coins inside. Her mouth fell open in astonishment, her eyes widening as she exclaimed, "So much silver." Lin Yi regarded her solemnly, stating, "Indeed, after all the hardships you've endured over the years, this silver is rightfully yours. You must keep it safe and ensure no one else learns of it to avoid attracting trouble." Xiao Hui nodded vigorously, gripping the edges of the box tightly and earnestly replying, "I understand, Brother Lin." After bidding farewell to Xiao Hui, Lin Yi strode purposefully towards the Divine Capture Department. Upon arriving, the personnel at the Divine Capture Department immediately began to whisper amongst themselves upon seeing Lin Yi. "Lin Yi is truly remarkable. He managed to apprehend that Feng Lei Swordmaster Zhou Hui," exclaimed a burly constable, his eyes wide with admiration. "Indeed, Zhou Hui is not an easy adversary. Lin Yi is both brave and cunning," chimed in a lean constable, nodding vigorously and giving a thumbs up. "That I heard that Zhou Hui is skilled in swordplay, yet he still fell to Lin Yi. He will surely become a pillar of the Divine Capture Department," remarked an older constable, stroking his beard, his eyes filled with appreciation. With this victory, Lin Yi had gained renown, and he would certainly make a name for himself in the martial world, exclaimed a younger constable, envy evident on his face. Lin Yi absorbed their discussions with a calm expression, his steps measured and unruffled. Suddenly, a constable named Xiao Duan rushed over, calling out, "Brother Lin, Brother Lin!" As Lin Yi took a few steps forward, he heard the shout from behind. Turning to see Xiao Duan approaching, A friendly smile broke across his face as he called out, "Brother Duan, did you call for me?" Xiao Duan, sporting thick brows and bright eyes, was robustly built, exuding an air of heroism. Dressed in a black tunic and cinched with a matching belt, he appeared particularly sharp and capable that he was a close aide to Captain Xie, rarely leaving the captain's side, and was said to be a favored protege of Captain Xie, having received his direct instruction in martial arts. His knife techniques were impressive, making him a skilled practitioner within the divine capture department. Xiao Duan hastened a few steps to Lin Yi's side, his expression respectful as he said, "Brother Lin, Captain Xie has summoned you." Lin Yi nodded slightly, a serious expression crossing his face as he responded. "Very well. Please lead the way, Brother Duan. Let us go meet Lord Xie." Having spoken, Lin Yi gestured for permission and followed closely behind Xiao Duan, his strides steady and measured. They arrived at Captain Xie's chamber, where he sat at his desk, his brow furrowed in concentration as he scrutinized the case files. Upon seeing Lin Yi, a smile instantly brightened his face, and he set aside the documents. Captain Xie's expression was one of delight as he exclaimed, "Lin Yi, you have truly excelled this time. With both bravery and cunning, you have managed to unravel such a long-standing case. Although the renowned Wind and Thunder swordsman, Zhou Hui, has yet to master the run and do meridians. He has honed his skills for many years in the post-heaven realm, making him quite formidable. To have apprehended him is a testament to your extraordinary talents as a youth." Lin Yi bowed slightly, humbly replying, "Thank you for your kind words. Captain Xie.it is simply my duty." Captain Xie's brow knitted slightly, his demeanor turning serious as he cautioned, "However, next time you investigate such antiquated cases, do ensure to inform me beforehand. After all, these old cases can have far-reaching implications. Reopening them may not bode well for those who pass judgment initially." As he spoke, his gaze bore into Lin Yi with a profound intensity, revealing a trace of concern. Captain Xie continued with earnest gravity, "I understand that young people possess a certain zeal, yet you must also learn to navigate with finesse. Here in the Pingshan County Divine Inspectorate, I will watch over you, and you will remain safe. However, Lin Yi, given your exceptional capabilities, you will inevitably transcend the confines of this modest Pingshan County. When that time arrives, do remember to proceed with caution." He clasped his hands behind his back, pacing thoughtfully. Lin Yi, maintaining a respectful demeanor and standing tall, clasped his fists in salute, saying, "Thank you for your guidance, my lord, that I shall undoubtedly keep your words close to my heart." His gaze was resolute and sincere, filled with gratitude. Captain Xie continued, "There are few martial artists with such a chivalrous spirit as yours these days," that he patted Lin Yi's shoulder, his eyes brimming with expectation. "I happen to have a new case that I will entrust to you," Captain Xie declared. Lin Yi, now fully attentive, inquired, "May I ask what kind of case it is?" Captain Xie's brow furrowed as he explained, "Recently, a flower thief has emerged in Pingshan County. Based on the clues we've gathered, it is highly likely that this is the notorious Flying Mouse, Jin Renjie, from Yuzhou. However, something feels amiss. I sense a certain oddity. I intended to investigate this thoroughly, but my focus is currently occupied with another case, so I must trouble you to follow up on this. Should you manage to clarify the situation, I shall promote you to Silver Badge." With determination, Lin Yi replied, "No problem. I will do my utmost to uncover the truth behind this case." Captain Xie retrieved the case files regarding the flower thief from his desk and handed them to Lin Yi, saying, "These are the documents for the flower thief case. Take your time to review them, but remember, they are for your eyes only. Do not disclose them to anyone else that, of course, Ma Laudi may have access." At that moment, Captain Xie's expression was slightly tense, his demeanor serious. Lin Yi accepted the files with both hands, solemnly affirming, "I will exercise utmost caution and ensure the documents remain confidential." His gaze was focused and unwavering, cradling the files close to his chest. "Thank you, my lord, that I shall take my leave now." With that, Lin Yi performed a respectful bow to Captain Xie. Captain Xie waved his hand, signaling for Lin Yi to depart. Lin Yi slowly exited the room, gently closing the door behind him. Inside, Captain Xie gazed at another set of files on his desk, his brow deeply furrowed. He scratched his head, troubled, murmuring, just as things had calmed down for a month. Now we have more people going missing. Truly, it is a season rife with troubles. His face was etched with worry, his fingers unconsciously tapping the tabletop. Chapter 65, Investigating the Case Emerging from Captain Xie's Office. Lin Yi's expression was resolute. He did not intend to seek Ma Tong's assistance this time, for he realized he could not always rely on others. That he pressed his lips together, a hint of stubbornness gleaming in his eyes. Lin Yi carefully concealed the case files within his clothing, his movements gentle and cautious. Once assured that no one would notice, he stepped out of the divine inspectorate, hastily making his way home. Upon returning, Lin Yi barely paused to drink water before eagerly opening the case files. He sat at his desk, meticulously flipping through the pages, his brow furrowed in concentration, his gaze sharp and focused. He overlooked no detail. The documents detailed that on 2 consecutive nights, a flower thief had struck, tarnishing the reputations of 2 respectable young women whose families had reported the incidents. That A.S. Lin Yi read through the files. He found himself shaking his head in confusion, his expression reflecting his bewilderment. The flower thief had left behind a rat-shaped iron token at each crime scene. Could it truly be the flying mouse? Jean Renjia, Lin Yi's fingers lightly tapped against the table, lost in contemplation. Jean Renjia was infamous across Yuzhou, notorious for his nefarious deeds. A well-known flower thief, he wreaked havoc upon noble ladies and virtuous maidens, always leaving a rat's head token in the chambers of his victims. That A.S. Lin Yi recalled the various rumors surrounding Jean Renjia. An image of a slender, sinister man emerged in his mind. However, this man was exceptionally skilled in lightness techniques, having narrowly escaped capture from powerful beings multiple times, possessing at least innate-level prowess. That if it were indeed Jean Renjia, this case would be quite challenging to resolve. With innate-level skills and mastery of lightness techniques, if even the shadowy figures could not apprehend him, how could I? Lin Yi's brow furrowed deeper, a trace of concern shadowing his features. Nevertheless, based on Jean Renjia's past modus operandi, he typically targeted only women of noble birth and never ordinary folk. Yet this time, the flower thief's victims were merely commoners. That it seemed this case was steeped in mystery. Lin Yi set the files down, crossing his arms, pacing the room as he mulled over the various enigmas of the case. After much contemplation, Lin Yi was unable to derive any clear leads. With no other recourse, he resolved to visit the homes of the 2 victims in search of clues. His first stop was the Wei household. The Wei residence, though modest, was tidy and well-kept. As Lin Yi entered the courtyard, he spotted Wei Chong sitting at the entrance, his expression one of deep sorrow, while his wife Wei Shi stood nearby, equally troubled. Wei Chong was a sturdy man with dark skin, his rough hands anxiously fidgeting with the hem of his clothing. Wei Shi appeared frail, her eyes puffy and red from crying. Their eldest son, Wei Wei, and their second son, Wei He, stood beside them. Wei Wei looked fierce and angry, while Wei He maintained a calm demeanor, his fists clenched tightly. Their youngest daughter, Wei Ro, aged 16, was at the cusp of blossoming youth. Yet she bore a faint frown without displaying overt sadness. After introducing his purpose for visiting, Lin Yi carefully inquired about the circumstances of the incident, but found no new leads. Without delay, Lin Yi proceeded to the second victim's home, the Qian family. The Qian residence was slightly smaller than the Wei's, with simpler furnishings. The father, Qian Long, an earnest middle-aged man, was squatting on the ground, lost in thought, while his wife, Qian Shi, wiped away her tears beside him. Their daughter, Qian Shui, aged 18 and yet unmarried, sat quietly on the edge of the bed, her expression calm. After visiting both families, Lin Yi noted that the responses he received mirrored those recorded in the files. The only peculiarity was that both young women seemed surprisingly composed. Typically, one would expect a woman victimized by a flower thief to be utterly devastated, yet both Wei Ro and Qian Shui exhibited a remarkable degree of tranquility. Lin Yi furrowed his brow, pondering. Could it be that this flower thief not only steals hearts but also captures their affections? Or perhaps they were acquainted with this flower thief. Might the thief's identity be more significant than it appeared? Clearly, there were deeper layers to this case that as he contemplated, he gradually exited the Chun household. Upon returning home, Lin Yi sat at his desk, resting his chin on his hands, deep in thought. His brow was knitted tightly, his gaze intent and profound, as if he were determined to unravel the mystery of the case. That as he examined the files, a sudden spark of insight illuminated his eyes. He noticed that both the Wei and Chun families resided on the same street and were not far apart. He murmured to himself, could it be that this flower thief will strike again in the East Alley? Or is it possible that the flower thief hails from the East Alley? As night fell, The moon concealed behind dark clouds. Lenny donned a black cloak and stealthily nestled atop the highest point of a building in the east alley, that he lay flat against the roof tiles. His body pressed close to the surface, his gaze sharp as an eagle's, surveying the entirety of the alley. Any subtle movement would be captured by his keen senses that as the hour approached the ominous time of the night. All remained eerily quiet in the east alley. Lenny felt a twinge of anxiety. Could it be that I was mistaken, and the flower thief has no intention of returning to the east alley? Just as Lenny was grappling with his mounting frustration over the lack of activity, his peripheral vision caught sight of a shadow flitting across a distant rooftop. His heart raced, and he widened his eyes for a closer look. Indeed, it was a figure clad in black. The individual moved with the swiftness of the wind, yet exuded an aura of stealth. Lenny, unwilling to delay, immediately activated his lightness technique, darting like a specter toward the figure in black. His movements were agile, as if the wind itself guided him, that he soon realized that this black-clad figure, while skilled, was not on par with his own abilities, that a smile of confidence crept onto his lips as he stealthily approached the figure. The individual was shrouded in a mask, concealing their features. Lenny observed as the figure approached a courtyard, inching closer to a window, preparing to peer inside. With a booming voice, Lenny declared, "Thief, cease your reckless antics." His powerful shout reverberated through the night sky, shattering the stillness of the streets and eliciting a chorus of barking dogs. Startled by the sudden exclamation, the figure in black trembled, quickly turning to face Lenny. Upon catching sight of Lin, clad in the uniform of the Divine Capture Division, a flicker of panic crossed his eyes. Without uttering a word, he promptly leaped onto the rooftop and fled into the distance. Lin, undeterred, hastily pursued him, his speed akin to a flash of lightning. With a resonant clang, the Qingyang sword was drawn, its cold gleam radiating sharply in the moonlight, appearing particularly frigid and piercing. With a flick of his wrist, Lenny thrust the sword forward, his gaze resolute and focused. His intention was to capture the flower thief alive. Thus, he aimed not for a lethal strike, but rather to restrain. The figure in black moved with ethereal grace, akin to a delicate falling leaf, twisting at the waist to evade Lin Yi's fierce assault, yet inadvertently found his path obstructed by Lin Yi. Chapter 66. Night Combat. Lin Yi stood tall upon the rooftop, exuding an air of authority and righteousness as he inquired, "Who are you, lurking in the shadows? What is your intent?" His eyes widened in anger, fixated on the cloaked figure with a seriousness that suggested he could see through all deception. The black-clad man lowered his gaze, unwilling to meet Lin Yi's stare, his eyes flickering with unease that in a low and ominous tone. He remarked, "Ah, so you're a constable from the Divine Capture Division. I advise you not to interfere with my affairs, lest you suffer consequences too grave to bear." With that, a glint of malice surfaced in his eyes. Lenny snorted derisively, declaring, "I shall see what authority you possess that emboldens you to act with such impunity. Do you truly believe you can disregard the Divine Capture Division?" His eyes brimmed with fury and determination as he fixed his gaze upon the figure in black. With that, Lin Yi charged forward, the sword tracing a chilling arc through the air. The black-clad man executed a peculiar dual-handed strike, his palms ghostly and agile, circumventing Lin Yi's blades to seize his wrist. Lin Yi's heart raced, realizing the peril. Should his wrist be captured, a mere release of internal energy could leave him severely injured. Cold sweat beaded on his forehead as he swiftly summoned his Feiyu force. The black-clad man felt as though he grasped a cloud of cotton, unable to exert any real force. Seizing the moment, Lin Yi retracted his wrist and retreated, narrowly escaping a devastating defeat. With his sword poised defensively, Lin Yi's demeanor was that of a poised predator, alert and ready to pounce. Black Dragon Capturing Hand. "Are you from the county magistrate's office?" Lin Yi exclaimed, his brow furrowed, eyes locked onto the figure. The Black Dragon Capturing Hand is a martial art emblematic of the county magistrate's office, specializing in joint locks and control techniques. Known for its ferocity and intricacy, that it is said that mastery of this technique bestows the prowess to capture a dragon. Not every soldier within the office has the privilege to learn it, and the black-clad man's adept execution suggested years of dedication. Lenny pondered, could this individual be a constable from the county magistrate's office? The figure in black scoffed disdainfully. "I didn't expect you to know how to dissipate force. Otherwise, you would not have evaded my previous attack." Now that you recognize the Black Dragon hand, you should understand who stands behind me, that I strongly advise against meddling in my affairs. Let us pretend this night never happened." His eyes conveyed a clear threat. Lin Yi retorted sternly, "So what if you wield the Black Dragon capturing hand? I was merely careless earlier. Even if you are from the county magistrate's office. What of it? Sneaking into a woman's chamber at night. I suspect you are the infamous flying rat, Jean Renjie. Surrender peacefully and accompany me back to the Divine Capture Division to confess your crimes." Lin Yi's eyes blazed with indignation as he gripped his sword tighter. Frustrated, the black-clad man shouted, "You truly are asking for trouble. Take this." With that, he lunged at Lin Yi once more. This time, Lin Yi had learned his lesson. Wielding his sword in a manner that kept the black-clad man at bay, ensuring he could not close in. His movements were nimble, each strike perfectly timed. Lin Yi's swordplay was exquisite, while the black-clad man darted left and right. Unable to breach the 3-foot barrier Lin Yi had established, recognizing the exceptional quality of the Qingyang sword, the black-clad man refrained from testing its sharpness with his hands. Seeing Lin Yi press the attack relentlessly, he unleashed another fierce thrust, its icy radiance flashing. The black-clad man's eyes narrowed with intensity. Suddenly, he flipped his right palm, generating an inexplicable force akin to an invisible vortex, drawing Lin Yi's sword into his grasp. Seizing the opportunity, his left hand shot towards Lin Yi's wrist. Alarmed, Lin Yi recognized the dragon absorption technique, his expression growing grave. The dragon absorption technique is a unique force mastered only by those who have reached advanced levels of the Black Dragon capturing hand. Lin Yi was astonished that this black-clad man had comprehended it. With all his might, Lin Yi strained against the pull, the veins in his arm bulging as he attempted to reclaim his sword. But the black-clad man's internal strength was formidable, akin to a towering mountain, rendering Lin Yi unable to break free from the enigmatic force that in a moment of desperation. Lin Yi summoned his internal energy, the essence surging rapidly that he opened his mouth, unleashing a haunting howl reminiscent of a ghostly wind, echoing eerily through the silent night, as if the cries of the damned filled the air. The sound reverberated in the stillness, chilling to the bone. The black-clad man, upon hearing the howl, was momentarily disoriented, perceiving multiple phantoms lunging at him, causing him to stagger back in confusion. When he regained his composure, the apparitions had vanished, realizing he had fallen victim to Lin Yi's sound wave technique. The black-clad man seethed with anger, gritting his teeth, "That I didn't expect you to possess such a bizarre sound wave skill." His eyes widened in fury, his face darkening. Lin Yi, however, remained silent, pressing the attack without allowing the black-clad man a moment's respite. With a swift slash, Lin Yi's blade cut through the air once more. The black-clad man, unable to withstand the blow, barely managed to evade, though his shoulder was grazed, blood instantly staining his dark attire. Seizing the advantage, Lin Yi unleashed the full force of the 9-in sword technique, a flurry of sword shadows enveloping the black-clad man like an intricate web. The figure in black evaded left and right. Yet the wounds multiplied, blood seeping profusely. Finally, having lost too much blood, the black-clad man staggered, and Lin Yi seized the opportunity, leaping forward to place his sword against the man's throat. With his other hand, he struck several vital points on the black-clad man's chest, sealing his 2 points at this moment. Lin Yi's countenance was cold and resolute, his breath slightly labored, yet his gaze remained fiercely fixed upon the figure in black. Although restrained, the black-clad man could still speak. He raised his head, his pallor betraying nothing of his haughty tone. "Kid, remember this. I will be waiting for you to release me from the Divine Capture Division." His eyes bore into Lin Yi's, filled with rage and menace, a smirk of disdain lingering at the corners of his mouth. Lin Yi responded with a scoff. "Do not be so arrogant. What if you are indeed from the county magistrate's office? When you commit a crime, does the office protect you?" His face was resolute, his gaze one of contempt towards the black-clad man. With that, Lin Yi disregarded the seething glare of the black-clad man, swiftly producing a sturdy rope from his pocket. With deft hands, he expertly bound the figure, ensuring a secure knot that left him thoroughly restrained. Once secured, Lin Yi stood up, brushing the dust off his hands. He glanced at the black-clad man, grasped his shoulder, and leaped down from the rooftop, both landing gracefully on the ground. Lin Yi reached for the face covering of the black-clad man, stating, I shall unveil the countenance hidden beneath this cloak of darkness. Chapter 67. Capturing the thief, Lin Yi yanked off the black-clad man's mask, revealing a youthful, yet somewhat sinister visage. The man possessed sharp features, with a prominent nose and striking brows that bore a resemblance to County Magistrate Zheng Hong. "You are Zheng Hai. Could it be that you are the nephew of Zheng, the County Magistrate?" Lin Yi's eyes widened in disbelief, his voice tinged with surprise and uncertainty. Zheng Hai let out a derisive snort, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth as he disdainfully remarked, "Now you know fear, do you? I suggest you release me at once, and we can pretend this night never transpired. I will not seek retribution against you." His eyes gleamed with a mix of threat and arrogance, as if he were certain Lin Yi would capitulate due to his lineage. Lin Yi, steadfast in his resolve, met Zheng Hai's gaze with unwavering intensity, declaring, "What if you are the nephew of Zheng, the county magistrate? In the eyes of the Divine Capture Division, all criminals are treated equally. That if I were to release you, what would become of the law? What of justice?" His voice rang with clarity and determination, unaffected by Zheng Hai's intimidation. At this point, Zheng Hai's demeanor shifted to one of calm malice, a flicker of cold calculation in his eyes. Very well, young man. You have guts that I shall see if your Divine Capture Division dares to interrogate me. That I want you to personally escort me out of the Divine Capture Division." Although his expression was stoic, the clenched teeth and the slight tremor of his lips betrayed his inner turmoil. Lin Yi remained unfazed, tugging firmly on the rope as he led Zheng Hai forward. His steps were resolute, his posture upright, while Zheng Hai was dragged along, stumbling in his wake. Lin Yi continued steadfastly toward the Divine Capture Division. At the entrance, dawn was just beginning to break, the first light of morning piercing through the lingering mist. Two constables stood at the door, appearing somewhat lethargic as they stifled yawns. Suddenly, the two constables sprang to attention, eyes widening as they recognized the approaching figures. The sound of footsteps echoed in the tranquil morning air. "Is that you, Brother Lin? What notorious criminal have you captured this time?" One constable, Xiao Li, upon seeing Lin Yi accompanied by a tightly bound figure in black, exhaled in relief, recognizing Lin Yi's successful apprehension of a criminal. He lowered his weapon and inquired with a smile. Xiao Li, of slight stature, wore a smile that exuded a sense of amiability, his eyes darting about with curiosity. "Oh, it's nothing, merely a flower thief," he remarked nonchalantly. "I shan't linger any longer. I must report back to Captain Xie. Another day, I shall treat my brothers to a drink." Lin Yi, with a hurried expression, spoke as he strode forward. "Brother Lin, you are too kind. Please do come in," Xiao Li replied, his countenance beaming, as he bowed slightly to clear the way. Once Lin Yi had departed, Xiao Li noticed another constable, Old Wang, whose face bore a grave expression, his brows knitted in deep thought. "Old Wang, what troubles you today? You didn't even greet anyone. Have you been possessed? This is uncharacteristic of you," Xiao Li said, perplexed as he patted Old Wang on the shoulder. Old Wang replied slowly, "Xiao Li, do you not find the man Lin Yi just brought back to be rather familiar?" His features were square, his hair graying at the temples, and worry etched across his face. Xiao Li, perplexed, responded, "Familiar? I didn't pay much attention earlier. What is going on?" He scratched his head, a look of confusion evident. Old Wang continued, "I believe that man resembles Zheng Hai." His voice was subdued, laced with tension. Xiao Li, bewildered, asked, "Which Zheng Hai? Could it be the Zheng Hai, the nephew of the county magistrate?" His eyes widened in disbelief. Old Wang affirmed, "There's no mistake. After decades as a constable, I have never misidentified someone. That I observed that man closely. Lin Yi apprehended none other than Zheng Hai." He nodded emphatically. Upon hearing this, Xiao Li gasped, his expression one of incredulity. "That I've heard that Zheng, the county magistrate, has no sons. This Zheng Hai is the only son of his deceased brother, the last scion of the Zheng family. How could Lin Yi have apprehended him? This is utterly insane." His voice trembled slightly. Old Wang murmured, "Indeed, we may be in for significant trouble at the constabulary." His gaze drifted toward the direction Lin Yi had taken. Concern etched on his face. After a moment of surprise, Xiao Li wore a contemplative expression, his eyes darting about the constabulary. Lin Yi was leading Zheng Hai through the courtyard, his brows knitted in concentration. Lin Yi thought to himself, "Thankfully, it is still early, and there aren't many people in the constabulary. That if anyone recognizes that I brought back Zheng Hai, it could lead to a scandal." Lin Yi walked directly to Captain Xie's office and knocked firmly on the door. Knock, knock, knock. 5 times, the sound resonated with a steady rhythm. Lin Yi, come in, came Captain Xie's voice from within. Upon hearing the summons, Lin Yi gently opened the door and entered with Zheng Hai, promptly closing it behind him. Seated at his desk, Xie Xian was perusing case files. Upon hearing the door, he looked up and said, Lin Yi, you're here so early. Have you captured the flower thief? His face bore a hint of anticipation as he turned his gaze toward Lin Yi. With a serious demeanor, Lin Yi responded, My lord, I have fulfilled my duty. The flower thief has been captured. This is the culprit. And he stepped aside to reveal the bound figure cloaked in black behind him. Xie Xian, upon seeing the captive, was taken aback, his expression shifting to one of shock, that he rose abruptly, exclaiming, Zheng Xianshi, how can it be you? His eyes widened in disbelief. Zheng Hai, with a pained expression, replied, Your humble nephew greets you, Uncle Xie. Please forgive me for being unable to pay my respects due to these bindings. Xie Xian, astonished, inquired, Lin Yi, what in the world is happening? Did you not go to apprehend a flower thief? How is it that you have brought back Zheng Hai? His brow furrowed, his gaze shifting anxiously between Lin Yi and Zheng Hai. Lin Yi explained, My lord, at the hour of the ugly, this Zheng Hai, masked and clad in black, entered a lady's chamber with ill intent, and I caught him in the act. His eyes were resolute, his tone firm. Xie Xian asked, And what did the household involve? His expression grew increasingly tense, his hands unconsciously clenching into fists. Lin Yi assured him he had not yet acted upon his intentions. He was merely peering through the window when I apprehended him. Upon hearing this, Xie Xian breathed a sigh of relief. In that case, we cannot assert that Zheng Hai is the flower thief. A flicker of hesitation crossed his features. Lin Yi interjected, My lord, there is also this. He stepped forward, delving into Zheng Hai's garments, and after a moment, produced an iron token that my lord. What do you make of this? He asked, presenting the token to Xie Xian. Xie Xian examined it closely and, to his dismay, recognized it as a rat's head token. His complexion turned ashen, and he thundered, Zheng Hai, I cannot believe you truly are the flower thief. How could you betray the earnest teachings of Zheng Xiong? Anger coursed through his body, causing him to tremble. His finger pointed accusingly at Zheng Hai, eyes seemingly ablaze. Chapter 68. The interrogation within the constabulary. Constable Xiao Li hurriedly made his way to the room of silver medal constable Huang Sheng. Huang Sheng was leisurely seated, savoring his tea. Panting, Xiao Li exclaimed, Brother Huang, trouble is afoot. Young Master Zheng Hai has been captured by Lin Yi. Huang Sheng sprang to his feet, the teacup nearly slipping from his grasp. His eyes wide with shock. What? Young Master Zheng Hai has been captured. How did this come to pass? Xiao Li, his expression tense, rushed to explain, This morning, while old Wang and I were on gate duty, I saw Lin Yi bring young Master Zheng back to the constabulary, claiming he had caught a flower thief. He should be in Captain Xie's office now. As he spoke, he wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead. Huang Sheng's countenance shifted dramatically, beads of perspiration rolling down his forehead as he murmured, If anything happens to young Master Zheng, County Magistrate Zheng will not let me off easily. What shall I do? Huang Sheng knew that his comfortable position within the constabulary was due to the support of the magistrate's office, that if Zheng Hai were to come to harm, and he had done nothing to assist, he feared he would be swiftly abandoned by the magistrate's office. Given his frequent clashes with Captain Xie, he realized that losing the magistrate's support would spell disaster for him. Anxiously, he paced back and forth, as though his heavy footsteps might pierce the ground itself. Brother Huang, we must devise a plan, lest we find ourselves in dire straits with County Magistrate Zheng, Xiao Li urged anxiously from the side. Huang Sheng took a deep breath, forcing himself to regain composure. Gritting his teeth, he said, Do not panic, that I trust that Captain Xie would not wish to offend County Magistrate Zheng either. This must be a folly of Lin Yi, an inexperienced youth. There should still be room for negotiation. Come, let us seek out Captain Xie. Thus, Huang Sheng, accompanied by a group of constables, proceeded to meet with Captain Xie, backed by the magistrate's office. Huang Sheng had his own loyal followers within the constabulary, and now was their moment to act. With a face usually calm now beaded with sweat, he approached the door to Captain Xie's office. His heart racing. Taking a deep breath, he raised his arm, knocking nervously to request entry. Enter, came Captain Xie's deep voice from within. Huangsheng cautiously opened the door, only to have his companion stream in behind him. Captain Xie, already troubled by Zheng Hai's situation, was taken aback by the sudden influx of so many constables into his office. His earlier composure gave way to displeasure, his brows furrowing as he fixed a piercing gaze on Huangsheng. "Huangsheng, what is the meaning of this gathering?" he demanded. Huangsheng forced a smile, though his eyes betrayed his anxiety. Bowing, he replied, "Captain Xie, I merely heard of the capture of the flower thief and thought to bring my brothers to witness the event." Lin Yi stood nearby, his brow furrowed in concern, pointing firmly at the tightly bound Zheng Hai. "Here, this is the flower thief," he declared decisively. Huangsheng's eyes widened as they darted toward the restrained figure in the center of the room. Dressed in tattered black, with disheveled hair and smudged with dirt, he was a far cry from the opulent, haughty young man he usually portrayed. Yet despite the disarray, Huangsheng recognized him instantly. His pupils contracted as realization struck. And instinctively, he rubbed his eyes, looking again. Yes, the familiar outline, the distinctive demeanor. There was no mistaking it. This was indeed Zheng Hai, the nephew of the county magistrate, that moment. Zheng Hai hung his head, an air of despondency surrounding him. His bound form trembling slightly, regaining his composure, Huangsheng addressed Captain Xie. "Captain, Lin Yi claims that Zheng Hai is the flower thief. May I inquire what evidence supports this assertion? If the evidence is insufficient, we cannot simply conclude that Zheng Hai is the flower thief. I implore you to release him." Captain Xie, seated at his desk, wore a dark expression. "Huangsheng, is this constabulary under your command or mine?" "Zheng Hai is under serious suspicion and remains under investigation. How can we simply release him?" He turned to Lin Yi. "You must recount in detail how you apprehended Zheng Hai." Standing among them, Lin Yi, with a serious demeanor, recounted the events of that morning with meticulous detail. After hearing Lin Yi's account, Huangsheng's lips curled into a slight smirk, a hint of disdain evident. He cast a sidelong glance at Lin Yi, arms crossed, and remarked sarcastically, "This merely indicates that young Master Zheng was peering at a virtuous lady. While it may be deemed improper, it hardly constitutes a grave crime, let alone that of a flower thief. Truly, this is an absurdity that it seems you, Lin Yi, are simply desperate for recognition, making a mountain out of a molehill." His derisive gaze mocked Lin Yi's earnestness. Lin Yi, undeterred, countered, "My lord, Zheng Hai's actions last night were furtive. He was masked and clad in black, entering a lady's chamber. He is no innocent. Moreover, I discovered a rat-head iron plate on him, identical to the ones found at the scenes of the previous two crimes. This constitutes irrefutable evidence." Lin Yi tightly grasped the rat-head iron plate. Upon seeing that Lin Yi possessed evidence, Huangsheng and the others exchanged glances and remarked, "A single iron plate cannot definitively prove that Zheng Hai is the flower thief. What if this iron plate is merely a decoration? It would be more prudent to summon the victims' families from the previous incidents for a confrontation and identification. The truth will surely emerge." Captain Xie pondered for a moment and said, "Very well, let us send someone to bring the Wei and Chun families here to the Divine Capture Office." The group followed Captain Xie to the hall of the Divine Capture Office. Shortly thereafter, members of the Wei and Chun families were brought in. Wei Chong from the Wei family appeared visibly anxious, while the Wei clan lowered their heads, unable to meet anyone's gaze. Chen Long from the Chen family was equally meek, with Chun Shi tightly holding onto her daughter Chen Shui's hand. Captain Xie took his place at the head of the table and announced, "Ladies and gentlemen, you have been summoned today to ascertain whether Zheng Hai is indeed the flower thief. I hope you will speak truthfully." Wei Rou and Chen Shui exchanged fearful glances. Wei Rou's voice trembled as she said, "My lord, it was dark at the time, and I could not see the assailant's face." Chen Shui nodded in agreement, adding, "I too could not make out his appearance." The surrounding officers erupted into a cacophony of discussions that a lean, dark-complexioned officer widened his eyes in disbelief, exclaiming, "How could it be that you did not see clearly? How could you not discern even a single feature?" Another plump officer shrank back, lowering his voice. "They must be intimidated by the power of Zheng Junwei, afraid to speak the truth. Just look at how the Wei and Chun families tremble. They lack any confidence." As he spoke, he cautiously glanced towards Huangsheng and the others. That a younger officer furrowed his brow in distress, exclaiming, "What shall we do? The evidence is right before our eyes. Yet the victims dare not identify him. Are we to let Zheng Hai go free?" His face was filled with indignation and helplessness. That an older officer, stroking his sparse beard, shook his head slightly and sighed. Alas, this matter is indeed troublesome. On one side stands the power of Zheng Junwei, and on the other, our duties at the Divine Capture Office. It truly puts one in a difficult position. His eyes reflected profound concern. Meanwhile, Huang Sheng laughed triumphantly, saying, Captain Xie, look, even the victims themselves are uncertain whether young Master Zheng is the flower thief. Perhaps it is best to release Zheng Hai immediately. Lin Yi glared furiously at Huang Sheng, asserting, even if the evidence is insufficient, Zheng Hai remains the prime suspect. He should be detained in the dungeon while we investigate further. We cannot let this matter rest. Captain Xie's brow furrowed deeper, his expression growing increasingly grim. Just as the situation reached an impasse, a constable rushed in announcing that Zheng Junwei sought an audience. Chapter 69. The righteousness of justice. At that moment, a constable hurried into the hall, his footsteps frantic and his expression tense, loudly declaring, Captain Xie, Zheng Junwei is outside the Divine Capture Office requesting an audience. Hearing this, Huang Sheng and the others' faces lit up with joy, their previously tense bodies relaxing as they exchanged glances, as if a savior had arrived. Conversely, the members of the Wei and Chun families grew even more alarmed, their faces turning ashen, their bodies trembling involuntarily, eyes filled with dread. Lin Yi, too, displayed an anxious expression, his brow tightly knit, unconsciously clenching his fists. Captain Xie maintained his composure, concealing his emotions. But Lin Yi noticed a flicker of anger in Captain Xie's eyes, a fury akin to a volcano on the brink of eruption. Captain Xie was at the peak of his irritation. After all, Huang Sheng had been undermining Captain Xie throughout the day. If Zheng Hai were to emerge from the Divine Capture Office unscathed, Captain Xie would truly suffer a loss of face. Taking a deep breath, Captain Xie suppressed his rising anger and led the group to welcome Zheng Junwei. Upon reaching the entrance, Captain Xie clasped his hands in salute to Zheng Junwei, stating, Lord Zheng, what brings you to my Divine Capture Office today? Is there something of great importance? Zheng Junwei, tall and imposing, bore a stern expression as he replied in a deep voice, Captain Xie, I have heard that my nephew Zheng Hai has committed a crime, and as his uncle, I naturally wish to see for myself. Captain Xie hastily responded, Lord Zheng, we currently lack sufficient evidence. Your nephew is merely a suspect. Zheng Junwei's gaze was piercing as he declared, Old Xie, do not let our relationship cloud your judgment. The case must be handled with the utmost fairness. If Zheng Hai is truly erred, I will not hesitate to uphold justice against my own kin. Captain Xie refrained from responding and led Zheng Junwei and his entourage into the hall to observe. Upon seeing Zheng Junwei, Zheng Hai cried out in a choked voice, Uncle. Zheng Junwei's face was contorted with rage, veins bulging on his forehead, and he swiftly delivered a kick, sending Zheng Hai sprawling to the ground. He bellowed, Who is your uncle? I have no nephew such as you. How have I raised you? Did I teach you martial arts so that you could harm virtuous women? You have turned into a flower thief. You have brought shame upon the Zheng family. How can you face your deceased father? Zheng Hai lay on the ground, dazed, his eyes vacant, unable to comprehend why his usually benevolent uncle would suddenly berate and strike him, as though he had transformed into a different person. Today, I shall strike you down for your ingratitude. Zheng Junwei raised his hand, poised to strike Zheng Hai, but Captain Xie quickly intervened, blocking the blow and urging, Old Zheng, temper your anger. The case is yet to be resolved if you wish to reprimand him. Let us first conclude our investigation at the Divine Capture Office. Zheng Junwei huffed in annoyance, but eventually lowered his hand, acquiescing. Turning to the others in the hall, Zheng Junwei declared loudly, I am Zheng Hong, County Constable of Pingshan. Do not worry that I will act unjustly. Today, as proceedings are for me to observe only, and I will not interfere. Everything will be decided by the Divine Capture Office. If Zheng Hai has truly committed such a heinous act, I, Zheng Hong, shall be the first to condemn him. His words rang with authority and righteousness. Upon hearing this, the hall erupted into a chorus of astonishment. They had not expected Zheng Junwei to uphold such principled justice. Earning their respect, that a slender constable could not help but widen his eyes in admiration, exclaiming, Indeed, I thought Zheng Junwei would favor his nephew. But I am astonished by his impartiality. Another round-faced constable echoed, his eyes sparkling with surprise and admiration, his expression reflecting disbelief. Huang Sheng's countenance, however, turned as pale as a wilted eggplant, devoid of color. His previously squinting eyes widened in shock, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. The constables around him exchanged alarmed glances, their expressions filled with confusion and trepidation. The members of the Wei and Chen families, upon hearing Zheng Junwei's resolute declaration, finally relaxed their previously tense bodies. Wei Chong let out a deep sigh of relief, the wrinkles on his face appearing to smoothen slightly. Chen Long raised his formerly bowed head, a glimmer of hope igniting in his eyes. Wei Rou and Chen Shui exchanged glances, their once fearful expressions fading, replaced by a sense of reassurance and joy. Captain Xie returned to his position, while Zheng Junwei took a seat to observe, his expression calm, betraying no emotion. Captain Xie struck the table with authority, proclaiming, "Proceed with the trial." He then turned a serious gaze towards the Wei and Chen families, leaning slightly forward as he inquired, "Do you have anything to add?" Chen Shui bit her lip, her resolve firm as she declared, "My lord, it was Zheng Hai who assaulted me that night. I saw it clearly. Even if he were to turn to ash, I would recognize him." Wei Rou quickly added, "My lord, I remember now. The man in black who assaulted me was indeed Zheng Hai. I would never mistake him." Zheng Hai, panic-stricken, interjected, "Captain, this is merely their word against mine." "It cannot be trusted." Captain Xie inquired if they had any further evidence. The Wei and Chen families exchanged glances at that moment. Chen Shui stood up, stating, "My lord, I fought back that night and bit Zheng Hai on his left shoulder. It has only been a day. I believe the wound has yet to heal." Upon saying this, Chen Shui's expression relaxed. Zheng Hai's complexion paled drastically as he stammered, No, that is impossible." Captain Xie commanded, "Bring forth Zheng Hai's shirt. Reveal his shoulder." Zheng Hai thrashed about in resistance, shouting, No, but was unable to escape. Point two constables swiftly removed Zheng Hai's shirt, revealing a sword wound, one that he had inflicted that very morning. Moreover, a clear bite mark was visible on his left shoulder. Stripped of his shirt and confronted with the unmistakable evidence of the bite mark, Zheng Hai's face turned as pale as a sheet, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. With the evidence now irrefutable, it was evident to all present that Zheng Hai was indeed the notorious flower thief who had recently caused an uproar in Pingshan County. Zheng Hai was left speechless, truly deserving of his fate. A robust constable among the onlookers crossed his arms and stated angrily, "Such scum deserves severe punishment." Another lean individual echoed indignantly. Captain Xie struck the table again, commanding silence, with both eyewitnesses and material evidence present. "It is clear that Zheng Hai has sullied innocent maidens. The evidence is irrefutable, and his crimes are unforgivable, that I hereby sentence him." Captain Xie glanced at Zheng Junwei, who stood up and proclaimed angrily, "According to the laws of the Qian, he should be sentenced to execution. Captain Xie, let the sentence be death by decapitation, for this is my will. The Zheng family shall not permit such a disgraceful beast in human form." Captain Xie nodded solemnly and declared, "Zheng Hai is to be executed immediately." Chapter 70. A great relief to the people. Captain Xie rose, his demeanor grave, and announced Zheng Hai's sentence in a booming voice. "Zheng Hai has committed numerous heinous acts, defiling virtuous women. His crimes are unforgivable, and he is sentenced to immediate execution. Today, the sentence shall be carried out." Upon hearing the verdict, the crowd erupted in jubilant cheers, shattering the previously tense atmosphere like a wave crashing against the shore. Among the throngs, members of the Wei and Chen families wept tears of joy. Wei Chong, a middle-aged man with a slightly stooped posture, trembled as he covered his face with his hands, tears streaming through his fingers. His weathered face a canvas of relief and elation. The Wei matriarch held her daughter Wei Rou tightly, both weeping in each other's embrace, Wei Rou's delicate features glistening with the joy of survival. On the Chen family side, the honest and simple Chen Long raised his fists high, repeatedly exclaiming, "Heaven has eyes! Heaven has eyes indeed!" The Chen family was likewise overcome with emotion, clutching Chen Shui's hand as if fearing the loss of their daughter once more. The constables rejoiced as well, with the slight figure of Xiao Duan leaping in excitement, a proud smile illuminating his face as he proclaimed, "At last, this vile criminal has received his just punishment. Our divine constabulary has rid the people of a scourge." The robust old Wang heartily patted the shoulders of those around him, laughing heartily, Zhenghai's misdeeds have finally met their match. Justice is served. The entire scene was awash in an atmosphere of joy and the triumph of righteousness. Master Xie is brilliant. Master Zheng is brilliant. The crowd roared in unison, their voices echoing into the heavens. Their faces aglow with joy and the satisfaction of justice served. Upon hearing the verdict, Zhenghai felt as if the air had been let out of his balloon. Completely deflated, he collapsed to the ground. His face ashen, devoid of the arrogance he once displayed. Zhenghai muttered to himself, "Impossible, impossible." Yet his voice was drowned out by the jubilant cheers of the crowd. Unnoticed by all, Captain Xie struck the gavel once more. His expression serious as he proclaimed, "Court dismissed." After arranging for the crowd to proceed to the execution grounds, Captain Xie hurried to find County Constable Zheng, his face etched with guilt as he apologized. "Old Zheng, I have caused you trouble in this matter," asked the head of the divine constabulary. Constable Zheng, a figure of integrity, stood tall with his hands clasped behind his back, declaring, "Old Xie, there is no need for further words. Zhenghai brought this upon himself. He cannot blame others. The Zheng family shall not allow such a disgrace to tarnish our name." With an air of apology, Xie Xian slightly bowed and suggested, "Brother Zheng, this matter has caused you distress, and I would like to treat you to a meal as an apology." His expression was earnest, filled with regret, his hands clasped in reverence. Constable Zheng, tall and formidable, maintained a serious demeanor, waving his hand dismissively. "Old Xie, that is unnecessary. Following today, I must attend to the burial of Zhenghai's remains, ensuring he is laid to rest properly, that I fear I shall have no appetite for feasting for some time. Moreover, you have acted with integrity and impartiality in your duties. There is no fault in that, and I cannot hold you responsible." His face bore no trace of reproach, only understanding and respect for Xie Xian. Turning to Huang Sheng and the others, Constable Zheng said sternly, "Huang Sheng, you and your companions shall go to the execution site to oversee the carrying away of Zhenghai's remains, that I shall refrain from attending to avoid further distress." Huang Sheng and the others promptly replied yes. On the streets of Pingshan County, Zhenghai, shackled and confined within a prison cart, appeared disheveled and despondent. The constables paraded him through the streets, loudly proclaiming his crimes. Leading the procession, Lin Yi stood tall, striking the gong with vigor, proclaiming, "Fellow townsfolk, behold the notorious flower thief Zhenghai. He has defiled numerous virtuous maidens. His sins are numerous and unforgivable. Now, with irrefutable evidence, Captain Xie of the Divine Constabulary has sentenced this rogue to execution today." Bound and shackled, Zhenghai bore a placard marked "Flower Thief." His head hung low, disheveled hair obscuring much of his face. He had lost all semblance of his former arrogance. His legs seemed to have lost their strength. As he sat motionless in the cart, the townsfolk gathered. They pointed and spat curses at Zhenghai, quickly filling the streets on either side. This Zhenghai is truly despicable, committing such atrocious acts. An elderly man fumed, his cane striking the ground in indignation. Who would have thought that County Constable Zheng could be so righteous as to punish his own kin? Truly admirable, a young scholar remarked with admiration. Captain Xie is indeed a just ruler, standing up for us common folk, a woman exclaimed, clutching her child in gratitude. Lin Yi is quite impressive. He managed to bring this flower thief to justice, a young man declared, giving a thumbs up. Before long, the crowd followed the procession to the execution grounds. There, Zhenghai, head bowed and eyes vacant, trembled slightly, as if sensing the approach of death. The prison cart was opened. Two constables prepared to drag him toward the execution platform. Zhenghai's lips quivered as he murmured, "No, no, I am County Constable Zheng's nephew. Do not touch me." The constables, repulsed by his demeanor, approached him. One seized his arm roughly while the other pressed against his back, dragging him toward the platform with a combined effort. Zhenghai's feet left chaotic marks on the ground, his hands flailing in vain to grasp something to hold on to, but finding nothing. Captain Xie glanced at the time, confirming it was 12:15. With a commanding voice, he ordered, "Execute." As the executioner raised his blade, Zhenghai's head fell in an instant, his eyes wide with disbelief and resentment. The crowd erupted in cheers. Thunderous applause echoing through the air, a middle-aged couple collapsed to their knees, weeping uncontrollably. "Our daughter, your vengeance has been avenged. You may now rest in peace." Lin Yi, donned in constable attire, stood tall nearby, his brow furrowed. Witnessing this scene, he reflected, it appears Zheng Hai's misdeeds stretch far beyond what we know. His crimes are likely more extensive than the few we have uncovered. Many remain hidden, yet to be revealed. Such a villain deserves nothing less than death. That a flicker of satisfaction crossed Lin Yi's eyes. A heavy burden lifted from his heart. As Captain Xie departed the execution grounds, his expression bore no joy. His mind heavy with contemplation. Why do I feel that Zheng's demeanor has changed so drastically? The Zheng I remember was shrewd and duplicitous. How could he suddenly display such righteous indignation? This truly baffles me. Chapter 71. The cold jade bed. Noticing Captain Xie's somber expression, Lin Yi's curiosity got the better of him. He cautiously inquired, Sir, what are you pondering? Captain Xie shook his head, releasing a deep sigh. I cannot shake the feeling that something is amiss. That Zheng's transformation seems too sudden, too hard to believe. Perhaps County Constable Zheng has experienced a change of heart, realizing he cannot shield a criminal. After all, while Zheng Hai is his nephew, he is not his son. Perhaps their bond is not as strong as we imagined. Lin Yi speculated uncertainly. Captain Xie's brow furrowed further as he muttered, let us hope that is the case. Gazing upwards, his eyes deep in thought, he concluded, enough of this. Perhaps you are right, Lin Yi. Old Zheng may have had a true change of heart. That a hint of relief crossed his face as his furrowed brow began to relax. Turning to Lin Yi, admiration shone in his eyes as he remarked, Lin Yi, your contribution to capturing the flower thief cannot be overstated. Furthermore, you had the audacity to apprehend him despite his identity. You have truly impressed me. As a reward for your efforts, I shall promote you to Silver Badge Constable. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi's face lit up with astonishment and joy. He quickly bowed, expressing his gratitude. Thank you for your support, sir. I shall strive to work harder in assisting you to eradicate crime. Captain Xie sighed in response. Eradicate crime. That is indeed a daunting task. Some matters in this world cannot be resolved simply by will. In the turbulent currents of society, merely standing firm is already a considerable challenge. Patting Lin Yi on the shoulder, he advised, just ensure you do not bring trouble upon yourself. Had it not been for County Constable Zheng's cooperation, I truly would not have known how to conclude this matter. Being an official is difficult, and being a divine constabulary official is even more so. Lin Yi pondered Captain Xie's words thoughtfully. Subsequently, Captain Xie returned to the divine constabulary and summoned everyone. Standing before them, his expression solemn and dignified, he announced loudly, everyone, Lin Yi has successfully apprehended the flower thief Zheng Hai, and I have decided to promote him to Silver Badge Constable effective immediately. The constables below erupted into a flurry of chatter. Lin Yi, you truly possess remarkable ability, rising to Silver Badge Constable so swiftly. I am in awe. Ma Tong gazed at Lin Yi with admiration. Giving him a thumbs up, the honest countenance of Old Wang also broke into a smile as he remarked to the constable beside him, Lin Yi has repeatedly accomplished great feats. This promotion is truly well-deserved and wholly justified. What's so impressive about it? It's merely a stroke of good fortune. A jealous constable scoffed, a look of discontent evident in his eyes that, oh, it has nothing to do with me, that IT could be anyone getting promoted. I should just focus on how to retire early. An older constable shrugged indifferently to Mei Tong, Old Wang, Xiao Duan, Old Li, and Xiao Li, who had previously alerted Huang Sheng, all gathered around Lin Yi to offer their congratulations. Congratulations, Brother Lin, on your promotion. Ma Tong warmly patted Lin Yi on the back. Lin Yi, don't forget us brothers in the future, Old Li said with a smile, while Xiao Li chimed in with a grin. Big Brother Lin, please take care of us from now on. They entirely overlooked their prior act of informing Huang Sheng. Huang Sheng stood nearby, flanked by several of his loyal constables, visibly displeased. Xiao Li really knows how to ingratiate himself. Rushing over to curry favor with Lin Yi, one constable muttered under his breath, seething with resentment. Huang Sheng's expression was grim as he coldly observed the lively scene surrounding Lin Yi, muttering, he's just a brash young lad. There are still many days ahead. Captain Xie observed everything quietly, noting Huang Sheng and his men as evident dissatisfaction with Lin Yi, but chose not to intervene, pondering to himself, as long as my subordinates have their conflicts to keep each other in check, I can rest easy as their leader. That night, Lin Yi hosted a lavish feast at his home, celebrating with Ma Tong, Old Wang, Old Li, and others. Congratulations, Brother Lin, on your promotion. Everyone chimed in unison. Come, let us raise a toast together. Lin Yi exclaimed with excitement, lifting his cup. Cheers and laughter filled the room, creating a wonderfully lively atmosphere that in the deep of night. After everyone had departed, Lin Yi sat alone on his bed, letting out a long sigh as he finally had the time to check the system rewards. As Lin Yi's consciousness delved into his mind, he discovered the reward for apprehending the flower thief Zhenghai, a cold jade bed. His previously muddled mind instantly cleared upon seeing the words cold jade bed. His eyes widening and heart racing, nearly leaping off the bed in excitement that a cold jade bed. This is a rare treasure, Lin Yi exclaimed to himself, his face brimming with uncontainable joy. A martial arts enthusiast. Lin Yi was naturally familiar with the cold jade bed. After all, what martial arts youth hasn't seen the return of the Condor heroes? This cold jade bed was crafted by Lin Xiaoying, the founder of the ancient tomb sect. Lin Xiaoying spent years in the frigid north, excavating cold jade from beneath hundreds of feet of solid ice and carving it into a bed. The cold jade bed not only has the power to cure chronic ailments and terminal illnesses, but also enhances the speed of internal energy cultivation while reducing the risk of going astray in one's practice. It is indeed a rare treasure. It is said that sleeping on this bed while practicing martial arts could equate to 10 years of cultivation, though such claims are clearly exaggerated. The bed's emanating chill stimulates the practitioner's internal energy to counteract the cold, allowing them to cultivate even in their dreams, continuously accumulating internal strength. Moreover, being made of the coldest and most substance in the world, resting upon it clears the heart fire, aiding practitioners in focusing their minds and diligently cultivating their energy, allowing for vigorous progress in their practice while minimizing the risk of deviation. The cold jade bed also possesses healing properties for injuries caused by excessive yang energy. Yang will once use the cold jade bed, supplemented by Ouyang Feng's reverse meridian technique, to heal Xiao Long Nu filled with eager anticipation. Lin Yi could hardly contain his yearning, and he hastily manifested the cold jade bed in an instant. A brilliant white light flashed before him, and as the brilliance faded, a magnificent cold jade bed appeared on the floor of his bedroom. The bed was entirely translucent, resembling flawless jade, and wisps of cold air emanated from its surface. Shrouded in a layer of misty frost, Lin Yi's eyes sparkled with excitement as he immediately sat upon it. The piercing coldness enveloped him, causing him to shudder involuntarily. So cold. He gasped, yet did not retreat. Instead, he promptly activated his pure yang technique to withstand the chill. Placing his hands on his abdomen, he stirred his internal energy, a warm current rising from his dantian, that as he continued to circulate his internal energy. Lin Yi gradually warmed up, his expression relaxing as the discomfort subsided. Slowly, he became impervious to the cold, fully engrossed in his training. The following morning, Lin Yi awakened slowly, and before even opening his eyes, he was immediately struck by an overwhelming cold. Jolting him into full awareness, he abruptly opened his eyes to find his internal energy automatically circulating, diligently working to counter the chill. Feeling the burgeoning internal energy within him, Lin Yi's face lit up with astonishment, his eyes shimmering with excitement as he couldn't help but exclaim, "This cold jade bed truly lives up to its reputation as a treasure for cultivation. With it, my martial arts will surely reach new heights. Though it does mean I can't sleep in." Saying this, he sprang excitedly from the cold jade bed, invigorated and ready to stretch his limbs. Morning sunlight poured into the courtyard of the Divine Constabulary, where Lin Yi, clad in a black constable uniform adorned with a silver badge, radiated boundless vitality. That moment, Xiao Duan, Captain Xie's close aide, hurriedly approached, his expression urgent as he called out, "Lin Yi, Captain Xie is looking for you." Upon hearing Xiao Duan's call, Lin Yi halted his steps, a frown creasing his brow as a hint of resignation appeared on his face. He smirked, silently grumbling that old Xie really knows how to delegate. He doesn't even let me rest for a couple of days, that he has discovered my usefulness and is just milking it. With a gentle sigh, Lin Yi rubbed his temples and replied to Xiao Duan, "Understood, I'll head over right away." That he then followed Xiao Duan towards Captain Xie's office. Chapter 72. Disappearance of the population. Lin Yi followed Xiao Duan briskly to Captain Xie's office, his brow tightly knit and his gaze flickering as he pondered what troublesome case Captain Xie would assign him next. Upon entering the room, Lin Yi noticed the heavy atmosphere. Ma Tong was also present. Both Xie Xian and Ma Tong wore grave expressions, as if a storm were brewing. Lin Yi, puzzled, anxiously inquired, "What exactly has happened?" Xie Xian's brow furrowed as he spoke in a low voice. "I was investigating a case of missing persons, but unfortunately, there were no leads. Just now, Ma Lao Di discovered something, but it is rather perplexing." Lin Yi quickly sought details about the case from the two. Ma Tong handed Lin Yi a dossier, with each incident estate clearly marked in red ink, the strong and powerful handwriting unmistakably belonging to Ma Tong. Lin Yi took the dossier and skimmed through it, yet found nothing particularly unusual, prompting him to ask in confusion, "I don't see anything special here." Then Ma Tong pointed to the dates highlighted in red and said, "Lin Yi, look at these dates of the incidents. Wasn't there a month with no missing persons?" Listening closely, Lin Yi examined the dossier again and found that indeed, there were no reports of missing persons last month. Still perplexed, he asked, "So what if there were no missing persons last month?" Ma Tong's expression grew serious as he replied, "Last month was precisely 1 month after the blood demon case ended." Lin Yi pondered this. "Are you suggesting that?" Ma Tong continued, "It appears this case of missing persons is not a random occurrence, but rather organized and systematic. Even after the resolution of the blood demon case, the divine constabulary and city guards maintain tight patrols, as no one wishes for another blood demon to arise. Yet look, in the past 10 days, the city has relaxed its vigilance, and the missing persons case has resurfaced." Lin Yi's understanding deepened as he nodded. "Indeed, it seems that behind this case of missing persons, there must be a substantial organization at work." Ma Tong's expression darkened further, "But that is not the most terrifying part." Lin Yi felt a chill run down his spine, urgently asking, "What do you mean?" Xie Xian took a deep breath, speaking slowly, "Perhaps I should elaborate. These cases of missing persons have all occurred in areas where the divine constabulary and city guards patrols are weakest. Once or twice could be mere coincidence. But if it happens consistently, it is no longer a coincidence." Lin Yi's eyes widened in disbelief. "Are you implying that?" Xie Xian crossed his arms, his brow furrowed, his gaze filled with concern and gravity. "Lin Yi, I suspect that the organization behind these disappearances has infiltrated both our divine constabulary and the county magistrate's office, and these infiltrators hold significant positions." As he spoke, he paced back and forth, his heavy footsteps betraying his inner turmoil. Xie Xian, tall and imposing with a resolute visage, now bore a tense expression, his beard quivering slightly with anger. He halted his pacing and continued, "Consider this. Each time a disappearance occurs, it cleverly avoids our patrol's focal points. That if there weren't individuals within our ranks familiar with our movements, how could it be so coincidental? This is not the work of mere lackeys. There must be spies of considerable status within us." As he spoke, his right fist struck heavily against his left palm, revealing the tumult of frustration and anxiety within him. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi's originally handsome countenance darkened instantaneously, his expression turning grave as frost. He murmured to himself, "Who among us in the Divine Capture Bureau could be the spy of this mysterious organization?" His gaze brimmed with confusion and vigilance, his brows tightly knitted, the veins on his forehead slightly bulging. Xie Xian, with a serious demeanor, fixed his steadfast gaze upon Lin Yi and Ma Tong, speaking in a low voice. "You two are the individuals I trust most. This conjecture is known only to you both within the Divine Capture Bureau. It must not be disclosed to anyone, lest it incite panic." Ma Tong, a robust figure with a square face laden with solemnity, promptly clasped his fists and declared, "Rest assured, Captain Xie, I, Ma Tong, guarantee with my life that I shall reveal not a whisper." Lin Yi, too, wore a grave expression as he solemnly nodded, stating, "My lord, I shall remain tight-lipped." Xie Xian nodded slightly, instructing, "You two should discreetly investigate this case, and remember not to act rashly. That I will first visit the county magistrate to share our conjecture with old Zheng, hoping he might possess some useful intelligence." Upon exiting Captain Xie's chamber, Lin Yi and Ma Tong exchanged a glance, both sharing a bittersweet smile. Lin Yi's lips curled into a wry smile, yet his eyes were filled with concern as he helplessly shook his head. Ma Tong, too, forced a smile that appeared exceedingly strained. They both understood that what lay ahead was a daunting covert investigation, fraught with unpredictable dangers. That on the broad roads of Panshan County, sunlight poured down as Lin Yi walked alongside several constables. Dressed in the attire of a constable, Lin Yi stood tall, his sword-like brows and starry eyes gracing a handsome visage that, however, bore a trace of elusive contemplation. The group of constables patrolled while engaging in casual conversation. And Lin Yi joined in, though his mind wandered, occasionally drifting off as he pondered who the traitor within the Divine Capture Bureau could be. He mused, the only ones familiar with the patrol routes are Captain Xie and the 5 Silver Badge constables. Along with myself, who has just been promoted to Silver Badge. Captain Xie, being the chief constable, could hardly be the spy, while Brother Ma is fiercely loyal, and I myself could never betray. That leaves only the remaining 4 Silver Badge constables as suspects. The thought of a traitor potentially being one of the 4 constables tightened Lin Yi's brow, inducing yet another bout of headache. These 4 individuals had dedicated decades to the Divine Capture Bureau. In terms of seniority and merit, there was no reason for them to betray the organization. Even Huang Sheng was merely a pawn of the county magistrate, utilized to counterbalance Captain Xie. After grappling with these thoughts for quite some time, Lin Yi found himself no closer to clarity as he shook his head in resignation, exhaling deeply. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Yi had wandered into the impoverished alley that he contemplated. It has been a while since I last saw Xiao Hui. I wonder how she has been faring. Since I am nearby, I might as well pay her a visit. Lin Yi quickened his pace, arriving at Xiao Hui's doorstep, only to find the dilapidated door firmly shut. A pang of anxiety gripped Lin Yi's heart as he approached and rapped forcefully on the door, calling out, Xiao Hui, are you home? It's Lin Yi. I've come to see you. However, no reply came from within. A sense of foreboding washed over him, and his expression darkened. Chapter 73. Conspiracy. Lin Yi hurriedly sought out Xiao Hui's neighbor, his face etched with concern, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He found Grandpa Ge sitting leisurely on a bamboo chair at the entrance, fanning himself with a palm leaf fan, and he said slowly, Oh, you're asking about Xiao Hui. She hasn't even been seen for several days now. Grandpa Ge squinted, the wrinkles on his face deepening. Lin Yi's heart sank further, his countenance growing grim. Gritting his teeth, he turned and approached the wall of Xiao Hui's courtyard, utilizing his agility to vault over it. The courtyard lay in eerie silence, a thin layer of dust coating the stone table. Lin Yi stepped forward and brushed his fingers across it, observing the dust that now clung to his fingertips. His brows knitting tighter as he murmured, It seems she hasn't cleaned in days. Anxiety gripped Lin Yi as he hurried toward the door. He gently pushed it, discovering it unlocked, and swiftly entered Xiao Hui's bedroom. The room was empty, devoid of any presence. As he scanned the surroundings, Lin Yi's eyes alighted upon a letter resting by Xiao Hui's bedside. His eyes brightened as he realized it was a letter she had written to him. And a wave of surprise and joy surged within him as he eagerly tore it open. Lin Yi devoured the contents of the letter, sighing in relief as the tension in his body began to dissipate. It turned out that Xiao Hui had written to inform him of her intention to join the Amei Mingyue sect to learn martial arts, urging him not to worry. Lin Yi chuckled helplessly, saying, That little girl left without a word, causing me unnecessary worry. Yet still feeling uneasy, he rushed off to find Old Li. Lin Yi approached Old Li with urgency, asking, Brother Li, do you know where Xiao Hui has gone? Old Li smacked his forehead, realizing, Oh dear, a few days ago, you were so caught up in your promotion that I forgot to tell you. Xiao Hui mentioned she wanted to learn martial arts and has gone to the Amei Mingyue sect. She left several days ago. She even instructed me to tell you, so you wouldn't worry. You see, my memory isn't what it used to be. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi finally felt a weight lift from his shoulders. A smile of relief spreading across his face as he remarked, Who would have thought that the delicate Xiao Hui possesses such a determined spirit for martial arts? Truly remarkable. Old Li chuckled teasingly. What's this? Are you worried about Xiao Hui? Lin Yi's face flushed instantly, his gaze evasive as he stammered, It's just that there have been so many disappearances lately. I'm concerned something might happen to her. I must take my leave now, Brother Li. Please continue with your work. He instinctively scratched the back of his head as he spoke. With that, Lin Yi hurriedly turned away as if the ground were on fire beneath him. Old Li watched as Lin Yi fled in a panic, unable to contain his laughter, the wrinkles on his face contorting into a smile as he shook his head in amusement, in the damp and shadowy recesses of the county magistrate's underground chamber. An oppressive atmosphere hung thick in the air. The flickering candlelight cast shadows that revealed the figures of 2 mysterious individuals. One, clad in a red robe and wearing a red mask, stood shrouded in shadows. His tall frame mostly concealed, leaving only a pair of eyes glinting with a sinister light visible. The other, a figure cloaked in black, appeared even more enigmatic, his body tightly enveloped in the dark fabric, revealing only a pair of sharp, piercing eyes. The masked figure spoke in a low, chilling voice. Xie Xian has just come to the county magistrate's office. This. The cloaked figure trembled slightly, gritting his teeth as he inquired. What is going on? Why has he come to the county magistrate's office again? What has occurred? His voice was rife with urgency and unease. The masked figure crossed his arms, responding slowly. He has become aware of the disappearances. Not only does he suspect a vast organization behind these cases, but he also harbors suspicions regarding potential spies within both the Divine Capture Bureau and the county magistrate's office. Furrowing his brows, the cloaked figure's eyes flickered with a steely resolve as he clenched his fists tighter, declaring, Xie Xian is becoming increasingly difficult to handle. Ever since Ma Tong and that Lin Yi arrived in Panshan County, Xie Xian has become sharper and more challenging to deal with. By the way, does Xie Xian harbor any suspicions about your identity? The masked figure shook his head slightly, his tone resolute as he replied. He could never see through my disguise. The mask glimmered ominously in the candlelight. The cloaked figure's gaze held a note of caution as he warned, it is prudent to remain vigilant. Xie Xian is not as naive as he appears. To attain the position of Chief Constable of the Divine Capture Bureau is no small feat. He cannot be underestimated. Be wary of any missteps that could lead to exposure. While revealing one's identity may be a minor issue, jeopardizing the grand designs of the holy sect would be truly irreparable. The masked figure nodded slightly, his voice low and steady as he assured, I will exercise caution. I will not jeopardize the holy sect's grand plan. His masked visage obscured any expression, yet the slight narrowing of his eyes conveyed his seriousness and wariness that he then inquired, how goes the excavation of the underground ruins? The cloaked figure let out a long sigh, his tone laden with frustration and impatience. We have nearly turned over every inch of Panshan's underground, and yet we have yet to uncover an entrance. There remains only one place that we have not yet explored. The masked figure raised an eyebrow, a flicker of curiosity crossing his features. You mean the Su family's coal mine? With a determined nod, the cloaked figure affirmed, indeed, the Su family's coal mine is the only location underground in Panshan that we have not investigated. If there is anything to be found, it is likely beneath the coal mine. The masked figure furrowed his brow, pacing as he pondered. The Su family is the wealthiest in Panshan County. Infiltrating their coal mine without drawing attention will prove quite the challenge. The cloaked figure crossed his arms, his expression darkening as he stated, we must either purchase the coal mine, find a way to bribe those working there, or devise a plan to persuade the Su family to temporarily abandon the mine. His voice was icy and devoid of emotion, as if he were merely stating an ordinary fact. Seated at a table, the masked figure drummed his fingers lightly upon the surface, producing a rhythmic sound. He bowed his head, lost in contemplation. After a considerable time, he slowly remarked, that coal mine is a veritable treasure trove for the Su family. They have always held it in high regard and would never relinquish it lightly. It is a pity that the little demoness from the Hahuan sect did not arrive. Otherwise, with her intervention, the modest Su family would be easily manipulated by us. But what method should we employ? His tone was imbued with palpable frustration as he gazed into the distance, his eyes reflecting a tumult of conflict and reflection. After a while, the masked figure slowly lifted his head, his gaze piercing through the crevices of the mask to fixate intently on the cloaked man. His voice deep and deliberate. It seems that this time, you must take the initiative personally. His tone was steady, yet carried an undeniable firmness. Chapter 74. The mine disaster. Days later, Pingshan County appeared deceptively tranquil. On that morning, sunlight streamed through the window panes into the study of Su Exin, the head of the Su family. Dressed in a simple yet elegant long robe, he stood tall, his countenance a blend of resoluteness and scholarly grace. He was engrossed in practicing calligraphy at his desk, each stroke imbued with strength and purpose. Suddenly, a frantic knocking shattered the stillness. Master, there has been an incident. The anxious voice of the steward, Su Quan, echoed from outside the door. That Sux hastily set down his brush and called out, come in. Su Quan pushed the door open and hurried into the study. Sux, remaining composed, placed his brush down and admonished. Su Quan, how many times must I remind you? When handling affairs, do not act recklessly. Patience is key. One must maintain tranquility in the face of adversity, that Su Quan, around 40 years old and of average build, wore a panicked expression as he replied, "Master, there has been an accident at the coal mine." Upon hearing this, Su Xian's expression changed dramatically. He sprang to his feet, raising his voice. "What has happened? When did this occur?" Gasping for breath, Su Quan responded, "Old Fan said it happened last night." That Su Xian furrowed his brow, fury igniting in his eyes as he questioned, "What was Old Fan thinking? Such a grave matter, and he failed to inform me until now." Su Quan quickly clarified, "The incident at the mine occurred at midnight last night. Old Fan was busy rescuing people there, which is why he only reported it this morning." Taking a deep breath to suppress his anger, Su Xian instructed, "Go to the storeroom and allocate more funds. Do not be frugal. The families of the injured must be compensated well. We cannot allow them to suffer. Also, investigate how the mine collapsed thoroughly." Su Quan nodded in acquiescence. Understood. Su Xian waved his hand, urging him to depart swiftly. Without delay, Su Quan exited, hurrying towards the storeroom. Meanwhile, Linny was patrolling the streets alongside several constables that he possessed a lithe physique. With sharp brows and bright eyes, exuding an air of alertness and acuity, that he had been covertly investigating the remaining 4 silver badge constables, seeking to unearth a potential traitor, but had thus far yielded no results. Leaving him somewhat vexed, suddenly a gaunt middle-aged man nearby whispered, "Have you heard? There has been an incident at the Su family mine." Another stout man, his face earnest, quickly inquired, "What happened? Do tell." The lean man spoke mysteriously. "I heard the mine collapsed, and many perished." A woman nearby gasped, her face turning pale. "Oh no, my husband works at the mine. He can't possibly be in danger," she exclaimed, frantically preparing to leave. That a middle-aged man expressed skepticism. "How could a solid mine collapse?" The lean man, basking in attention, declared, "Well, I happen to know how it collapsed." The surrounding townsfolk, intrigued, gathered closer, eager for more details. Clearing his throat, the lean man continued, "One of my brothers works there. Last night, he spent hours digging out the bodies of the victims. Over a dozen." Gasps of horror rippled through the crowd. Losing over a dozen lives was indeed grave news. The lean man elaborated. Moreover, the support beams in the mine were supposedly solid wood, claimed by the Su family to last over a decade without decay. But guess what? When my brother dug one out this morning, it crumbled at his touch. It was nothing but rotting wood. An elderly man with graying hair questioned, "Didn't they say the Su family was generous and charitable?" A nearby middle-aged man countered, "As the saying goes, no merchant is without deceit. How could the Su family, the wealthiest in Pingshan County, be entirely clean behind the scenes?" Nods of agreement followed among the crowd, voices rising in indignation. "Perhaps they used inferior materials to save costs." That an older man, weathered by time, shook his head and sighed. "The Su family appears prosperous, yet they have committed such a morally reprehensible act that it could also be due to lax oversight." A young man chimed in, his brow furrowed in anger. "With proper regulation, such a calamity wouldn't have occurred. The Su family shows a blatant disregard for human life." A burly man clenched his fists, his eyes wide with rage, lamenting the miners who had perished, their families now bereft of support. Alas, the Su family may face divine retribution. A woman clasped her hands together, murmuring, "Heaven sees all. These wrongdoers must not escape their fate. Indeed, they've amassed so much wealth while disregarding the lives of miners. It's utterly heartless." The crowd united in vehement condemnation of the Su family, their voices rising in a fervent uproar. Lin Yi, endowed with martial prowess and heightened senses, absorbed the townsfolk's discussions from his vantage point. That as he heard their discourse regarding the collapse of the Su family mine, he pondered, "Isn't that the family of Shui Nan? Could the collapse of the mine truly be mere coincidence, or is there a deeper conspiracy at play?" As these thoughts spiraled in his mind, his brow furrowed deeper with uncertainty. Resolving to seek answers, Lin decided to return immediately to consult head Constable Xie about the mine disaster. His expression turned grave as he departed swiftly from the crowd. With agile strides, Lin soon arrived at head Constable Xie's quarters. He found Xie seated at a desk, his brow furrowed in concentration as he perused several official documents. Lin paused, saluted respectfully, and inquired urgently, "Head Constable, have you heard about the Su family mine disaster?" Head Constable CS set down his documents, lifting his gaze to meet Lin E.'s earnest eyes. Lin E. Following the mine disaster last night, someone reported it to the county magistrate's office, so I am indeed aware. Curiously, Lin E. pressed Head Constable, what exactly transpired at the Su family mine? With a hint of indignation in his voice, Xie replied, the Su family cut corners in the construction of the mine, and the evidence is irrefutable. They substituted rotting wood for solid timber in the support beams, which led to this tragedy. While we cannot ascertain who orchestrated it, the head of the Su family will undoubtedly bear a degree of responsibility. His tone was heavy, his expression grave. Upon hearing this, Lin E.'s brow knitted tightly, and he pressed further, which constable is handling this case? His hands instinctively clenched into fists. Head Constable CS squinted slightly. Explaining, this case does not fall under our jurisdiction at the Divine Constabulary. It is the purview of the county magistrate's office. Lin E., perplexed, asked, why is it managed by the county magistrate's office? His eyes widened in confusion. Chapter 75. A 3-day deadline. Head Constable Xie rose steadily and walked to Lin E.'s side, patiently elucidating. Our Divine Constabulary is only responsible for cases involving martial artists. The maintenance of public order is managed by the county magistrate's office. Unless they discover martial artists involved in this case, we will not be called upon to... He paused momentarily before continuing. Of course, if it were a case like the previous flower thief or blood demon, where martial artists are clearly implicated, we would take charge directly. That he gently patted Lin E.'s arm, his demeanor serious and focused. Lin E., pondering this, nodded, though a flicker of doubt remained in his eyes. I see. But when I was in Shuangyang County, there weren't so many distinctions. He scratched his head, his brow furrowed in confusion. Head Constable Xie chuckled softly, shaking his head. Shuangyang County is quite small. It lacks even a Divine Constabulary office, and all cases, big or small, fall under the jurisdiction of the county constable. In Pingshan County, if we did not delineate responsibilities, we would be bogged down dealing with trivial disputes and minor cases, leaving no time for our constables to train. With this insight, Lin Yi's confusion dissipated, and he bowed respectfully. I understand now. Thank you for your guidance. Head Constable Xie smiled and patted Lin Yi's shoulder. Very well. You may go now and reflect on this. Lin Yi acknowledged and turned to leave, his steps somewhat heavy as he continued to contemplate the disaster at the Su family mine. His brow furrowing once more. In the county magistrate's office, the atmosphere was tense. Seated behind his desk, County Magistrate Zheng appeared dignified in his official attire, his furrowed brows and piercing gaze exuding authority. The head of the Su family, Su Xen, slightly bowed as he initiated the greeting. Commoner Su Xen pays his respects to Lord Su Xen, clad in resplendent satin attire, stood with a demeanor that betrayed a hint of awkwardness, his face reflecting both reverence and trepidation. Zheng Junwei, with his hands crossed upon the table, spoke in a grave tone. Young Su, you must be aware of the purpose for which you have been summoned today. Correct. His piercing gaze was fixed upon Su Xen, as if attempting to see through him. Su Xen raised his head, meeting Zheng Junwei's gaze, and replied, I presume, sir, that you wish to discuss the collapse of my family's mine? His voice trembled slightly, beads of sweat forming upon his brow. Zheng Junwei nodded, his voice sharp. Indeed, the supports in your family's mine were constructed with substandard materials, using decayed wood in place of solid timber, which led to the tragic collapse, resulting in the loss of 14 lives. The evidence is indisputable. Ordinarily, I would be compelled to arrest all members of your family and swiftly uncover the mastermind behind this calamity. As he spoke, he slammed his hand upon the table, causing Su Xen to shudder involuntarily. However, Zheng Junwei continued, his expression softening slightly. Considering your family's prior acts of benevolence, I have refrained from taking immediate action. I hope, dear Su, that you can identify the culprit responsible for this disaster within 3 days, to provide the people of Pingshan County with a satisfactory explanation. Su Xen quickly clasped his hands in gratitude, his voice filled with emotion. Thank you, my lord, for your magnanimity. That I assure you, I will conduct a thorough investigation to unearth this nefarious individual. His gaze was resolute, as if he had made a profound determination. Zheng Junwei inclined his head slightly, stating, Then I shall await the good news from you. That Su Xen bowed once more before hastily departing, his steps betraying a sense of unease. 3 days later, in the study of the Su residence. Sunlight streamed through the intricately carved window frames, casting a warm glow upon the sandalwood desk. The matriarch of the Su family, adorned in a modest yet elegant gown, sat regally in her chair. Her brows furrowed in worry. Her well-maintained visage was marred by concern as she observed her husband, the head of the Su family, seated at the desk. Su sure broke the silence. "My dear husband, have you uncovered who is responsible for this heinous act? The deadline from the county magistrate is today." Her gaze was fixed intently upon Su Exin, her hands unconsciously wringing the handkerchief she held. Su Exin, seated behind the desk, wore a troubled expression, his brow knitted in distress, but he sighed heavily, replying, "If only I had answers. I have been investigating in secret for 3 days, yet I have not identified a single suspect." He wearily rubbed his temples that Su Shu's eyes widened in disbelief, her voice rising. "How can this be, my lord?" Her face displayed incredulity as she leaned forward. Su Exin offered a rueful shake of his head, explaining, "All the laborers we employ are trustworthy and well known to us. I have searched high and low, yet nothing has come to light." His eyes reflected a sense of helplessness and confusion, his hands gesturing in exasperation. In a state of agitation, Su Shu rose and paced the room, exclaiming, "What shall we do, my lord? The magistrate awaits our report." Panic was evident in her tone, beads of sweat forming upon her brow. Su Exin raised his hand in a calming gesture, his expression grave. "Dear wife, there is no need for alarm. We must proceed cautiously. As dusk fell, and the sun dipped below the horizon. Su Exin found himself in the study of Zheng Junwei, his demeanor tense, hands nervously fidgeting with his garments, his eyes betraying anxiety. Zheng Junwei, seated at his desk, wore a stern countenance, his gaze piercing as he addressed Su Exin coldly. "The 3-day deadline has passed. I must ask, have you discovered who orchestrated the mining disaster?" Su Exin's face flushed with embarrassment, cold sweat beading on his forehead. He bowed deeply, stammering, "My lord, I have done all I can do. I am truly inept. I have thoroughly examined every corner of the Su estate and found not a single clue." His voice trembled, and he dared not raise his head. Zheng Junwei slammed his hand upon the table, rising with fury, his eyes blazing. "Su Exin, what do you mean by this? Are you mocking me? Those supports that should last a decade have decayed in mere months. If there was no foul play, how could this have occurred? Are you attempting to shield your subordinates? Or could it be that you are the mastermind behind this calamity?" As he shouted, he advanced upon Su Exin, his formidable presence nearly suffocating him. Su Exin fell to his knees, trembling uncontrollably, hastily gesturing to clarify. "Absolutely not. I assure you, I have always acted with integrity and never engaged in such unscrupulous deeds. When the supports were delivered, I personally inspected them. They were of the highest quality and could withstand the test of time, that I cannot fathom how they have deteriorated. I am but a humble man, unable to ascertain who is responsible. I implore you, my lord, to see the truth." Su Exin's complexion was ashen, his eyes filled with fear and desperation. Zheng Junwei studied Su Exin's disheveled state, his brow furrowed. With a heavy sigh, he said, "Young Su, I know your character. However, this case has garnered significant attention throughout Pingshan County, with the populace watching closely, that if we fail to take action soon, we will find ourselves in an untenable position." He spoke. Zheng Junwei returned to his desk, leaning heavily upon its edge, his expression graved. Su Exin, beads of sweat dotting his forehead, appeared anxious yet eager to appease. He hastily retrieved a finely crafted gift box from within his robes, presenting it with both hands upon Zheng Junwei's desk, his face adorned with a strained smile. "I truly regret placing you in such a predicament, my lord. This is a small token from me. I hope you will graciously accept it and show leniency." Zheng Junwei, clad in official garb, sat with an upright posture, his expression serious, his keen eyes fixed upon Su Exin. He raised an eyebrow, gingerly opening the gift box, glancing at its contents before swiftly closing it again, his face betraying no hint of his thoughts. After a moment of contemplation, Zheng Junwei spoke. "Very well, I shall impose a temporary closure of the mine for 3 months. After this period, operations may resume, provided all facilities pass inspection by the magistrate's office." His gaze was firm, leaving no room for dissent. Su Exin quickly acquiesced. "Of course, my lord, I shall ensure thorough oversight and will not allow such an incident to occur again." "Thank you for your mercy." Sweat beaded upon his brow as he wiped it away, his eyes reflecting a sense of relief. Zheng Junwei nodded slightly, adding with a serious tone, "Furthermore, you must not neglect the families of the victims. Ensure they receive adequate compensation, and do not allow further disturbances to SUXI." Nodded fervently, assuring Zheng Junwei, "Rest assured, my lord, that I will make proper arrangements and will not hesitate to provide for those affected." Zheng Junwei, his expression as cold as stone, raised his hand dismissively. "You may return now to SUXI." Adorned in resplendent garments, nodded repeatedly, bowing even lower as he expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, my lord. Thank you." He retreated cautiously, each step taken with utmost care, as if fearful of inciting Zheng Junwei's displeasure. His gaze remained cast downward, refraining from meeting Zheng Junwei's eyes until he exited the room, at which point he straightened, wiping the cold sweat from his brow before hastily departing in the dim, damp confines of the basement. Flickering candlelight cast deep shadows upon the walls that a figure in a black robe stood shrouded in darkness. Leaning slightly forward, his tone laced with dissatisfaction as he inquired, "Why not take advantage of this opportunity to bring down the Su family? They are affluent, and their wealth is considerable. If we were to seize the Su family, it would undoubtedly benefit us." His voice echoed ominously within the confined space. The masked individual, seated upon a stone bench, donned a crimson robe that appeared eerie in the flickering light. He tilted his head slightly, a hint of disdain flickering in his eyes behind the mask, responding, "Such a flimsy accusation would never suffice to dismantle the Su family. Despite Su Xian's timid demeanor, he is quite astute. The Su family possesses deep roots and complex connections within Pingshan County that we cannot afford to engage them in a prolonged struggle." As he spoke, he lightly tapped his fingers upon the table. The figure in black protested, but the masked individual abruptly raised a hand, interrupting him. "Moreover, it is said that Su Xuanan is the prized disciple of that venerable old man, the Medicine King. The Medicine King's valley is not to be trifled with. We must tread carefully." Beneath the mask, his brow furrowed in contemplation. The figure in black fell silent for a moment before bowing in acquiescence. "Very well. I will defer to your judgment." The masked individual rose, pacing with gravity, his tone stern and cold. "Then ensure that you mobilize our forces to the mine at once, that we must locate that relic. Exercise utmost caution to avoid detection." His gaze swept over the figure in black, exuding an air of undeniable authority. The figure in black bowed in compliance. "Understood. I will follow your directives." Days later, in the bustling heart of Pingshan County, Lin Yi, clad in the garb of a constable, strode with confidence, his brow furrowed in concentration as he patrolled alongside several fellow officers. That moment, Lin Yi's attention was inadvertently drawn to a familiar figure. It was Su Xuanan, standing gracefully in a flowing light blue gown, her long black hair casually pinned back with a simple jade hairpin. Her exquisite features were marked by focus as she carefully examined jewelry at a vendor stall. Just as Lin Yi intended to approach her and inquire about her unexpected return from the Medicine King's Valley, he paused, captivated by the sight before him. At that moment, several individuals of dubious character approached, with the foremost being a burly man adorned in ostentatious yet vulgar attire, exuding an air of arrogance. Upon catching sight of Su Xuanan, his eyes gleamed with a predatory light, and a malicious grin curled at the corners of his mouth. This man was none other than Xiongde, who stepped forward with an air of feigned grandeur and inquired, "My lady, allow me to introduce myself. I am Xiongde from Pingshan County. May I ask your esteemed name?" Su Xuanan, casting a glance at Xiongde, was momentarily overtaken by disdain. Ignoring him, she placed her jewelry down and turned to leave. Observing this, Xiongde and his cohorts promptly obstructed her path. One of his lackeys, feigning authority, shouted, "You insolent girl! Our leader is speaking to you. Is this how you repay courtesy?" The surrounding crowd, upon witnessing Xiongde's arrival, displayed expressions of terror, as if they had encountered a harbinger of doom. They quickly fled, eager to distance themselves from him. Those lurking in the shadows were filled with panic and trepidation, whispering among themselves in hushed tones that a frail man, his eyes wide with fear, trembled as he uttered, "Isn't that Xiongde from the Giant Bear Gang? Why is this scourge here? We must leave quickly." He tugged at his companion, his body quaking uncontrollably. That a nearby matron, burdened with a vegetable basket, wore a face full of sympathy and lament. Shaking her head with a sigh, this poor girl truly has no luck to be entangled with Xiongda. Her brows knitted tightly, her gaze betraying deep resignation. That a middle-aged man clenched his fists, gritting his teeth as he remarked. Xiongda has become increasingly arrogant since the demise of the fierce tiger gang. Is there truly no one to teach him a lesson? His eyes burned with righteous fury, though he dared not display it too openly. An elderly man clad in coarse fabric, fuming with indignation, exclaimed, "Indeed, this Xiongda bullies the weak and commits every foul deed imaginable. To fall under his gaze is to invite disaster." As he spoke, he cast a wary glance towards Xiongda, fearful of being noticed. Lin furrowed his brow, recognizing Xiongda as the leader of the Giant Bear Gang in Pingshan County. Since the annihilation of the fierce Tiger Gang, the Giant Bear Gang had rapidly absorbed its former territories, establishing itself as the foremost criminal organization in Pingshan County. That it was surprising to see Xiongda, who usually groveled before officials, so brazenly arrogant behind their backs. Shaking his head, Lin thought, this fellow is quite the actor. Even Captain Xie was deceived during their initial meeting. When Su Xuanan witnessed Xiongda and his group obstructing her way, her expression soured, and she exclaimed, "What do you intend to do?" Xiongda, with a lewd grin plastered on his face, replied, "My dear lady, I've observed you for quite some time, and if you accompany me, you may choose any piece of jewelry from this stall. Look, this hairpin would perfectly complement your lustrous locks." As he spoke, he reached out a hand toward her hair. As Su Xuanan stepped back, glaring at him. "What if I refuse?" With a derisive snort, Xiongda declared. "Refuse? Humph. You will have no choice but to comply. I advise you to come along quietly. Do not force my hand." As he spoke, his expression turned menacing as he slowly advanced toward her, clenching her fists. Su Xuanan retorted, "Do not come any closer. I am skilled in martial arts, and should you advance, I will strike." Xiongda erupted into laughter, his lackeys joining in raucously. Come, strike me if you dare," he taunted, puffing out his chest provocatively. Su Xuanan extended her delicate fists and warned, "If I do, I shall truly hit you." Xiongda's eyes sparkled with anticipation as he urged, "My lady, please, strike with all your might." With a fierce cry, Su Xuanan unleashed a powerful blow, sending a gust of wind forth. In an instant, the once arrogant Xiongda, who had stood in the center of the street, vanished from sight. One of his lackeys, momentarily stunned, stammered, "Where did the boss go?" The others, equally bewildered, glanced around, confusion etched on their faces. "Indeed, where is the boss?" At that moment, a feeble voice called out from the corner, I am over here." They turned to see Xiongda sprawled against the wall, disheveled and grimacing in pain, clutching his chest and groaning. Lin, witnessing Su Xunan's effortless dispatch of Xiongda, was taken aback. Although Xiongda had not reached the pinnacle of his capabilities, and his martial skills were somewhat rudimentary, he was still formidable. It was astonishing that he had been so easily sent flying by what appeared to be a light-hearted strike from Su Xuanan. Furthermore, it was evident that she had not exerted her full strength. Her movements flowed with grace and ease, revealing her remarkable progress after merely a few months of training under the renowned Medicine King. On the street, Xiongda's followers were thrown into a panic, rushing to their leader's side, clamoring with concern. "Boss, are you all right? Boss, speak to us." Xiongda, groaning in agony, barked, "What are you all standing there for? Help me up." The lackeys, flustered, hurriedly assisted him to his feet. Xiongda, still clutching his chest, grimaced with pain, muttering, "Ouch, my lady, your strike was rather forceful. It seems I must teach you a lesson. Boys, attack." At his command, the surrounding ruffians lunged towards Su Xuanan, bearing their intentions. Lin, witnessing this spectacle, furrowed his brow and swiftly drew his Qingyang sword. Moving with lightning speed, in mere moments, with flashing blade, he subdued the group of ruffians. Upon seeing Lin, Xiongda's arrogance evaporated instantly, replaced by a sycophantic demeanor. It is the esteemed Lin Xiaoxia. What brings you here today?" Lin, sword in hand, regarded Xiongda with icy disdain. "I saw everything that transpired earlier. Who would have thought your acting skills were so commendable? Even fooling Captain Xie." Xiongda's smile vanished, replaced by a cold, menacing glare. "Calling you Lin Xiaoxia is an honor. You are nothing of consequence. Before Lord Xie, I would naturally be respectful, but you are merely a child playing at heroism." With a fierce glare, Xiongda warned, I suggest you step aside and hand over that girl to me. Tob so humiliatingly defeated by a mere girl, I cannot allow this to go unchallenged. Lin Yi, unwavering and resolute, replied, What if I refuse to step aside? Xiongda roared, Then I shall strike you down as well, teaching you the folly of meddling in affairs that do not concern you. With that, Lin Yi and Xiongda clashed, the latter's eyes wide with fury, unleashing a barrage of powerful strikes, each punch and palm accompanied by a fierce wind, as though he could shatter mountains and stones. His robust arms swung with ferocity, resembling a colossal tree bending in a tempest that in contrast. Lin Yi moved with the grace of a soaring swallow, his attire billowing in the wind, employing his lightness skill. He evaded Xiongda's relentless onslaught with agility and poise, his expression calm and eyes sharp with focus as Xiongda struggled to land a hit. Panting heavily, he found himself unable to even graze Lin Yi's clothing. His face flushed, veins bulging on his forehead. He roared in frustration, Brad, if you have the guts, stop hiding. To shy away from a fair fight is not the mark of a hero. In response, Lin Yi smirked confidently, declaring, Very well, as you wish. Let us see what you, Xiongda, can truly do. With that, he planted his feet firmly on the ground, crossing his arms defiantly, gazing at Xiongda without a hint of fear. Xiongda's eyes lit up with delight. Good. Do not retreat again. Take this. With a mighty roar, Xiongda summoned all his internal energy, his powerful hand slicing through the air toward Lin Yi. Unfazed, Lin Yi mirrored the motion, extending his hand to meet Xiongda's strike. The two palms collided, igniting a fierce clash of internal energies. Lin Yi felt Xiongda's internal force surge toward him like a raging tide. Clearly far more formidable, yet its chaotic and impure nature rendered it less daunting. Conversely, Xiongda perceived Lin Yi's internal power as refined and relentless, akin to a river that flowed unceasingly. Gradually suppressing his own, Xiongda's expression soured, beads of sweat forming on his brow, but he had anticipated that this young upstart would be inferior to him. Now, he found himself trapped in an unwinnable situation. Recognizing the urgency of the situation, Lin Yi resolved to end this swiftly, but he discreetly channeled the peculiar internal energy of the crushing heart palm, targeting Xiongda's core. With a cough, Xiongda spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyes widening in horror. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Yi exerted force through his palm, sending Xiongda flying once more. As Xiongda soared through the air, his expression one of unwillingness. He struggled to rise, his complexion pale. Lin Xiaoxia, your martial prowess is indeed impressive. I admire your skills. Until we meet again, may the mountains remain unchanged and the waters flow eternal. Xiongda thought to himself, Goodness gracious. I must have neglected to consult the almanac before stepping out today. That I've been knocked down twice, and this time I've lost all face. How will I ever show my face in Pingshan County again? I better make a hasty exit to avoid further embarrassment. Let us go. Ouch, be gentle, it hurts. Xiongda immediately beckoned his subordinates to leave in a disheartened manner. His followers hurriedly supported him, their movements frantic. Xiongda's complexion was as pale as a sheet, his features contorted in pain, while he groaned incessantly, Slow down, I'm in agony. His robust frame had turned weak and limp, relying heavily on his followers for support. As Xiongda and his entourage departed in disgrace, the surrounding townsfolk eagerly gathered, chattering animatedly among themselves. An elderly man, thin and wiry, squinted his eyes, his face creased with laughter as he remarked, Who would have thought that Xiongda would suffer such a significant setback today? Truly, evil begets evil. He has long tyrannized us, and today he finally faces the consequences. A woman carrying a vegetable basket looked at Su Xunan with admiration, exclaiming, I can't believe this young lady possesses such remarkable skills. Truly, she is a woman who does not yield to men. Just look at her prowess. It is both swift and graceful. A young man, brimming with excitement, clapped his thighs and exclaimed, I assent that Lin Xiaoxia. When Xiongda saw Lin Xiaoxia, it was like a mouse encountering a cat. Ha! The moment Lin Xiaoxia made his move, Xiongda was sent reeling. A middle-aged man clad in coarse garments raised his thumb in enthusiasm and declared, Lin Xiaoxia is indeed impressive. He has avenged us common folk. We can finally look forward to a few days of peace. Nearby, a vendor selling candied hawthorns nodded vigorously in agreement, adding, "Absolutely." Xiongda usually struts around arrogantly, disregarding everyone. It's about time someone put him in his place. Seeing Xiongda's party leave in utter disarray, Linny turned and approached Su Xuanan with a smile. His stature was tall and upright, his brows like swords, and his demeanor exuded an air of authority, further accentuating his remarkable presence. Upon spotting Linny, Su Xuanan's previously tense expression transformed into one of delight. Her beautiful eyes sparkled as she gently spoke. "Linny, it's been such a long time. Thank you so much for your help just now." Linny bowed slightly, responding with a smile. "Miss Su, I'm glad to see you well. It was only natural for me to lend a hand when I witnessed injustice." With admiration in his gaze, Linny continued, "I must say, Miss Su, I never expected that in just a few months, your martial arts have improved so significantly. Even without my intervention, I doubt Xiongda and his men would have been your match." Feeling a bit shy, Su Xuanan's cheeks flushed as she replied, "Oh no, I merely possess a bit of internal strength. I am still quite unskilled in other martial arts that if it came down to a real fight, I wouldn't stand a chance against Xiongda and his crew." Linny furrowed his brow slightly, his curiosity piqued. "I see. But Miss Su, what brings you back to Pingshan County? Why aren't you continuing your training at Yaowang Valley?" Gently brushing a stray lock of hair from her forehead, Su Xuanan smiled brightly. It became dreadfully dull at Yaowang Valley. Just me and old he, with our days filled with either martial practice or herb gathering. It was utterly boring. I had reached a plateau in my training, and my master suggested I travel and gain experience in the world, so I returned, hoping to visit my family. A glimmer of surprise flickered in Lin Yi's eyes as he exclaimed, "Your progress is truly remarkable. The last time I saw you, you had yet to begin your training, and now you are already at the peak of the acquired stage, just a step away from the innate realm. The methods at Yaowang Valley are indeed extraordinary." Su Xuanan playfully rolled her eyes at Linny, lifting her chin defiantly. "Not at all. If the techniques at Yaowang Valley were that incredible, there would be masters everywhere. It's just that I have a unique constitution that allows me to cultivate so quickly. Besides, you're not doing too shabby yourself. You started to open your meridians, by the way. I noticed your internal energy was quite balanced earlier. Which sect do you belong to?" Linny smiled slightly, pride evident in his expression as he replied, "I have the honor of being a disciple of the Wudong sect. Currently practicing the Wudong Pure Yang technique." Su Xunan's eyes sparkled with curiosity as she unconsciously leaned closer to Linny, excitedly asking, "Wudong? That's the foremost sect of the Taoist schools. Have you ever met Master Sanfeng? Is he truly a celestial being?" Linny reminisced with a look of reverence, saying, "I had the fortune to meet Master Sanfeng once. Whether he is a celestial being, I cannot say, but he is undoubtedly the most unfathomable person I have ever encountered." Su Xuanan huffed. "It seems my master can't compare to Master Sanfeng at all. Honestly, he spends all his time lecturing me instead of cultivating himself. No wonder he can't become the best in the world." With that, Su Xuan's face lit up with a warm smile as she said, "Linny, since fate has brought us together here, why not come visit my family? You saved me last time, and I haven't had the chance to properly thank you yet. Please don't decline." Linny pondered for a moment before responding. "Then I shall graciously accept your invitation." Turning to the constables who had been following him, Linny spoke earnestly, "I have matters to attend to for a while. You all continue your patrols diligently." The constables exchanged knowing glances. Stifling their laughter, one of them said, "Don't worry, Brother Lin, we've got this covered." "Exactly, Brother Lin. Go ahead. Seize the opportunity," chimed in a somewhat inexperienced constable. Feigning anger, Linny retorted, "What are you all talking about? Focus on your duties and get back to patrolling." Hearing Lin's words, the group of constables hurriedly laughed and dashed away. Linny then turned back and walked alongside Su Xuanan. The townsfolk lined the streets, their eyes intently following the pair as they departed. Buzzing with excitement, a woman selling steamed buns paused her work, craning her neck to watch the two retreating figures. Her face beaming with warmth as she remarked, "Lin Xiaoxia and Miss Su truly seem like a perfect match." Her eyes narrowed into slits filled with anticipation.